In the Shenyun realm, within the Tianlan Empire, lies Baichuan City and the Chu family. In a dilapidated abode, a youth of 14 or 15, bare-chested and covered in bruises, sits upon a bed. He bears grievous injuries. Had he been of the same age as his peers, he would have already cried out in agony. Yet, his eyes gleam with an indomitable spirit. Linger, once I awaken my martial soul, I shall dismantle Chu Jinghao's bones, piece by piece. A girl who appears no older than 10 is diligently applying medicine to the youth's wounds. Her skin is fair as jade, with delicate eyebrows and bright eyes, a perfectly shaped nose, and though she retains a youthful innocence, she is undoubtedly a beauty destined to captivate the world. Young Master Chu Tian, why have you clashed with Chu Jinghao once again? Chu Tian grits his teeth in frustration. He bears no grudge against Chu Jinghao, yet the latter persistently seeks to torment him. That I went to collect the monthly allowance from the family, and to my astonishment, Chu Jinghao attempted to seize it. Linger exclaimed, Young Master, has our monthly allowance been taken by Chu Jinghao? The family's monthly stipend for Chu Tian was already meager, and the two of them lived frugally. If the allowance were to be snatched away, they might struggle even to afford a meal. Chu Tian chuckled with confidence. Your esteemed young master is quite formidable. How could anyone possibly take away the monthly allowance? He unfastened the pouch from his waist and handed it to Linger. As per our usual arrangement, keep half for sustenance, and the remaining half should be delivered to the family's spirit medicine hall in exchange for medicinal herbs for my father. Linger solemnly accepted the pouch. Rest assured, young master, once I finish applying the medicine, I shall go procure the herbs for the master. Young master, please turn around. As Chu Tian turned his back, he remained oblivious to the delicate hands of Linger, which emitted a gentle green luminescence as the bruises on his back vanished at an observable pace. After Linger departed, Chu Tian clenched his fists tightly, murmuring to himself, Why is my martial soul unable to awaken? In the Godfall continent, martial prowess was esteemed above all, with legends speaking of supreme warriors capable of shaping the world and commanding the seas. The first step in martial training is the awakening of the martial soul. Only by awakening the martial soul can one become a martial artist. Could it be due to my transmigration? In his previous life, Chu Tian was merely an ordinary computer science student on Earth, who inadvertently perished from overexertion while completing his graduation project. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the body of an infant bearing the same name in this world, and it has been 14 years since then. This afternoon marks the annual awakening ceremony of our family. I should immerse myself in cultivation first. Chu Tian sat cross-legged on his bed, gently resting his hands on his knees as he began a rhythmic breathing exercise. The spiritual energy of the world transformed into a tempest, forcefully blowing open the door and surging into Chu Tian's being. Had any martial artist been present, they would have been astounded by the speed at which Chu Tian absorbed the spiritual energy far surpassing that of his peers. Logically, he should have awakened his martial spirit long ago, stepping into the body refinement realm or even the spirit gathering realm. However, the spiritual energy he absorbed had yet to merge with his physical form before being siphoned away by something deep within him, his dormant martial spirit. The martial spirit could only awaken after absorbing a sufficient amount of spiritual energy. Chu Tian seethed with frustration. What on earth is my martial spirit that it has remained unfed for so many years? Ever since he learned the breathing technique at the age of 3, the vast majority of the spiritual energy he cultivated was devoured by his martial spirit. Enough! Given how insatiable my martial spirit is, it must be something extraordinary. I shall see just how much spiritual energy you can absorb. Chu Tian focused intently on his cultivation, entering a state of selflessness. Unbeknownst to him, time passed, and he was jolted awake by a mocking voice. Oh, look at our esteemed young master Chu Tian, sharpening his sword at the last moment. Chu Tian opened his eyes, his face immediately contorting with anger. The one mocking him was none other than Chu Jinghao, who had clashed with him earlier that morning. What do you want? Chu Jinghao replied with a smirk. The elder sent me to inform young Master Chu Tian that you are to report to the awakening hall. If you miss the time, you will surely miss the awakening ceremony. By the way, let me remind you, Master Chu Tian, that this is your final opportunity for awakening. The family has strict regulations. Those who do not awaken their martial spirits by the age of 14 are expelled from the main clan to cultivate spiritual herbs and plants in the territories. At that time, your crippled father will also be forced to accompany you into exile. Moreover, I have my ways of keeping that beautiful, made you picked up such a lovely face will surely serve me well as a warm companion in the years to come. Dressed and resolute, Chu Tian approached Chu Zhenghao. You seek to provoke me into a rage that would prevent me from attending the awakening ceremony? I assure you, your cunning plans shall come to naught. Today, I shall awaken, and every insult you have inflicted upon me over the years will be repaid in full. With that declaration, Chu Tian strode out of the room and made his way towards the Hall of Awakening. As he walked, he gazed upward. The sky of the divine fallen continent was a stark contrast to that of his previous life on Earth. Above him, there were not blue skies and white clouds, but a multitude of floating islands suspended in midair. These islands appeared inverted, opposing the ground below on clear days. One could even discern the figures and lush forests that adorned them. Chu Tian had once inquired of his father why such islands floated in the sky, to which his father replied that they were the abodes of the exalted celestial beings who ruled the divine fallen continent. Upon reaching the entrance of the Hall of Awakening, an elder, devoid of expression, handed Chu Tian a wooden token inscribed with a number. This was not Chu Tian's first awakening ceremony. He understood its significance. Inside the Hall of Awakening, there were 100 separate chambers, each designated for an individual to undergo their awakening. The smaller the number on the token, the more favor the elder held for that individual. The number on Chu Tian's token was 100. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. The annihilating divine dragon. Upon entering the Hall of Awakening, Chu Tian overheard the elder at the door uttering disdainful remarks, branding him a waste of family resources. Chu Tian clenched his fists in silence. The Hall of Awakening was a 5-story tower, each level housing 20 rooms. He secured his identification tag around his waist and began his search for his designated chamber. The young members of the family, gathered for their own awakenings, began to murmur and point upon seeing Chu Tian. Look, isn't that Chu Tian? He is back again this year. It had been 4 years since he first arrived at the age of 10. Each opening of the hall consumed vast amounts of spiritual stones, and many wondered how the elders could permit such a waste of family resources. You may not be aware, but Chu Tian's father was once the most prodigious talent of our Chu family, originally chosen by our ancestor to be the next clan leader. Regrettably, something rendered him incapacitated 14 years ago. Chu Tian's repeated participation in the awakening ceremony is merely a favor granted due to his father's reputation. The family does not support the unworthy. If Chu Tian fails to awaken this year, he may very well be consigned to the fields alongside his inept father. I wonder which room he will enter. Look, it's room 100. Ha ha ha, truly a waste. Chu Tian entered room 100 and sat cross-legged on the ground, inhaling the essence of heaven and earth. Over the years, he had grown weary of the mockery and skepticism, but had never retorted. He understood well that arguments devoid of strength would only invite further scorn. Once my martial soul awakens, I shall ensure that none dare to underestimate me again, he whispered, gently placing his hand upon his body. I am uncertain of your true nature, yet you have siphoned my essence for many years, and it is time for you to awaken. Today marks my final opportunity. Should I fail, my future shall be shrouded in shame and darkness. Having been granted a second chance at life, I refuse to remain in obscurity any longer. I yearn to live boldly and command the admiration of the masses. The martial spirit, buried deep within the bloodline of Chu Tian, seems to resonate with his fervent desire, stirring a tumult within the depths of his soul. After the passage of an incense stick, the sound of a bell reverberates. Chu Tian's body trembles, his expression grave. The awakening ceremony has commenced. Beneath Chu Tian, the floor is illuminated with faint azure patterns. The entire awakening hall forms an immense spiritual array, with each chamber constituting a segment of this intricate formation. The rooms positioned nearer to the front boast a richer concentration of spiritual energy, while Chu Tian's room 100 is the most deficient in this regard. Nonetheless, even the sparse energy within this space is 100-fold denser than that which flows through the cosmos. Such a concentrated essence is essential to awaken the martial spirit concealed deep within the bloodline. Chu Tian fervently absorbs the emanating spiritual energy from the array. Daring not to relax even for a moment, he closes his eyes, guiding his consciousness deep into his bloodline in search of his martial spirit. Just as he is on the brink of entering a meditative state, a familiar, mocking voice interrupts him. Young Master Chu Tian has not yet given up. It is Chu Jinghao. According to family rules, the awakening of clan disciples must remain undisturbed. Should the martial spirit's awakening be disrupted by external forces, the consequences could range from the triviality of losing one's mind to the grave fate of death. Yet, emboldened by his father's status as the sixth elder of the clan, Chu Jinghao acts without restraint. Though he dares not resort to physical confrontation within the awakening hall, he seeks to provoke with his words, intent on pushing Chu Tian towards madness. Chu Tian felt an overwhelming urge to rise and confront Chu Jinghao. Yet he understood that such an action would irrevocably squander this opportunity, condemning him to a lifetime devoid of martial arts. It was precisely this realization that Chu Jinghao exploited, employing words to exert pressure. Young Master Chu Tian, your expression is quite grim. Do not misunderstand my intentions. I am here to cheer you on. I firmly believe that today, you shall awaken your martial soul. However, I wonder if it will manifest as a mere caterpillar or a humble earthworm. Seething with suppressed rage, Chu Tian clenched his teeth, the sound echoing in his ears. Just as he was on the verge of opening his eyes, a thunderous voice reverberated within his mind. The path of martial arts is fraught with thorns. Only those with unwavering resolve can forge ahead. If you cannot even surmount this slight provocation, what right have you to tread the path of martial arts? Though Chu Tian could not discern the source of this voice, it fortuitously dispelled his inner demons. He held his breath and focused, dismissing Chu Jinghao's taunts as mere whispers in the wind. Moments later, his consciousness descended into a realm of tranquility. There, he beheld a colossal creature, twisting and gliding through the ether with abandon. It was a magnificent beast, adorned with the body of a serpent, the head of a crocodile, the limbs of a lizard, the talons of an eagle, the tail of a snake, the antlers of a deer, and the scales of a fish. Whiskers framed its jaws, and a pearl gleamed beneath its brow. With 4 golden claws, each tipped with 5 razor-sharp toes, the creature commanded awe. Having once been a citizen of the Huaxia nation on Earth, how could Chu Tian fail to recognize this entity? It was a divine dragon. This dragon fluctuated in size, sometimes appearing grand and majestic, at other times elusive and hidden. It soared through the cosmos and submerged within the waves. As it drew closer, it ultimately collided with Chu Tian's consciousness, merging into one. In the realm of Tianxing Hall, Chu Tian suddenly opened his eyes, a terrifying aura of age emanating from within him. He parted his lips, unleashing a resounding dragon's roar that reverberated through the air. Simultaneously, a spectral image of a divine dragon materialized behind him. Chu Tian's martial soul had awakened. As he regained consciousness, the ethereal manifestation of his martial soul gradually dissipated. He beheld Chu Jinghao standing at the entrance, his face contorted in sheer terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. With quivering lips, he stammered 4 words: destruction. Divine Dragon. Chapter 3. The Celestial Iron Law. The Death of Dragon Soul Bearers Destruction. Divine Dragon. These 4 words struck at the very core of Chu Tian's heart. Instead of the exhilaration that typically accompanies the awakening of one's martial soul, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Chu Jinghao exclaimed in disbelief. You have awakened the destruction divine dragon. Legends spoke of an ancient prophecy on the god-fallen continent. When the divine dragon appears, celestial beings shall perish. It is said that every 300 years, a dragon soul warrior is born, each one a prodigious talent capable of stirring chaos across the continent and creating monumental upheavals. Throughout history, numerous extraordinary dragon soul warriors have nearly torn the heavens asunder. In response to these threats, the supreme rulers, the Celestials, enacted an unyielding decree: dragon soul bearers must die. They sought to eradicate these warriors in their infancy, before they could harness their formidable powers. Since the decree was issued, countless newly awakened dragon soul warriors have met with brutal fates. No family dared to conceal such beings, for those who attempted to harbor dragon soul warriors faced complete annihilation. In a state of panic, Chu Jinghao retreated hastily. You have awakened the dragon soul. I must inform the elders. Chu Tian leapt from the ground, rushing toward Chu Jinghao with unparalleled speed. He grasped Chu Jinghao's shoulder, pulling him into the room and barricading the door. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Chu Tian. Chu Jinghao was the sole witness, and he could not allow him to disclose the awakening of his dragon soul to anyone else. He had to silence him permanently and then escape the family with his parents and Linger. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Chu Jinghao woke with a start. Exclaiming furiously, "Chu Tian, you have violated the celestial laws. Today, you shall surely meet your demise." With unwavering determination, Chu Tian replied, "My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. No one shall determine my life or death." Regaining his composure, Chu Jinghao sneered, "Chu Tian, you have only just awakened and have yet to refine your body, while I have reached the third stage of body refinement. You are no match for me. Once I subdue you, I shall claim credit within the clan." Channeling his energy, he concentrated his spiritual power into his fists and charged at Chu Tian. "Prepare to meet your end." Shattering stone fist. Positioned at the door, Chu Tian had no option to evade. He could only brace himself against Chu Jinghao's impending strike. Over the years, he had frequently clashed with Chu Jinghao, each time suffering a brutal beating. This was not solely due to his lack of awakened martial spirit, but also because Chu Jinghao possessed martial techniques. Martial techniques are unique skills that utilize spiritual energy in combat. Chu Jinghao's shattering stone fist could crush a boulder of equal weight. Previously, he had abided by clan rules and only exerted a fraction of his strength, but today, he unleashed his full force, clearly intent on taking Chu Tian's life. Chu Tian closely observed the movements of Chu Jinghao, and to his astonishment, the once indistinct shadows of his fists now appeared to move as slowly as a snail. "Today marks your demise." With a powerful tug, a sharp crack echoed as Chu Jinghao's right arm was brutally twisted and broken. "Ah!" Chu Jinghao let out a wretched scream, nearly succumbing to the excruciating pain. Subsequently, Chu Tian delivered a forceful punch to his body. Bang! Chu Jinghao's form crashed violently against the wall, causing the plaster to shatter and litter the ground. He curled up on the floor, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, barely clinging to life. Chu Tian furrowed his brow. Although his strength had grown formidable, he had never trained in martial arts. Had he done so, that single punch would have surely claimed Chu Jinghao's life, even if he possessed 10 lives. However, Chu Jinghao was now devoid of any power to resist, merely a fish upon the chopping block, awaiting its fate. Chu Tian approached Chu Jinghao. Placing a foot upon his body, with a mere press, he could send Chu Jinghao to the netherworld. With terror-stricken eyes wide open, Chu Jinghao pleaded desperately, "Chu Tian, please do not kill me. I have not intentionally targeted you over the years. It was the elder who compelled me to act this way." Chu Tian's brow tightened as he recalled his father's warning to be wary of the elder. He mused inwardly. His father had never revealed to him who had caused his downfall. Could it be the elder's doing? Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Chu Tian noticed a glint of cold light slipping from Chu Jinghao's left sleeve, a dagger. A frenzied expression spread across Chu Jinghao's face. "You worthless fool, perish." From beginning to end, Chu Tian maintained his vigilance. He swiftly raised his leg and kicked Chu Jinghao's left hand with a resounding crack. Chu Jinghao's left hand was rendered useless. Without hesitation, Chu Tian stomped down upon Chu Jinghao's body, causing it to cave in. His head tilted, and he drew his last breath. Chu Tian turned to leave, intent on seeking his parents and Linger to escape from the family. However, at that moment, a fierce shout echoed from outside. "Who dares to act recklessly in Tianqing Hall?" Startled, Chu Tian's heart sank. This was dire. It was an elder of Tianqing Hall. In an instant, a figure appeared before Chu Tian, and before he could react, he was struck unconscious by a single palm. Chapter 4. The Mysterious Maid and the Soul Fusion. When Chu Tian awoke once more, he found himself bound by iron chains upon a wooden cross. Below his waist, he was submerged in frigid water, the cold seeping into his bones. This was the family's water dungeon. The water dungeon was reserved for those who violated family rules, housing death row inmates. For over 100 years, none of the clan members imprisoned in the water dungeon had survived. Chu Tian attempted to struggle, but the chains held him firmly in place. A voice brimming with malice reached his ears. "Do not struggle. The chains binding you are forged from a century-old cold iron. Do not think that even if you had just awakened your martial soul and have yet to formally cultivate, you could break free. Even at the 9th level of body tempering, you would remain ensnared." Chu Tian lifted his head, utilizing the faint light that seeped through the small window of the dungeon, and beheld a figure outside. The wretched form of Chu Jinghao, sitting in a wheelchair, his arms hanging limply and his body swathed in bandages. He laboriously extended his left hand, which bore a lighter fracture, and extracted an object from the fabric of his attire. It was a metallic disc, imprinted with a deeply recessed footprint. Chu Tian, did you ever imagine that I possessed the Heartguard mirror? Chu Tian's expression remained unperturbed. Chu Jinghao, do not revel in your triumph. Once I escape, I shall surely slay you again. Chu Jinghao laughed boisterously. Slay me again? I fear you shall find no opportunity. Do you comprehend why I have come to visit you? A doomed soul? I am here to express my gratitude. I have already informed my father of your awakened dragon soul, and he will relay this to the celestial servant. He shall soon arrive to claim your life. As a reward for my report, I shall gain entrance to the Celestial Academy. Ha ha, Chu Tian, enjoy your final moments in this water prison. With a hearty laugh, Chu Jinghao departed, leaving Chu Tian with bloodshot eyes and gritted teeth. The celestial servant was coming to kill him. On the continent of divine fall, the supreme rulers are the celestials, who reside in the sky islands and seldom descend to the mortal realm. To maintain their authority, the celestials appoint certain warriors as their emissaries on the continent. These emissaries, who call themselves celestial servants, are regarded with immense reverence and wield the power of life and death. Should anyone dare to offend a celestial servant, even by uttering a single disparaging remark in secret, their entire family would face annihilation in an instant. Chu Jinghao has divulged the secret of my awakened dragon soul to the celestial servant. Even if my father were to beseech our ancestor for clemency, my life would likely remain forfeit. Must I, Chu Tian, perish in this manner? No. Having awakened my martial soul with great difficulty, I cannot yield. Chu Tian desperately summoned the spiritual energy within her, striving to awaken her martial soul and break free from her constraints. At that moment, her entire being shimmered with a resplendent green light, rendering the iron bars of the water prison inconsequential as she effortlessly passed through, standing before Chu Tian. She gazed upon the unconscious Chu Tian, her face etched with sorrow. Young Master Chu Tian, Linger has come to see you, she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon hearing that you had been imprisoned in the water dungeon by the clan elders, both the master and the mistress sought the ancestral spirit's clemency, only to be informed that you had awakened the dragon soul and that it was known to the celestial servants, sealing your fate. Linger, who had been rescued by you from the wilderness and raised with care, felt an overwhelming debt of gratitude towards you. She could not bear the thought of watching you perish. At this critical juncture, there remained but a single method to save you. Linger extended her delicate hand, the green light emanating from her coalescing in her palm. Within that verdant glow, a seed materialized, inscribed with enigmatic patterns from ancient times, exuding a profound aura of life. The seed floated gently in her hand, pulsating with vitality. Young Master, this is Linger's life-bound martial soul. I shall graft it onto your body. It will preserve your life. With the seed cradled tenderly, she leaned closer to Chu Tian. In an instant, the seed penetrated his body, merging seamlessly with him. During this process, a myriad of luminous specks radiated from Chu Tian, and his injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Conversely, Linger's complexion grew increasingly pallid, her form swayed, nearly losing her balance. She embraced Chu Tian tightly, crystalline tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Young Master, this is all I can do for you. I shall fall into a deep slumber for an extended period, needing time to awaken. Hope that when Lingo awakens again, her first sight will be of the young master. Young Master, you must strive to survive. Linger released Chu Tian, transforming into a beam of luminous light, vanishing within the water prison. Chapter 5. Deception and the Anger of the Celestial Attendant. 3 days later. Wake up, you rascal. The celestial attendant wishes to see you. Chu Tian was jolted awake, bound tightly by 2 family warriors and dragged out of the water prison. Upon arriving at the family's reception hall, he was taken aback to find that all the elders were present, except for his disowned father. Even the ancestor, who typically remained in seclusion, had emerged. To Chu Tian's astonishment, seated at the head of the hall was not the ancestor, but a middle-aged man he had never encountered before. This man exuded an unsettling aura that sent shivers down the spine. All members of the Chu family, including the ancestor and the clan leader, flanked this man. Their heads bowed, none daring to take a seat. As Chu Tian was forced into the reception hall, Chu Jinghao suddenly appeared, furiously reprimanding him. Criminal! When you see the celestial attendant, you should kneel. With that, he kicked Chu Tian's knee. Although Chu Tian stumbled, he refused to kneel. If he was destined to die, he would do so standing. A man's knees are worth gold. Apart from his parents, he would never bow before anyone, even if a deity descended. Seeing Chu Tian's defiance, Chu Jinghao was infuriated, ready to strike. However, the ancestor rebuked him, Chu Jinghao, do not act insolently before the celestial attendant. Chu Jinghao quivered, unable to meet the gaze of the celestial attendant seated at the head. He hastily knelt and prostrated himself 3 times. Celestial attendant, this is Chu Tian, the one who has awakened the dragon soul. Chu Tian witnessed the celestial servant rise and approach him step by step. With each stride, it felt as though the servant was treading upon his very heart, an intangible force pressing down upon him, compelling him to kneel. Clenching his teeth, Chu Tian persisted. Even if his knees were to shatter, he would not yield. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The celestial servant traversed the distance to stand before him in but 3 strides. Yet Chu Tian felt as though an eternity had passed, a tormenting struggle. His garments were drenched in sweat, and his breaths grew increasingly labored. The celestial servant scrutinized Chu Tian, intoning gravely. It has been a full century since a warrior awakened their dragon soul in the Divine Fall continent. Who would have thought it would manifest in this humble Baichuan city? Slowly raising his hand, Chu Tian could sense the formidable power contained within the servant's palm. This force could move mountains and part seas, capable of rending the very heavens apart. Chu Tian was acutely aware that should that hand descend, his soul would be scattered in an instant. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Chao Jinghao kneeling nearby, wearing a look of malicious glee as he regarded him. His gaze then shifted to the Grand Elder, who bore a similar expression. Drawing a deep breath, Chu Tian silently vowed that if he were to be reborn in his next life, he would ensure these petty individuals met their end beneath his sword. As the celestial servant's hand descended, Chu Tian did not close his eyes. Even if his life could not be lived with grandeur, he would nonetheless display his unwavering spirit to the world. With a resounding clap, the servant's hand struck Chu Tian's form, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. Instead, he watched, wide-eyed, as the celestial servant's grip seemed to grasp nothingness, and the power within him surged forth like a dam breaking free. A terrifying aura descended upon Chu Jinghao, suppressing him utterly, forcing him to collapse to the ground, his bones creaking ominously. Every single bone within him felt as though it were shattering. Do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving me? The voice of the celestial servant was devoid of any emotion, as if addressing an insignificant insect. Chu Jinghao's father, the 6th elder of the Chu family, cried out in despair. Lord Celestial Servant, please show mercy. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the celestial servant casually waved his hand, sending the elder hurtling backwards, his body embedding into the wall, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his fate uncertain. The celestial servant placed his foot upon Chu Jinghao's head, who, desperate to plead for mercy, could utter not a single sound. Those who deceive the celestial servant shall meet death. With a resounding crack, Chu Tian witnessed the horrifying spectacle of Chu Jinghao's head exploding like a ripe watermelon, blood and gore splattering all over him. With the 6th elder cast aside and Chu Jinghao's head crushed beneath a single blow, the entire family stood in stunned silence, too terrified to utter a word. Chapter 6. Linger faints. A vow is made. The celestial servant had departed for but a brief moment. Yet not a soul dared to move within the reception hall, all still enshrouded in the dread of his formidable presence. Chu Tian gazed down at the decapitated corpse of Chu Jinghao, his initial horror gradually dissipating. He came to a profound realization. It was not merely the celestial servant's status that rendered the elders speechless, it was his overwhelming power. The realm of the celestial servant likely surpassed even that of the ancestors of the Chu family. In a world where strength reigned supreme, might was the only undeniable truth. Chu Tian spoke calmly. Esteemed elders, since the celestial servant has determined that I am not the dragon soul bearer, may I take my leave? He observed the elder's face contort with murderous intent, and a sense of foreboding settled in his heart. In the Hall of Awakening, Chu Jinghao had already informed Chu Tian that his incessant troubles over the years were orchestrated by the elder. Chu Tian silently mused. Could this old wretch be plotting against me once more? At that moment, the ancestral elder of the Chu family spoke first. You may leave. Chu Tian turned and confronted the Chu family warriors who had restrained him, demanding sharply, will you not release me from these bindings? Only then did the 2 warriors awaken from their stupor and hastily untie him. Chu Tian departed from the main clan and hurried home. Chu Tian, my son, you are alive. How wonderful. He was greeted. Mother, I am fine. Please do not weep, he reassured her. Chu Yunlong, astonished, inquired, Tanner, I have heard you awaken the dragon soul. I sought the ancestral elder's mercy, but he said that Tianpu is aware of this matter, and your demise is certain. How is it that you are? Chu Tian, wishing to spare his parents' worries, refrained from divulging the truth of his dragon soul awakening. Father, it is Chu Jinghao who has framed and wronged me. It is merely a farce. Chu Yunlong clenched his fists in fury, exclaiming, "What audacity! How dare he slander my son? I shall confront the sixth elder. He should not presume that my Chu Yunlong is powerless to defend my child." Chu Tian intercepted his father, stating, "Father, Chu Jinghao deceived Tianpu, who has since been slain, and the sixth elder has faced punishment, his fate uncertain." Chu Yunlong responded with a loud cheer, "Excellent. They deserve their fate." Chu Tian then asked, "Father, may I inquire about something?" "Tianer, we are father and son, speak freely." "Father, is your loss of cultivation the doing of the elder?" At this, Chu Yunlong's expression changed dramatically. "How do you know, Tianer?" "Indeed, it is the Grand Elder." Chu Yunlong expressed his concerns. "This matter is shrouded in secrecy. The reason your father refrains from divulging the truth is that you had yet to awaken your martial soul, rendering you too weak. Even if you were to learn the truth, it would only serve to increase your worries. Should vengeance cloud your judgment, and you rashly seek retribution, it would lead to a tragic outcome. How could your father find peace in such a scenario?" Chu Tianjing asserted. "Rest assured, father, I am not the sort of reckless fool who acts without thought," Chu Yunlong replied, nodding in satisfaction. "Now that you have awakened your martial soul, diligent cultivation will surely lead you to greatness in the future." Chu Ningxuang interjected, "Tianer, regarding your father's matters, we will reveal the whole truth when you possess the strength for vengeance. For now, you should go and check on Linger." Noticing his mother's worried expression, which suggested something dire had occurred, Chu Tian hastily inquired, "Mother, what has happened to Linger?" 10 winters ago, 4-year-old Chu Tian accompanied his mother beyond the city to the Baichuan Mountains in search of medicine to heal his father. Amidst the frigid landscape, he stumbled upon an infant girl on the brink of freezing to death. Kind-hearted Chu Tian rescued the girl and, having found her beneath a Bailing tree, named her Linger. Chapter 7. Unprecedented. Dual souls coexisting. The finest doctors in Baichuan City were unable to awaken Linger. It seems that only an alchemist could bring her back to consciousness. Alchemists are practitioners of creating spiritual elixirs. Each elixir possesses distinct effects. Some enhance the body, others cure ailments, and some even elevate one's cultivation, defying fate itself. In the realm of Shenyun, the alchemist is a profession held in the highest esteem. A high-grade elixir is a coveted treasure sought after by every martial artist and their families. Although the Chu family is one of the 4 prominent families in Baichuan City, they cannot afford even the most basic alchemist. Chu Tian mused to himself, "With my current strength and fortune, even if I knew where an alchemist resided, I could not summon one. Only by acquiring power can one attain wealth and prestige. If I were to possess strength akin to that of Tianpu, there would be countless alchemists seeking my favor and flattering me." Chu Tian urged his mother to take good care of Linger before he made his way to a nearby grove, a tranquil sanctuary ideal for cultivation. He settled onto the ground, calming his mind and allowing his consciousness to delve deep within. His awareness soon arrived before a magnificent palace, resplendent in gold and jade, floating in an ethereal expanse. This was the Heavenly Palace, a sanctuary for martial soul cultivation. Every martial artist who awakens their martial soul harbors such a palace within. As Chu Tian approached the Heavenly Palace, the entrance responded to his presence, opening its gates with a graceful motion. The instant the doors swung open, 2 distinctly contrasting energies surged forth from within. One exuded an overwhelming ferocity, reminiscent of a colossal beast from antiquity, devouring everything in its path. The other radiated a gentle warmth, akin to the soft breeze of spring caressing the earth, heralding the revival of all life. Chu Tian stood in astonishment, his eyes wide as he beheld the scene within the Heavenly Palace, an image that would be etched in his memory for eternity. Inside, he beheld 2 martial souls. 1. The majestic dragon he had seen during his awakening at the Awakening Hall, emanating an undeniable aura of dominance. The other, the mysterious seed that Tianpu had once extracted from within him, enveloped in a gentle, refreshing warmth. The dual souls coexisted harmoniously. Chu Tian had never heard of a martial artist possessing 2 martial souls. Even tracing back to ancient times, there had been no legends of dual souls. He was the first dual soul martial artist recorded in the history of the divine fallen continent over the span of millions of years. Unprecedented. Chu Tian forced himself to remain calm as he strode into the Heavenly Palace to perceive his martial souls. He first approached the mysterious seed, even before its awakening. He could ascertain that this seed originated from Linger. The aura emitted by the seed was identical to that of Linger, without the slightest difference. Chu Tian was filled with heartache. Linger, you are my maid, not a disciple of the Chu family, unable to enter the Hall of Awakening. Yet you have still awakened your martial soul. You are truly an extraordinary genius, worthy of being nurtured as a prodigy in any family. Yet, to preserve the master's dignity, you have kept this matter concealed. Now, to save the master's life, you have bestowed your martial soul upon him. The quality of martial souls ranges from highest to lowest, sacred, celestial, earthly, profound, and yellow, with each level further divided into 9 tiers. 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. The greater the quality of the martial soul, the faster the cultivation speed, the greater the power, and the higher the cultivation limit. A yellow tier first-grade martial soul is of the lowest quality, the dregs of the dregs. Among the information conveyed by the martial soul, there was also the ability of the ancestral soul divine tree to enhance Chu Tian's recovery capability. No wonder Lingo was able to heal my injuries so swiftly. It turned out to be the effect of the ancestral soul divine tree. With no further information available, Chu Tian reluctantly set this aside. Yet he believed that the ancestral soul divine tree was far from being worthless. He had merely yet to unearth the potential of this martial soul. He turned his attention to the second martial soul within the heavenly palace. Although it was his own martial spirit, standing before the divine dragon, Chu Tian still felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. It was an aura that looked down upon the world, disregarding all mortal beings with an air of dominance. Chu Tian extended his hand, touching the divine dragon and resonating with his martial spirit. Countless pieces of information surged into his mind. This martial spirit was named the devouring heavenly dragon, and its quality was sacred. Chu Tian's breath quickened immediately. The information relayed by the martial spirit, although lacking specific details about the devouring heavenly dragon's quality, was enough to ignite a fervent joy within him simply with the 2 words sacred level. What did a sacred level martial spirit signify? It meant that as long as Chu Tian did not falter along the way, he would eventually ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. It is worth noting that his father, once hailed as the most talented of the Chu family, Chu Yunlong, had awakened a martial spirit of merely the 5th grade of the yellow level. Chu Tian's rise was imminent. He continued to absorb the information conveyed by the devouring heavenly dragon. Its ability was devouring? There were no further explanations regarding the term devouring. Its application would require Chu Tian to explore it on his own. After perusing all the information, Chu Tian's gaze was drawn to the jewel beneath the devouring heavenly dragon's brow. The jewel radiated a dazzling 5-colored light, seemingly concealing astonishing secrets. As Chu Tian approached for a closer look, he discerned 2 ancient characters inscribed on the jewel through the vibrant glow. Fong Cage. Chapter 8. 800 Dragon Souls. Trapped in the Fong Cage, roughly estimating, there were over 800 stone statues. From these statues, Chu Tian sensed a familiar aura, dragon souls. His pupils constricted as a possibility dawned upon him. Could it be that these statues were once the embodiments of dragon soul warriors? According to legend, since the celestial beings descended upon the world every 300 years, a dragon soul warrior is born to lead the martial artists in their struggle against the dominion of the celestial beings. However, the celestial beings wield immense power. No matter how fiercely the dragon soul warrior stirs the seas and shakes the mountains, the foundation of celestial rule remains unshaken. Each act of rebellion is met with a tempest of blood and carnage. Presently, the celestial beings have further tightened their grip with an ironclad decree, extinguishing the dragon soul warriors in their infancy at the moment of awakening. The dragon soul is a forbidden taboo among the celestial beings, and henceforth, as I traverse the world, I must never allow others to discover my identity as a dragon soul warrior. In the presence of others, I may reveal the ancestral spirit tree martial soul, while in solitude, I shall cultivate the devouring celestial dragon martial soul. Chu Tian gazed upon the statues of these dragon soul warriors, a sense of wonder stirring within him. What could possibly compel these ancestors to resolutely forsake their lives in defiance of the celestial beings' rule? Why do these statues exist in this place? Chu Tian endeavored to resonate with the statues, and in an instant, a resounding voice thundered within his mind. We, the dragon soul warriors, have dedicated our lives to opposing the heavens. Though our bodies may perish, our souls endure. We remain confined, awaiting the awakening of future generations to impart wisdom. In the endless night, devoid of dawn, we fear not solitude, nor do we dread loneliness. We only seek the day when the heavens shall be shattered. and the descendants shall offer incense and tribute, proclaiming the auspicious tidings to fulfill our eternal wishes. Chu Tian comprehended that his current realm was too lowly. Yet as he ascends in power, the memories of the dragon soul he can explore will multiply. Ultimately, he shall understand why his ancestors chose to rebel against the celestial beings. With deep reverence, Chu Tian bowed profoundly to the dragon souls of his predecessors. Upon death, one's soul is ensnared within a cage, enduring the torment of countless millennia, all in the hope of bequeathing a legacy to the future dragon soul warriors, aiding them in their endeavors. This technique defies the assessment of quality. The earlier one embarks on its cultivation, the more favorable the results. Upon achieving minor success, one may unleash the third-tier martial art of the yellow grade, the heavenly demon fist. In the final memories of this technique, a cautionary note from an ancestor remains. Although the heavenly demon body refinement technique is an unparalleled method for physical enhancement, the path to mastery demands the endurance of excruciating trials. A pain so profound that only those of great willpower should dare to attempt it, lest they shatter their bones and reap the bitter fruits of their folly. Chu Tian murmured to himself, pondering whether this heavenly demon body refinement technique could indeed render him utterly useless. He cast aside his apprehensions. In the pursuit of cultivation, one must possess an unwavering heart. If one is deterred by the warnings of predecessors before even beginning, then true achievement in this lifetime shall remain elusive. First, he would practice, and then he would see. To cultivate, Chu Tian knew he must summon the dragon soul. If he were to rely solely on the ancestral soul tree of the first-tier yellow-grade martial spirit, his progress would be as sluggish as a snail's crawl. A holy-grade martial spirit, however, would surely evoke celestial phenomena during cultivation, too conspicuous for comfort. Although this forest was tranquil, it was not devoid of passers-by. Should he be discovered, suspicion would inevitably arise. A thought struck Chu Tian. He would retreat to the Baichuan mountain range for his training. The reason Baichuan City bore its name was due to the 100 Grand Mountains to the east, a continuous chain of peaks. Within these mountains, myriad demonic beasts roamed, presenting numerous dangers and a scarcity of human presence, making it an ideal sanctuary for Chu Tian's concealed cultivation. With a farewell to his parents, Chu Tian set forth towards the Baichuan mountain range. Chapter 9. Beneath the Lark Tree, the heavenly demon tempering the body to the ordinary person. The Baichuan mountain range is fraught with peril, teeming with venomous insects and serpents. A moment's carelessness could lead to a demise amidst the mountains. Even martial practitioners tread cautiously. For within the Baichuan mountains lurk not only poisonous creatures but also demonic beasts. These beasts, capable of cultivation, are inherently ferocious and robust. In a confrontation at the same realm, human warriors may not necessarily prevail. However, Chu Tian harbors no fear, for he is aware of a sanctuary that offers absolute safety. As he ventured into the Baichuan mountains, guided by his memories, he discovered a fissure within a dense thicket. He slipped through the narrow gap, revealing an enchanting hidden world. This nearly enclosed valley, with its constricted entrance, barred larger beasts and demonic creatures from entry. The most formidable inhabitants of this valley are a few venomous snakes. Chu Tian, having awakened, is impervious to the harm of ordinary snakes. Thus, this valley stands as his refuge, offering both concealment and security. At the heart of the valley stands a towering tree, its age obscured in mystery, having grown to match the height of the surrounding cliffs. Unfamiliar with its species, Chu Tian named it the lark tree, for it serves as a perch for numerous larks. It was beneath this very tree that he once saved Ling, a babe on the verge of freezing. Years ago, while foraging for herbs with his mother, he had lost his way and heard the cries of an infant, leading him to this hidden realm and allowing him to rescue Linger. Now, in a twist of fate, Linger has returned the favor, saving his life. Perhaps it is a destined encounter. Seated in meditation beneath the lark tree, Chu Tian embarked on his inaugural training session following the awakening of his martial soul. The path of a martial artist is divided into 3 grand realms and 13 minor stages. Among the 5 realms of the postnatal phase, body refinement, spirit gathering, spirit transformation, elixir gathering, and fate understanding, there exist the 5 realms of the prenatal phase, soul forging, unconstrained, wind and cloud, celestial connectivity, and longevity. As for the legendary 3 realms of the sage, they are unity with heaven, breaking the heavens, and selflessness. Each realm is further divided into 9 layers. and it is the first layer of body refinement that Chu Tian aims to transcend. The essence of the body refinement realm lies in the fortification of the physical form. A robust physique serves as the foundation for martial arts, akin to erecting a towering edifice. The more solid and deeply rooted the foundation, the higher and more effortlessly the structure may ascend in the future. Chu Tian comprehended this principle, which propelled him to unflinchingly cultivate the celestial demon body refinement technique. Years of humiliation ignited an unyielding resolve within him to grow stronger. Chu Tian first immersed his consciousness within the celestial palace, resonating with the devouring dragon martial soul. Subsequently, he followed the teachings of the celestial demon body refinement technique, guiding the celestial essence from the Biwi acupoint at the crown of his head, circulating it through his meridians in a full cycle, ultimately converging within his dantian in the abdomen. As he commenced his cultivation, a sudden gust of wind surged through the previously tranquil valley, startling the insects and rabbits, which hastily fled. Only the spirit birds perched upon the Biling tree, after a flurry of chirping, settled into a serene silence. They sensed a marked increase in the surrounding spiritual energy and eagerly spread their wings to absorb it greedily. All living beings possessed the potential for cultivation, and these spirit birds too aspired to grow stronger. Had other martial artists been present, they would undoubtedly have been awestruck by Chu Tian's formidable cultivation stance. Within the jurisdiction of Baichuan City, home to 2 million residents, the architecture stands regal and imposing. Yet, on the vast, seemingly boundless God-fallen continent, it is merely a small corner of a grand tapestry. For nearly a millennium, Baichuan City has witnessed no martial artist awakening a mysterious-level martial soul. Even in the past, when Chu Tian's father, Chu Yunlong, awakened a yellow-level 5th-grade martial soul, he was hailed as a genius not seen in a century within the Chu family. As for a saint-level martial soul, it has not been heard of in Baichuan City, nor in the entire Tianlan Empire. In his childhood, Chu Yunlong imparted some fundamental knowledge of cultivation to Chu Tian. For a yellow-level 3rd-grade martial soul, it requires 20 days to progress from awakening to breaking through the first stage of body tempering. A yellow-level 4th-grade martial soul demands 10 days, while a yellow-level 5th-grade martial soul necessitates merely 5 days for the same progression. After a brief moment of inhaling spiritual energy, Chu Tian opened his eyes, halting his cultivation. His dantian was already brimming, unable to absorb even a trace more of spiritual energy. Chu Tian was immensely delighted. How long have I cultivated? And I am already on the verge of a breakthrough? A mere incense stick, or perhaps a cup of tea? He raised his gaze towards the sun. Compared to before his cultivation, the sun's position had scarcely shifted. Chu Tian's breathing grew labored. A saint-level martial soul, how formidable! He compelled himself to regain composure, seizing the moment to forge ahead, tempering his body to achieve the breakthrough. In the body tempering realm, one must refine the skin, muscles, meridians, bones, and internal organs. The first 3 minor realms are all focused on skin refinement. In the first stage of body tempering, the skin becomes like bronze, impervious to cuts and marks. In the second stage, it transforms to iron, impervious to piercing attacks. In the third stage, the skin becomes akin to steel, fearless against blades and axes. Chu Tian once again activated the celestial demon body refining technique, for what lay ahead was the essence of the demonic arts created by his ancestors, the dragon soul martial artists. He harnessed the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, consolidating it into a hammer-like form. This hammer, with its octagonal and decagonal facets, would undoubtedly be recognized by any master blacksmith present as a quenching hammer utilized for forging. The heavenly demon body refinement technique transforms the warrior's physique into iron, while the spiritual essence of heaven and earth forms the hammer. After countless strikes, a body with strength comparable to that of a treasured artifact can be forged. Chu Tian inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. Come forth, let me witness the true terror of the heavenly demon body refinement technique. The howling winds roared beside Chu Tian's ears as the octagonal forged iron hammer, born of the world's spiritual energy, descended violently from the air, crashing down upon his back. Boom! A resounding echo reverberated. Chu Tian vanished. Chapter 10. Tempered through 1,000 strikes, the first level of body refinement. Chu Tian struggled to crawl out, finding himself in a humanoid pit. He spat out the dirt from his mouth and collapsed onto the ground. Ancestors, you did not deceive me. At last, Chu Tian comprehended why the forebear who devised the heavenly demon body refinement technique left behind a warning. though it was a hammer of spiritual energy. Its pain surpassed that of a true hammer. Once more, the massive hammer fell again, its force exceeding that of the first strike by a third. Boom. Another tremendous sound echoed as Chu Tian staggered, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His body bore deep bruises, 3 ribs fractured, and even his meridians exhibited cracks. With another strike, he feared he would be rendered crippled. It turned out that sheer willpower alone was insufficient. At this moment, Chu Tian realized that although the heavenly demon body refinement technique was formidable, its cultivation speed lagged significantly behind that of ordinary body refinement methods. The most critical factor was the recovery time of the practitioner. A novice practitioner of the heavenly demon body refinement technique needed ample rest after being struck by the spiritual hammer once or twice before they could endure the next round of forging. Should one forcibly cultivate, the consequences may range from minor injuries, akin to what Chu Tian has experienced, to severe incapacitation, rendering one incapable of further cultivation. Chu Tian mused. Given the current pace, by the time I break through to the first level of body refinement, other martial artists may well have reached the 3rd level, unless I secure support from my family, with daily access to healing elixirs to expedite my recovery. Chu Tian understood that with his present status and the potential he had demonstrated, such treatment was beyond his reach. Whether it be the devouring dragon or the demonic body refinement technique, he could not reveal them, lest he invite deadly peril. At that moment, Chu Tian suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his wounds. Looking down, he observed a radiant glow enveloping his body, the injuries visibly diminishing at an astonishing rate. Chu Tian was astounded. This is the effect of the ancestral soul divine tree's martial spirit. The essence of the ancestral soul divine tree is indeed restoration. Chu Tian had long suspected that the ancestral soul divine tree was far more than a mere yellow-grade artifact, yet he had never anticipated its remarkable healing prowess. Not only had the bruises on his skin vanished, but even the damaged meridians had returned to their pristine condition. With the ancestral soul divine tree, I can cultivate the demonic body refinement technique without reservation. Suppressing his exhilaration, Chu Tian resolutely condensed the spiritual hammer once more. Bang! Blood once again trickled from the corner of his mouth, the sound of cracking bones distinctly audible. A green luminescence enveloped Chu Tian anew, and within the span of mere moments, he returned to his former state. His face radiated with excitement. He could feel his body growing stronger through the process of forging and restoration. Again, bang! Once more, bang! As day transitions into night, when the sun rises anew, Chu Tian exhales deeply. According to the 10 demon body refining technique, the first round of tempering requires enduring 49 strikes of the spiritual hammer to achieve a breakthrough. Now, Chu Tian has withstood 48 strikes. Clenching his fists, he feels his skin has become remarkably resilient, and his strength has significantly increased. The final strike. Come forth. Chu Tian roars as the spiritual hammer descends for the 49th time. This time, his bones remain unbroken, and his meridians are unharmed. On the contrary, the spiritual energy within his dantian suddenly erupts in response. The ferocious energy surges through his meridians, flooding his entire body and enhancing his physical form. In an instant, an overwhelming aura radiates from Chu Tian. He perceives an invisible wall within him shattering in an instant. He has broken through. Chu Tian has ascended to the first level of body refinement, officially becoming a martial artist. The spirit birds perched upon the Bailing tree chirped joyously, as if congratulating Chu Tian on taking the first step toward the pinnacle of martial arts. Let me test my newfound power. Rising to his feet, Chu Tian locates a cedar tree in the valley, roughly the thickness of his embrace. His father once told him that an ordinary martial artist at the first level of body refinement possesses the strength of 1 ding, which doubles with each advancement in rank. 1 ding equates to 1,000 pounds. Taking a deep breath, Chu Tian clenches his right hand into a fist, gathering his strength. Ha! He bellows, delivering a powerful punch to the trunk of the cedar tree. Bang! A crisp sound echoes as the bark shatters beneath his fist, leaving a deep imprint. Chu Tian's eyes widen in disbelief. 3 dings of strength. Having just broken through to the first level of body refinement, with his foundation yet to solidify, he astonishingly possessed the strength equivalent to that of an ordinary martial artist at the 3rd level of body refinement. He gazed at the imprint left on the trunk of the cedar tree, secretly exhilarated. What kind of power would I wield if I unleashed my martial skills? Chapter 11. The unmatched might of the Heavenly Demon Fist within the Heavenly Demon Body Refinement Technique lies a built-in yellow-grade third-tier martial skill, the Heavenly Demon Fist. This technique can only be executed by one with a body as formidable as the Heavenly Demon, and when unleashed, it is as if a celestial demon has descended. Unstoppable and indomitable, Chu Tian held his breath and focused, channeling his spiritual energy into his right hand. He could feel the energy merging with his fist, endowing him with an unbelievable strength. Heavenly Demon Fist, he roared, striking once more at the cedar tree before him. In that instant, Chu Tian perceived the winds around him falling silent, replaced by the resounding swish of his fist slicing through the air. Boom! Chu Tian's fist crashed against the cedar's trunk once again, unleashing a torrent of ferocious force from his hand. The trunk of the cedar tree instantly shattered, the once mighty tree, thick as a man's embrace, seemingly lost a segment, disintegrating into a cloud of splinters. The towering cedar toppled with a thunderous crash, crashing heavily to the ground, startling the larks perched on the distant trees into flight. Chu Tian remained in his punching stance, his face a mask of astonishment. He could hardly believe that such a fearsome blow had been struck by his own hand. Was this Heavenly Demon Fist truly only of yellow-grade third-tier quality? Chu Tian had witnessed the elders of the Chu family practicing their martial skills in the family training grounds. The power of their yellow-grade third-tier techniques paled in comparison to the Heavenly Demon Fist. I have come to realize that it is not the Celestial Demon Fist that possesses true power, but rather the Celestial Demon Body, as described in the martial arts. Only those warriors who have perfected the Celestial Demon Body can unleash the full might of the Celestial Demon Fist. After assessing the spiritual energy consumption required to execute the Celestial Demon Fist, Chu Tian concluded that with his current cultivation at the first level of body refinement, he could only perform the technique 3 times. However, against opponents of a similar level, a single strike would suffice to vanquish them. Once his emotions settled, Chu Tian resumed his meditation, eager to discern how far he was from transcending to the next realm. To his astonishment, he discovered that the spiritual energy required to break through to the second level of body refinement was tenfold that of the first. No wonder the quality of a martial soul determines the heights a warrior can attain. With each elevation in realm, the path to further advancement demands 10 times the effort of prior cultivation. For one with a yellow-grade martial soul, completing the first 3 levels of body refinement would likely take an entire year. Chu Tian felt immensely fortunate to have awakened a holy-grade martial soul. Otherwise, he would be like the common populace, toiling in his training without a glimmer of hope. At my current pace of cultivation, I would only require a single hour to break through to the second level of body refinement. Tianer, have you advanced? Chu Tian nodded solemnly. Father, I have finally become a warrior. Chu Yunlong erupted into joyous laughter. Ha ha, dragons beget dragons, tigers beget tigers. I, Chu Yunlong, was the foremost genius of Baichuan City in my day, and naturally, my son is a prodigy as well. Should anyone dare to label my son as worthless again, I shall deliver a resounding slap that sends them flying into the Baichuan mountains to be devoured by beasts. Chu Ningshuang also shared in the exuberance. As the day grew longer, I prepared 2 delectable dishes for you and your grandfather, so you may enjoy a fine drink together. During dinner, Chu Tian attempted to harness the power of the ancestral soul divine tree to mend Chu Yunlong's injuries. The vibrant green light infused Chu Yunlong's body, refreshing him considerably. However, the long-standing ailments within him remained unyielding. Confounded, Chu Tian pondered, why was it that after enduring such grievous wounds during the spiritual hammering, the ancestral soul divine tree could easily heal him, yet this same power seemed ineffective on his father? Sensing his son's despondency, Chu Yunlong offered words of comfort. Tianer, your father's injuries have persisted for many days. There is no need for you to worry excessively. Chu Tian responded earnestly, Father, I will surely find a way to heal you. I will also avenge your grievances. Chu Yunlong laughed heartily. Tiana, you have grown. Let us raise a glass together. After dinner, Chu Ningxue pulled Chu Tian aside, seemingly intent on keeping their conversation from reaching Chu Yunlong's ears. Curiously, Chu Tian inquired, Mother, what is it? In a hushed tone, Chu Ningxue replied, Tianer, while tending to the spiritual fields this afternoon, I overheard Elder Ba and others discussing that a second-tier yellow-grade alchemist will be visiting the Chu family tomorrow. Chu Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. An alchemist? After Chu Yunlong's incapacitation, Chu Ningxue had summoned the most esteemed physicians from Baichuan City to diagnose him. Yet, no matter how skilled they were, they found themselves powerless against his condition. One elderly doctor had informed them that only an alchemist held the hope of restoring Chu Yunlong's health. An alchemist possesses the ability to concoct miraculous elixirs that can transform decay into vitality. Chu Tian had long yearned to find an alchemist. Yet among the 4 prominent families of Baichuan City, there was not a single alchemist to be found. Where could one search? Unexpectedly, after a long and fruitless search, the alchemist truly appeared. Chuning Shuang handed Chu Tian a tattered little pouch, placing it gently in his hand. Tiana, after your father's illness. He was dismissed from his position as an elder by the clan leader, severing his support. For these years, the medicine your father has been taking has been scraped from your monthly allowance. This is all the money we have left. Take it. An alchemist's status is prestigious. Even if our ancestors intervened to request the alchemist to diagnose your father, we must still pay him, lest we be ridiculed for our lack of decorum. Rest assured, mother. Both father and Linga will be treated well. The following day, Chu Tian arrived at the family estate, inquiring from various sources. He learned that the alchemist had come to the Chu family and was temporarily residing at the Spirit Herb Hall. The alchemist, named Huang Xian, had been invited by the eldest elder, Chu Shanhui, to treat the 6th elder. Chu Tian's heart was filled with unease. The 6th elder had been struck away by Tianpu's palm yet had somehow survived. He had never heard of any camaraderie between the eldest elder and the 6th elder. Why would the eldest elder kindly invite an alchemist to treat him? Could it be that the eldest elder harbored ulterior motives? Chapter 12. Who is the true waste? On his way to the Spirit Herb Hall, Chu Tian first passed through the family's martial arts arena. Although it was still early in the day, many diligent warriors of the Chu family had already gathered to train and hone their skills. As he passed the arena, a mocking voice rang in Chu Tian's ears. Oh, isn't this the esteemed young master Chu Tian? Up so early. Are you here to practice? Chu Tian turned to see Chu Ling, a member of the direct lineage of the Chu family. Upon witnessing the commotion, a number of young members of the Chu family gathered around, and upon recognizing Chu Tian, they displayed a sense of schadenfreude. Whispers began to circulate among them. I heard that a celestial envoy visited our Chu family yesterday, specifically for Chu Tian. Is that true? But I also heard that it was the 6th elder's son, Chu Jinghao, who was slain by the envoy. You are unaware, aren't you? It was Chu Jinghao who reported that Chu Tian had awakened the dragon soul, which attracted the celestial envoy. The dragon soul? Is that truly the case? According to the heavenly laws, those who possess the dragon soul must perish. Why then does Chu Tian still live? Surely, Chu Jinghao must be lying. Otherwise, how could he provoke the envoy to such fury that it led to his own demise? I've heard that the 6th elder has also faced repercussions, sustaining grave injuries from the envoy. The alchemist who hastened here overnight was summoned by the elder to provide treatment. The crowd began to grasp the situation. But why would Chu Jinghao lie? If he offends the celestial envoy, our entire Chu family might face ruin alongside him. Chu Jinghao is truly despicable. At that moment, Chu Ling spoke up, chastising the youths around him. What do you know? Even if you granted Chu Jinghao 10 lives, would he dare to deceive the celestial envoy? It is Chu Tian who has deceived Chu Jinghao, using him as a pawn. He is the true instigator. Upon hearing Chu Ling's words, the youths shifted their blame toward Chu Tian. He is right. The celestial envoy embodies the supreme authority of heaven. Not even Chu Jinghao, let alone the clan leader or our ancestors, would dare to show disrespect to the envoy. Chu Ling is correct. It must be Chu Tian who has tricked Chu Jinghao. There has long been enmity between Chu Tian and Chu Jinghao. This maneuver of using another's blade to strike is indeed treacherous. Seeing that the youths were swayed by his rhetoric, Chu Ling continued to mock with a sardonic tone. Before his demise, Chu Jinghao had already attained the 3rd level of body refinement. Chu Tian, a mere wastrel who had just awakened, harbored no hope of vengeance and could only rely on the hand of the heavenly servant to eliminate Chu Jinghao and alleviate the resentment within his heart. You deceitfully claimed to have awakened the dragon soul, and surprisingly, Chu Jinghao believed you without question. Eager to curry favor with the esteemed heavenly servant for personal gain, he unwittingly fell into your trap. The martial spirit you awakened turned out to be nothing more than an ordinary seed, inciting the wrath of the heavenly servant. Chu Tian, while we have no stake in the feud between you and Chu Jinghao, have you ever contemplated what would happen if his death fails to quell the heavenly servant's fury? Are we to accompany you into the grave? Chu Tian, you must provide an explanation to us today. Otherwise, you shall not leave. A few youths who usually associated with Chu Ling echoed this sentiment. Indeed, Chu Tian, if you fail to offer us an explanation, you shall not leave. This incitement of words instantly ignited collective fury as the youths in the martial arts arena encircled Chu Tian. Chu Tian cast a glance at Chu Ling, a triumphant smile betraying his clever scheme. However, Chu Tian's demeanor grew cold, and he demanded, "Chu Ling, only our ancestor, the clan leader. And the elders were privy to the matters discussed in the family meeting yesterday. How did you come to know that my awakened martial spirit is merely a seed? Who has misled you to slander me?" A hint of panic flickered in Chu Ling's eyes. Caught off guard by Chu Tian's revelation of the truth stemming from his careless words, he feigned anger to mask his unease. "It matters not how I came to know. Were it not for your deceitful lies to Chu Jinghao, how could the heavenly servant have been provoked into anger, bringing shame upon the Chu family? Today, you must provide us with an explanation." Chu Tian strode boldly towards Chu Ling, locking eyes with him directly. Beads of sweat trickled down Chu Ling's forehead as he felt an immense mental pressure weighing heavily upon his heart, rendering him breathless. Inwardly, he mused, Chu Tian has only recently awakened. What could he possibly do to me? With this thought, his courage swelled. "Chu Tian, what are you planning?" he inquired. Chu Tian's voice was calm, yet laced with an undercurrent of menace. "Chu Ling, you have spread rumors and tarnished my reputation. Such transgressions deserve the gravest of consequences. We stand in the arena, as per clan custom, where disciples may engage in martial contests. I, Chu Tian, challenge you. Chu Ling, do you dare to accept?" Chu Ling was momentarily taken aback before erupting into a boisterous laugh. "Chu Tian, you, a mere newly awakened with a first-grade yellow-level martial soul, possess the audacity to challenge me? To be frank, I have awakened a third-grade yellow-level martial soul and stand at the pinnacle of the third stage of body tempering. Even if Chuzhengo were alive, he would not be my match. If you cannot even defeat Chuzhengo, do you truly seek death by facing me?" Chu Tian retorted. "Is all this chatter a sign of your cowardice?" Chu Ling's anger flared at Chu Tian's disdainful tone. "Very well, I accept your challenge. Chu Tian, you have deceived Tianpu and brought disgrace upon the Chus. Should I slay you today, the elders will hold me blameless. Prepare to meet your end." A fierce glint flashed in Chu Ling's eyes as he unleashed his internal spiritual energy, executing his martial technique without restraint. "Chu Tian, prepare to die." Chu Ling struck forth with a palm, the wind of his attack howling, infused with tremendous momentum. Gasps erupted from the disciples. Third-grade yellow-level martial technique, shattering stone palm. Chu Tian squinted his eyes. The cracking stone palm was a family martial art, perfected to the extent that it could shatter stone. If an ordinary person, unrefined in body, were to be struck by it, death would be inevitable. Chu Ling truly intended to kill him. Clenching his right fist, Chu Tian unleashed his spiritual energy from his dantian, coalescing it within his punch, the heavenly demon fist. With a single strike, Chu Tian's fist surged forth, his momentum far surpassing Chu Ling's palm by more than tenfold. Chu Ling was taken aback, astonished that Chu Tian had successfully refined his body and mastered martial techniques. A frenzied expression engulfed his face. Yet, merely at the first level of body refinement, you shall still perish. As their strikes collided, the explosive force transformed into a tempest, sending the surrounding youths of the Chu family reeling. Crack! The sound of shattering bones resonated clearly in the ears of the onlookers. Contrary to their expectations of inevitable defeat for Chu Tian, his expression remained unchanged, as if untouched by the conflict. In stark contrast, Chu Ling's face flushed crimson as blood erupted from his mouth. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wooden stake on the training platform before finally collapsing to the ground. His arm twisted grotesquely, unmistakably rendered useless. He gazed in terror at Chu Tian as he approached, disbelief written all over his face. "Impossible. How could I be defeated by a worthless wretch like you?" Chu Tian's foot pressed down upon Chu Ling's body, eliciting yet another spurt of blood. "You couldn't withstand even a single strike of mine. Who is the real waste here?" Chu Ling trembled, sensing the murderous aura emanating from Chu Tian. Chapter 13. The promise of a sword. Chu Tian followed the sound, spotting a tall young woman approaching with graceful steps. She was 2 years his senior, clad in form-fitting leather attire that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Beneath the girl's leather skirt, 2 long, delicate legs captivated the onlookers. The young men of the Chu family gazed at the girl's graceful figure, swallowing their saliva in secret. Only Chu Tian remained unfazed, his gaze as cold as ice. The girl, known as Chu Mioan, was the granddaughter of the Grand Elder. The lineage of the Grand Elder was abundant, yet none were as favored as Chu Mioan, the most cherished among his grandchildren. Since awakening her yellow-grade 4th-tier martial soul at the tender age of 10, She had been lauded as the rising star of the Chu family. 6 years had passed, and it was said that her cultivation had reached the 6th level of body refinement. Among her peers in the Chu family, none could rival her prowess. Coupled with her stunning beauty and alluring figure, she had countless suitors. The Chu family was powerful and populous, and according to family regulations, individuals within 3 generations without direct blood ties could marry. Countless young men from the Chu family aspired to take Chu Mian as their wife and savor her affection. As Chu Mian approached Chu Ling, she scolded fiercely, "As a disciple of the Chu family, you show no respect for your elders, spreading malicious rumors about the family elder. Such a crime deserves severe punishment." With a powerful kick, she sent Chu Ling flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, his head lolling to the side as he fell unconscious. Chu Miaowen's attack was ruthless. Even if Chu Ling survived, he would likely be left with lifelong disabilities. The onlooking youths dared not breathe a word, for given Chu Miaowen's esteemed status among the younger generation, none would risk incurring her wrath. Just as she prepared to depart, Chu Tian spoke up, "Since cousin Miaowen believes Chu Ling is slandering the Grand Elder, why not allow him to finish his statement and let everyone judge whether he speaks the truth, instead of hastily silencing him?" Chu Miaowen turned to face Chu Tian. Chu Ling slandered the elder and defied authority. Naturally, he ought to be punished. Moreover, the Grand Elder happens to be my grandfather. So is there any issue with me taking action? Chu Tian was filled with disdain. You are not of the same ilk. You and the Grand Elder are indeed akin to a close grandfather and granddaughter. Anger surfaced on Chu Miaowen's face as she drew her whip, pointing it menacingly at Chu Tian. "Chu Tian, what do you mean by that?" There were whispers from below, speculating on Chu Tian's audacity to provoke his cousin Miaowen. Although he had just defeated Chu Ling, Miaowen had long since surpassed the 6th level of body tempering, a true paragon among the younger generation. If she wished to kill Chu Tian, it would be as simple as squashing an ant. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow. "I merely remarked how much you resemble the Grand Elder. Have I said something erroneous?" He chuckled lightly. "I have heard that what one harbors internally shapes their thoughts. If the Grand Elder in your heart is noble and grand, you should be pleased by my words. Yet, here you are, furious. Could it be that in your heart, the Grand Elder—" "Enough." Chu Miaowen trembled with rage. "Do you seek death?" Chu Tian remained unafraid. "I merely stated that you and the Grand Elder share a resemblance, and yet you wish to kill me. How imposing." "You." Chu Miaowen fumed, but remained motionless. Chu Tian spoke the truth. Her actions against Chu Ling could be justified as he had slandered her grandfather. Even if she brought the matter before the clan leader, she would hold the moral high ground. However, should she strike Chu Tian in public, even with the Grand Elder's protection, she would inevitably face the clan's punitive measures. With that, Chu Miaowen retracted her whip, fuming as she scolded him. "Chu Tian, sheath your sharp tongue, rather than engaging in a verbal duel with me. It would be far more prudent to diligently hone your skills in preparation for the impending clan examination. Although you have awakened, you have squandered numerous opportunities. Should you fail to secure a place among the top 10 in this examination, you will inevitably be expelled from the main clan." At the mere mention of the clan examination, the expressions of the youths in the training arena tightened with unease. Their early arrival at the training ground was solely for the sake of this very test. Every year, 3 months following the awakening ceremony, the clan conducts this examination, open to young warriors aged 10 to 14 within the main lineage. In any clan, the resources for cultivation are preferentially allocated to the most outstanding members. Those lacking potential in martial arts are assigned alternative duties, such as guarding the clan or overseeing the mines. Although this is far superior to being relegated to menial tasks like cultivating spirit herbs, the absence of familial support renders the path of martial arts devoid of hope. According to clan regulations, only the top 10 young warriors in each assessment are permitted to remain within the main clan and receive cultivation resources. A 10-year-old who awakens has a 4-year window of opportunity, whereas one who awakens at 14 is afforded but a single year. The rules are undeniably harsh. For in a world that esteems strength above all, cruelty is inherent. Chu Miaowen fixed her gaze upon Chu Tian and taunted him. Even for those who awaken with a yellow-grade 3rd-tier martial spirit, the journey from awakening to breaking through the first layer of body refinement requires 20 days, and advancing to the second layer necessitates 200 days. I am curious what fortuitous encounter you have experienced that allowed you to achieve body refinement so swiftly after the awakening ceremony. However, in the remaining time, without external assistance, your mediocre martial soul of the yellow rank is insufficient to elevate you to a higher realm. competing in the family examination at the first level of body refinement. What do you think the outcome will be? It is needless for me to remind you, right? At the first level of body refinement, facing the younger members of the family who have dedicated more time to rigorous training and failed to make the top 10 in previous years, defeat is inevitable. Chu Tian's state of mind remained unperturbed. The mere top 10 is within my grasp. I, Chu Tian, am destined to claim first place in this examination. Chu Miaowen scoffed. Just you? Do not think that defeating Chu Ling guarantees you the top spot. In recent years, our Chu family has produced exceptional talents, and Chu Ling's prowess does not even come close to the top 10 in the family examination. Does my cousin Miaowen doubt this? If you do not believe it, let us establish a wager. Upon hearing this, the surrounding youths collectively gasped in astonishment. Chu Tian aims to secure first place in the family examination and is willing to wager with cousin Miaowen. Has he lost his senses? A mere waste, just awakened. Speaks with such audacity, truly disregarding us. Hush, keep your voice down. Do you still dare to call Chu Tian a waste? Did you not witness Chu Ling's fate? Chu Miaowen scrutinized Chu Tian from head to toe. If she were to refuse his wager, would it not tarnish her own reputation? What do you wish to wager? Chu Tian replied in a low voice. If I secure first place in the family examination, I want cousin Miaowen's Qifeng sword. At once, the expression on Chu Miaowen's face darkened. Do you understand that the Qifeng sword was bestowed upon me by the clan leader himself? Certainly. The patriarch stated that the Qifeng sword is bestowed solely upon the most gifted members of the family. Sister Miaowen, I must inquire, during your first year of awakening, did you achieve first place in the family examination? No, replied Chu Tian with a light chuckle. If I were to secure the top position in this year's family examination, would that not serve as evidence that my talents surpass those of Sister Miaowen? Chapter 14. The Alchemist from the Capital upon establishing the wager with Chu Miaowen. Chu Tian disregarded the astonished gazes of the surrounding young clan members and departed with determination. His decision to publicly challenge Chu Miaowen was not a mere impulsive act, but rather a calculated move. He was almost certain that his father's downfall was intricately linked to the Grand Elder. Opposing the elders of the clan would render his situation exceedingly precarious unless he garnered the support of other elders. To attract their favor, he needed to demonstrate his worth. The worth of a warrior lies in their strength. Securing victory in the family examination was imperative to showcase his value. By publicly wagering against Chu Miaowen, he aimed to establish his authority. Chu Tian wished to convey to all that he was no longer the powerless youth subject to humiliation. He would rise above everyone as a prodigy. Upon arriving at the abode of the ancestor, he was halted by the guards. The ancestor had declared a retreat the previous day and had instructed not to be disturbed. If there were matters of urgency, one could seek the patriarch or the other elders. Chu Tian felt a sense of helplessness. The ancestor, aged 102, had been stagnating at the fourth level of spirit gathering for some time. Should there be no breakthrough, his remaining days would be limited. In recent years, the ancestor had frequently secluded himself, rarely making an appearance, akin to a dragon whose presence is seldom felt. Had it not been for the arrival of the heavenly servant the day before, he would still be engrossed in his meditative retreat. In the depths of Chu Tian's heart, a resolute determination began to take shape. Years ago, when his father vied for the position of clan leader, the current leader and his father maintained a strained relationship. Devoid of animosity, yet lacking in camaraderie, approaching the clan leader for assistance seemed a futile endeavor, as he feared being met with indifference. Without the guidance of their ancestors, how could he possibly summon an alchemist to treat his father in lingo? The arrival of an alchemist to the Chu family was a rare opportunity, one he could not afford to let slip away. To the spirit herb hall, he declared, hastening his steps. However, upon reaching the entrance, he found it besieged by warriors from the Chu family, creating an impenetrable barrier. Chu Tian understood the dynamics at play. The esteemed status of alchemists on the Shenyun continent drew every warrior eager to curry favor. Gaining the alchemist's goodwill could lead to obtaining a precious elixir, propelling one's cultivation to new heights and enhancing their standing within the family. Nephew Chu Tian, I greet you, he called out, spotting the 11th elder of the Chu family. Chu Lu. Chu Lu and Chu Tian's father, Chu Yunlong, shared a bond akin to brotherhood, their friendship deep and unwavering. Despite his brother's current plight, Chu Lu did not shy away, frequently offering his support. Chu Tian, a man of gratitude, held profound respect for Chu Lu, with a hint of regret etched upon his face. Chu Lu spoke, Little Tian, the other day, you suffered. I intended to assist you, yet before the Tianpu, I found myself unable to advocate for you. I hope you do not hold it against me. Thankfully, The truth has emerged, and Chu Jinghao has received his just punishment. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss on how to face your father, Yunlong. Chu Tian empathized with Chu Lu's predicament, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Even their ancestors dared not speak freely before the Tianpu. Should Chu Lu have interceded on his behalf, he might have faced dire consequences, much like the sixth elder, who narrowly escaped death. Uncle Chu Lu, please do not blame yourself, Chu Tian reassured him. Chu Tian pulled Chu Lu aside and inquired, Uncle Chu Lu, I have heard that an alchemist has arrived at the Chu family. Is it true? Chula nodded in affirmation. Indeed. The sixth elder was gravely injured by the hand of the heavenly servant, and ordinary physicians are unable to treat him. It was the Grand Elder who took the initiative to invite an alchemist to heal the sixth elder. The alchemist, surnamed He, hails from the capital of our Tianlong Empire. He came to Baichuan City in search of rare spiritual herbs, and the Grand Elder had a fleeting acquaintance with him in his youth, allowing him to offer a substantial sum to persuade the alchemist to temporarily reside at the Chu family. Without hesitation, Chulu agreed. I can take you into the spiritual herb hall, but the alchemist holds a prestigious status and is notoriously proud. As a recently awakened youth without any background or connections, whether you can persuade the alchemist to assist you is entirely up to fate. I cannot aid you in this matter. Thank you, Uncle Chulu. Chulu led Chu Tian through the back entrance of the spiritual herb hall, his status as an elder ensuring that the guards dared not impede their passage. Upon entering, Chu Tian beheld an elderly man clad in a purple alchemist robe. The old man, with hair as white as snow yet possessing the vitality of youth, exuded an ethereal presence. Within the hall, the severely injured sixth elder lay in a wheelchair, his body swathed in white bandages, emanating a strong aroma of bitter medicine. Surrounding him were several maidservants attending to his needs. Upon seeing Chu Tian, the sixth elder's eyes ignited with fury as he forcefully struck the armrest of his wheelchair, bellowing, "Wretched beast, return my son's life." Chu Tian coldly replied, Chu Jinghao framed me and has reaped the consequences. What business is it of mine? Besides, he was killed by the heavenly servant. If you seek vengeance for your son, go after the heavenly servant. In a fit of rage, the sixth elder spat a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "Wretched beast, come forth and pay with your life." The sixth elder acted with reckless abandon. However, as he began to channel his spiritual energy, the wounds on his body ruptured, and blood drenched him entirely. With a chilling scream, the sixth elder fell into unconsciousness. A flicker of thought crossed Chu Tian's mind, having formed an unyielding enmity with the sixth elder. If fate were to take him away in this manner, it would not be an unwelcome outcome. Yet, the alchemist nearby produced a spiritual pill from his sleeve and promptly placed it in the sixth elder's mouth. The elder, whose face had been as pale as a sheet, quickly regained color, and his wounds staunched their bleeding. We do not intend to intrude upon your efforts to heal, but we seek your assistance for a pressing matter. The alchemist gestured for a nearby maid to take the sixth elder away. Chu Tian bowed respectfully, neither subservient nor arrogant. My father was the victim of a treacherous plot in his youth, resulting in the destruction of his meridians. Ordinary physicians are unable to provide treatment, and only through the celestial skills of an alchemist is there a glimmer of hope. I implore you, esteemed elder, to lend your benevolent hand in healing my father. The alchemist replied, I am currently residing at the Chu residence, supported by their hospitality. I am willing to assist any member of the Chu family. However, having practiced as an alchemist for over 40 years, I abide by certain protocols. Anyone seeking my aid must first provide a deposit of 100 spiritual stones. Chapter 15. In the depths of Baichuan, golden deer antler 100 spiritual stones. Upon hearing this price, Chu Tian's breath became labored. Spiritual stones. Gems that absorb the essence of heaven and earth serve as the universal currency across all empires and regions of the Shenyun continent. These stones facilitate the cultivation of martial artists. The spiritual energy contained within a single stone is sufficient for a body-tempering practitioner to train for 100 days. With an ample supply of spiritual stones, a martial artist can advance at an astonishing pace. Previously at the training ground, Chu Miao derided Chu Tian, asserting that without external assistance, it was utterly impossible for him to attain the second level of body refinement before the family examination, mocking his poverty and lack of spirit stones for cultivation. According to the market price in the Tianlong Empire, a single spirit stone was worth 1,000 silver coins. Reflecting on the 30 silver coins his mother had given him before his departure, Chu Tian realized just how destitute he truly was. The alchemist spoke in a deep voice. Have you ever heard of golden deer antlers? Chu Tian nodded. Golden deer antlers, found deep within the Baichuan mountain range. take 300 years to mature and cannot be cultivated artificially, making them the rarest and most precious spirit herb in the Baichuan mountain range. Senior, if I manage to obtain golden deer antlers, would you be willing to assist me? The alchemist readily agreed. I will temporarily reside at the Chu family for a month. If you truly succeed in acquiring the golden deer antlers, I shall naturally fulfill your request. After bidding farewell to the alchemist, Chu Tian and Chu Lu left the spirit herb hall. As soon as they stepped outside, Chu Lu impatiently admonished, Xiao Tian, are you out of your mind? I understand your eagerness to save your father, but the depths of the Baichuan mountain range are fraught with peril, teeming with formidable beasts. Seeking herbs there is akin to courting death. Aware that Chu Lu was concerned for his well-being, Chu Tian felt a warmth in his heart. Uncle Chu Lu, rest assured. My decision is not impulsive. You know well that over the years, in our quest to find spirit herbs to nourish my father, my mother and I have often ventured into the Baichuan mountain range. Although the dangers are numerous, they are not insurmountable. Chu Lu's expression softened slightly. Yet his worry remained palpable. Additionally, they took with them a map. This map, crafted by him and his mother, chronicles the many hidden paths within the Baichuan mountain range. These trails are not only seldom trodden by human feet, but also rarely visited by beasts, serving as secret avenues into the depths of the mountains and ensuring safety for Chu Tian. Standing at the entrance of the Baichuan mountain range, Chu Tian rolled up his sleeves, revealing his left arm. Upon it lay a scar, a profound indentation that remained even after healing, a testament to the severity of the injury he had sustained. This scar was a remnant of an incident when Chu Tian, at the tender age of 9, accompanied his mother to gather medicinal herbs. During that excursion, he stumbled upon a rare spiritual herb and, while meticulously extracting it, failed to notice a beast lurking nearby, coveting the prize. Caught off guard, he was injured by the beast. Fortunately, his mother was nearby and heard his cries for help, rushing to his aid and saving his life. Chu Tian murmured to himself, in the Baichuan mountain range, where beasts roam freely, it is said that a spirit realm beast king reigns deep within the mountains. Though I have awakened a holy level martial soul, I must remain vigilant on this journey. With a tinge of regret, he tucked the map into his bosom. The path ahead was uncharted for both him and his mother. He would have to rely solely on himself. The deeper he ventured into the mountains, the more rare spiritual herbs he encountered. Every inch of this land held far greater value than the cultivated spiritual garden of the Chu family. Yet, Chu Tian did not succumb to greed. For one, these herbs were not his objective, and for another, he lacked the means to carry such a bounty. A pang of regret struck him. How I wish I had a spiritual ring. A spirit ring, a spatial storage treasure crafted by artificers, possesses a dimension of varying size within which objects can be stored and retrieved from thin air, is an indispensable asset for martial practitioners traversing the world. However, spirit rings command a hefty price. Even one with a mere 5-foot square space would cost 10 spirit stones, an extravagance beyond Chu Tian's means. Rumor has it that golden deer antlers thrive in sunny, elevated locations. Perhaps a venture to the peaks ahead would prove fruitful. As Chu Tian ascended the mountain, he was met with the clamor of combat emanating from ahead. Could it be a territorial dispute between two monstrous beasts, or perhaps a struggle over a rare spiritual herb? If the quarry was indeed golden deer antlers, Chu Tian was loath to miss the chance to capitalize. With cautious steps, he stealthily approached the source of the commotion, only to be taken aback by what he beheld. The skirmish involved not two beasts, but a maiden of comparable age to himself, locked in battle with a black and white striped tiger. The maiden, adorned in simple attire, her long hair dancing in the breeze, her garments fluttering, presented an ethereal vision. Her countenance was one of captivating beauty, rivaling even that of Chu Mian, the object of countless suitors within the Chu family. Wielding a slender 3-foot sword, she executed a martial technique of unknown origin, her swordsmanship graceful, her movements fluid, a spectacle of elegance. Chu Tian marveled inwardly. This maiden, scarcely older than myself, has already attained the 4th level of body tempering, a testament to her prodigious talent. However, her confrontation with the black and white striped tiger bodes ill for her prospects. The black and white striped tiger, notorious for its ferocity within the 100 Rivers mountain range, boasts not only an imposing physique, rivaling that of 2 oxen, but also possesses strength twice that of martial artists of comparable rank. Chapter 16, The Lin Family's Daughter, whose given name is Lan. The black and white striped tiger lunged with lethal intent, causing the young maiden's delicate features to pale, and instinctively, she closed her eyes. bracing for the end of her existence. Just as she was about to meet her doom at the jaws of the tiger, Chu Tian sprang into action. He advanced with great strides. Although he did not employ any swift movement techniques, his speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he found himself beside the black and white striped tiger, faced with a beast of the fourth stage of body refinement, endowed with the might of 16 cauldrons. Chu Tian felt no trace of fear. With a composed demeanor, he aimed for the creature's neck, recognizing it as a vulnerable point for both humans and beasts alike. A tempest of spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, coursing through his meridians and coalescing in his fist. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the heavenly demon fist. Though Chu Tian was only at the first stage of body refinement, his strength was thrice that of his peers, harnessing the power of 3 cauldrons. Upon executing the heavenly demon fist, his might doubled, reaching the equivalent of 6 cauldrons, nearly matching that of a 4th-stage body refinement warrior. This strike, while insufficient to slay the black and white striped tiger, was aimed at its weakness, capable of inflicting significant injury. The sound of flesh meeting flesh resonated with a heavy thud as Chu Tian felt as though he had struck a solid stone wall, his wrist aching from the impact. The black and white striped tiger yelped in pain, hurtling nearly 2 meters away before collapsing to the ground. The maiden, hearing the commotion, opened her eyes to behold a resolute youth before her, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, standing guard in her defense. Still in a daze, she instinctively inquired, "Who are you?" At that moment, all of Chu Tian's focus was directed toward the black and white striped tiger. Within mere moments of being struck, the creature began to rise, struggling to regain its footing. It shook its neck, an unusual fury emanating from it, as a low growl of anger rumbled from its throat. Chu Tian could distinctly perceive the overwhelming intent to kill radiating from the black and white striped tiger. Thoughts of fleeing did not cross his mind. In terms of physical prowess, the demon beasts naturally surpassed humans, and he was confronted by a creature 3 realms above his own. He inquired of the young lady behind him, "Can you still fight?" The girl hesitated momentarily. "Do you think we can defeat it together?" Upon regaining her composure, she realized that the youth before her was merely at the 1st realm of body refinement. Her cheeks flushed like the blossoms of March, and she scoffed lightly. How frivolous. Yet, there was no trace of disdain on her face. Instead, a hint of joy surfaced. Chu Tian was not jesting with the girl. Rather, he intentionally spoke thus to alleviate her fear. Having just suffered defeat at the paws of the black and white striped tiger, her heart was laden with trepidation. And hastily engaging would only lead to a swifter defeat. He pressed further. "Are you able to continue?" The girl retrieved a slender 3-foot sword from the ground, her expression now resolute. "Yes," Chu Tian observed as she took a spirit pill from her waist sash and placed it in her mouth. She inhaled deeply, and spiritual energy emanated from her, her previously dwindling reserves replenished in a matter of moments. Chu Tian was taken aback. Such immediate restoration of energy could only be attributed to a spirit pill. The fact that she carried such a treasure indicated that she was no ordinary warrior, but rather a direct descendant of a prominent family. In a soft voice, she declared, "Your cultivation is too low. I shall be the one to engage directly while you find the opportunity to assist." With that, she brandished her sword and engaged the black and white striped tiger in battle. Chu Tian could only shake his head in resignation, realizing he had indeed underestimated her. However, he did not hasten to prove himself, but instead observed the every movement of the black and white striped tiger with meticulous care. Chu Yunlong had once imparted to him that while the bodies of demon beasts are formidable, the divine desolation continent ultimately belongs to the realm of human warriors. The reasoning is simple. Demon beasts are not adept at strategizing during battle. Particularly, those beasts that have yet to awaken their intelligence lack knowledge of martial techniques. Engaging in combat with brute force, though they may appear formidable, they harbor numerous vulnerabilities, and seizing upon these weaknesses to triumph over strength is not an arduous task. After more than 30 exchanges between the black and white striped tiger and the young woman, Chu Tian keenly observed that whenever the young woman thrust her sword towards the tiger's underarm, the beast would swiftly evade. In contrast, when she aimed at other areas, the tiger would withstand the blows with its resilient hide. The black and white striped tiger, brimming with momentum, found the young woman at a disadvantage despite her replenished spiritual energy. Her swordplay had begun to falter, and defeat seemed imminent. In a moment of desperation, she cried out for help. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Tian charged forward as the black and white striped tiger leaped into the air. He arched his back, gliding along the ground, positioning himself beneath the beast. Concentrating his spiritual energy into his fist, he unleashed a powerful upward strike, Heavenly Demon Fist. This punch was delivered without reservation, tapping into his utmost strength. Unlike his previous strike, he felt his fist penetrate a soft, yielding flesh. As Chu Tian had surmised, the underarms and limbs were indeed the tiger's weak points. With a piercing cry, the black and white striped tiger plummeted from the air, crashing to the ground, struggling in vain to rise. The young girl, astonished, could hardly close her cherry lips, struggling to comprehend how a mere youth, seemingly of only the first stage of body refinement, could fell an overwhelmingly fierce beast with a single punch. She turned her gaze towards Chu Tian, only to find him furrowing his brow in concern. "What are you still dawdling for? Kill it," he urged. Startled, the girl's hand trembled slightly around her slender sword. In a swift motion, Chu Tian seized the weapon from her grasp, striking like lightning towards the underarm of the black and white striped tiger. Despite the girl's previous attempts to pierce the beast's hide with 100 sword techniques, Chu Tian's blade sank deep, embedding itself halfway into the body of the creature. The sharp edge pierced through the heart of the fierce beast, a creature of the fourth stage of body refinement, leading it to an immediate demise. Chu Tian admonished her. In life and death battles, one must not afford even the slightest lapse in focus. Had we delayed for just 3 more breaths, by the time this creature regained its strength, we would both have met our end in its jaws. The girl's face flushed with indignation, yet she found herself unable to retort. After withdrawing the sword from the lifeless tiger and wiping away the blood, Chu Tian returned it to her. Chapter 17. Journey together. Curiously, he inquired, "I have long heard that the leader of the Lin clan has only one precious daughter whom he dotes upon greatly. How could your father possibly allow his delicate young lady to venture alone into the depths of the Baichuan Mountains?" Lin Lanlan felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I have recently encountered a bottleneck in my training. My father believes it is due to my prolonged stay at home, engaging in solitary practice. He urged me to journey into the Baichuan Mountains for training, asserting that breaking through my limitations would naturally follow. Originally, I was under the protection of family guardians, but during the pursuit of that monstrous beast, I became separated from them." Chu Tian was left speechless. The young lady Lin Lanlan before him was indeed a pampered heiress, possessing little combat experience, and had managed to lose her protectors. Had he not intervened to save her, there would surely have been significant news in Baichuan City. Lin Lanlan inquired, "Enough about me. What is your name?" "I am Chu Tian, a disciple of the Chu clan." The moment he uttered his name, Chu Tian discerned a flicker of disdain on Lin Lanlan's countenance. Realizing her impoliteness, she quickly clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. I merely harbor a dislike for a certain individual from your family, not for you." Chu Tian smiled, choosing not to dwell on the matter. He produced a map and handed it to Lin Lanlan. "This map was crafted by my mother and me based on our years of experience navigating the Baichuan mountain range. Once you descend, you can follow the indicated route to find your way out." Having spoken, he began to pack the tiger skin he had just collected, preparing to depart. Lin Lanlan grasped his arm, her cheeks flushed and demeanor hesitant. "I cannot venture out alone. Would you accompany me?" Chu Tian resolutely declined. "No, my time is precious. The map clearly outlines the path. As long as you do not stray, you should encounter no danger." Lin Lanlan looked quite distressed. "I have a natural inability to read maps." Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Tian replied, "Then you must remain here and wait for your family guardians to arrive." "I am afraid." Lin Lanlan observed as Chu Tian packed away the tiger skin, showing no intention of staying by her side. Anxiously, she stamped her foot. "How could you bear to leave me alone in the depths of this wilderness?" Lin Lanlan, the cherished jewel of her family, had been pampered by her father, the clan leader, and the elders since childhood. Her innate beauty and enchanting demeanor had captivated countless remarkable young men in her clan, who would go to great lengths to fulfill her desires. Yet, here stood Chu Tian, utterly devoid of romantic sentiment. With a heavy heart, Chu Tian hoisted his satchel. "Miss Lin, do not hold my departure against me. My father and the maidservant are gravely ill at home, and I must swiftly procure the medicinal herbs to save them. I cannot afford to delay any longer. I must take my leave." Lin Lanlan, filled with urgency, called out to him, "What medicinal herbs do you seek?" "I will grant you anything, as long as you help me leave this mountain." Chu Tian paused, realizing that Lin Lanlan, as the sole daughter of the clan leader, wielded considerable influence and might indeed assist him. "I require gold deer antler. Does your family possess any?" Lin Lanlan parted her rosy lips, hesitating to respond. Her words caught in her throat. Chu Tian shook his head. The gold deer antler grew in the depths of the Baichuan Mountains and took 300 years to mature. If it were easily obtainable, Master Hedan would not have traversed such arduous terrain from the capital in search of it. He turned to leave but paused after a few steps, only to find Lin Lanlan closely following him. "Why are you trailing behind me?" he inquired. With a look of sorrow, Lin Lanlan replied, "Since you refuse to escort me out of the mountain, I have no choice but to follow you." With a sigh, Chu Tian cautioned her, "You must understand that searching for the gold deer antler will require us to venture deeper into the mountains. The further we go, the stronger the beast we may encounter. In the face of danger, I may not be able to ensure your safety." "That matters not," she insisted. "As long as I can accompany you, I shall be content." "Very well, stay close and do not fall behind." Thus, the two of them walked together, one in front of the other. After searching for an entire afternoon, Chu Tian had traversed 3 mountains, yet still could not find the golden deer antlers. As dusk approached, he found a higher ground to rest, aware that nighttime was when the demonic beast roamed, and continuing through the mountains could lead to an ambush. He gathered dry wood and kindled a fire, then retrieved some provisions from his pack. Just as he was about to take a bite, he suddenly heard a growl. Lin Lanlan clutched her stomach, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chu Tian broke his food in half and offered it to her. She eagerly accepted, devouring it with little regard for her noble demeanor. "How long have you been hungry?" Chu Tian asked as she ate. "An entire day," she replied, while still chewing. "Did you not bring any food or water with you?" Lin Lanlan lowered her head. "I did, but it's all in the spirit ring of the guards." Chu Tian handed her the other half of his provisions. "Wait here. I will go find something else to eat." Once the food was roasted, Lin Lanlan could hardly contain her excitement as she tore off a piece of meat and put it in her mouth, her eyes sparkling like the stars in the night sky. She could not help but exclaim, "Delicious! I have never tasted such exquisite roasted meat." After finishing the roasted rabbit, Lin Lanlan drowsily drifted off to sleep, while Chu Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning his cultivation. To avoid revealing the dragon's soul, he deliberately suppressed the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Having performed the heavenly demon fist twice during the day, he needed to replenish his energy. Yet, despite concealing his innate talents, Chu Tian's cultivation speed surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Lin Lanlan, in her deep slumber, remained oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding them. To awaken as a third-tier warrior with a yellow-grade martial spirit and to break through the second level of body refinement typically requires 200 days of rigorous training. Remarkably, within just one night, the spiritual energy within Chu Tian's dantian had once again surged, and with the subsequent experience of the spiritual hammer body refinement, he was poised to achieve a breakthrough and reach the second level of body refinement. Such astonishing speed of cultivation was unprecedented throughout the entire Tianlong Empire. As dawn broke, Lin Lanlan stirred from her dreams, rubbing her eyes as she greeted Chu Tian. To her astonishment, she perceived a distinct change in him compared to the previous night. "Chu Tian, why do I feel that you have grown stronger?" Chapter 18. The pursuing assassin. She had awakened with the 4th-tier yellow-grade martial spirit, a talent that positioned her among the elite in Baichuan City. Warriors possessing a 4th-tier yellow-grade martial spirit typically required 50 days to transition from the first to the second level of body refinement. Each day of training yielded only modest progress, contrasting sharply with Chu Tian, who had given Lin Lanlan the impression of having only recently broken through to the first level of body refinement. Yet today, he stood at the pinnacle of the first level, ready to break through at any moment. Could it be that my nerves were too frayed yesterday, leading to a misjudgment? Unaware of Lin Lanlan's thoughts, Chu Tian extinguished the fire and repacked his belongings. "Let us proceed," he said. The two ventured deeper into the Baichuan Mountains, advancing toward the next peak. Along the way, they passed a small stream, where Lin Lanlan went to fetch water. After filling her vessel, she noticed Chu Tian standing by the stream, his brow furrowed in concentration. Curiously, she approached and inquired, "What troubles you?" Chu Tian pointed to the ground. "Pray, take a moment to observe. Are these the footprints of your family guards?" Lin Lanlan inquired, glancing down to discover several remarkably distinct prints by the stream, indicating that their owner had not departed long ago. "Nay, the guards who accompanied me are all women. These footprints are rather too large," Chu Tian remarked, noting Lin Lanlan's pouty expression, which reminded him that the young lady was also here to undergo her own trials. He feigned ignorance of his previous misstep and pointed towards the prints beside them. "Look here." With a soft huff, Lin Lanlan followed the direction of Chu Tian's finger. Beside the human footprints, several paw prints resembling those of a deer appeared, seemingly left by some creature. She timidly asked, "Could it be searching for you?" This statement awakened a realization in Chu Tian. Judging by the number of footprints, it seemed there were 6 individuals, and with such a formation, accompanied by spirit hounds. Their intentions were far from benign. More likely, murder. Chu Tian mused internally. Those who bore a grudge against me and possessed the means to dispatch so many warriors could only be the clan's Grand Elder and the 6th Elder. Though the Grand Elder had made my life difficult through Chu Jinghao over the years, he had never resorted to lethal measures against me. However, the 6th Elder, having lost his beloved son, had contemplated my demise during our encounter at the Spirit Herb Hall. It was quite possible he had learned from Master Hedan that I had ventured into the mountains in search of medicinal herbs, seizing this opportunity to enact his vengeance. Noticing the deepening concern on Chu Tian's face, Lin Lanlan questioned, "Are they truly here to find you?" Chu Tian harbored doubts. If he were indeed to confront such merciless foes, who would be safeguarding whom? Observing Chu Tian's skepticism, Lin Lanlan, now visibly irked, retorted with indignation. "Father once remarked that I practice the most exceptional swordsmanship of the Lin family. Although my practical experience is somewhat lacking, few martial artists of the same realm can rival me." Chu Tian wholeheartedly agreed with this statement. He had witnessed the exquisite swordplay exhibited by Lin Lanlan, where the sword danced gracefully with the wind, truly a marvel. Had it not been for the formidable defensive capabilities of the black and white patterned tiger, he would indeed find it challenging to encounter an opponent of equal standing. Lin Lanlan, brimming with confidence, assured him, "Rest assured, I, Lin Lanlan, have vowed to protect you, and I shall keep my word." Seating himself in a meditative posture, Chu Tian closed his eyes. Moments later, Lin Lanlan, stationed 10 paces away to guard him, gaped in astonishment. She sensed the spiritual energy of the world around them rapidly coalescing. Soon, a semi-transparent azure octagonal hammer materialized above Chu Tian's head. In less than 3 breaths, a second spiritual hammer appeared, this time descending upon Chu Tian's form. With a gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his muscles convulsing as he swayed precariously. Lin Lanlan was about to question his actions, but suddenly recalled Chu Tian's request for solitude, and she held her tongue. Observing his wretched state, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Was he refining his body? Such self-inflicted torment, who could endure it? This was not cultivation, it was akin to self-destruction. Meanwhile, Chu Tian, enduring the process of body refinement, felt a bitter pang in his heart. The heavenly demon body refinement technique was indeed fearsome. The force of the second refining hammer was tenfold that of the first. Withstanding 2 hammers was the limit of my current capabilities. Yet, he did not cease his cultivation. Instead, he delved his consciousness into the celestial realm within, resonating with the ancestral spirit tree martial soul. A luminous green light emanated from his body, akin to a silent spring rain, nourishing him. Chapter 19, The Thunderous Drum of War, the Second Body Refinement. Lin Lanlan gazed at Chu Tian, enveloped in the verdant glow, her astonishment deepening. She distinctly observed that the wounds on Chu Tian were healing at a visibly accelerated pace. Within merely half a tea's worth of time, he had regained his former state. Lin Lanlan could keenly sense that the spiritual energy radiating from Chu Tian had solidified considerably compared to before the descent of the spiritual hammer. Could it be that my intuition yesterday was not mistaken? How could anyone possibly achieve another breakthrough overnight in this world? Just as she murmured to herself, a new spiritual hammer began to coalesce. Lin Lanlan could not suppress her concern for Chu Tian. Was there to be yet another? Bang! With a resounding crash, the third spiritual hammer struck Chu Tian's back. This blow was mightier than the previous 2, causing the rock beneath him to shatter. Chu Tian pondered inwardly. Such a resounding toll would undoubtedly attract those assassins seeking me. Should I halt or continue the body refinement? He calculated the time before the assassins would arrive, estimating that he had at most an hour to complete the process. No matter how deep the 6th Elder's hatred for me ran, he would not dare to wield his family's influence. Should I escape, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. The martial artists from the other 3 prominent families would likewise be unwilling to risk their family's honor by aiding the 6th Elder in such a pursuit. The individuals coming after me were most likely bandits active in the vicinity of Baichuan City. The Baichuan Mountains were abundant in spiritual herbs, and during the summer and autumn seasons, numerous herbalists ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal plants. Some make a living by foraging for herbs, while others resort to the nefarious trade of murder and plunder. In recent years, bandits have become increasingly audacious, leaving numerous victims in their wake. The four prominent families of Baichuan City once united to eliminate these marauders. However, the vast mountain ranges and intricate terrain provide ample refuge for the outlaws, who vanish into the depths with great ease. Most bandits are desperate souls, lacking the nurturing of a family, and their strength is typically limited, rarely exceeding the fourth realm of body refinement, equating to 8 measures of power. Should I achieve the second refinement and break through to the second realm, I would possess 6 measures of power. While there remains a disparity, I firmly believe that with the heavenly demon fist, I could secure a decisive victory. In the next moment, Chu Tian resolved to press forward. Training in the heavenly demon body refinement technique, I understood that the longer I paused during the spirit hammer refinement, the less effective the results would become. If I were to halt now, I would undoubtedly face regrets in my future cultivation. I shall persevere. Without hesitation, Chu Tian activated the restorative abilities of the ancestral soul divine tree, while simultaneously accelerating the pace of the spirit hammer refinement. Lin Lan Lan, observing from the side, felt a surge of trepidation. Chu Tian's body refinement, which once resonated like the tolling of a bell, now resembled the rapid beating of war drums, each thump more resonant than the last. Just a moment ago, he was drenched in blood, yet in the next instant, a radiant green light enveloped him, healing him as if time itself had reversed. Lin Lan Lan could distinctly sense the aura emanating from Chu Tian, growing increasingly dense and formidable. She couldn't help but exclaim, "If I were to undergo such a body refinement, even with my current fourth realm of refinement, I would be unable to withstand 3 strikes of spiritual energy. What kind of formidable physique would this terrifying method forge for him?" Time flew by rapidly, and just as Lin Lan Lan was engrossed in watching Chu Tian's body refinement, she suddenly detected faint footsteps approaching from a distance. The slender sword was immediately unsheathed, pointing towards the direction of the approaching footsteps. Who could it be? Emerging from the nearby woods were 6 robust warriors. Among them, one held a ferocious hound, a skilled tracker adept at following scents. Lin Lan Lan keenly observed that the warrior with the hound clutched a bloodied sleeve in his hand. If Chu Tian were to see it, he would surely recognize it as the one he had lost while enduring punishment in the family's water prison. Lin Lan Lan remained on high alert. Although the 6 warriors were not particularly formidable, 5 at the 3rd stage of body refinement and 1 at the 4th, their numerous scars spoke of their battle-hardened experience. Upon examining their attire, their identities became glaringly apparent. "You are mountain bandits." The leader of the bandits, stroking his stubbled chin, gazed at Lin Lan Lan with eyes filled with lust and greed. "What a pretty little thing. This venture is indeed worthwhile. Not only will we profit in spirit stones, but we may also indulge in more carnal pleasures." One of the bandits leered beside him. "Boss, this girl clearly looks like a novice. She is so innocent. After you've enjoyed her, don't let the brothers just watch and envy." The bandit leader licked his parched lips. "No worries if I feast. You all shall have broth to savor." Lin Lan Lan's complexion paled slightly. As a young lady of a prominent family, she had never been subjected to such lewd remarks. "You wretched scoundrels, if you dare utter another word of disrespect, I shall sever your tongues and feed them to the dogs." The group of bandits erupted in laughter. "Little girl, didn't your elders teach you that when threatening others, your demeanor should be more intimidating? With such a delicate tone, we are truly terrified." The bandit, teasing Lin Lan Lan, patted his body and feigned terror, provoking another burst of laughter from his companions. "You all," Lin Lan Lan exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Yet she found herself at a loss for a retort. At that moment, a thunderous drumbeat reverberated behind her. Boom, boom, boom. The bandit leader's brow furrowed as he spotted Chu Tian, who was currently undergoing body tempering. "This brat seems peculiar. We must act swiftly to eliminate him. The girl cannot escape. We shall deal with her shortly." Instantly, 3 bandits drew their broad sabers from their waists and charged toward the tempering Chu Tian. "Halt!" Lin Lan Lan cried, her slender sword dancing in intricate patterns as she valiantly faced the 3 assailants alone. One bandit, caught off guard, was struck on the arm by her blade, blood gushing forth. He cried out, "This girl is at the 4th stage of body tempering. We must all engage her." The 2 other bandits, initially mere spectators, swiftly joined the fray, resulting in 5 bandits surrounding Lin Lan Lan, their demeanor menacing. Though they were all at the 3rd stage of body tempering, and thus beneath Lin Lan Lan's level, their initial encounters revealed that she possessed little practical combat experience. which alleviated their concerns. The bandits, akin to a pack of wolves in pursuit of prey, surged forward. Over the years, many at the fourth stage of body tempering had fallen to their blades. To the bandits, Lin Lan Lan appeared as helpless as a fish on a chopping block, ripe for the slaughter. Chapter 20. Breakthrough Kill. Lin Lan Lan, besieged by 5 bandits, was in a state of disarray, her heart heavy with indignation. Despite her higher realm, her martial skills were not of the same caliber as these bandits. Alas, Lin Lanlan's lack of practical experience rendered her unable to find a way out of her predicament against the 5 bandits, who had developed a tacit understanding through their perilous lives. For the moment, she could only focus on self-preservation. To make matters worse, the bandit leader was observing her closely, yet had not yet intervened. The leader, also at the 4th level of body refinement, posed a grave threat. Should he choose to strike, Lin Lan Lan would undoubtedly face defeat. She was acutely aware of what failure would entail. The thought of her reputation being irrevocably tarnished drained the color from her face. Beads of perspiration formed in the palms of her hands, her heart racing with anxiety. I possess ample spiritual energy now. If I were to make a desperate escape, they might not be able to stop me. However, as she cast a sidelong glance at Chu Tian, who was still immersed in his body refinement, her conviction began to solidify. Though Chu Tian and I are strangers, he risked his life to save me. If I were to abandon him now, would I not be repaying kindness with enmity? I promised Chu Tian that I would not allow anyone to disturb him during his training. If I forsake him, would that not be a betrayal of trust? Even if it costs me my life, I, Lin Lan Lan, shall never be a treacherous scoundrel. With gritted teeth, Lin Lan Lan resolved to resist fiercely, preventing the bandits from advancing a single step closer to Chu Tian. The bandits employed a strategy of rotating attacks, pairing off to wear her down. As one pair grew weary, another would take their place, continuously depleting Lin Lanlan's spiritual energy. At this rate, she would surely succumb within the span of a mere incense stick's burning. The bandit leader's gaze remained fixated not on Lin Lan Lan, but rather on Chu Tian. His curiosity piqued. What on earth is this young man doing? Why is there such a commotion during his body refinement? The Chu family possesses such an extraordinary youth, yet their elders seek his life. It's utterly perplexing. However, having accepted payment to eliminate a threat, I resolved that this scoundrel must perish. With this thought, he hesitated no longer, drawing his crude blade and charging towards Chu Tian. Meanwhile, in the midst of the fierce struggle, Lin Lan Lan had long been fixated on the bandit leader. She unleashed her spiritual energy, forcing away the 5 surrounding bandits and advancing boldly. The bandit leader snickered derisively. A mere girl with rudimentary skills dares to obstruct me? He swung his crude blade with a vigorous flourish, akin to a tempest sweeping through. The reverse wind slash. Upon witnessing the opponent's martial technique, Lin Lan Lan swiftly countered with her own, the bee dance sword. As the blades clashed, Lin Lan Lan found herself not as disadvantaged as she had anticipated. Her martial skill was of a superior caliber. However, in the midst of their stalemate, Lin Lan Lan suddenly noticed a mysterious character glowing on the bandit leader's crude blade. In an instant, she felt the force behind the blade intensify, and then, with a sharp crack, the 3-foot-long fine sword in her hand shattered. The bandit leader's blade, after severing her precious sword crafted by the Lin family artisans, continued its deadly arc towards Lin Lan Lan. Alarmed, she hastily turned her head to evade. But it was too late. The blade grazed her cheek, leaving a trail of crimson blood staining the right side of her face. The bandit leader coldly remarked, "A disfigured woman brings ill fortune. Better to end it swiftly." He raised his blade again, aiming for Lin Lanlan's head. With only a broken sword fragment in her grasp, how could she evade? All she could do was resign herself to despair. In that moment of surrender, time seemed to slow, allowing Lin Lan Lan to vividly perceive the bandit leader's crude blade and to hear the faintest sounds in her surroundings with crystal clarity. Lin Lan Lan was astonished to discover that the once thunderous sound of war drums had ceased. A tumultuous surge of spiritual energy erupted from behind her, a phenomenon unique to warriors on the verge of a breakthrough. Almost immediately, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air pierced the silence. Lin Lan Lan beheld the expression of terror etched across the face of the bandit leader. A translucent, azure octagonal hammer descended from the heavens, akin to a meteorite, aimed directly at the leader's head. The bandit leader hastily raised his hammer to defend himself, and with a resounding boom, he was forced back several paces before regaining his footing. The ground between him and Lin Lan Lan bore 2 deep furrows, testament to the hammer's formidable power. Are you all right? Upon hearing a familiar voice, Lin Lanlan turned in surprise. Chu Tian, his attire nearly shredded by the impact of the spiritual hammer, approached her side. Compared to before his body refinement, Chu Tian exuded an entirely different aura. He seemed reborn, his eyes bright, his demeanor steady, and the skin visible through the tattered fabric of his clothes appeared as though forged from iron. Lin Lanlan, having nearly exhausted her spiritual energy, felt a wave of relief upon seeing Chu Tian complete his transformation. She swayed unsteadily and collapsed to the side. Chu Tian, quick to react, swiftly caught her in his arms. Upon noticing the blood smeared across Lin Lanlan's face, a fire of fury ignited in Chu Tian's eyes. "I have fulfilled my promise to you," Lin Lanlan weakly murmured. With that, her head tilted, and she fell into unconsciousness. Chu Tian gently placed Lin Lanlan on the ground. "Rest for a moment. I shall eliminate these bandits and return to tend to your wounds." As Chu Tian rose, the bandit leader, accompanied by 5 of his subordinates, had already surrounded him. The bandit leader growled menacingly. "No wonder that old fool was willing to pay a handsome price for your life. It seems you are quite formidable." Chu Tian retorted. "Is it Chulin who seeks my life?" The bandit leader laughed heartily. "You shall soon become a ghost beneath my blade. It matters not if I reveal the truth. It is indeed your 6th elder from the Chu family." He raised his sword, pointing it menacingly at Chu Tian. "You know what you need to know. You may prepare for death." Chu Tian, with a serene demeanor, gazed at the 6 bandits as though they were but 6 corpses. "You have erred. It is you who are destined to perish." The bandits could not help but burst into laughter. "You insolent brat. Though you have just broken through, and your momentum is indeed flourishing, you are merely at the 2nd level of body refinement. To claim we shall die is not but a jest." One of the bandits stepped forward, saying, "Boss, this fool is not worth your effort. Allow me to dispose of him. I shall claim the disfigured girl as my reward. You may find her lacking, but I am not so discerning. When the lights are dimmed, they all appear the same." He approached Chu Tian, raising the crude blade, preparing to strike down. Chu Tian did not flinch, nor did he display any reaction. The bandit wore a contemptuous expression, thinking it would be all too dull to simply cleave him in two. With a resounding thud, the crude blade trembled, causing the bandit's hand to numb at the grip. This sensation was unlike the familiar feeling of a blade slicing through bone. Moreover, he meticulously sharpened his knife daily, capable of severing even the bones of a 2nd-level body refinement beast with a single blow. To his astonishment, he found that his once sharp blade was halted by Chu Tian's skin. Chu Tian's spiritual energy had infused his flesh, rendering it as resilient as iron, impervious to blades and spears. Chu Tian spoke once more, his voice casting a chilling air upon the bandits, as if it were a harbinger of death. "I have said it before, it is you who shall die." He swiftly snatched the crude blade from the bandit's grasp. A flash of steel glimmered as it swept across the bandit's throat. The round, plump head tumbled from the bandit's shoulders, blood spilling forth as it rolled to the feet of the bandit leader, its lifeless eyes still wide open, oblivious to the fact that its owner had met his demise. In Chapter 21, The Invincible Heavenly Demon Body, the bandit before Chu Tian crumpled to the ground, blood pooling around him. Chu Tian discarded the crude blade onto the earth, for he had never trained in any swordsmanship and did not require a weapon for self-defense. The bandit leader's face turned ashen the moment the hammer had struck. He had already discerned that the young man before him was formidable. When his subordinate had attacked, he refrained from offering a warning, eager to uncover the depths of Chu Tian's abilities. To his astonishment, his battle-hardened follower had failed to withstand even a single strike from Chu Tian. He demanded in a low, grave tone, "What kind of body-refining technique have you cultivated?" The initial 3 levels of body refinement are designed to toughen a warrior's skin. At the 1st level, the skin becomes as tough as copper, able to withstand ordinary blades. At the 2nd level, the skin resembles iron, impervious to axes and knives. At the 3rd level, the skin is akin to steel, rendering it virtually invulnerable to weapons. Yet, these levels pertain to those who have not undergone any training. His subordinate had reached the 3rd level of body refinement and wielded a 2nd-tier yellow-grade blade. How could Chu Tian withstand a strike unscathed? Such a formidable physique was beyond the capabilities of even himself, who had achieved the 4th level of body refinement. Faced with the bandit leader's inquiry, Chu Tian chose silence. The questions of the dead hold no significance. Noticing Chu Tian's indifference, the bandit leader seethed with rage and bellowed, "Kill him." The remaining 4 bandits dared not approach individually. They simultaneously launched an assault, hoping to catch Chu Tian off guard. Faced with their encirclement, Chu Tian's expression remained unchanged, exuding an air of unwavering calmness. Having successfully undergone the second stage of body refinement, he now comprehended the formidable nature of the celestial demon body refinement technique. The celestial demon physique surpassed that of equivalent ranked demonic beasts, boasting a level of physical strength that was unparalleled. As the four crude blades descended upon him, Chu Tian disregarded the two assailants to his sides and behind him, simultaneously unleashing his fists towards the two bandits in front of him. With the celestial demon fist unleashed, it struck like a thunderclap on a clear day. The two bandits hit by the celestial demon fist had their bodies caved in, the sound of shattering bones distinctly audible. They fell to the ground, lifeless. The other two bandits brought their crude blades down upon Chu Tian, yet, akin to their fallen comrade, they could not inflict a single wound upon him, leaving not even a trace upon his skin. Turning swiftly, Chu Tian executed the celestial demon fist once more. These two bandits met a similar fate, perishing on the spot. In mere moments, only the bandit leader remained. The leader's countenance resembled the frigid frost of midwinter. As he gazed at his fallen subordinates, his hand gripping the knife, trembling slightly. In the realm of martial arts, every level was as disparate as heaven and earth. Even a minor difference in realm could mean a significant gap in prowess. This was why, despite his extensive battle experience and bloodied hands, he dared not confront Lin Lanlan, who had attained the fourth stage of body refinement alone, instead resorting to a strategy of attrition. He had never witnessed nor heard of anyone capable of transcending realms to achieve victory against a stronger opponent, let alone slaying 5 individuals. As Chu Tian advanced towards the bandit leader, each step he took caused the leader to retreat. The bandit leader shouted in fury, "Young man, do not be so arrogant. Today you have chosen your own demise." He summoned his spiritual energy and charged towards Chu Tian. Chu Tian intentionally provoked the bandit leader into combat with his words, eager to discern the extent of his own strength through battle. As the bandit leader swung his blade, Chu Tian did not evade. Instead, he reached out with a single hand to receive the blow. The crude blade struck the palm of his hand, causing both their bodies to tremble. Chu Tian silently mused to himself, having cultivated the heavenly demon body, my strength surpasses that of ordinary warriors. Now, at the second level of body refinement, I possess the strength of 6 tripods, which is merely 2 short of the bandit's 4th level body refinement. I am more than capable of facing him. The bandit leader's eyelids twitched violently. He realized that he was not contending with his subordinates, who were merely at the 3rd level of body refinement. Even with his own 4th level might, he could not breach Chu Tian's skin. Could this youth, before him, be a demon beast disguised in human form? Seeing Chu Tian attempt to seize his blade, the bandit leader hastily withdrew his weapon and executed a martial skill, the reverse wind slash. In that moment, he roared within his heart, "If you have the ability, withstand this strike." His reverse wind slash, a 3rd-grade yellow-level martial technique, could amplify his 8 tripod strength to 16 tripods. He could scarcely believe that Chu Tian could endure this blow. To the bandit leader's utter astonishment, Chu Tian indeed withstood the strike with his flesh. Chu Tian concentrated his spiritual energy into his fist and unleashed his own martial skill, the heavenly demon fist. As the blade and fist collided, Chu Tian emerged unscathed, while the bandit leader was sent flying, blood spilling from his tiger's mouth, nearly losing grip on his crude blade. Both practitioners wielded 3rd-grade yellow-level martial techniques. Yet, while the reverse wind slash doubled his strength, the heavenly demon fist tripled Chu Tian's. His strength surged from 6 tripods to 18 tripods. The comparison between the 18 cauldrons and the 16 cauldrons is evident. The bandit leader finally comprehended that he was indeed no match for the youth before him, despite being 2 realms his senior. Yet, he did not concede defeat, for he still held a trump card. With a swift motion, he unleashed his technique, the reverse wind slash. However, Chu Tian remained unfazed, his demeanor unchanged. Regardless of the attempts made, the outcome would invariably be the same. He concentrated his spiritual energy once more and delivered a powerful punch, the demonic fist. Just as the fist and blade were on the verge of colliding again, Chu Tian keenly noticed a mysterious symbol illuminating the blade of the bandit leader's crude knife. In that instant, a profound terror surged within the depths of his soul. It was the scent of death. Instinctively, Chu Tian altered his attack. Instead of striking the blade's edge, he aimed for the body of the knife. With a resounding crack, they separated upon impact. Chu Tian lowered his gaze to inspect the back of his hand, where a mark of blood had formed. The bandit leader's crude knife had managed to breach his demonic body. Raising his head, Chu Tian beheld a translucent blade materializing above the bandit leader's head, radiating an extraordinary aura. The martial soul. The bandit leader had summoned his martial soul. Chapter 22. Devouring martial souls and nurturing the divine tree. The desires within Chu Tian grew ever more fervent. The sensation surging forth within him finally illuminated the nature of the devouring ability of the sky-devouring divine dragon. The sky-devouring divine dragon possesses the capacity to consume the martial souls of other warriors. Yet, to summon a martial soul for combat, one must at least attain the gathering spirit realm. Lacking that mysterious symbol, how could he summon his own martial soul? Observing Chu Tian's immobility, the bandit leader grinned menacingly. Have you been so frightened that you cannot move? Your life I shall take. The weapon spirit blade, hovering above the head of the bandit chief, melded seamlessly with the crude sword in his grasp. It was precisely due to this fusion of spirit and weapon that he was able to sever Lin Lanlin's slender sword and injure Chu Tian's celestial demon body. Observing the bandit chief's weapon spirit becoming subdued, the devouring dragon within Chu Tian's celestial palace grew increasingly agitated, rampaging within its confines. Chu Tian felt the turbulence of the devouring dragon and could only sigh in resignation. Dragon, I wish to unleash you upon our foes. Yet I am unaware of the means. Should you know how to escape, please convey your thoughts to me. As if sensing Chu Tian's intent, the devouring dragon suddenly fell silent. In the next instant, Chu Tian was astonished to realize that the spiritual energy within his dantian was vanishing at an alarming rate. It mirrored the experience he had before awakening. Any trace of spiritual energy within him was being absorbed by the celestial palace. More accurately, it was being consumed by the weapon spirit of the devouring dragon within the celestial palace. The bandit chief was already charging at him with his blade raised. With his spiritual energy depleted, Chu Tian found himself unable to resist, and even his celestial demon body could no longer harness energy, significantly diminishing his defense. In his heart, he quietly lamented, "Devouring dragon, we are one in spirit and body. Do not bring me harm." Just as the blade was about to strike, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted from within Chu Tian. A colossal dragon's phantom ascended from his being. The bandit chief was instantly immobilized by an indescribable aura of terror. His eyes wide with fear. His voice trembled like a sieve. "Dragon, dragon, dragon spirit." The devouring dragon extended its golden claws, adorned with 5 toes, and grasped the bandit chief's crude sword. Suddenly, the weapon spirit blade, originally fused with the crude knife, was separated by the dragon's claw and lifted up. The devouring dragon opened its enormous maw and swallowed the weapon spirit blade whole. After confirming the demise of the bandit leader, Chu Tian steadied his mind and plunged his consciousness into the heavenly palace. Within the heavenly palace, 2 weapon spirits remained. The devouring dragon appeared languid, seemingly suffering from a gluttonous stupor after devouring the weapon spirit, coiling its body in a relaxed manner with its eyes closed in repose. With each breath, fragments of the weapon spirit, bearing the essence of the bandit leader, wafted from its nostrils. These fragments from the outside world dispersed throughout the heavenly palace, rendering the entire space tainted and causing immense discomfort to Chu Tian. The impurity within the heavenly palace could lead to diminished cultivation at best, or madness at worst. Just as Chu Tian resolved never to allow the devouring dragon to consume weapon spirits again, the scattered fragments began to coalesce. A surge of life-infused energy gathered the fragments, assimilating them and restoring the heavenly palace to its pristine sanctity. The source of this life essence was none other than Chu Tian's second weapon spirit, the ancestral soul divine tree. To his astonishment, Chu Tian observed that the seed-like ancestral soul divine tree developed cracks on its surface after absorbing the weapon spirit fragments, as though the seed had been nourished and was on the verge of sprouting. He also noted that throughout this process, the quality of the ancestral soul divine tree's weapon spirit was steadily enhancing, while it had yet to reach the yellow grade 2nd tier. It was no longer far from that milestone. My weapon spirit, can it evolve? This revelation left Chu Tian's heart in a tumultuous state of unrest. As far as he knew, the quality of weapon spirits in this world was fixed and immutable. This is precisely why, amidst the countless warriors on the divine fallen continent, the quality of martial souls reigned supreme. When his father, Chu Yunlong, awakened a 5th-tier yellow-level martial soul, he became the most extraordinary talent of the Chu family in a century. Even before commencing formal training, He was designated by the ancestral patriarch as a candidate for the clan leader. Chu Tian once inquired of his parents whether it was truly impossible to enhance the quality of a martial soul. Chu Yunlong informed him that it was indeed unattainable. However, his mother, Chu Ningshuang, remarked that in the broader world beyond Baichuan City, there existed a method to elevate the quality of martial souls, albeit exceedingly difficult and nearly negligible. I have always felt that the martial soul bestowed upon me by Linga was no ordinary entity. I never anticipated that it could harmonize with the devouring dragon martial soul, purifying the celestial palace and enhancing its quality. Perhaps one day, the ancestral soul tree martial soul, true to its name, will grow into a towering divine tree, reaching the saintly level and standing alongside the devouring dragon martial soul. She turned to see the bandits collapsing to the ground, blood staining the earth. Their previously flushed faces now pale as death. Covering her mouth, she turned away to vomit. Chu Tian attentively patted her back. Have you never witnessed death? Lin Lanlan nodded. As a young lady of a prominent family, her prior encounters with the black and white striped tiger were her first confrontations with beasts, let alone this brutal struggle for life and death. She countered, have you taken many lives? Chu Tian shook his head. This is also my first time killing. Lin Lanlan was thoroughly perplexed. Then how can you remain so composed? Chu Tian smiled. This is a battle of life and death. If they do not perish, then we shall. Since we have survived, we should revel in our fortune rather than succumb to fear. With that, his expression grew resolute. Moreover, these experiences are merely the beginning. If I succumb to fear at the first encounter, what awaits me in the future will only amplify that trepidation. Lin Lanlan could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Chu Tian. Despite being of the same age, what trials had he endured? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hastily reached to touch her cheek. A deep scar marred her visage. In an instant, Lin Lanlan's eyes brimmed with tears, and she buried her face, weeping softly. How could a blossoming young girl, her beauty ravaged, refrain from shedding tears? Just as Chu Tian was about to offer comfort, he overheard Lin Lanlan speaking to herself. Very well, I have been disfigured. It serves as a fitting excuse to explain to your family. Chapter 23. The annulment of engagement upon hearing Lin Lanlan's words. Chu Tian was taken aback. What does your disfigurement have to do with my family? He recalled their first meeting the previous day, when he introduced himself as a disciple of the Chu family, and he had noticed a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Lin Lanlan forced a bitter smile. You are unaware, but I am betrothed to the son of one of your family as elders. In years past, my father forged a friendship with your family elder, and as their wives became pregnant in succession, they vowed that if their unborn children were of the same gender, they would become sworn siblings. If of different genders, they would establish a marriage contract to symbolize the enduring harmony between our families. Thus, before I even drew my first breath, I was promised in marriage, destined to be the Chu family's future daughter-in-law. Numerous faces surfaced in Chu Tian's mind. There were indeed quite a few sons of elders who shared Lin Lanlan's age. Which elder of the Chu family was your father associated with? Lin Lanlan shook her head. I am uncertain. I once probed my father for answers, yet he remained reticent. However, in a moment of inebriation, he inadvertently revealed that upon my 14th birthday, I would be wed. Chu Tian was taken aback. How could he have never heard even a whisper of such a significant event, the eldest daughter of the Lin family marrying into the Chu family? I am a living, breathing individual, not a mere commodity to be bartered. How dare my father dictate my future before I even drew breath? At this, Lin Lanlan began to weep anew. A father's decree is unassailable, and the betrothal is set. Should I defy it, the Lin family's honor would be irreparably tarnished. She gently touched the wounds upon her face, and thought to herself, perhaps the disfigurement serves as a convenient excuse. Surely, the scion of the Chu family would hesitate to marry a woman marred in such a manner. Chu Tian stood speechless, taken aback by the unexpected audacity of the seemingly delicate Lin Lanlan, who possessed a fervent spirit. He ventured to speak, in my homeland, but was interrupted by Lin Lanlan. Your homeland? Is it not Baichuan City? Chu Tian was momentarily stunned, then recalled that he was indeed in a new life. In a realm called Earth, there exists a nation known as Huaxia, which venerates the freedom of marriage. One may choose their partner without the constraints of matchmakers or parental mandates, relying solely on mutual affection and willingness. A look of envy graced Lin Lanlan's countenance. How I long to inhabit the world you describe. Chu Tian smiled as he elaborated. The reason I share this tale with you is to convey that my fate is determined by my own actions, not by the whims of destiny. If you disapprove, then you must strive against it. If you resign yourself to fate, nothing will change. Lin Lanlan murmured to herself, my fate is mine, not heaven's. It seemed as though she experienced an awakening. The stagnation that had once gripped her now began to loosen significantly. Lin Lanlan's progress had been hindered by inner demons, but with Chu Tian's revelation, a breakthrough was imminent. Rising, Lin Lanlan respectfully bowed to Chu Tian. Thank you. I now understand what I must do. At that moment, footsteps echoed nearby. Chu Tian and Lin Lanlan immediately prepared for battle. 3 women clad in white elegantly approached. Even the one with the lowest realm among them possessed a formidable 6th level of body refinement. Chu Tian furrowed his brow, realizing that should these 3 engage, he would surely falter without invoking the dragon soul. Yet, Lin Lanlan had already regained her clarity. Just as he hesitated, Lin Lanlan appeared utterly exhilarated. Chu Tian, what are you doing? Don't move. A shimmering green light emanated from Chu Tian's thumb as he gently brushed over the wounds on Lin Lanlan's face. Once his thumb passed, her visage was restored to its former radiance. All done. Chu Tian withdrew his hand, and Lin Lanlan eagerly touched her face, brimming with excitement. My face, is it healed? Chu Tian smiled. After bidding farewell to Lin Lanlan, Chu Tian ventured deeper into the Baichuan mountain range. In just 5 days, he had traversed a distance that far exceeded the parameters of his mother's map. Throughout these 5 days, he encountered numerous magical beasts, which regarded him as delectable prey, only to meet their demise at his skilled hands. Through relentless trials, Chu Tian's cultivation reached greater heights. He practiced diligently every night, and the spiritual energy within his dantian once again reached its zenith. With merely 3 more rounds of body refinement, he could ascend to the 3rd level of body refinement. However, he chose to devote more of his time to the pursuit of the elusive golden deer antler. Despite his fervent efforts, he uncovered no trace of it. The golden deer antler takes 300 years to mature, and its occurrences are exceedingly rare, traversing these vast mountains on foot. It could take him a year to find it, if at all. At that moment, Chu Tian heard an unusual sound emanating from ahead in the mountains, resembling the frantic stampede of beasts. Curiosity piqued, he ventured closer and witnessed a multitude of wild and demonic beasts racing past, seemingly fleeing from an unseen danger. Alarmed, Chu Tian surmised that the fleeing beasts were escaping from a more formidable, demonic creature. He turned his gaze toward the direction from which the beasts were retreating and heard 2 distinctly different roars. Were the demonic beasts in conflict? Perhaps they were battling over a treasured artifact? With stealth, Chu Tian advanced 200 steps, only to find the forest ahead in utter disarray, with uprooted grasses and shattered trees strewn about. There, he beheld a colossal demonic beast lying motionless on the ground, blood oozing from its neck and staining the earth around it. The mighty Mang Rhino, a 5th-level body refinement beast, who could have slain it? Chapter 24. The 8 treasure-scaled serpent and the chaotic dance of the spirit hammer. The Mang Rhino, a 5th-level body refinement demonic beast, with a body as solid as iron and an indomitable horn, was one of the most formidable creatures in the Baichuan mountain range. Chu Tian had but just arrived upon hearing the beast's anguished cries, and in no time at all, the 5th-level Mang Rhino had met its demise. He could scarcely fathom the nature of the monstrous beast capable of slaying the fierce rhinoceros in such a brief span. A gentle breeze wafted from the northeast, causing Chu Tian to wrinkle his nose. The air was saturated not only with a pungent scent of blood, but also infused with a faint, exotic fragrance, the aroma of spiritual herbs. He ventured northeastward, noting numerous bloodstains along the ground, suggesting that the beast responsible for the rhinoceros's demise had sustained injuries in the battle. After a while, Chu Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him lay a creature several times larger than the rhinoceros, a serpentine beast with a body reminiscent of a dragon, its metallic sheen glimmering across scales adorned with 8 patterns resembling ancient currency. Was it the 8 treasure-scaled serpent? His father had recounted tales of his youthful trials in the Baichuan mountain range, a place teeming with ferocious beasts. He had faced many formidable foes of equal rank, yet he had never triumphed over the 8 treasure-scaled serpent. His father had warned that its scales were akin to a suit of steel armor. Lacking a weapon of exceptional quality, even a warrior of equal rank would find it impossible to breach its defenses. At that moment, the 8 treasure-scaled serpent coiled its body, seemingly oblivious to the wound inflicted by the rhinoceros, as if it were guarding something precious. Chu Tian climbed a tall tree, and at last, he discerned what the serpent was protecting, a singular spiritual herb. Despite its injuries, the creature exuded an aura of terror with each breath. instilling a sense of dread within Chu Tian. It was at the 6th level of body refinement. Unlike humans, beasts relied on the inheritance of their bloodlines for their power, lacking martial souls. Thus, his own ability derived from the celestial dragon martial soul was rendered ineffective. He could only rely on raw combat to seize the precious deer antlers. Yet, without a formidable weapon at his disposal, how could he hope to overcome it? Had he known, he should have taken the simple blade belonging to the bandit leader. Though such thoughts lingered in his mind, Chu Tian was acutely aware that the celestial dragon had rendered the spirit symbols on the blade obsolete while extricating the mountain bandit leader's martial soul from the crude weapon. This was the very reason he had forsaken it. A warrior at the 6th level of body refinement possesses the strength equivalent to 32 cauldrons, and the power of demonic beasts surpasses that of humans. Should he rashly engage in combat, he would be left with no path but demise. What then is to be done? Just as Chu Tian was ensnared in his worries, a vivid scene flickered through his mind. When he had successfully completed the spiritual hammer body refinement and ascended to the 2nd level, Lin Lanlan had been on the verge of being cleaved in two by the bandit leader's blade. In a moment of desperation, he conjured a new spiritual hammer and struck the bandit leader, forcing him back. The might of the spiritual hammer was not inferior to the bandit leader's blade imbued with spirit symbols, and perhaps it could be employed against the 8 treasure scale serpent. With a strategy in hand, Chu Tian hesitated no longer. He could not afford to. The 8 treasure scale serpent gazed at the golden deer antler with growing avarice. Perhaps due to its injuries, it was unwilling to wait for the antler to mature further. Consuming it sooner would not only augment its strength, but also alleviate concerns of other beasts coveting it. As the serpent's head inched closer to the golden deer antler, its elongated, crimson tongue extended, intent on ensnaring the antler and uprooting it entirely. At that moment, a surge of potent spiritual energy coalesced above its head. The 8 treasure scale serpent raised its head in fury, exuding murderous intent. Fully aware of what this energy signified, another beast was coming to claim the golden deer antler. However, upon discerning Chu Tian standing atop a tall tree, a flicker of confusion appeared in its eyes. The entity vying for the spiritual herb was either a rare human from the depths of the mountains or a mere youth at the 2nd stage of body refinement. Could this boy possess the audacity of a bear's heart and a leopard's courage to compete with it for possession? Regardless of the reason, the 8 treasure-scaled serpent was consumed by a singular thought at that moment: to annihilate Chu Tian. It lifted its massive form, its tail whipping towards the towering tree where Chu Tian stood. With a resounding crash, the tree, thick enough for 2 grown men to encircle, splintered and fell with a thunderous roar. Chu Tian had long been prepared. The instant the serpent's tail lashed out, he leaped aside. Yet, the 8 treasure-scaled serpent was evidently unwilling to relent. Before Chu Tian could touch the ground, the serpent opened its cavernous maw and lunged at him. Suspended in midair, Chu Tian seemed destined for the tragic fate of being devoured by the serpent. However, the expression on his face remained serene, devoid of any trace of panic or fear. In that suspended moment, a spiritual hammer had already coalesced. As the serpent lunged, it descended with a thunderous crash. Another loud boom echoed, but this time, it was the 8 treasure-scaled serpent that lay prostrate on the ground. Rising its head from the earth, it shook vigorously, gazing at Chu Tian with a puzzled expression. What had just struck it so forcefully that it nearly lost consciousness? More spiritual energy gathered in the air, and the serpent looked up to see a sapphire-hued octagonal hammer floating above it. Just as confusion filled its mind, the octagonal hammer plummeted. With a resounding thud, the 8 treasure-scaled serpent was once again smashed into the ground, dust swirling around it. Enraged, it lifted its head and roared at Chu Tian, then twisted its massive body, causing the ground to tremble, branches and grass to scatter, as if the earth had been plowed in its wake. Chu Tian would never be foolish enough to engage in close combat with the 8 treasure-scaled serpent. He skillfully evaded the serpent's attacks while continuously manipulating the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, coalescing them into a spiritual hammer to unleash a tempestuous barrage upon the serpent. Through 2 rounds of body tempering and this fierce battle, Chu Tian's mastery of the spiritual hammer became increasingly proficient. To his astonishment, he discovered that wielding the hammer with force was scarcely inferior to the might of the heavenly demon fist, and perhaps even surpassed it. A thought crossed his mind. Could this be considered the creation of my own martial technique? Since there were no records of practical applications of the spiritual hammer in the techniques left by my predecessors, I might as well bestow it a name: Spirit Hammer Dance. Derived from the heavenly demon body refinement art, Henceforth shall it be known as the heavenly demon hammer. The 8 treasure-scaled serpent, at the 6th level of body tempering, possessed incredible strength. A single heavenly demon hammer strike could not inflict any harm upon it. However, after 10, 30, and ultimately 100 strikes, it began to falter. Initially, the serpent pursued Chu Tian relentlessly, but after a short while, the roles reversed, with Chu Tian now chasing the serpent in a frenzied manner. The duel turned into a protracted battle, shaking the heavens and the earth, with the sound of hammers echoing like thunder throughout the mountains. As dusk descended, the dust finally settled. Chu Tian collapsed onto the corpse of the 8 treasure-scaled serpent, panting heavily. His internal energies were nearly depleted. Yet he had succeeded in bludgeoning the serpent to death. Looking at the golden deer antler he had just harvested, he erupted into hearty laughter. Chapter 25, Tiger's Garment. Serpent's Courage. The fearless youth, after resting for a considerable time, Chu Tian regained his strength. The night had fallen, and the stars twinkled in the sky, illuminating the young man's face. Nighttime was typically when the beast roamed freely. Yet the commotion that had reverberated through the mountains during the day had instilled great fear in the nearby creatures, leaving none daring to approach. Chu Tian wished to securely store the precious antler, yet he discovered that his garments were in tatters, reduced to mere strips of fabric, rendering him almost naked. He first plucked a scale from the body of the 8 treasure-scale serpent and found a sturdy stone, laboring through the night to fashion a sharp edge from the scale. The 8 treasure-scale serpent's realm surpassed that of the black and white striped tiger by 2 levels, and its physical strength was naturally superior. A small knife crafted from its scale could effortlessly slice through the hide of the tiger. In his youth, Chu Tian had witnessed his mother sewing garments for him. Although he had never attempted it himself, he was capable of imitating the process. Lacking needle and thread, he used the small knife to puncture holes in the tiger's skin and bound it with soft vines. Though lacking in aesthetic appeal, it fit him snugly. Adorned in the tiger's skin attire and securing the precious antler, Chu Tian prepared to depart but halted after just a few steps. It was said that the most valuable treasure possessed by serpent-like beasts was their gallbladders. This 8 treasure-scale serpent, being a 6th-tier beast, surely had a gallbladder of considerable worth. Recalling that master he had demanded 100 spirit stones, Chu Tian felt the weight of his own poverty. Rumor suggested that serpent gallbladders could be used in medicinal concoctions. Perhaps master he would be willing to purchase it. Resolute, Chu Tian turned back to extract the gallbladder of the 8 treasure-scale serpent. And by the time he had carefully packaged it and slung it over his shoulder, the sun had risen in the east. Disregarding the gazes of those around him, he made his way directly to the spirit herb hall. However, as he approached, someone obstructed his path. Chu Tian intended to circumvent this individual, but the person extended an arm, effectively blocking his passage. Onlookers who had followed Chu Tian, intrigued by the unfolding drama, paused to observe. Chu Tian regarded the person who hindered him, certain that he did not recognize them. The Chu family boasts a vast population, with the main household alone exceeding 1,000 members, making it quite understandable that not everyone can be recognized. Who are you, and why do you obstruct my path? A youth of similar age confronted Chu Tian, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. Are you Chu Tian? Indeed. Then I have not mistaken my target. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves. Isn't that Chu Wan? It is said that he holds a particular admiration for cousin Mioan. He must be confronting Chu Tian regarding their previous wager. It seems Chu Tian is in for a misfortune. Chu Huan, of the same age, awakened his martial spirit at the tender age of 11, but has spent the past 3 years accompanying his father. This year, he intends to participate in the family's grand examination. Rumor has it that Chu Huan has already transcended to the 4th level of body refinement, making him a formidable contender for a top 10 finish in this year's family examination. Recently, Chu Tian only broke through to the 1st level of body refinement. Although he managed to defeat Chu Lin, who was at the 3rd level, the specifics of that victory remain unclear. The gap of 3 realms is not something that can be bridged by mere tricks or tactics. The youth standing before Chu Tian spoke with unabashed arrogance. Listen well. I am Chu Huan. I have intercepted you today to convey a singular message. Get lost. Chu Huan's face darkened, with so many spectators around. How dare Chu Tian humiliate him so brazenly? Through clenched teeth, he seethed. Chu Tian, you are nothing but a waste who has just stepped into the body refinement realm. And you dare to speak to me in such a manner? Chu Tian responded with a dismissive smile. I told you to leave. If you are angered, do you dare to lay a hand on me? You. Chu Huan trembled with fury, yet he truly lacked the courage to strike outside the training grounds, as it would invoke the family's disciplinary actions. Very well. Chu Tian, remember this. As the family examination approached, I shall ensure that you find yourself in a predicament from which escape is impossible and in which death eludes you. I will make you realize that you are no different from your father, a worthless outcast loathed by the family. After uttering these menacing words, Chu Tian turned to leave. At that moment, a powerful hand clasped his shoulder. He struggled in vain against its weight, as if it were a boulder rendering him immobile. Turning his head, he discovered that it was none other than Chu Tian who had seized him. In that instant, Chu Tian's gaze was entirely transformed, his expression akin to ice that had remained unmelted for millennia, exuding a chilling aura. You may insult me without consequence. I can wait until the family examination to teach you a lesson. However, you shall not insult my kin, Chu Tian declared fiercely. With his right hand firmly grasping Chu Tian to prevent his escape, he gathered his spiritual energy in his left hand and unleashed his martial technique. Heavenly Demon Fist. Chu Tian's fist collided with Chu Tian's body with unrestrained force. The sound of bones shattering echoed through the air as Chu Tian coughed up blood, collapsing in a heap. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Chu Tian, unable to comprehend why Chu Tian would dare to strike him. He could not fathom how Chu Tian had managed to defeat him with but a single blow. Chapter 26. The Alchemist Takes Action. Chu Tian released his grip, allowing Chu Tian to fall to the ground, continuously coughing blood. He disregarded the astonished expressions of the Chu family disciples surrounding him and strode purposefully toward the spirit herb hall. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was halted by the Chu family guards. Might I trouble you, esteemed brothers, to inform Master He that Chu Tian seeks an audience regarding the spiritual herbs he desires? Moments later, Master He hurriedly emerged, his expression one of astonishment upon seeing the young man clad in a tiger's skin. He Dan, possessing extensive knowledge and experience, swiftly recognized the origin of the leather attire worn by Chu Tian, leaving him astonished. Just the previous day, he had encountered the 11th elder, Chu Lu, who had accompanied Chu Tian, indicating that there were no formidable guardians by Chu Tian's side. How could Chu Tian possibly defeat a beast far surpassing him in realm all on his own? Unaware of He Dan's contemplations, Chu Tian retrieved the golden deer antler he had kept close for protection. He Dan, please have a look. He Dan, upon receiving the golden deer antler, was overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, this is precisely the rare spiritual herb, the golden deer antler, I have been seeking, and this specimen has matured for 400 years, enhancing its medicinal properties. Since I have located the golden deer antler, I trust you will honor your promise. Rest assured, as a Dan Master, I hold my reputation in the highest regard. I will certainly fulfill my commitment. Once I have secured this golden deer antler, I shall attend to the treatment of your father. Chu Tian exhaled in relief. With the Dan Master's assistance, his father and Ling Er were now hopeful for salvation. He Dan sniffed the air curiously. Why do I detect the scent of serpent's blood on you? Chu Tian was taken aback, astonished by the acute sensitivity of the Dan Master's nose, able to discern the origin of the sanguine aroma with such clarity. He Dan, I acquired another type of medicinal herb from the Baichuan mountain range. I wonder if it might pique your interest. He Dan gestured for Chu Tian. Danner, come inside and let us discuss. Upon entering the spirit herb hall, He Dan retrieved a glass box and carefully placed the golden deer antler within. Now, what herb do you speak of? Chu Tian unfastened the bundle from his back, opening it to present to He Dan. The 8 treasure-scaled serpent was of considerable size, and its gallbladder was equally immense. Chu Tian had to cradle it with both hands to maintain a steady grip. He Dan's pupils constricted, and even his voice trembled slightly. Is this the serpent's gall of the 8 treasure-scaled snake? Indeed, He Dan was astonished as he gazed at Chu Tian. Which esteemed expert assisted you in obtaining the golden deer antler under the protection of the 8 treasure-scaled snake? Chu Tian maintained a calm demeanor. When I discovered the golden deer antler, the 8 treasure-scaled snake was engaged in combat with 2 fierce rhinoceroses. I merely reaped the benefits of their struggle. The veracity of Chu Tian's words was ambiguous, and despite He Dan's keen perception, he could not discern the truth. He nodded thoughtfully. You are indeed fortunate. Those 2 fierce rhinoceroses are indeed worthy adversaries to vie with the 8 treasure-scaled snake for the golden deer antler. The 8 treasure-scaled snake serves as the guardian beast of the golden deer antler, and its gall can be combined with the antler to enhance the quality of elixirs. I desire this gall. How would you propose to exchange for it? Without hesitation, Chu Tian replied, I seek spirit stones. Money can move mountains. Without it, even heroes may find themselves in despair. Though I possess a sacred-level martial soul and can cultivate without hindrance, I still require spirit stones to procure other cultivation resources. Additionally, I have another consideration. If Yidan assists, my father's ailment could be reliably cured. However, he has not cultivated for over a decade, necessitating spirit stones for restoration. Only when my father rises again and regains his status as a clan elder will I have a more advantageous position against Elder Six and the Grand Elder. Upon hearing Chu Tian's request, Yidan did not hesitate. For an alchemist, spirit stones were in ample supply. With a flick of his hand, he produced a bulging pouch from the ring on his finger. The gall of the 8 treasure-scaled snake is valued at 200 spirit stones. But due to some minor decay from improper storage, it is worth 150 spirit stones. Take it. Chu Tian refrained from bargaining, accepting the pouch of money without counting it, trusting in the esteemed status of Master Yidan, who he believed would not engage in deceit. However, carrying 150 spirit stones proved cumbersome, and such a substantial sum made him susceptible to the covetous eyes of the unscrupulous. Chu Tian inquired, Master Yidan, do you have an extra spirit ring that you could sell to me? Master Yidan produced an ancient-looking spirit ring and handed it to Chu Tian. This is a spirit ring I used in my youth. Though its capacity is limited, it suffices for storing spirit stones. Since you have alleviated my troubles by locating the golden deer antler, consider this a token of gratitude. Chu Tian accepted it graciously without hesitation. Chu Ningxue hurriedly interjected. Master Yidan, please have a seat. I will prepare some tea for you. Master Yidan waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such trouble. Let me see the patient. Chu Tian's father, Chu Yunlong, was the first to sit before Master Yidan. The latter took his pulse, pondering deeply. Your meridians have been severed for over a decade. Am I mistaken? You are correct. 14 years ago, following the passing of the elder patriarch, our ancestor established a rule that we, the elders, would compete for the position of patriarch. During my sparring match with the elder Chu Kadi, we both fought without holding back, resulting in mutual injury. Master Yidan contemplated for a moment. Before your meridians were damaged, you had completed the 9 levels of body tempering and broken through to the gathering spirit realm. Such a degree of meridian injury should not have remained untreated for so long. Chu Yunlong's expression darkened. I have sought the counsel of renowned physicians throughout Baiwan City, yet none could discern the cause. Perhaps only a master alchemist like you holds the key to my salvation. Master Yidan retrieved a silver needle from the spirit ring. Since I have promised your son to save you, I shall exert every effort. This is the probing needle, which must be inserted into your meridians to uncover the root of your ailment. The process will be excruciating. You must endure it. Without hesitation, Chu Yunlong assented. Master Yidan, feel free to proceed. The physical torment pales in comparison to the psychological scars I have borne for the past 14 years. Very well, extend your arm. Master Yidan grasped Chu Yunlong's arm, channeling his spiritual energy into the probing needle, which he then drove directly into Chu Yunlong's meridians. The silver needle traversed through his channels, and the pain was indescribable. Even a man of Chu Yunlong's formidable constitution could not suppress a frown, beads of sweat pouring from him. Fortunately, the probing lasted only the duration of a tea brew, and under Master Yidan's control. The needle emerged from the other arm of Chu Yunlong. To Chu Tian's astonishment, the once gleaming silver needle was now as dark as ink, exuding a foul, fishy odor. Master Yidan's expression shifted to one of disbelief. It's poisonous. Chapter 27. The Unconscious Ling. Master Yidan carefully isolated the probing needle with his spiritual energy and brought it closer to his eyes. He spoke solemnly. This is a lethal poison that disrupts the meridians. Once one is afflicted by it, the channels will be incessantly eroded. In mild cases, one's cultivation will diminish sharply. In severe cases, one may become crippled and unable to cultivate ever again. Hatred ignited in Chu Yunlong's eyes. Chu Kadi, you despicable wretch. Chu Tian inquired, Father, did the Grand Elder administer this poison? Since I have engaged in this matter, I shall naturally provide the antidote. He retrieved a small jade box from his spiritual ring and handed it to Chu Yunlong. This is a yellow grade 2nd rank detoxification pill. Find a tranquil place to consume it, and after 1 day, the toxins within your meridians will be entirely expelled from your body. Chu Yunlong was elated, his hands trembling as he accepted the jade box containing the elixir. I am ever so grateful to Master He for this life-saving boon. Master He waved his hand with an air of grandeur. Go ahead and take it, he instructed. Where is the other patient? Lead me to her. Chu Tian guided Master He to Lingoesh's chamber, where they found her still unconscious, her small face pale. A wave of heartache washed over Chu Tian. Over the past several days, due to Linger's unresponsive state, Chu Tian had been able to provide only water and liquid nourishment, causing Linger to lose considerable weight. However, this matter could not be made public. He could only respond with silence. Master He's expression grew grave. This young woman's martial spirit is injured, lying dormant within her divine palace, which is why she remains in a deep slumber. To awaken her, the martial spirit must first be restored. Chu Tian earnestly implored. I beseech you, Master He, to lend your aid. Master He shook his head. As alchemists, we can only treat physical ailments. The affliction of this young woman lies within her martial spirit, and I am powerless to assist. A heavy weight settled in Chu Tian's heart. Could it be that Linger would never awaken? Master He pondered for a moment. There is not no way, but it is exceedingly difficult. Chu Tian spoke with determination. I humbly request your guidance, Master He. Although Linger is my servant, we have grown up together. I have long regarded her as a beloved family member. No matter how arduous the challenge, even if it requires traversing fire and water, I will save her. Master He nodded. Indeed, the spirit talisman is the crowning achievement of a talisman master. In the continent of divine fall, the multitude of professions that can assist martial practitioners in their cultivation is beyond count. There are alchemists who can concoct elixirs to enhance one's cultivation and heal ailments, beast tamers who can train magical beasts to fight alongside warriors, and forge masters who forge weapons and artifacts of great power. Additionally, there are unconventional artists and musicians who, through their exquisite creations, stabilize the heart and dispel inner demons. Rune masters also serve as a supportive vocation, channeling the spiritual energy of the universe as their ink to inscribe runes imbued with various abilities, thereby augmenting the strength of martial artists. Master He chuckled and said, Let me pose a question to you. Among all the supporting professions, which one do you believe is the most esteemed? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Tian replied, Naturally. It is an alchemist like yourself. Chu Tian nodded, though his understanding was somewhat superficial. He recognized that the most crucial element for a martial artist is the martial soul. Possessing a martial soul of superior quality is far more beneficial than consuming countless elixirs. Master He, I have heard my father say that the quality of one's martial soul is predetermined by fate and cannot be enhanced through effort. However, my mother mentioned that in the vast world beyond Baichuan City, there exist methods to elevate the quality of a martial soul, albeit they are exceedingly difficult to attain. Master He praised him, saying, Indeed, your mother appears to be quite knowledgeable. The world is vast and filled with wonders. There are indeed methods to enhance the quality of a martial soul. Chu Tian, astonished, inquired, Did you specifically mention rune masters? Is it possible that they can improve the quality of a martial soul? Master He refuted this notion, stating, If rune masters possessed such abilities, they would have surpassed us alchemists in esteem long ago. The spiritual talisman, originating from the divine realm, embodies the knowledge imparted to the denizens of our continent by the long-fallen ancient deities. Thus, each talisman is imbued with profound mysteries, rendering it exceedingly challenging to master. A singular talisman can enhance a warrior's specific abilities, such as strength, speed, or resilience. Moreover, talismans can be harmoniously combined. A few to several dozen talismans can be interwoven to form formidable formations, whose power is awe-inspiring. Yet, the intricate synergy between talismans is arduous to achieve, fraught with complexities that surpass even the delicate balance of herbs in alchemical crafting. A talisman master capable of mastering dozens of distinct talisman combinations is already a legendary figure, renowned throughout the continent. However, there exist exceptionally gifted talisman masters who can transcend the daunting threshold of 100 combinations, creating exceptionally intricate composite talismans. Chapter 28. The innate soul talisman. Master. The words of Master He stirred a tempest within Chu Tian. For the first time, he became aware that such extraordinary individuals existed within the fallen divine continent. A soul talisman master possesses the ability to alter the quality of martial souls. Eagerly, he inquired, Who is the soul talisman master of our Tianlan Empire? It is none other than the esteemed Grand Master of our Tianlan Empire. Master. He sighed. His status is exalted. Even I lack the privilege to make an audience with him. To expect him to intervene and heal your little attendant is akin to chasing a fantastical dream. Perhaps I should have refrained from divulging this, as it may only serve to amplify your distress. He rose to take his leave. I have yet to attend to Elder Lu's injuries today, and thus I must bid you farewell. However, there is one matter I pondered whether to disclose. He clenched his fists, harboring unspoken resentment within. I vow to save Linger, yet find myself utterly powerless. Ultimately, it is my own weakness that binds me, rendering me devoid of any voice in this world. Chu Tian grasped Linger's frail hand. I cannot bear to watch you fade away before my very eyes. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Tian. He recalled the precious orb known as the cage, nestled beneath the brow of the devouring sky dragon. The souls of the dragon wielders, slain by celestial beings throughout the ages, are trapped within the cage, providing a legacy for future dragon wielders. Chu Tian murmured, contemplating each generation of dragon wielders, whose tales echoed with both awe and sorrow. Had any among them ever emerged as soul symbol masters? Unable to contain his urge, Chu Tian delved his consciousness deep into his inner palace, seeking the martial soul of the devouring sky dragon, and plunged into the cage. There, he once again beheld the stone statues formed from the essences of his ancestral dragon wielders, and to his astonishment, he found his own realm elevated, allowing him to glean even more from their legacies. With heartfelt intensity, he sensed that among his illustrious predecessors, many were extraordinary talents, renowned alchemists, symbol masters, artifact craftsmen, and beast tamers graced the continent. Should he desire to learn, he could inherit the wisdom of his forebears. As for the soul symbol masters, their legacy too was present. Chu Tian poignantly grasped why alchemists described soul symbol masters as exceedingly rare. Of the 800 dragon wielders, 36 had once walked as symbol masters, each a prodigy in their own right. Yet, only one had transcended the limits of combining myriad symbols to create soul symbols capable of enhancing martial souls. This ancestor left behind but a single phrase: the talent of a soul symbol master is innate. Lacking such a gift, no amount of effort in life can grant entry into their realm. The legacy he bequeathed was a meticulous exposition of 13,000 symbols, along with the formulas for crafting soul symbols during his lifetime. After a cursory glance at the formula, Chu Tian felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Even the simplest soul symbols require a meticulous combination of over 100 different spiritual symbols, each symbol's drawing sequence, orientation, and the materials that bear these symbols must be flawless. Even the slightest error could lead to catastrophic failure. Without innate talent, it is nearly impossible to become a soul symbol master through sheer diligence alone. However, as he delved deeper into the text, Chu Tian was astonished to discover that the inheritance of the soul symbol master appeared to be surprisingly accessible to him. He murmured to himself, "The greatest challenge in advancing from a symbol master to a soul symbol master lies in mastering the effects of different combinations of spiritual symbols. With each additional type of symbol, the complexity multiplies exponentially. Many symbol masters spend their entire lives without comprehensively understanding the combinations of 100 soul symbols. Yet, as I observe the legacies of my predecessors, I realize that each spiritual symbol can be likened to the command characters I studied in my previous life as a computer science major. By interlinking different commands, various functions can be achieved." Before his reincarnation, Chu Tian had been an exceptional student in the computing department, adept at compiling various computer command characters. The more he explored the inheritance, the more exhilarated he became. He never anticipated that his previous studies would resonate with the theory behind soul symbol mastery. If he could proficiently grasp the functional attributes of 13,000 spiritual symbols, crafting soul symbols would become a mere trifle. Chu Tian, indeed, was a born soul symbol master. Nevertheless, he understood that mastering 13,000 spiritual symbols would require considerable time. Linger could not wait. He needed to devise a way to draw a soul symbol to awaken her. In the inheritance of our ancestors, the most rudimentary soul talisman is of the yellow grade, third tier, requiring a combination of 162 distinct spirit symbols. I shall first master these symbols before delving deeper into my studies. Through this inheritance, Chu Tian learned that the crafting of spirit symbols encompasses two distinct forms. The first method involves utilizing rare materials, allowing for the application of ink and brush or engraving upon other objects. An example of this technique can be seen in the spirit symbol inscribed upon the blade of the bandit leader's weapon. Such symbols, crafted in this manner, possess enduring longevity. Provided there is a sufficient supply of spiritual energy, even an ordinary warrior can invoke them. The second method employs the fingers as a brush and spiritual energy as ink, with the talisman master directly inscribing the symbol upon a person or object. This approach is exceedingly challenging, necessitating countless hours of practice for the talisman master to achieve proficiency. Although symbols created through this technique are not easily preserved, they significantly enhance the combat prowess of the talisman master. Imagine In a fierce battle where neither side gains the upper hand, if the talisman master suddenly inscribes a symbol to bolster their own strength, the outcome could be decisively altered in an instant. Chu Tian murmured to himself. The materials employed by talisman masters in creating these symbols are all rare treasures. Even though I currently possess spirit stones, acquiring them at this moment proves to be quite difficult, thus I must resort to practicing with my fingers as my brush. Chu Tian prepared himself for the inevitability of failure. After all, attempting to practice such advanced techniques directly, no matter one's innate talent, yields a low success rate. He selected the first spirit symbol to practice, known as the Mangshi talisman. The Mangshi was a beast he encountered in the Baichuan mountain range, slain by the 8 treasure-scaled serpent. This beast possessed immense strength, being 1 tier lower than the 8 treasure-scaled serpent, yet capable of breaching its defenses, creating a gaping wound in its abdomen, testament to its formidable power. The efficacy of the Mangshi talisman lies in augmenting the strength of the martial artist. This talisman is a relatively simple and fundamental spiritual inscription in the tradition, yet it remains profoundly elusive to the average warrior, who struggles to grasp its intricacies. However, Chu Tian swiftly unraveled the principles of talisman crafting. The seemingly chaotic strokes of the script each carried significant meaning. With unwavering focus, he channeled the spiritual energy within his body, converging it upon the fingertip of his right hand. Initially, Chu Tian's finger moved slowly, the highly concentrated spiritual energy manifesting as a vibrant blue script suspended in midair. Gradually, the motions of his finger accelerated, akin to a brush dipped in ink, executing bold and sweeping strokes. Upon completing the final stroke, a complex talisman floated before him. Although this talisman was composed of spiritual energy, it lingered in the air, emanating an extraordinary aura of power. Filled with elation, Chu Tian realized that this was his first attempt at crafting a talisman, and astonishingly, he had succeeded. Eager to test the talisman's might, Chu Tian concentrated, and the Mangshi talisman that hovered in front of him swiftly adhered to the back of his hand, merging seamlessly with his skin. He could distinctly perceive that his strength had indeed amplified. Clenching his fist, he thrust it forward, and in an instant, a fierce gust of wind erupted, howling in response. Chapter 29. The Law Elder arrives to demand accountability upon experiencing the power augmented by the Mangshi talisman. Chu Tian was profoundly astounded. The talisman he had crafted for the first time had elevated his strength from 6 ding to 8 ding. The power of 8 ding is attainable only by martial artists at the 4th level of body refinement. Should he employ the technique of the Tianma fist, his strength could potentially triple, reaching an astonishing 24 ding. In Chu Tian's eyes sparkled a glimmer of excitement. With such formidable power, he felt confident in securing the first place in the family examination 2.5 months hence. He decided to experiment with other talismans. Within the inheritance, he discovered a second talisman, known as the lightness talisman. As its name suggests, utilizing this talisman would enable a warrior to move as gracefully as a swallow, significantly enhancing their speed. Chu Tian mused to himself, with the demon fist in my arsenal, I fear no peer in strength. However, it is prudent to consider that some may have mastered agile martial techniques. Should I encounter such opponents, if my speed fails to match theirs, my formidable strength would be rendered useless. He diligently studied to comprehend the principles of the lightness talisman. After a fragrant stick of incense, Chu Tian opened his eyes and extended his finger once more, sketching a symbol in the air. Another azure talisman materialized before him. In stark contrast to the seemingly heavy X talisman, the lightness talisman emanated a delicate azure mist, swirling unpredictably. Chu Tian affixed the lightness talisman to his leg, feeling an immediate lightness throughout his entire being. With a gentle leap, he almost soared onto the rooftop. What an astonishing effect! Unable to contain his exhilaration, Chu Tian promptly set out to test the effects of the lightness talisman. Whether it was the X talisman or the lightness talisman, both barely met the standards for talisman creation, and there remained a considerable distance to achieving true mastery. A flawless talisman serves as the foundation for crafting soul talismans. An ordinary talisman master requires 1,000 attempts to merely sketch a symbol. It takes tens of thousands of arduous practices to attain perfection. Though Chu Tian possessed extraordinary talent, the creation of a perfect talisman necessitated more than 100 hours of dedicated study and imitation. In both martial arts and talisman crafting, innate talent and diligent effort are indispensable. For an entire day, from dawn to dusk, Chu Tian remained unwavering in his dedication, abstaining from food, drink, and sleep. as he diligently practiced two forms of spiritual talismans. Just as he was immersed in the art of talismans, a sudden burst of joyous laughter echoed through the room, jolting him awake with elation. It was the voice of his father. Could it be that he had successfully dispelled the poison? Rushing into the room, Chu Tian beheld his mother standing at the bedroom door, her hands covering her face as tears of joy streamed down. Upon closer inspection, he found his father seated on the bed, bare-chested, his body marred by a filth resembling mud, exuding a foul stench that was nearly unbearable. This unsightly filth was the accumulation of toxins that had festered within Chu Yunlong's meridians for 14 long years. Chu Tian recalled his father's words, that before his injury, he had achieved the 9th level of body refinement and had broken through to the 2nd realm of spirit gathering. In the entire Chu family, fewer than 10 individuals had managed to reach the spirit gathering realm. Of the 16 elders within the family, several remained stagnant at the 9th level of body refinement, with some having been at a standstill for as long as 15 years. Remarkably, Chu Yunlong had, at merely 20 years of age, ascended to the 2nd realm of spirit gathering, a testament to his exceptional talent. It was no wonder that the ancestor had made an exception, allowing him to become the 7th elder of the family and partake in the contest for the clan leader. Beside him, Chu Ningfang lamented, "Had you not forsaken cultivation for 14 years, you would now be at the 3rd realm of spirit gathering, second only to the ancestor." Chu Yunlong dismissed her concerns, asserting, "In just a few years, with my innate talent, it is inevitable that I shall catch up. I can resume my cultivation, and all the grievances from the past, along with the humiliations our family has endured over the years, shall be settled one by one." Chu Tian interjected, "Father, I have something for you." With a swift motion, he revealed a pouch of coins from the spiritual ring in his palm. Though the purse was tightly bound, a rich aura still wafted forth from its seams. Chu Yunlong, astonished, inquired, "Tiana, what is this? The spiritual energy is so dense." As Chu Tian unfastened the purse, revealing the spirit stones within, Chu Ningxuan gasped, "So many spirit stones. Tiana, how did you acquire these?" Chu Tian explained, "When I ventured into the mountains to seek medicine for Master He, I hunted an 8 treasure scale serpent. Master He purchased the serpent's gallbladder for 150 spirit stones. Father, with these spirit stones, I believe you will soon regain your former vigor." Chu Yunlong gazed at Chu Tian with pride. "Tiana, your father is unaware of how you managed to slay a beast far beyond your realm, nor how you have cultivated from a yellow-level 1st-grade martial soul to the pinnacle of the body refinement 2nd layer in just half a month. On the verge of another breakthrough. If you face difficulties, there is no need to disclose them to us, but I believe in your extraordinary talents. Your future achievements will surely surpass mine. The small town of Baichuan is not your destined abode. You will eventually transform into a dragon, soaring through the skies. Just remember to tread carefully in your future endeavors. Even with those you trust, do not easily reveal your secrets." Chu Tian was taken aback. The phrases of transformation and caution were not lost on him, as he perceived the hidden wisdom in his father's words. Chapter 30. Trouble approaches. Upon hearing that someone sought to trouble Chu Tian, Chu Yunlong's eyes blazed with fury. "Who dares to trouble my son? I, Chu Yunlong, will flay him alive." Chu Tian, choosing silence, forcefully pressed the spirit stones into his father's hands, urging him to focus on his recovery. With his meridians just restored, it was crucial for Chu Yunlong to remain free from inner demons during this recovery phase. Thus, Chu Tian's decision to withhold information was indeed prudent. Overwhelmed by his son's filial piety, Chu Yunlong could no longer refuse. However, he did not greedily consume all the spirit stones for his own cultivation. "Tiana, I require only 50 spirit stones to regain the prowess I held 14 years ago. The remaining stones you must safeguard diligently. They shall serve your cultivation in due course. Remember, only by fortifying your own strength can you navigate the trials that lie ahead with composure." Chu Tian listened earnestly. "I shall remember, father." After receiving the spirit stones, Chu Yunlong entered seclusion. The humiliation of being unable to wield even a modicum of spiritual power for 14 years fueled his fervent desire to cultivate. Following a modest meal with his mother, Chu Tian also retreated into seclusion to delve deeper into the art of talismans. As time passed, a day slipped by, and on the following morning, an unexpected visitor arrived. While Chu Tian was diligently practicing his talismans, he suddenly heard footsteps outside, followed by a voice laced with intense anger. "Chu Tian, get out here." A chill swept across Chu Tian's face. Trouble had indeed come. The belligerent voice belonged to none other than Chu Han. The very individual he had left bloodied with a single strike just days prior. With a flick of his hand, Chu Tian erased the incomplete talisman before rising to confront the disturbance. His mother, Chu Ningshuang, was about to step outside to investigate, but he gently restrained her. "Mother, please attend to father. I can handle this matter myself." Concern etched on her face, she inquired, "Should I awaken your father?" Chu Tian shook his head. "Father is in a critical stage of cultivation. He must not be disturbed at this moment. Do not worry, mother, I can manage." With that, he stepped outside, unflinching. 3 individuals stood outside the door. Among them was Chu Han, whose injuries had yet to heal, leaving him pale as a sheet of paper. The fact that he managed to come seeking confrontation today was a testament to the severity of his wounds, which had rendered him bedridden just days prior. Upon seeing Chu Tian, Chu Han instinctively trembled in fear, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Beside him, a middle-aged man, filled with exasperation, struck him across the face and admonished, "You coward! I am here to seek justice on your behalf. What do you have to fear?" Chu Han hastily replied, "Father, your son acknowledges his faults." This middle-aged man was none other than Chu Han's father, Chu Xingping, the 3rd steward of the Chu family. Chu Tian, however, regarded Chu Xingping with indifference, his gaze shifting to the 3rd individual present. Standing next to Chu Xingping was a man slightly younger than Chu Yunlong, his demeanor exuding authority and intimidation. Chu Tian maintained his composure and offered a respectful greeting. The younger generation, Chu Tian, pays his respects to elder Chu Yingkai. The appearance of Chu Yingkai, the 13th elder of the Chu family, took Chu Tian by surprise. He had anticipated that Chu Han would bring along a family elder to confront him, but he did not expect the family's law enforcement elder to be summoned as well. In ordinary circumstances, should any disciple of the clan violate the family rules, it was the 13th elder, Chu Yingkai, who would adjudicate the matter and impose punishment. Chu Xingping spoke up, "Elder, this brat has wounded my son without cause. You must not let him go unpunished today." Chu Yingkai's expression darkened as he addressed Chu Tian. "Do you understand your transgressions?" Unfazed, Chu Tian met his gaze steadily and calmly inquired, 13th elder, might I ask if my actions today have indeed contravened any clan regulations?" Chu Xingping shouted loudly in response. "Chu Tian, you disregard the clan's rules, act with arrogance, and lack decorum. You unjustly injured my son in public, nearly causing his demise. Many witnesses from our clan observed this incident. Do you still intend to deny it?" Chu Tian replied coldly, "I, Chu Tian, conduct myself with integrity and uprightness. I did strike Chuan, yet I have not violated any clan regulations." Chu Xingping, infuriated, scoffed, 13th elder, behold how this young man blatantly disregards the law. He admits to striking my son yet claims not to have breached clan rules, which is a clear affront to your authority. Chu Tian retorted, "May I inquire, 13th elder, does our clan's code not stipulate the necessity of respecting elders and refraining from insulting them? My family, the Chu clan, is governed by propriety and virtue. Thus, the younger generation must honor and respect their elders, never daring to offend them." Chu Tian continued, "A fortnight ago, our clansman Chuling openly slandered our esteemed elder and his granddaughter. Chu Miao taught him a lesson, nearly bringing him to the brink of death. Instead of facing punishment, she was lauded by the clan members. Are you aware of this incident?" 13th elder? Chuan protested. "That is entirely different." Chu Tian coldly challenged. "I am most curious to hear how it differs." Chuan, unable to meet Chu Tian's gaze, stammered incoherently. Beside him, Chu Xingping erupted in anger. "Chu Miao's grandfather is the esteemed elder of our clan. Who would dare show him disrespect? What is your father in comparison? If my son calls him a worthless fool, what of it?" Chu Tian's expression gradually darkened, his voice reminiscent of the frigid winds of midwinter, piercing and chilling to the bone. "Elder 13, have you heard the insults directed at my father? My father, Chu Yunlong, is the esteemed 7th elder appointed by our ancestors. These two have dared to disrespect him. What punishment do they deserve?" Before Chu Yingkai could speak, Chu Xingping erupted into a derisive laughter. "You insolent brat! Who in Baichuan City does not know that Chu Yunlong has been incapacitated for the past 14 years? What 7th elder? That title has long been a mere formality. If not for the old ancestors' lingering sentiments, it would have been revoked long ago. In recent years, your family has not even received the family's offerings. Do you not understand the reason behind this? Elder 13, you need not intervene today. This brat injured my son. It is only right for a father to avenge his child. I shall personally teach him a lesson, and I doubt any clansman will dare to speak out against me." With that, he unleashed a formidable aura, preparing to strike. The violent pressure weighed down upon Chu Tian, making him feel as if he were bearing an invisible mountain on his shoulders. Chu Tian clenched his fists. Chu Xingping was at the 6th level of body refinement, and in a fair fight, he had no chance of winning. However, having learned about spirit symbols, the outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 31. The resurgence of the Chu family talent. Chu Xingping gazed at Chu Tian with a cold smile, his energy coalescing around his fists. Chu Tian looked at Chu Yingkai, who showed no intention of intervening. Chu Tian understood that the world was indeed harsh. Chu Yingkai recognized that his father was incapacitated, and the title of 7th elder had lost all significance. He knew well the hierarchy within the family and who was worth supporting. Yet, this did not surprise Chu Tian. He realized that personal strength was of utmost importance. Chu Tian extended his hand behind him, quietly inscribing the Mangshi talisman and the lightness talisman. With the spirit symbols now imbued upon him, his confidence surged significantly. After 2 days of diligent study and rigorous practice, the crafting of these 2 talismans had approached perfection. The Mangshi talisman, which previously augmented Chu Tian's strength from 6 ding to 8 ding, now boasted an enhanced effect, elevating his power to 10 ding. Furthermore, the Tianma fist could amplify his strength threefold, culminating in an astounding 30 ding. For an ordinary warrior at the 6th level of body refinement, their strength would be 32 ding, placing Chu Tian perilously close to that threshold. This was the fundamental reason he faced Chu Xingping with unwavering resolve. Seeing that Chu Tian remained unflinching in the face of his imposing aura, Chu Xingping felt a surge of indignation, perceiving a sense of contempt directed towards him. His anger boiled over as he thundered, "You have grievously injured my son. Today, I shall break both your arms as punishment." No sooner had he spoken than Chu Xingping launched a ferocious attack, aiming a palm strike directly at Chu Tian's shoulder, intent on shattering his scapula. Unperturbed, Chu Tian countered with his martial skill, unleashing a powerful punch. Tianma fist. The collision of their strikes generated a tempestuous force, whipping up a gale that rendered Chu Hun beside them momentarily blinded. Observing the clash, Chu Yingkai was taken aback, astonished by the fact that they were evenly matched. He could not fathom how Chu Tian, merely at the 2nd level of body refinement, could withstand the full force of a 6th level warrior's strike. On the day the celestial servant descended, I was present as well. This young man's martial soul is but of yellow grade 1. Even if he possesses an ability to amplify strength, the effect could not be so remarkable. Could it be that Chu Yunlong bestowed upon him some protective treasure? Chu Yingkai firmly believed that this speculation was correct. After all, Chu Yunlong had been the most extraordinarily gifted genius of the Chu family, deeply cherished by their ancestors, and possessed several treasures, which was entirely reasonable. Chu Xingping and Chu Tian each took 3 steps back, with Chu Xingping raising his voice to question, "How do you possess such immense strength?" He finally comprehended why his son, who had attained the 4th level of body refinement, had been severely injured by a single punch from Chu Tian. Even the most rudimentary martial techniques could amplify a warrior's power. Chu Tian was acutely aware that he could not afford to receive that blow. He swiftly evaded Chu Xingping's attack with a sudden movement. Chu Xingping was further astonished. The speed exhibited by Chu Tian was inconceivable for a practitioner at the 2nd level of body refinement. Terror gripped his heart. This child's talent was terrifying. If allowed to mature, the Chu family would undoubtedly face ruin. He must be eliminated immediately. With murderous intent igniting within him, Chu Xingping's movements became increasingly rapid, and his strikes multiplied. Even with the protection of the spirit talisman, Chu Tian found it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught. He thought to himself, "If it comes to a desperate struggle, I could unleash the sky-devouring divine dragon martial spirit and strike Chu Xingping down in one blow." Glancing at the spectators, Chu Yingkai and Chu Hun, his heart grew colder. The dragon spirit could never be discovered by outsiders. They too must perish. Just as Chu Tian prepared to summon his martial spirit, a surge of violent spiritual energy erupted from the house behind him. A commanding and furious voice soon followed. "Who dares to harm a single hair on my son? I will take your life." With a tremendous crash, the door of the Chu residence exploded, and a figure, like a bolt of lightning, instantly appeared before Chu Xingping. The figure erupted with a surging aura, both hands striking down upon Chu Xingping's shoulders. Crack! Chu Xingping was sent flying, his shoulders shattered, blood spilling from his mouth, his life hanging in the balance. The 13th elder, Chu Yingkai, gazed in astonishment at the individual who had made their entrance, his voice trembling as he spoke. Chu Yunlong. It was indeed Chu Yunlong, the father of Chu Tian, who had sent Chu Xingping sprawling. Chu Yunlong approached Chu Tian, concern etched upon his face. Tiana, are you unhurt? Chu Tian replied with a smile. I am fine, father. Just stretching my limbs. It's nothing serious. Meanwhile, Chu Hun, terrified, wet his pants and let out a scream. Fleeing with his father, whose fate remained uncertain. Chu Yunlong turned his gaze toward Chu Inkai, his expression growing increasingly frosty. Chu Inkai, do you still recall who recommended you for the position of the family's law enforcement elder to the ancestor? Cold sweat drenched Chu Inkai. It was Brother Yunlong. Chu Yunlong pressed him. Is this how you repay your benefactor? Chu Inkai felt the perspiration soaking his back, as he was now under the dual pressure of Chu Yunlong's imposing aura and mental dominance. To his shock, he realized that Chu Yunlong had reached the pinnacle of the second level of spirit gathering, surpassing even his strength from 14 years prior. Confronting a strong individual at the spirit gathering realm was akin to courting death. As Chu Inkai fell silent, Chu Yunlong advanced toward him. With each step, it felt as if a heavy hammer struck down upon Chu Inkai's heart. When the distance between them shrank to merely 3 steps, Chu Inkai could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure upon his shoulders. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees before Chu Yunlong. Chapter 32. A glimmer of murder in the night. Upon returning home, Chu Ningshuang prepared an exquisite feast, accompanied by 2 rare jars of fine wine. Chu Yunlong, releasing 14 years of pent-up frustration, indulged in hearty drinking, becoming thoroughly intoxicated. Chu Tian felt joy for his father and sipped a few drinks himself. Yet he refrained from overindulgence, for he had matters to attend to. Once his parents succumbed to slumber, Chu Tian retrieved a pure black garment from the wardrobe and shrouded his face with a black cloth. This attire was dictated by his grim purpose, to commit murder. He aimed to eliminate Chu Xingping. Earlier that day, his father had left Chu Xingping gravely injured with a single strike. Yet he refrained from delivering the fatal blow. As the 13th elder of the Chu family, Chu Yunlong, despite his fury, was bound by family regulations. To take the life of the family's steward required the consent of either the clan leader or the ancestral spirits. Perhaps Chu Yunlong believed that inflicting severe injury was punishment enough, but to Chu Tian, it was far from satisfactory. His father had been poisoned and ambushed, and he had been relentlessly pursued by bandits dispatched by the 6th elder in the Baichuan mountain range. Both incidents served as stark warnings to Chu Tian. Only by eliminating his enemies could he secure his safety. During his confrontation with Chu Xingping earlier, he had already revealed his murderous intent, and Chu Tian was unwilling to wait for him to recover and seek revenge. Chu Xingping resided within the family estate, which was guarded by patrolling sentinels. However, for Chu Tian, this posed no significant challenge. Over the years, he had meticulously studied the guards' patrol patterns. With the aid of a lightness talisman, he could swiftly evade their gaze. Inside Chu Xingping's residence, cries of pain echoed as Chu Hun diligently tended to his severely injured father, whose complexion was as pale as a blank sheet of paper. He trembled incessantly, not due to the pain of the ointment applied, but rather from the fear that gripped his heart. He unleashed his fury upon his son, striking Chu Hun with a forceful slap that sent him sprawling. It's all your fault, you little rascal. Why did you have to provoke Chu Tian? Ever since your father ascended, our lives have been nothing but misery. Dazed and reeling from the blow, Chu Hun dared not approach again, hastily exclaiming, Father, I shall fetch the medicine, before scurrying away. Chu Xingping continued his tirade. If Chu Yunlong doesn't let me live in peace, I shall ensure his son suffers as well. I may not stand a chance against a formidable gathering spirit realm expert, but a mere brat in the 2nd stage of body refinement? I could crush him with ease. At that moment, he heard the door swing open with a loud thud, and the cold night breeze rushed into the room. Damn it, can't that little brat even close the door properly? Chu Xingping muttered as he rose to shut it, only to find it already closed. However, a cloaked figure now stood within the room. He instinctively questioned, Who are you? How did you enter? The intruder was none other than Chu Tian, who wasted no time on pleasantries. With a swift motion, he lunged towards Chu Xingping, seizing his arm and rendering him immobile. Chu Tian furrowed his brow. The physical strength of a 6th-stage body refinement warrior exceeded his expectations. 2 strikes of the Heaven Demon Fist failed to extinguish the life of the already gravely wounded Chu Xingping. Blood dripped from Chu Xingping's lips as he raved, his voice hoarse and frenzied. I will drag you down with me. He indeed possessed the capability, but Chu Tian would not grant him that opportunity. Chu Tian entered the room and closed the door, not only to prevent the sounds within from escaping, but also for a far more significant reason. he intended to summon the devouring celestial dragon spirit. Infusing his inner energy into the celestial palace, the devouring celestial dragon responded to his call and surged forth from Chu Tian's body. However, to avoid detection, Chu Tian swiftly suppressed the dragon's instinct to unleash a thunderous roar. As the dragon emerged, Chu Xingping was immediately overwhelmed by its formidable presence, rendering him incapable of gathering even the slightest trace of his own spiritual energy. This was a pressure stemming from the spirit realm, and even in the absence of injuries, Chu Xingping found himself powerless to resist. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld the spirit summoned by Chu Tian, trembling uncontrollably in fear. Dragon spirit, he exclaimed, his voice a mere whisper of despair. The realization struck him. The awakening of the dragon spirit was no mere rumor, but a stark reality. How had you deceived the heavenly servant? Chu Tian spoke with an air of calmness. As I mentioned today, there are many things you cannot comprehend. Without granting Chu Xingping the opportunity to call for help, he willed the devouring celestial dragon to extend its 5-clawed talons, plunging them into Chu Xingping's body. The dragon's claws shattered Chu Xingping's celestial palace, extracting his spirit in the process. What emerged was a beast resembling a pangolin. Chu Tian recognized it immediately as a yellow grade. Third-tier spirit, the ironback pangolin. The ironback pangolin spirit enhances a warrior's defensive capabilities, which explained why Chu Xingping had survived my 2 punches despite his severe injuries. The devouring celestial dragon opened its maw and devoured the ironback pangolin's spirit whole. It seemed that the higher the warrior's realm when consuming spirits of the same quality, the more energy it required from me. Desiring to devour the martial souls of warriors of equal rank, one must acknowledge that the higher the quality of the martial soul, the greater the consumption of spiritual energy. Upon realizing this, Chu Tian began to observe his celestial palace, only to be astonished by the newfound transformation of his ancestral soul divine tree martial soul. Chapter 33, The Evolution of the Martial Soul and the Secrets of the Ancestral Soul Divine Tree since the last occasion when he had consumed the martial soul blade of the bandit leader in the Baichuan Mountains. Chu Tian's ancestral soul divine tree martial soul had undergone a metamorphosis, nourished by fragments of martial souls. The once seedling form of the martial soul now exhibited fissures upon its surface, indicating an impending sprouting. At this moment, the devouring celestial dragon was coiled within the celestial palace, resting in slumber. With every breath, countless minuscule fragments of martial souls floated from its mouth and nostrils, enveloping the celestial palace in a chaotic mist, akin to a swirling fog. Simultaneously, the ancestral soul divine tree martial soul was incessantly absorbing these fragments, purifying the celestial palace. As the quantity of absorbed martial soul fragments increased, the seed form of the ancestral soul divine tree finally split its outer seed coat, revealing a tender sprout. To Chu Tian's surprise, the sprout that emerged from the seed was unlike any ordinary plant. It was not green, but rather a striking shade of purple. The once luminous green light emanating from the seed gradually transformed into a radiant purple glow. Even more astonishing to Chu Tian was the fact that the ancestral soul divine tree martial soul, which had been grafted onto him by Ling Er, bore her essence. However, during the sprouting process, Ling Er's aura began to dissipate, gradually replaced by Chu Tian's own essence. The ancestral soul divine tree martial soul had completely evolved into Chu Tian's own martial soul. Once the celestial palace was once again rendered immaculate, the ancestral soul divine tree ceased its evolution. The seed coat has shed, replaced by a tender purple shoot, no longer than a finger. Furthermore, the quality of the ancestral soul divine tree has ascended from the first tier of the yellow grade to the second tier. The martial soul has evolved. Chu Tian attentively sensed the transformation of the ancestral soul divine tree and was astonished to discover that this tender shoot evoked 2 familiar sensations within him. One was sharpness. Despite the tender shoot possessing only 2 small leaves, it resembled a keen blade. The other was hardness. Not even a mighty blow from a steel hammer could inflict any damage upon it. Chu Tian suddenly realized this was the ability of the devouring celestial dragon to consume martial souls. The martial soul of the bandit leader, the blade, was incredibly sharp, while Chu Xingping's iron-backed armadillo was as tough as iron. At this moment, Chu Tian began to comprehend the capabilities of the ancestral soul divine tree. Could it be that in the future, the abilities of the martial souls devoured by the devouring celestial dragon would be transferred to the ancestral soul divine tree? Chu Tian was profoundly shaken. He could envision a future where the ancestral soul divine tree would possess countless abilities, akin to having numerous martial souls at his disposal. He could only find two words to encapsulate his feelings: extraordinary. Chu Tian firmly believed that as long as the ancestral soul divine tree continued to evolve, it would inevitably reach the sacred level, or even surpass it. Chu Tian exited the celestial palace and regained his senses. He attempted to resonate with the ancestral soul divine tree, and specks of purple light emanated from his palm. However, aside from harnessing the restorative abilities of the ancestral soul divine tree, he could not invoke any other powers. He sighed. Ordinary martial artists could only wield martial souls if they reached the gathering spirit realm. The devouring celestial dragon, being a sacred-level martial soul, was unhindered. Yet the ancestral soul divine tree was not. Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Tian, and his eyes brightened. The talisman on the blade of the bandit leader, Park Dao, possesses the remarkable ability to enable martial artists of the body refinement realm to wield their martial souls. If I were to master it, would I not also unlock the powers of the ancestral soul divine tree? He hastily immersed his consciousness once more into the celestial palace. Delving into the orb beneath the brow of the devouring dragon, searching through the inheritance left by his ancestral talisman masters for the memory of that particular talisman. To locate a single talisman among 13,000 is akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Yet, Chu Tian possessed the tenacity to meticulously peruse each one. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had arrived. Engrossed in his study of the inheritance, he remained oblivious to the calamity that had befallen his family. In the early morning, a clan member sought out the third steward for discussions. After knocking for an unusually long time without a response, he sensed something amiss and forced his way inside, only to be met with a horrifying sight. The third steward, Chu Xingping, and his son, Chu Hun, lay lifeless within their home. This news spread rapidly throughout the Chu family, inciting widespread panic. Such homicides within the clan were typically investigated by the family's law enforcement elders. And upon learning of the incident, Chu Yingkai was beset by a throbbing headache. He inquired of the guards on duty the previous night, but they reported no unusual occurrences. The first suspect that arose in Chu Yingkai's mind was, of course, Chu Yunlong. Only a master at the gathering spirit realm possessed the capability to silently infiltrate the Chu household and eliminate a martial artist of the 6th layer of body refinement. Yet, he dared not voice his suspicions, for he had already offended Chu Yunlong, and to speak recklessly now would render the latter's warning a grim reality. In an effort to suppress the incident, he deliberately disseminated another piece of information, and sure enough, the descendants of the Chu family were captivated by the new tidings. The death of the third steward garnered little attention in contrast. The once great prodigy of the Chu family, the elder Chu Yunlong, who had lost all his cultivation, had now restored his former prowess. That was indeed a formidable spirit-gathering expert. Upon the news spreading, the clan leader personally visited the residence of Chu Yunlong to ascertain the veracity of the information. On that very day, another piece of news shocked the entire Chu family. Chu Yunlong had indeed restored his original cultivation level, and the family gained yet another spirit-gathering expert. This revelation filled many members of the Chu family with immense joy. In Baichuan City, there are 4 prominent families, which, while appearing harmonious on the surface, are rife with underlying conflicts. Whether it be in spiritual gardens, mines, or other ventures, these 4 families inevitably engage in both overt and covert struggles. The number of spirit-gathering experts serves as the foundation of each family's strength, with the Chu family acquiring an additional spirit-gathering expert. They stand to gain significantly more advantages in future resource distributions. However, a portion of the Chu family members trembled in fear. Their trepidation stemmed from the time when Chu Yunlong was incapacitated. They had mocked him and even engaged in some clandestine schemes. They could only hope that he remained oblivious to their actions or had forgotten them, for otherwise, their future days would be fraught with difficulty. On the 3rd day of his seclusion, Chu Yunlong conveyed a message to Chu Tian. 3 months after the conclusion of the family examination, a seasonal trial would be held. This so-called autumn trial is a competition open to all youths under 30 within the family, with the top 10 receiving abundant cultivation resources as rewards. This year, the champion of the autumn trial will be awarded a yellow-grade 2nd-tier source stone. The source stone, also known as the soul origin stone, is an extraordinarily rare gem, 100 times more precious than spirit stones. Legends say that source stones are inextricably linked to the birth of martial souls, when warriors cultivate while possessing a source stone. They can transform the ethereal energies of heaven and earth into the essence of their souls, nurturing their martial spirits. Although the soul stone cannot elevate one's martial spirit, it can significantly enhance the efficiency of cultivation, making it a coveted treasure among countless martial artists. Upon hearing this news, Chu Tian felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. The inheritance from the ancestral soul talismans clearly records that a soul talisman is the product of the fusion of over 100 spiritual symbols. Due to its intricate structure, it cannot persist solely through the drawing of spiritual energy. It dissipates before it can manifest its effects, necessitating a medium for its presentation. The source stone, therefore, emerges as the optimal choice for this purpose. Chapter 34. Tian Song Academy. Autumn Examination. Chu Ying is the grandson of the elder Chu Kedi. The elder has two sons. Chu Mian, who wagered against Chu Tian, is the daughter of the second son. As for the first son, he perished in the beast tide of the Baichuan Mountains, leaving behind a 6-year-old son, Chu Ying. Chu Tian's impression of Tian Song Academy is even more profound. It was none other than Chu Zhenghao who reported to Tian Pu about his awakening of the dragon soul, all to secure admission to Tian Song Academy. Tian Song Academy, established by the Tianlan Empire, aims to cultivate exceptional elites for the empire. With the empire's support, the resources for cultivation are nearly boundless. Any martial artist fortunate enough to gain entry to the academy is destined to become a formidable force. Across the entire empire, be they royal, noble, affluent, or commoners, families take immense pride in sending their offspring to this esteemed institution. He patted Chu Tian on the shoulder. This regret shall be fulfilled by you on behalf of your father. Chu Tian is acutely aware that since Chu Ying's enrollment at Tian Song Academy 3 years ago, no one from Baichuan City has managed to gain admission, highlighting the formidable challenge of joining the academy. Yet, he possesses unwavering confidence in himself, with a saint-level martial spirit. He stands out not only in Baichuan City, but throughout the Tianlan Empire, akin to a rare phoenix feather. The future of Chu Tian lies in a broader horizon. After Chu Yanlong's departure, Chu Tian found himself deep in contemplation. The family's decision to offer the source stone as a reward for the autumn examination was rooted in their belief that Chu Ying could secure first place. It remains uncertain whether it was the patriarch or the elder's subtle intent. They understood that a direct gift of the source stone might provoke dissent among the clan members. By framing it as a reward for the examination, they effectively silenced any murmurs of discontent. Achieving the 9th level of body refinement would qualify one for an elder's position within the clan, making victory in the autumn examination a near certainty. However, it was imperative for me to seize the opportunity. Only by obtaining the source stone could I awaken Linger. Chu Tian realized that before participating in the autumn examination, he must first triumph in the family's grand assessment scheduled for 2 months hence. He had publicly wagered against Shenyun. The grand assessment is restricted to those under the age of 14, and historically, no young martial artist who failed to make the top 10 has participated. The previously defeated Chuhan possesses the capability to enter the top 10. However, his absence from past assessments due to external training has kept him from competing, suggesting that the clan's participants in the grand assessment are, at most, at the 5th level of body refinement. Chu Tian chuckled lightly. The 4th level of body refinement no longer posed a challenge, and as for the 5th level, once he completed his 3 body refinements, he too would regard it with disdain. It is time to undertake the 3 body refinements. Before engaging in this process, Chu Tian first learned a particular spell known as the life-saving talisman, a rare healing talisman within the realm of talismans. The life-saving talisman can gradually infuse the practitioner with the essence of heaven and earth, making it suitable for those suffering from severe illnesses, thereby prolonging their lives. Similar to the reckless rhinoceros talisman and the lightness talisman, the life extension talisman is a 3rd-tier spiritual talisman of the yellow grade. For Chu Tian, mastering it posed no significant challenge, and in a mere moment, he successfully inscribed it. He affixed the life extension talisman to Ling Er's forehead, thereby granting her the ability to endure for a longer duration. Grasping Ling Er's hand, Chu Tian earnestly urged, "Ling Er, grant me 5 more months. If I can obtain the source stone, I shall undoubtedly save you." With that, Chu Tian entered a period of seclusion for cultivation. The spiritual energy within his dantian was already abundant. He merely needed to complete 3 rounds of body refinement to transcend into the 3rd realm of body refinement. Sitting in the courtyard, he activated the heavenly demon body refining technique, and a cerulean octagonal spiritual hammer materialized in the air. The first round of body refinement required 49 strikes. The second round demanded 81 strikes. The third round necessitated 121 strikes. Come forth, Chu Tian declared resolutely. And the floating spiritual hammer plummeted. Boom. The sound of the hammer echoed like a war drum, resonating with thunderous roars, uninterrupted for a moment. As time flowed swiftly, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Chu family's grand examination commenced as scheduled. This year's examination stood apart from previous assessments, attracting significant attention for 2 reasons. Firstly, the once-renowned genius of Baichuan City, Elder Chu Yunlong of the Chu family, had overcome his crippled state, restoring his cultivation and re-entering the gathering spirit realm. This grand family examination was personally presided over by the newly reinstated Chu Yunlong. The other 3 prominent families of Baichuan City, the Lin family, the Wang family, and the Zhang family, sent their most esteemed representatives to witness the occasion in celebration. Especially concerning the Lin family, the patriarch Lin Hong personally arrived, as it is rumored that in his youth, he shared a remarkable bond with Chu Yunlong. Now that his old friend has re-entered the realm of spirit gathering, it is only natural for him to extend his congratulations. Additionally, there lies the matter of the wager between Chu Tian, the son of Chu Yunlong, and the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, Chu Mian. 3 months prior, at the martial arts arena, Chu Tian and Chu Mian established a pact. Should Chu Tian secure the top position in the upcoming family examination, Chu Mian would bestow upon him the Qingfeng sword, a treasure granted only to the most gifted youth of the clan by the patriarch himself. Initially, no one held high hopes for Chu Tian. At merely 14 years of age, he had only just awakened his martial spirit, rumored to be of the yellow level, 1st grade. In the brief span of 3 months, he was up against clan youths who had not only failed to break into the top 10 in previous examinations, but also had ample time to hone their skills, leaving him with little hope of victory, let alone claiming the 1st place. However, the news of his father, Chu Yunlong's remarkable emergence, compelled everyone to reassess Chu Tian. To their astonishment, they discovered that the news from just a month after Chu Tian's awakening was nothing short of astonishing. Merely days after his awakening, he successfully refined his body, defeating Chu Ling, who was at the 3rd stage of body refinement, despite being at the 1st stage himself. A mere fortnight later, having progressed to the 2nd stage of body refinement, he effortlessly vanquished the insolent Chu Han, who boasted a 4th stage of body refinement. Setting aside how Chu Tian managed to battle beyond his means, one must wonder how he achieved such a rapid advancement to the 2nd stage of body refinement within half a month. His father, Chu Yunlong, a genius of the Chu family who awakened a yellow level, 5th grade spirit, did not attain such speed in his own progression. Is Chu Tian truly a prodigy, or merely a waste of potential, a talent that emerges once in a millennium? Chapter 35, the 4th stage of body refinement. Moving mountains. The venue for this grand examination was the Chu family's martial arts arena. To ensure the esteemed guests could observe comfortably, Chu Yunlong ordered the construction of viewing platforms around the arena. Chu Tian, however, found himself languishing in a secluded corner, his mood decidedly dismal. 2 months prior, he had successfully broken through to the 3rd stage of body refinement. He had intended to press on and directly advance to the 4th stage, but unexpected complications arose. With a sacred-level martial soul, his dantian was already brimming with spiritual energy. The issue lay with the body refinement itself. The first 3 stages focused on refining the skin, while the 4th stage marked a shift in focus. The 4th stage of body refinement centers on the muscles of the practitioner. Chu Tian couldn't help but let out a wry smile. The ancestor who created the heavenly demon body refinement technique was indeed formidable. Employing this technique for the 4th stage of body refinement no longer involved the hammering of spiritual energy, but rather the act of moving mountains. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Chu Tian decided to attempt it once more. He circulated his technique, and the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly coalesced, forming a translucent azure mountain several times his own size. With his shoulder braced against the spiritual peak, his face flushed with effort. Possessing the heavenly demon body, his strength was thrice that of an ordinary warrior. And at his current level, he wielded a force equivalent to 12 quintals. 1 quintal equals 1,000 pounds. Thus, he could effortlessly lift objects weighing 10,000 pounds. Yet, the spiritual peak upon his shoulder was far more than that. As it settled, he felt every muscle in his body tremble violently as if electrified. Chu Tian's feet sank deeply into the ground, soon rendering his ankles invisible. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Only a brief interval of 3 breaths had passed when Chu Tian could no longer endure, promptly dissipating the spiritual peak upon his shoulders. He gasped for air, his entire body weary and nearly unable to stand. This was the culmination of over a month of arduous training for Chu Tian. The first time he had condensed the spiritual peak, he was directly overwhelmed and brought to the ground. Had it not been for the formidable recovery ability of his ancestral soul, tree martial spirit, he might have perished under the crushing weight. A luminous purple glow enveloped Chu Tian's form, swiftly mending the torn muscles within him. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to condense the spiritual peak once more. According to the records in the heavenly demon body refinement art, he could only complete the body tempering by enduring the spiritual peak for 36 breaths. Chu Tian was quite dissatisfied with his current pace of cultivation. His aspirations extended far beyond the imminent family examination, focusing instead on the autumn imperial examination 2 months hence. Only by defeating Chuing, who had reached the 9th level of body tempering during that assessment, could he acquire the source stone to awaken Ling Heir. At that moment, a familiar female voice rang out from a distance. Chu Tian. He turned in the direction of the voice and beheld a charming and vivacious young lady, radiating beauty and grace, approaching him with a light-hearted gait. It was none other than Lin Lanlan, the girl he had saved in the Baichuan Mountains. Upon seeing her, Chu Tian eagerly advanced. "What brings you here?" Lin Lanlan feigned annoyance. "What? Am I not welcome?" Chu Tian replied with a smile. "How could that be?" "Of course. You are welcome," Lin Lanlan playfully responded. "I came with my father to observe the event." Suddenly, it dawned on Chu Tian that Lin Lanlan was the daughter of Lin Hong, the patriarch of the Lin family. He appraised her with curiosity before inquiring, "Have you made a breakthrough?" When Lin Lanlan encountered the Baichuan mountain range, she was still at the 4th level of body refinement. After 2 months apart, the aura she exuded had become significantly more profound. Lin Lanlan felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Indeed, she had finally made a breakthrough. Just a few days prior, she had ascended to the 5th level of body refinement. "It seemed you have diligently practiced and lost some weight." Compared to 2 months ago, Lin Lanlan appeared somewhat slimmer. Yet the impression she left was one of refinement and strength. The last time they met, she had embodied the delicate charm of a pampered young lady. This time, however, she exuded a refreshing and capable demeanor that left Chu Tian quite impressed. He was certain that Lin Lanlan's transformation and breakthrough were rooted in her ability to conquer her inner demons. Was the clan leader truly such a principled man? This revelation intrigued him. Curiously, he inquired, "Does your father support you in this?" Lin Lanlan playfully stuck out her tongue. "He hardly supports me. I had to go on a hunger strike for quite some time, threatening to starve myself. Eventually, he relented, for he has no other daughter and surely cannot bear to watch me perish." Chu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. It was no wonder Lin Lanlan had become so much leaner. She was indeed a remarkable person. Intrigued, Lin Lanlan asked, from a distance, "I saw you carrying something. You weren't practicing again, were you?" The scene of Chu Tian refining his body with a spiritual hammer in the Baichuan mountain range remained vividly etched in her memory. Chu Tian nodded slightly, acknowledging her observation. He scratched his head and explained, "I was preparing for today as family examination and couldn't find the time." Lin Lanlan paused in disbelief. "With your strength, do you really need to participate in such minor family assessments?" Chu Tian teased. "If I were to tell you that I awakened merely 3 months ago, would you believe me?" Lin Lanlan was about to express her disbelief when she suddenly recalled that 2 months prior, during her first encounter with Chu Tian, he had only attained the 1st level of body refinement. She gazed at him in astonishment. "You are now at the 3rd level of body refinement?" Indeed, in the span of 3 months, he had remarkably advanced through 3 levels, leaving Lin Lanlan in disbelief. Reflecting on her own 4-year journey to break through to the 5th level of body refinement, during which she had basked in self-satisfaction, calling herself a genius, she couldn't help but blush. She thought to herself, what a peculiar talent. Lin Lanlan glanced at the unfinished martial arts platform in the distance and remarked, however, ever since 2 months ago, when Shu Yunlong restored his cultivation and re-entered the gathering spirit realm, countless young men from the Chu family have been vying to befriend Chu Tian, only to be dismissed one by one. It has been quite bothersome, hindering his training. Chu Tian even resorted to kicking one away, after which no youth dared to approach him again. True feelings are revealed in adversity. Those who once looked down upon and mocked him are now regarded with disdain by Chu Tian. Lin Lanlan, however, was different. They shared a bond forged in life and death, making their friendship particularly precious. In the Chu family's reception room, esteemed guests from the Zhang and Wang families were engaged in conversation over tea, accompanied by several elders from the Chu family, who were providing ample courtesy. Yet, the protagonist, Elder Chu Yunlong, was conspicuously absent, as was the head of the Lin family, Lin Hong. At that moment, the two were conversing in a quiet side room. Chu Ningxuang prepared tea for them and, with a hint of complaint, addressed Lin Hong, "Brother Lin. It has been quite some time since you last visited to drink with my Yunlong." Lin Hong felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "Dear siblings, do not hold it against me. Ever since I assumed the role of the patriarch of the Lin family, I have been inundated with endless responsibilities. I apologize to you all," he said. Chu Yunlong waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such words, Brother Lin. You see, several years ago, I confided in you that I had become incapacitated. Although our bond as brothers is profound, you have taken on the mantle of family leader. It would be inappropriate for you to frequently visit a mere invalid like myself, as it might invite unwarranted gossip. Therefore, I insisted you refrain from coming." Upon hearing this, Chu Ningxuang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. For the past 14 years, although Chu Yunlong often claimed to be indifferent, how could a once-renowned genius from Baiwan City truly let go? Chu Yunlong, smiling, sought to console his wife. "It is all in the past. To weep in front of Brother Lin would be impolite." Chu Ningxuang hurriedly wiped her tears. "I apologize, Brother Lin, for letting you witness such a spectacle." Chu Yunlong inquired, "What brings you to this secluded residence, Brother Lin?" A conflicted expression crossed Lin Hong's face. Chu Yunlong urged, "Brother Lin, please speak candidly. Given our fraternal bond, there is no need for subterfuge." Lin Hong sighed deeply. "Then I shall be forthright. Yunlong, do you remember the marriage pact that our families once established?" Chu Yunlong laughed heartily. "Of course, I remember. The year when my elder sister-in-law and Ningxuang were both with child, we brothers made a pact. Should our children be of the same gender, we would become sworn brothers. If they were of opposite genders, a marriage contract would be set to symbolize our family's eternal unity." With excitement, he continued, "By my reckoning, my son will soon turn 14, and your daughter must be of similar age. It is time to fulfill the marriage contract. It is with a sense of shame that I admit, after 14 years, I have yet to behold the visage of your daughter, nor have I presented any worthy gifts. As a father-in-law, I feel utterly remiss." Upon hearing Chu Yunlong's words, Lin Hong's countenance grew increasingly awkward. "Yunlong, I have come to see you not to fulfill our marriage pact, but rather to dissolve it." The expression on Chu Yunlong's face gradually hardened, and a flicker of anger surfaced. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, he questioned, "Brother Lin, are you serious?" Lin Hong remained silent for a considerable time before nodding affirmatively. In a low, thunderous voice, Chu Yunlong retorted, "Lin Hong, do you understand how humiliating it is for a man to be rejected by a woman? What wrong have I, Chu Yunlong, committed to warrant such a decision from you?" At this juncture, he could no longer contain his fury, slamming his palm down upon the chair and rising in indignation. The sound echoed. With the might of a formidable practitioner, he shattered the chair to splinters. Had it not been for their deep brotherly bond, that strike might have landed squarely upon Lin Hong's head. Lin Hong spoke solemnly, "My unfilial daughter has coerced me with threats of death. I am left with no recourse. Yunlong, this is my fault. If you cannot quell your anger, then strike me, your elder brother. I shall not retaliate." Beside them, Chu Ningxuang hastily grasped Chu Yunlong's arm, imploring, "Yunlong, temper your rage. For these past 14 years, Brother Lin did not withdraw from the engagement during your incapacitation, which speaks volumes of his loyalty. What is there to be angry about?" With a deep exhale, Chu Yunlong acknowledged the truth in his wife's words. After his incapacitation, those who once regarded him as a brother, save for Elder Chu Lu and Lin Hong, treated him as a harbinger of misfortune, shunning him with great trepidation. Should Lin Hong choose to annul the engagement, he would have to endure the humiliation in silence. Yet Lin Hong did not take such a course. Now that he has re-entered the gathering spirit realm, one would expect others to eagerly arrange for their daughters to wed him. Instead, Lin Hong seeks to withdraw from the engagement, which must indeed be a reluctant decision. Chu Ningxuang interjected, "This marriage contract was merely a drunken folly between the two of you. I opposed it at the time, though we are parents. We have no authority over our children's unions. Had I been obliged to follow parental dictates, I would never have married you in the first place." Chu Yunlong found himself at a loss for words, recalling the stubbornness and actions of his wife in pursuit of their union, which softened his heart. With a sigh, he conceded, "Ningxuang is correct. This marriage bond was indeed frivolous. Since Lin's daughter is unwilling, let it be. Fortunately, I have never mentioned this engagement to Tianer, so we may treat it as if those drunken words were never spoken. Lin Hong rose and clasped his hands in gratitude. Yunlong, thank you. The viewing platform for the martial arts competition should be nearly prepared. As the presiding elder, I must go check on its progress. Brother Lin, please proceed to the reception room for tea. We shall reminisce after the grand examination begins. Very well. After Lin Hong departed, Chu Ningxuang remarked, the annulment of the engagement is for the best. Our Tianer is destined not to linger in Baichuan City. The vast world beyond is his true home. If Tianer were to adhere to that marriage contract, it would only serve as a burden, adding to his troubles. In the depths of his heart, Chu Yunlong felt a heavy burden. He lifted his gaze towards the sky outside, where the celestial islands floated inverted among the clouds, resembling towering mountains that weighed heavily upon his soul. Ningfrost, what do you believe the future holds for Tianer? Ningfrost's eyes were also filled with concern. I have faith that Tiana will be just fine. Chu Yunlong grasped Ningfrost's hand firmly. Indeed, our son shall be safe, he affirmed. Now, let us not indulge in undue worries. We should head to the martial arts platform and see how Tianer is preparing. As Chu Yunlong and Ningfrost made their way to the training ground, they paused unexpectedly in the family garden, where Ningfrost suddenly halted. Why have you stopped? Chu Yunlong inquired, puzzled. Ningfrost pointed in amazement towards a distant pavilion. Yunlong, look over there. Following her gesture, Chu Yunlong's gaze fell upon a pair of young lovers seated in the pavilion. The young man was none other than his son, Chu Tian, and the young lady, radiant and enchanting, wore a joyful expression akin to a pair of mandarin ducks in a forest. Chu Yunlong was taken aback. I have never seen this girl in our clan. Could she be a young lady come to witness our family ceremony? Ningfrost smiled knowingly. Fortunately, we canceled the engagement today. Otherwise, we would have had to break this pair apart and cause trouble for Tianer. Chu Yunlong chuckled. This boy certainly gives us little reason to worry his parents. Yet, it is good. His charm with the ladies bears a striking resemblance to my own youthful allure. Ningfrost feigned anger. Confess, how many flowers and plants did you court behind my back in your youth? Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Chu Yunlong hastily pleaded for forgiveness. My dear wife, do not be angry. I was merely jesting. Chapter 37. The commencement of the grand examination. As Chu Tian conversed with Lin Lanlan in the garden pavilion, he abruptly turned his head to the side. Lin Lanlan, puzzled, inquired, what is it? In the direction Chu Tian was gazing, there was naught but emptiness. He gently shook his head, responding, it's nothing. Yet, despite his words, a sense of curiosity lingered within him. He could have sworn he heard his parents' voices just moments ago. How could this be, with no one present? Was it merely an illusion? Lin Hong nodded, affirming, it is indeed time to express our gratitude. Below the arena, the youthful martial artists participating in the grand examination had congregated, numbering in the hundreds, most of whom bore expressions of palpable anxiety. The Chu clan boasted tens of thousands of clansmen in Baichuan City, yet only a scant thousand were deemed worthy of receiving the family's cultivation resources. The remainder toiled diligently across the clan's various enterprises. The first watershed moment in the lives of the Chu clansmen was the awakening ceremony. Those who failed to awaken their martial spirits by the age of 14 were immediately assigned to the mines. The second pivotal juncture was the family's grand examination. Only those martial artists under 14 could aspire to be among the top 10 in the examination to earn familial cultivation and the right to access training resources. Should they fail to secure a place among the top 10 and be under 14, they would have another opportunity to participate the following year. However, for those who had reached the age of 14, their labor assignments were dictated by their examination rankings. Such is the nature of this world, where strength and talent dictate all. Ultimately, only a select few ascend to the pinnacle, earning the reverence of the masses. The audience in attendance grew steadily. This examination saw not only the presence of all the family elders, but also the attendance of some of the clan's outstanding youths, who had come to witness the proceedings. Chu Tian's gaze swept over the viewing platform, yet he could not locate Chu Ying, who had been absent for 3 years. He pondered whether she had yet to return from Tiansong Academy, or simply chose not to attend the ceremony. However, he did catch sight of the eldest elder's granddaughter, Chu Mioan. She remained clad in a form-fitting leather outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, her long legs undoubtedly capturing the attention of many. In her hand, she wielded a 3-foot-long sword, its scabbard ancient and inscribed with the characters Qingfeng. I must admit, this woman possesses a sense of integrity, Chu Tian mused inwardly. Yet, He suspected that her choice to carry the Qifeng sword was more about wishing to witness his downfall, seizing the opportunity to mock him. Due to the long-standing discord between the eldest elder and his father, Chu Mian had never extended a warm demeanor towards Chu Tian over the years. Every encounter was marked by biting remarks and even insults. To Chu Tian's surprise, a young man of similar age stood beside Chu Mian. Despite the throngs of suitors vying for her affection within the Chu family, her standards were exceedingly high, and she typically dismissed her contemporaries. This young man was a first for Chu Tian. The features of this youth were unfamiliar to him, likely belonging to attendees from other families. However, the expression on Chu Miaowen's face was one of utter disdain. On the viewing platform, the young man beside her prattled on, Miaowen. Next month our Wang family will host a disciples training conference. Your Chu family will also send representatives to attend. How about I take you around when the time comes? Chu Miaowen's voice was icy as she replied, I will not be going. Directly rejected, the young man surnamed Wang, known as Wang Wu, displayed no signs of distress. He was the son of the third elder of the Wang family and was well matched with Chu Miaowen. With the alliance between the Chu and Wang families, he would earnestly persuade his father to convince the clan leader to arrange a marriage between the two families, allowing him to wed Chu Miaowen. Aware that Chu Miaowen despised flattery, he skillfully shifted the conversation. Miaowen, I have heard that you made a wager with a young man from the Chu family. If he fails to secure first place in today's examination, you may dispose of him as you wish. What could he have done to offend you? Shall I intervene and teach him a lesson? Chu Miaowen replied, his father was responsible for my uncle's death. Our families are sworn enemies. However, this matter pertains to the Chu clan and does not require your intervention. She turned her gaze towards the arena, where she spotted Chu Tian. Her heart a tumult of emotions. She had already heard of Chu Tian's victory over Chu Han, who possessed the strength to place among the top 10 in the examination. Could it be that Chu Tian truly had a chance at first place? Clenching her Qing Feng sword tightly, she mused. Chu Han has reached the 4th stage of body refinement, while Chu Tian has just awakened this year. How could he possibly be a match for Chu Han? He must have relied on external assistance to achieve an unexpected victory. The clan examination has strict rules. Any participating disciple must rely solely on their own strength and may not employ external aids. Chu Tian, when your true nature is revealed, I shall relish the sight of your disgrace. On the observation platform, Chu Yunlong and Chu Ningxuang had also arrived, accompanied by the 11th elder of the Chu family, Chu Lu. Chu Yunlong gazed at the Chu family patriarch, Chu Yu, who was conversing with the elders of the Zhang and Wang families nearby, his brow furrowed in concern. Brother Yunlong, the time is drawing near. You should proceed to oversee the clan examination. Chu Yunlong spoke, Chu Lu, my son is also participating in this assessment. To prevent any unfounded claims of favoritism, I would like you to preside over the first round of evaluations. Chu Lu agreed, very well. I shall comply with Brother Yunlong's arrangement. He then leaped onto the stage, and the previously cacophonous training ground fell into an immediate silence. He gazed down at the youthful competitors and stated solemnly, the family assessment is a pivotal examination that will determine the fate of each young member of the Chu family. This year, there are a total of 627 participants, but only 10 will receive the family's support and cultivation resources. This is crucial for your individual futures. And I hope each of you will perform to the best of your abilities and showcase your true strength. The young members of the Chu family felt a wave of tension as the family assessment was about to commence. Chapter 38. Do not show favoritism. Chu Lu surveyed the youthful martial artists below the stage, nodding in satisfaction. This year's exceptional youths outnumbered those of previous years, which is a cause for celebration for the family. Although the esteemed position of the Chu family in Baichuan City is upheld by the strong who have broken through to the spirit-gathering realm, it is the outstanding youth who represent the family's future. Step onto the stage, he commanded. The young competitors promptly ascended the platform. The Chu family's training ground was vast, and even with 600 participants, there was ample space. Chu Tian positioned himself at the center, closest to Elder Chu Lu, while the others stood slightly behind. With a light smile, he noted that the reluctance to approach the front was a sign of insecurity. Those who edged closer to the stage's edge were increasingly anxious and fearful. Many youths began to whisper among themselves, does anyone know the content of this year's major assessment? Uncertain, each year's assessment, aside from the fixed arena competition, features varying preliminary content. The year before, it involved battling puppets. Last year, it was against monstrous beasts. This year, it appears that Elder Chu Lu will preside over the proceedings, and I am left to wonder what the content will entail. Elder Chu Lu possesses a forthright disposition. and perhaps the preliminary hosted by him will not be excessively challenging. I sincerely hope so, for this year marks my final opportunity to undertake the assessment. Should I fail to secure a position within the top 10 once more, I shall be compelled to join my father in cultivating the family South spiritual gardens. I have heard from my elders that our Chu family has recently discovered a new iron mine, and there is a shortage of laborers to work in the mine. It is highly likely that during this assessment, those with the lowest rankings will be selected to assist. Surely not. I have already reached the age of 14. This year's grand examination is my last chance. If I am eliminated in the preliminary round, would that not be? A voice interrupted him with disdain. You have practiced for 3 years, and yet only attained the second stage of body refinement. You deserve to be sent to the mines. What did you say? Another retorted. You awakened at 12, and even now, you have only reached the second stage of body refinement. What is there to be proud of? Someone attempted to mediate, saying, Enough of this bickering. We all understand that to enter the top 10 in the grand examination, one must at least achieve the third stage of body refinement. We are merely here to run alongside the fortunate ones. Upon hearing this, the once fiery dispute among the youths subsided into a somber silence. The heavens are unjust, and all beings suffer. Those of us born into ordinary circumstances, lacking the awakening of high-quality martial souls, shall ultimately find ourselves relegated to the lower echelons of the family, quietly enduring our lives. Suddenly, someone posed a question. Do you think Chu Tian will be eliminated? The gaze of the youths converged upon Chu Tian. Standing proudly at the heart of the arena, his imposing figure instilling a deeper sense of inferiority among them. They lacked even the courage to approach the center of the stage. Previously, Chu Tian had vanquished Chu Ling, who was at the 3rd level of body refinement. And it was rumored that he had struck Chu Han, at the 4th level, so fiercely that the latter had coughed up blood. Given the prowess he had demonstrated, it seemed almost certain that he would effortlessly secure a position within the top 10, or so some speculated. However, doubts lingered. At the time of his victory over Chu Ling, Chu Tian was merely at the 1st level of body refinement. And defeating Chu Han while he himself had reached the 2nd level seemed peculiar. After all, he had only awakened his martial soul a mere half-month prior, yet had rapidly ascended through 2 levels and consistently triumphed over opponents 2 levels above him. Does this not strike you as peculiar? One youth echoed in agreement. A voice, tinged with envy, interjected. After all, he is the son of the 7th elder. How can we, without powerful mentors, possibly compare? Others responded with bitter indignation. In the family assessment, the use of external aid is strictly prohibited, or one would be directly eliminated, under the watchful eyes of all. Chu Tian would surely not dare to act recklessly. Just wait. Soon he will reveal his true self, and his pride will not endure for long. Indeed, if he fails to secure a position in the top 10 of the family examination at the age of 14, he will be consigned to the mines. Just like the rest of us, regardless of being the elder's son. The murmurs from the arena reached Chu Tian's ears. Yet they stirred not a single ripple within his heart. The only way to silence these voices was to showcase his true strength. Meanwhile, Elder Chu Lu, observing from the platform, furrowed his brow in surprise at the level of scrutiny Chu Tian was enduring. He yearned to reprimand those who spoke indiscreetly. Yet with members of other families present to witness, it was unseemly to display anger in public. Silence. The authoritative tone of Chu Lu swept across the arena, and in an instant, no one dared to utter a word. I am here to announce the content of this year's preliminary family examination. The initial test is rather simple. Whoever can endure for 30 breaths under my spiritual might shall advance to the next round. Before the youths on the stage could express their astonishment, Chu Lu unleashed his spiritual energy. The turbulent force surged forth like a tempest, radiating from Chu Lu and sweeping in all directions. Martial artists of varying realms possess different levels of spiritual energy. The higher the realm, the denser the energy, the greater the strength, and the more intense the sense of oppression it exerts. The spiritual energy of a strong individual, when imposed upon a weaker one, feels akin to a mountain descending from the heavens, bearing immeasurable power and subduing all in its path. When the disparity in realms is vast, the strong need only to release their spiritual energy to overpower the weak. The might of spiritual energy is indeed the essence of spiritual authority. At the first breath of Chu Lu's released energy, 1/3 of the 600 youths on the stage immediately knelt upon the ground. Some, possessing merely the 1st level of body refinement, collapsed entirely, foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness. Gasps echoed from the spectator stands. A 1st-level gathering of spiritual energy. Notably, the elders of the Wang and Zhang families appeared astounded, as if witnessing an extraordinary event. Chu Yunlong smiled and elucidated. What you may not know is that our esteemed elder, Chu Lu, successfully completed the gathering of spiritual energy in his dantian last year, emerging as a formidable presence in the realm of spiritual gathering. The expressions of the elders from the Wang and Zhang families fluctuated between dark and light. As with the addition of Chu Yunlong, the Chu family now boasted two powerful figures in the realm of spiritual gathering. The distribution of interests in Baichuan City is likely to undergo a transformation. On the arena, Chu Lu has been channeling his spiritual energy for 3 breaths. Over half of the youths have already succumbed to their knees, overwhelmed by the oppressive might of a spiritual gathering realm expert. The bones of many young individuals crack ominously, as if they might shatter at any moment. Below the stage, the Chu family guards rush forward to assist those unable to endure the pressure, escorting them away from the arena. 4 breaths, 5 breaths, 6 breaths. With each passing moment, more youths collapse. Even those at the 3rd level of body refinement are drenched in sweat, their legs trembling uncontrollably. In stark contrast, standing in the center of the arena, enduring the brunt of the spiritual pressure, is Chu Tian. He scratches his temple, wearing an expression of mild embarrassment. Lowering his voice, he addresses Chu Lu before him. Uncle Chu Lu, you need not go easy on me. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, Chu Lu appears bewildered. What do you mean? I can handle it. Uncle Chu Lu, you don't have to hold back. Chu Lu is both amused and exasperated. Though I am a spiritual gathering expert, it is impossible for me to envelop 600 individuals with varying strengths and different levels of spiritual pressure. What do you mean by holding back? Now it is Chu Tian who is taken aback. Uncle Chu Lu, your spiritual pressure is rather weak, isn't it? Chu Lu's eyes widen, his countenance shifting from confusion to an imposing authority, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Although he shares a brotherly bond with Chu Yunlong, being told by Chu Tian that his spiritual pressure is inadequate stirs his ire. Unable to contain himself, he amplifies his spiritual pressure. Immediately, over 30 Chu family youths collapse to the ground. Yet, when one glances at Chu Tian, he remains unfazed, as though nothing is amiss. Chu Lu felt somewhat disheartened, yet he refrained from intensifying his spiritual might. After all, this was merely a preliminary assessment. Should the number of eliminations be excessively high, it would reflect poorly on him as the presiding elder. Meanwhile, Chu Tian calmed himself and attentively sensed the spiritual pressure that Chu Lu exerted upon him. It finally dawned upon him why he had the misperception that Chu Lu was being lenient. For the past 2 months, he had been endeavoring in the 4th level of body refinement, enduring the relentless pressures of the spirit mountain daily, which had become second nature to him. In comparison, the spiritual might of Chu Lu paled significantly against the oppressive forces of the spirit mountain he had faced during his training. This realization ignited a flame of determination within Chu Tian. Once I master the heavenly demon body refinement technique to the 9th level, I might truly become invincible in physical prowess. As 30 breaths of time elapsed, the number of young contenders on the arena dwindled to a mere 1/5, leaving just over 100 remaining. The moment Chu Lu dispersed his spiritual might, numerous youths promptly sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Chu Lu surveyed the surroundings, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. It was indeed gratifying to see that over 100 youths had managed to endure under his heightened spiritual pressure. He gestured upward, signaling for Chu Yunlong to descend from the observation platform to the arena. Chu Yunlong had previously stepped aside to avoid any semblance of bias. But now that the preliminary phase was complete, it was time for the rightful contender to take the stage. Descending from the heavens, Chu Yunlong landed gracefully upon the arena, and with an authoritative voice, he proclaimed, in accordance with the regulations of the Chu family, the second round of the competition will be a tournament-style battle. You shall draw lots to determine your opponents, engaging in pairs until the top 10 are decided. The youths on the arena clenched their fists in quiet determination, each hoping to draw a favorable lot, even if they could not secure a position among the top 10. A higher ranking would ensure a more manageable allocation of tasks in the future. While it may not lead to a life of luxury, it would at least afford a more comfortable existence. Chu Yunlong gestured, and immediately the Chu family's guards brought forth the dark box for the drawing. As the young men prepared to line up for their turn, they were interrupted by Chu Tian's voice. There's no need for such formality. Why not let you all compete at once? The boys were taken aback. Many instinctively perked up their ears, unsure if they had misheard. Even Chu Yunlong wore a look of astonishment. Tianer, what are you suggesting? He inquired. Father, isn't the content of the family examination each year determined by the presiding elder? Chu Yunlong nodded in affirmation. Indeed, As long as fairness and impartiality are upheld, the presiding elder has the discretion to decide what to assess and how. Chu Tian smiled. Then, could you assist me in amending the rules? There is no need for one-on-one duels. With over 100 participants, it would take until nightfall to complete. With so many guests in attendance today, I doubt they wish to witness such tedium. Tianer, how do you propose we compete? Chu Tian boldly declared, as I just mentioned, let everyone take part at once. His words resonated clearly with all present, both on the arena and in the audience. One youth, feeling insulted, retorted angrily, arrogant. Chu Tian, who do you think you are, to take on 100? Chu Tian turned to meet the young man's gaze directly, his tone growing frigid. If my memory serves me correctly, prior to the preliminary examination, you, alongside others, mocked me, alleging that my accomplishments were merely a consequence of my father's protection and external assistance. Am I mistaken? The youth felt a flush of embarrassment, unaware that his recent words had been overheard by Chu Tian. His expression faltered as Chu Tian's words pierced his heart like a sharp blade. He struggled to defend himself, exclaiming, I did not. Yet, the indignation etched upon his face betrayed him. Chu Tian continued, you all believe that my achievements stem from the shelter of my forebears. Yet you overlook the fact that my father only regained his prowess 2 months ago. Before that, how many of you ridiculed or even insulted me? Why is it that when my father's status and strength were restored, your expressions transformed to one of envy? Your indignation is merely a manifestation of jealousy. Jealousy over the fortune that has not graced your own lives. You detest your humble origins, yet fail to consider that my father ascended to the rank of elder through his own relentless dedication. His position was earned through his efforts. Among the elders of the Chu family, there are those with mediocre martial souls, yet they have thrived, while you can only gaze upon them with envy. For it is your lack of effort that holds you back. You resent my rapid progress, yet remain oblivious to the fact that I have toiled day and night for the past 3 months, scarcely resting. And what of you? You have long resigned yourselves to fate. The notion of divine injustice is merely an excuse for your habitual laziness and lack of cultivation. Destiny lies within your own grasp. Yet you choose to blame the heavens and others. On the observation platform, Lin Lanlan slightly parted her lips, recalling the words spoken by Chu Tian when she had confided her grievances regarding her betrothal amidst the Baichuan mountains. My fate is determined by myself, not by heaven. It was precisely Chu Tian's utterance that shattered the demons within her heart, enabling her to make further progress in her cultivation. Each word of Chu Tian pierced like a needle. Each sentence struck like a blade, leaving the hearts of the youths in the arena utterly fragmented. I understand that acknowledging the excellence of others is a formidable challenge for you. Thus, today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Do you not perceive me as merely a fade, lacking substance without external assistance? Today, with an assembly of esteemed guests and under their watchful eyes, I am undeniably incapable of deceit. I offer you a chance to expose me. Let all of you unite and challenge me. Should I be defeated, I shall. As you desire, toil in the mines or cultivate the fields in the spirit realm, or even resort to tasks of even lower esteem. However, if you are vanquished, let it be known that anyone who dares to slander in the future shall have their tongue severed and fed to the dogs. Chu Tian's audacious declaration resonated powerfully, leaving none of the youths courageous enough to meet his gaze. At that moment, an irate voice echoed from the observation platform. Chu Tian, what nonsense are you spouting? Following the sound, Chu Tian beheld an elder radiating an indomitable aura, glaring fiercely at him. A spiritual pressure, far mightier than that of Elder Chulu, descended upon Chu Tian like a mountain, intent on chastising him. Chu Yunlong let out a cold snort, unleashing his own spiritual energy to shield Chu Tian. The two were evenly matched in their spiritual might, and for the time being, neither could claim victory. Chu Yunlong bellowed, Elder, what do you intend to do to my son? Chapter 40, 1 against 100. The furious shout of Chu Yunlong captured the attention of everyone present. Directing their gazes towards the observation platform, there stood an elderly man, his fierce gaze and arched brows fixed upon the father-son duo of Chu Yunlong and Chu Tian on the arena. This elder was none other than the most senior and esteemed elder of the Chu family, Elder Chu Kedi. It dawned upon the onlookers that an irreconcilable animosity existed between Chu Kedi and Chu Yunlong. Their conflict had intensified over the years, 14 years prior. Following the passing of the previous elder, the ancestral decree of the Chu family mandated a martial contest to determine the new clan leader. What was intended to be a measured competition escalated into a fierce confrontation, resulting in Chu Yunlong delivering a blow that incapacitated Elder Kedi for half a year. While Chu Kedi retaliated with a strike that shattered Chu Yunlong's meridians, rendering him disabled for 14 years. The enmity should have ended there. But upon receiving a fortuitous opportunity, Chu Yunlong ascended once more to the gathering spirit realm, and naturally yearned to reclaim the honor he had lost to Chu Kedi over the past 14 years. It was clear to all that the discord between these two elders of the Chu family was destined to flare up anew. Chu Yunlong's voice thundered as he confronted Chu Kedi. As an elder of the Chu family, how dare you openly strike against my son, Amir Jr.? What are your true intentions? With a disdainful snort, Chu Kedi retorted, Chu Yunlong, your son has spoken recklessly, brazenly challenging the dignity of the Chu family. As an elder, do you expect me to remain passive and not teach him a lesson? An immediate chorus of agreement followed, with another elder, the sixth elder Chu Lin, echoing, indeed. Chu Tian has shown blatant disregard for the family regulations, embarrassing the Chu family in front of so many esteemed guests. He deserves to be reprimanded. Those privy to the inner workings of the Chu family are well aware that Chu Lin's only son met a tragic fate after reporting false claims regarding Chu Tian's awakening of the dragon soul, resulting in his head being crushed by a heavenly servant. This has fostered a deep-seated enmity between the two families. Many members of the Chu family, displeased with Chu Yunlong's resurgence, relish the opportunity to witness how he will respond to this situation. At this juncture, an elder spoke up. Elder 6. You incessantly proclaim that Chu Tian is disrespectful of family rules. I must inquire, which specific rule has he transgressed? Chu Yunlong deftly placed the label of rule-breaking upon Chu Kedi, rendering him incapable of retorting. Seizing the moment, Chu Yunlong laughed heartily. Since my son wishes to take on 100 adversaries single-handedly, as his father, how could I dampen his enthusiasm? The re-examination will consist of a 1 versus 100 challenge. Perform admirably, and the elders present will determine the top 10 based on your displays. Upon concluding, Chu Yunlong cast a disdainful glance at Elder 1 and Elder 6. If anyone believes I am being unjust, they may summon the clan leader and the ancestors to adjudicate. He then leapt down from the platform, fixing his gaze upon Chu Tian. While he held great confidence in his son, he recognized that those remaining on the stage were all exceptional youths within the family. The vast majority were at the third stage of body tempering, and among them were 3 individuals who, despite their previous misfortunes in the arena, had now advanced to the 4th stage. The Chu family's youth on the platform exchanged glances, utterly astonished that Elder 7 had indeed acquiesced to Chu Tian's request to alter the examination criteria. The young man who had just been rendered speechless by Chu Tian's retort now found himself invigorated, shouting, "What are you all waiting for? Whoever can defeat Chu Tian shall enter the top 10. This proclamation ignited the courage of the youth, over 100 strong, each capable of delivering a fatal blow to Chu Tian. Charge! Someone shouted, and immediately 2 individuals surged towards Chu Tian. The expression on Chu Tian's face gradually transformed into one of cold indifference. 14 years of humiliation would find its reckoning today. Bang! Bang! 2 resounding thuds echoed from the arena, and in an instant, the previously tumultuous stage fell into a profound silence, where even the sound of a falling pin could be distinctly heard. The 2 young warriors, who had first launched themselves at Chu Tian, were sent hurtling off the stage in the blink of an eye. One fell unconscious, while the other spat blood, unable to even cry out in pain. The young warriors on the stage found their view obstructed by those in front, unaware of what had just transpired. However, the spectators in the stands observed with clarity. The 2 young martial artists approached Chu Tian, each preparing to unleash their martial techniques. Yet, before they could even gather their spiritual energy, Chu Tian's fist struck their bodies with a force so rapid that they had no time to react. Not even a flicker of expression crossed their faces. What astonished the crowd even more was that Chu Tian had not employed any martial techniques, with merely 2 ordinary punches. He rendered one of equal rank unconscious and caused the other to bleed profusely. On the observation platform, Chu Mioan's alluring red lips parted in disbelief, unable to close. She murmured in a trembling voice, "Body refinement. 3rd level. How is this possible? Just 3 months ago, in the training grounds, I publicly ridiculed Chu Tian for possessing a weak martial soul. 3 months would not suffice to elevate him by even 1 level. He would surely be eliminated in the family examination. However, today, Chu Tian not only broke through 2 realms consecutively, but also faced 100 adversaries with the valor of a god of war descending upon the mortal realm." Chu Mioan reached up to touch her face, which burned as if she had been struck. She clenched her teeth in frustration. It was inconceivable. Even if Chu Tian had experienced extraordinary fortunes to achieve such breakthroughs, He could not possibly defeat 100 martial artists of equal stature. There must be some hidden treasure on his person. Utilizing external artifacts in the assessment was a violation of the rules, and if I keep a watchful eye, he shall inevitably reveal his secrets. On the arena, a young man also raised doubts. Chu Tian, you must possess a protective artifact. Otherwise, it is impossible for you to be this formidable. Chu Tian, uninterested in debate, grasped the collar of his shirt and tore it apart, exposing his robust upper body. Each muscle was distinctly defined, unassuming, yet concealing terrifying explosive power. His skin shone like it had been forged by divine hands, reflecting a mesmerizing light under the sun. On the martial observation stage, countless men gasped in awe, while many girls blushed in secret. This was the most perfect physique anyone had ever witnessed. A masterpiece only achievable through relentless refinement during the body tempering process. By ripping his shirt, Chu Tian demonstrated through action that he had not cheated nor employed any protective artifacts. He coldly remarked, "Is this all you can do? Merely finding excuses? How contemptible." Chapter 41. This sword, I give to you. After casting 2 young martial artists off the stage, the remaining 100 youths on the platform dared not approach Chu Tian. They feared the disgrace of being defeated first and receiving a tarnished name from the elders. Chu Tian felt even more disheartened by their cowardice. Have you lost all courage to even make an attempt? Very well, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. As soon as the words left his lips, Chu Tian surged into the crowd like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, anguished screams reverberated from the arena, unceasing. One youth after another was hurled high into the air, descending from the stage. The onlookers in the gallery widened their eyes, unable to believe the unfolding spectacle. Chu Tian resembled a humanoid beast, rampaging across the arena as if in a realm devoid of opposition. The young warriors of the Chu family appeared as nothing more than a disorganized rabble before him, utterly outmatched. They did not submit passively to his onslaught. They attempted to retaliate. However, their martial techniques seemed as ineffective as cotton candy, landing on Chu Tian without causing him the slightest discomfort. Among them, for youths at the 3rd level of body refinement simultaneously struck Chu Tian with their techniques, their fists colliding with a sound akin to metal clashing. Yet, Chu Tian remained unfazed, his body not even registering the slightest tremor. An elder from the Zhang family, witnessing the spectacle, turned to the accompanying elder of the Chu family in astonishment. What kind of body refinement technique has this youth mastered to forge such a flawless physique? He is nothing short of a humanoid weapon. The elder of the Chu family was rendered speechless, not out of a desire to protect the secrets of the Chu family, but because he was equally in the dark. He silently mused, if my Chu family possessed such a terrifying body refinement technique, we would have long since unified Baichuan City. Not far away, Lin Hong, the patriarch of the Lin family, rose from his seat in shock, murmuring to himself, is he the son of Chu Yunlong? Beside him, Lin Lanon misheard. Believing her father was inquiring whether Chu Tian was the youth who had rescued her, she playfully remarked, Father, this is Chu Tian, the one who saved me. Isn't he impressive? In Lin Lanlin's eyes, there was an unintentional glimmer of admiration and longing, even a hint of joy. Lin Hong's heart was a tumultuous mix of emotions. He wished to converse with his daughter, but was at a loss for words. Unaware of her father's thoughts, Lin Lanlan curiously inquired, Father, do you think Chu Tian hasn't used any martial techniques? Lin Hong observed intently and nodded. Indeed, this young man has yet to employ any martial skills, relying solely on his physical strength to confront his opponents. Given his ease in handling the situation, he must possess the strength of 12 ding. Lin Lanlan could not help but exclaim, does that mean he wields 3 times the power of a practitioner of the same level? Typically, a practitioner at the 3rd stage of body refinement possesses 4 ding of strength, and even those at the 4th stage barely reach 8 ding. Lin Hong sighed in astonishment. This boy could likely contend with demonic beasts of the same realm using only his physical prowess. A tiger begets no dog. The son of Chu Yunlong is bound to make a name for himself in Baichuan City. As the contest approached the end of its half-tea session, Chu Tian delivered a powerful kick that sent his last opponent flying from the arena, finally ceasing his efforts. At this moment, he stood alone upon the stage. Chu Tian approached the edge of the arena, confronting the previously arrogant youth. The boy, having suffered 2 broken ribs from Chu Tian's kick, clutched his chest in pain. Unable to rise. Remember what I said before. If I ever hear anyone utter a word against my family again, I will undoubtedly keep my promise and cut out their tongue. The youths below the stage averted their gazes, unable to meet Chu Tian's fierce eyes. Upon ascending the arena, Chu Yunlong could not suppress his hearty laughter. What a splendid performance! The guests in the observation stand rose in unison to extend their congratulations. A tiger begets no dog. They proclaimed, "Congratulations, Brother Chu. With 2 champions in the Chu family, you are destined to become a celebrated tale in Baichuan City." Yet, amidst the chorus of accolades, an inappropriate voice of skepticism emerged. "Chu Tian, what cultivation method are you practicing?" The crowd fell silent, for the speaker was none other than the esteemed elder of the Chu family, Chu Kadi. He stepped onto the stage, standing before Chu Tian. Chu Yunlong, with a cold sneer, shielded his son. "Elder, what my son practices is of no concern to you." Chu Kadi was relentless. According to the family rules, disciples of the Chu clan are prohibited from cultivating external methods and techniques without the patriarch's consent. Chu Yunlong, surely you do not intend to assert that the method your son practices is one of our Chu family's techniques? Or perhaps it has already received the patriarch's approval? Chu Yunlong's brow furrowed. It was indeed true that the Chu family had stringent regulations against learning foreign techniques. Chu Kadi was exploiting this very point to challenge Chu Tian. If the elder remained unconvinced, he could send someone to inquire at the Chu family. Upon hearing the name of the Chu family, Chu Kadi's pupils constricted, and he dared not utter another word. With a reluctant huff, he turned to leave. Chu Tian was taken aback. In the 14 years of his life, he had seldom heard his mother speak of her family. The elder's evident fear suggested that the maternal family held greater power than the Chu family. As the elder stormed away in anger, another figure attempted to follow suit. Chu Tian called out loudly, "Halt!" The figure froze, their steps coming to a standstill. "Cousin Mioan, why the haste? Are you in such a rush to depart?" Chu Tian had called out to none other than the eldest elder's granddaughter, Chu Mioan. With a face ashen with fury, Chu Mioan turned her head sharply. "Chu Tian, what do you intend to do?" she questioned. Chu Tian retorted, "Shouldn't I be the one inquiring what my cousin Mioan plans to do? 3 months ago, we made a pact in this martial arts arena. If I secured first place in the family examination, you would relinquish the Chi Feng sword bestowed upon you by the clan leader. Now that I have indeed achieved first place, does cousin Mioan intend to go back on her word?" Chu Miaoan's complexion paled further as she tightly gripped the Chi Feng sword. This blade was her pride, a privilege reserved for the most exceptional disciples of the family. Yet now, she understood the weight of her promise. To renege would not only tarnish her reputation, but also bring disgrace upon her grandfather. In a fit of frustration, Chu Mioan stamped her foot and hurled the sword towards Chu Tian. "It is yours." Chu Tian caught the Chi Feng sword and drew it from its scabbard, the blade vibrating and emitting a resonant hum. Chapter 42. The unyielding devotion of a fool. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, Lin Lan Lan could not help but slightly part her crimson lips in surprise. She had not anticipated that Chu Tian would bestow upon her the treasured sword of the Chu family. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, she was interrupted by Chu Miaoan's furious outburst. "Chu Tian, what are you doing? Do you have any idea how significant the Chi Feng sword is to the younger generation of the Chu family? How could you possibly give it to an outsider?" Chu Miaoan, filled with rage, bit her lips so hard that it bled, the crimson staining her lips, rendering her even more alluring. The members of the Chu family present were left in stunned silence. Since her birth, Chu Miaoan had been the favored one of the eldest elder and had grown up adored and envied by the younger generation for her beauty and talent. As a paragon of excellence, she had never before been subjected to such questioning tone. At that moment, a dashing young gentleman emerged beside Chu Miaoan. "I am Wang Wu, the son of the 3rd elder of the Wang family and a suitor of Miaoan." Chu Tian's smile deepened. "Young Master Wang, you are truly infatuated," he remarked. Wang Wu, believing Chu Tian to be praising him, felt a swell of pride. "My feelings for Mioan are as evident as the sun and moon." Suddenly, Chu Tian's tone shifted. "But are you aware of how much your esteemed cousin despises you?" During the grand examination, everyone witnessed her expression of utter disdain while you stood beside her, akin to the revulsion one feels upon encountering a fly. You cannot claim ignorance of her sentiments towards you, yet you still dare to utter such nauseating words. I can only say that sycophants are indeed invincible. Chu Tian's words prompted a chorus of laughter from those around. An elder from the Wang family, present to observe, sought to mediate the situation, but the imposing aura of Chu Lu rendered him speechless, as he had yet to break through to the gathering spirit realm. Chu Lu issued a warning. "Young Master Wang, today you are a guest, and our Chu family treats you with respect. However, should you insist on causing a ruckus here, do not blame me for withholding the Wang family's face. What I have offered you, you shall accept." The dominance and confidence in Chu Tian's words caused Lin Lanlan's heart to flutter and her cheeks to flush. Chu Yunlong observed the scene with a continuous smile, while Chu Ningshuang shot her a glare as if to remind him of something. Suddenly realizing, Chu Yunlong inquired, "This young lady appears somewhat unfamiliar. May I ask to which esteemed family you belong?" Lin Lanlan hurriedly bowed to Chu Yunlong. "I am Lin Lanlan, honored to meet you, uncle." The call of uncle delighted Chu Yunlong's heart, prompting him to laugh heartily. "So, it is the esteemed daughter of the Lin family. May I inquire as to your father's identity? I believe I might be acquainted with him." Just then, a cough resonated behind Lin Lanlan. The patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Hong, stepped forward, visibly embarrassed. "Yunlong, I haven't had the chance to introduce you to my daughter, Lin Lanlan." Chu Yunlong's expression was one of astonishment, while Chu Ningshuan stood by, equally taken aback. "Father, mother, what is the matter?" Chu Tian inquired curiously. Chu Yunlong chuckled awkwardly. "It's nothing, nothing at all. I have long heard of Lin Deji's daughter, known for her grace and intelligence. Seeing her today, it is indeed as I have heard. Tiana. Miss Lin is still quite young, yet she has already achieved the 5th level of body refinement, truly a prodigy of Baichuan City. You must learn from her in the future." When he emphasized the word learn, it was with particular intent. Lin Lanlan, sharp-witted as she was, could not miss the underlying meaning in Chu Yunlong's words. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Lanlan, have you taken a liking to the young man from the Chu family who presented you with this sword?" Lin Lanlan's face turned crimson. "Father, please do not speak nonsense. Her voice faded to a whisper, barely audible even to herself. As a father who had experienced such matters, Lin Hong easily discerned his daughter's sentiments. He sighed, "Lanlan, why didn't you tell me sooner that your heart was already pledged?" Lin Lanlan felt aggrieved. "You have been upset with me over the marriage arrangement. How could I dare to inform you?" Lin Hong felt overwhelmed. "Regarding the marriage arrangement, I have already rescinded it." Lin Lanlan was filled with overwhelming joy. "Thank you, father." Lin Hong waved his hand. "Lanlan, do not be too hasty in your gratitude. Are you aware of whom I originally betrothed you to?" Lin Lanlan shook her head. "Father has never elaborated to me." Lin Hong patted her head. "This is indeed my fault. I should have informed you sooner. The one you were promised to in an arranged marriage is none other than the son of the 7th elder of the Chu family, Chu Tian. You foolish girl. You truly have stirred up a great misunderstanding." Lin Lanlan was left in a state of shock, her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief. Chapter 43. The furious Chu Tian gazing at the uninvited guest, fury ignited in Chu Tian's eyes. His voice carried a sharp, murderous intent. "Wang Wu, what brings you here?" The intruder was none other than Wang Wu, who had previously expressed his desire to purchase the Qingfeng sword, accompanied by an elder from the Wang family. Wang Wu remained seated with an arrogant demeanor, crossing his legs. "Chu Tian, you were quite formidable just now." The expression on Wang Wu's face gradually soured. Chu Tian's words were undeniably true, reflecting his own thoughts. He rose to his feet, his demeanor turning menacing. "To think you are a clever one. But have you ever heard the saying that clever people often meet an early demise? You are unlikely to be an exception." Chu Tian retorted. "Do you dare to act against me on my own territory?" Wang Wu erupted into a boisterous laugh. "Ha ha, you live in such a remote area with no one around. Even if I were to act, who would know?" His smile morphed into something increasingly sinister. "I neglected to mention that I recently explored your residence, which explains your disdain for Chu Mion. It appears you possess a hidden gem within your abode, a more exquisite maiden who left me utterly astounded." Suddenly, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from Chu Tian, shattering the floor beneath his feet in an instant. Wang Wu, startled, instinctively took a step back, seeking refuge behind the elder accompanying him. Chu Tian's voice resonated with an overwhelming intent to kill, akin to the frigid winds of winter, causing Wang Wu to feel a sharp drop in the room's temperature, involuntarily shivering. "What have you done to Langer?" Wang Wu emphasized the word care, his expression becoming increasingly lecherous. Knowing that Linger had not been harmed, Chu Tian felt a slight relief in his heart. Yet the murderous intent in his eyes not only remained intact, but intensified. "If you had no ill intentions towards Linger, I would merely teach you a lesson without taking your life. After all, your esteemed status in the Wang family would undoubtedly provoke conflict between our two families should you perish in my home." Wang Wu laughed heartily. "To think you could kill us both, you must be out of your mind. Allow me to demonstrate the insurmountable chasm that lies between us before your demise." Wang Wu immediately unleashed his spiritual energy, upturning the tea table beside him with force. 5th stage of body refinement. Chu Tian, I recognize your formidable physique. Possessing strength comparable to a fifth-stage body refinement warrior, yet you must understand that sheer physical prowess is insufficient. One must also wield formidable martial skills. I have recently mastered the Wang family's ultimate technique, the fourth-tier yellow-grade martial art, the piercing palm, which I have yet to test in battle. Today, you shall serve as my blood offering, allowing me to assess the might of the piercing palm. As Wang Wu spoke, he channeled his spiritual energy, condensing it in his palm. With a fierce determination, he struck towards Chu Tian's body. Chu Tian focused intently on Wang Wu's palm. Wang Wu, at the fifth level of body refinement, wielded a strength akin to 16 ding, enhanced by a fourth-tier yellow-grade martial technique, elevating his power to nearly 40 ding. Chu Tian, possessing 12 ding of strength, could amplify his prowess to 36 ding through the use of his heavenly demon fist, thus he was not without the ability to contend. Yet, he understood that he could not afford to engage Wang Wu in a drawn-out battle. He needed to resolve this swiftly. His primary concern was the 15th elder of the Wang family. Previously, the 15th elder had been suppressed by Chu family's 11th elder, Chu Lu, through spiritual might, leading Chu Tian to conclude that he had yet to break through to the gathering spirit realm. However, just as he reveled in his own cleverness, he heard the frantic cry of his own 15th elder, Wang Wu, "Be careful." Startled by the sudden shriek from above, Wang Wu instinctively looked up. There, descending from the heavens, was a massive azure octagonal hammer, forged from pure spiritual energy. The hammer radiated an overwhelming force that sent chills down his spine and instilled fear in his heart. With a swift motion, Chu Tian swung his hand downward, and the spiritual hammer came crashing down. This was his self-created martial technique, the heavenly demon hammer. A thunderous roar erupted as the floor of the living room shattered completely, fragments raining down with a crackling sound. As the dust settled, Wang Wu's form emerged, deeply embedded in the ground, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his teeth shattered. Lifeless, Chu Tian's initial strike was a fatal blow. The hammer had crushed Wang Wu's skull, rendering survival impossible. After dispatching Wang Wu, Chu Tian shifted his gaze to the 15th elder of the Wang family. It's your turn. Chapter 44. The Soul Ascension Talisman. At this moment, the 15th elder of the Wang family extended his trembling hand into the air. The instant Chu Tian unleashed the heavenly demon hammer, he sensed the impending danger and called out to Wang Wu, attempting to intervene. However, he was ultimately a moment too late. Chu Tian's strike was lethal. The spirit hammer descended with breathtaking speed, almost in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to offer salvation. He could only watch helplessly as Wang Wu was struck down. The 15th elder of the Wang family seethed with rage. "How dare you slay my family scion?" Chu Tian regarded the elder with a look of incredulity. "He sought to kill me. Should I not retaliate? Am I to invite him to sit and share a drink in merriment?" Boom. A force more ferocious than Chu Tian surged forth from the elder, emanating a formidable spiritual might, the 8th level of body refinement. "Chu Tian, by slaying my family's scion, you declare yourself an enemy of the Wang family. Even with Chu Yunlong's protection, you shall not escape retribution." Unable to contain his scornful laughter, Chu Tian retorted, "You cannot even best Uncle Chu Lu, yet you dare invoke my father's name? Were he here, would you presume to utter a word of disrespect? It is a mystery whether the Wang family has fallen into disarray or if you merely favor the inept. To hold the position of elder with such meager prowess is truly laughable." Chu Tian's words struck a nerve with the 15th elder, who was involved in a clandestine arrangement with the 3rd elder of the Wang family, Wang Wu's father, to secure his position. A chill coursed through him. Under my protection, Wang Wu perished within the confines of the Chu family. The 3rd elder would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon me. The only path to survival lies in subduing this young man and shifting the blame onto the Chu family. I have just assessed the heavenly demon hammer wielded by Chu Tian. While formidable, it poses no threat to me, having already attained the 8th stage of body refinement. The 15th elder of the Wang family surged forward, taking a bold step that propelled him at astonishing speed towards Chu Tian. A ferocious aura descended upon Chu Tian, aiming to render him immobile. However, he miscalculated. Chu Tian had already proven capable of resisting the aura of a first-stage spirit-gathering realm expert like Chu Lu. The aura of a mere body refinement practitioner was nothing more than a tickle against him. Faced with the 15th elder, Chu Tian remained utterly unperturbed, having devised his countermeasure long before he struck down Wang Wu. Their audacity to act so brazenly stemmed from their confidence that the surroundings were clear of witnesses. which also facilitated her own plans. While the Wang elder engaged in incessant prattle, Chu Tian infused his own spiritual energy into the heavenly palace. A body refinement practitioner at the 8th stage possesses a strength of 128 dings, and engaging him in a contest of brute force would yield a victory probability of less than 1 in 10,000. However, this does not imply defeat. Chu Tian possessed a secret weapon of unparalleled might, the sacred-level martial soul, the devouring celestial dragon. Just as the Wang elder's hand was about to grasp Chu Tian, an indescribable force descended from the heavens, immobilizing him completely. His heart quaked, fearing that a formidable Chu family expert had arrived. Yet, in the next moment, he was astounded to realize that the force suppressing him was not the aura of a martial artist, but the terrifying presence emanating from a martial soul. A colossal dragon surged forth from Chu Tian, exuding an overwhelming aura and an imposing presence. Upon witnessing the celestial dragon, the 15th elder of the Wang family felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. He could not suppress his trembling exclamation. "Dragon soul, how dare you, Chu family, conceal the emergence of a dragon soul warrior?" At the same time, his very soul trembled in fear. "I shall report this to the heavenly servant and demand the annihilation of your Chu family." Chu Tian's voice was frigid. "To be candid, the heavenly servant has already sought me out, but alas, my fate is resilient, and I have survived. As for you, the deceased have no opportunity to betray." Manipulating the celestial dragon, Chu Tian extended its golden claws to pierce the elder's body, penetrating into his inner sanctum. The dragon's claw seized hold of the elder's martial soul, attempting to extract it from the celestial palace to consume it whole. However, to Chu Tian's astonishment, this act of devouring another's martial soul proved far more arduous than on the previous occasions. "In due time, as the benefactor, I shall reap immense rewards." Chu Tian's tone bore no hint of emotion. "Do you comprehend?" The last individual who spoke thus met with the fate of having his skull crushed by the heavenly servant. "As for you, there is no need for the heavenly servant to intervene. I shall personally escort you to your demise." With great difficulty, Chu Tian maneuvered his right hand and extended a finger. The 15th elder of the Wang family scoffed. "In our current state of weakness, even if you could move a single finger, what could you possibly achieve? Merely scratch my back?" Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, silenced. For on the tip of Chu Tian's finger glimmered a radiant blue light, which, as he moved it, left behind ink-like traces in the air. "Spirit talisman. You are a talisman master." The 15th elder of the Wang family was engulfed in immense terror. Just as alchemists are rare, so too are talismans masters. Should a talisman master emerge in Baituan City, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the entire city. How could the Chu family maintain such stringent secrecy without a whisper of news? At this moment, Chu Tian found himself unable to control his body. Struggling to draw the talisman, yet he still managed to create the spiritual talisman. Had Lin Lanlan been present, she would have immediately recognized that the talisman drawn by Chu Tian was identical to the one that adorned the crude blade in the hands of the bandit leader back then. Indeed, Chu Tian had discovered this talisman among the 13,000 talisman inheritances. This talisman was a 4th-grade yellow-level soul-enhancing talisman, capable of temporarily augmenting the power of one's martial soul. Once the soul-enhancing talisman was completed, a gentle flick of Chu Tian's finger caused the talisman to adhere to his body, radiating a breathtaking brilliance. He could distinctly feel the overwhelming surge in the power of his devouring dragon martial soul. "Come forth," Chu Tian roared. And the devouring dragon responded with a thunderous dragon's roar, golden claws emerging from the body of the Wang family's 15th elder. Chapter 45. The 7-colored glazed light with the assistance of the soul-enhancing talisman. The power of Chu Tian's devouring dragon martial soul surged dramatically. Grasping the martial soul of the Wang family's 15th elder from the celestial realm with a single claw, the elder let out a horrifying scream, spewing blood, and immediately succumbed to lifelessness. Observing the martial soul ensnared in the golden claws of the devouring dragon, Chu Tian discerned it was a weapon-type martial soul, a rather unremarkable long spear, classified as a 3rd-grade yellow-level martial soul known as the Red Tassel Spear. He was astonished to discover that the ancestral soul tree martial soul had acquired a new ability, piercing. This corroborated Chu Tian's earlier speculation that the ancestral soul tree would inherit the capabilities of the original martial soul upon absorbing fragments of it. The ancestral soul tree now possesses 3 distinct abilities. In the event of a life-and-death battle, if summoning the devouring sky dragon proves inconvenient, one may utilize the Soul Ascension Talisman to call forth the ancestral soul tree to confront adversaries, potentially yielding unforeseen results. Chu Tian withdrew his consciousness from the celestial realm. Awakening from the tangible world, his brow furrowed as he murmured to himself, "I have slain a scion of the Wang family and an elder of theirs. The Wang clan will undoubtedly seek retribution. This matter must never be traced back to me." He concealed the two corpses and, under the cover of night, discreetly transported them to the Baichuan mountain range. Within the mountains, numerous beasts and demonic creatures abound. By dawn, the bodies would be completely devoured, leaving no trace behind. Indifferent to the turmoil beyond, Chu Tian held steadfast belief in his father's ability to manage the situation. Over the next fortnight, he sought refuge in a tranquil courtyard within his clan, embarking on a rigorous regimen of cultivation. He mastered a 4th-grade yellow-level spirit concealment talisman from his ancestors' teachings, inscribing it at each corner of the courtyard, effectively cloaking all spiritual fluctuations within, rendering any disturbance undetectable. At this moment, Chu Tian stood bare-chested, his flawless physique exposed. His legs sank deep into the earth, veins protruding from his arms and neck like coiling dragons. Upon his shoulders rested a massive spiritual mountain, its weight daunting, amounting to tens of thousands of pounds, akin to the heft of numerous cauldrons, pressing down on him until his face flushed and breath became labored. With a hoarse voice, he bellowed, 10, 11, 12. Each utterance drained him further. 15, 16. Before he could utter the 17th number, he could no longer endure, and his body collapsed with a thunderous thud. Had it not been for his quick reflexes in dispersing the Ling Mountain, he would have either perished or sustained several broken bones. Chu Tian lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The 4th level of the heavenly demon body refinement technique. The mountain-moving body tempering was indeed exceedingly challenging. After nearly 2 months of rigorous practice, he could only endure for 16.5 breaths. He found it incomprehensible how the ancestors who devised the heavenly demon body refinement technique managed to withstand the weight of a Ling mountain, equivalent to dozens of ding, with merely the strength of 12 ding for 36 breaths. Estimating his current pace of cultivation, Chu Tian surmised that by the time of the family's autumn examination, he would scarcely have broken through to the 4th level of body tempering. The eldest elder's grandson, Chu Ying, had already achieved the 9th level of body tempering, making it utterly insufficient for him to secure the top position in the autumn examination. For the sake of Linger, he must seize first place and acquire the source stone. As Chu Tian calmed his breath, preparing to continue his body tempering, an odd sensation suddenly arose within him, as if something resonated with his very being. This feeling emanated from the depths of his soul, profoundly mysterious, as if it had been long yearned for. Chu Tian murmured, "What is happening?" He raised his gaze towards the direction of the Baichuan mountain range, and there, in the distant sky, a faint yet piercing beam of light ascended. As time progressed, the light became more pronounced, transforming into a splendid spectacle. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, manifesting as a radiant 7-colored glass light. The stirring sensation within Chu Tian intensified, and he felt an overwhelming desire deep within him to reach that divine light. The 7-colored glass light lingered for the duration of an incense stick, gradually dissipating as if it had never existed. As Chu Tian gradually calmed his mind, he became aware of the considerable commotion outside the courtyard. Stepping through the door, he observed the warriors of the Chu family pausing in their tracks, all gazing intently towards the direction where the vibrant, multicolored light had recently manifested. Each countenance bore a mixture of anticipation and confusion, mirroring Chu Tian's own expression moments ago. It seemed they, too, had experienced a wondrous fluttering sensation deep within their hearts. Chapter 46. The Fall and Legacy of the Divine Realm. In response to Chu Tian's inquiry, Chu Ningshuang countered, "Do you know why this continent beneath our feet is called the continent of divine fall?" Chu Tian shook his head, having always assumed the name was merely nominal, devoid of deeper significance. Chu Ningshuang explained earnestly, long ago, before the arrival of celestial beings, this land was a desolate expanse, plagued by ancient beasts, while humanity was still in the throes of discovering martial arts. Legend has it that at the very heart of this continent stood a towering divine mountain, upon which lay a realm unknown to all, known as the Divine Realm, inhabited by omnipotent deities, later referred to as the ancient gods. These ancient gods governed the land, often descending to guide humanity in their cultivation, imparting numerous legendary divine techniques and martial skills. However, an inexplicable calamity befell them. One day, without warning, the divine mountain collapsed. Chu Tian paused for a moment. The realm atop the mountain shattered into countless fragments, raining down upon the earth as a meteor shower that persisted for a full century. The entire continent was engulfed in flames, with only a few beasts and humans managing to survive, and it took countless millennia for life to gradually return once more. Since then, no one has witnessed the ancient deities descending upon the continent. Humanity speculates that the ancient gods have all perished. Chu Tian's eyes widened as he beheld the divine fragments falling from the heavens, having endured their descent without destruction and a century of fire without charring. Truly, it is astonishing. One cannot fathom the terrifying power wielded by the divine realm in ancient times. How does it compare to the celestial beings that now govern the world? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chu Tian could not help but feel a profound yearning. Chu Tian gazed longingly towards the direction of the Baichuan Mountains. The miraculous descent from the heavens had seamlessly melded with the continent, becoming imperceptible. Yet, whenever celestial wonders occur, the divine phenomena burst forth with radiant, multicolored light, reappearing in the mortal realm. Since the fall of the ancient gods, countless human warriors have entered these divine wonders, acquiring fortuitous opportunities and immense benefits. Ancient texts have recorded that when the ancient gods fell, the strongest among humanity had barely attained the fifth realm of the postnatal stage, the realm of knowing fate. Yet, through generations of warriors exploring these divine wonders, they gained insights, continuously breaking through to discover the innate five realms, even surpassing the limits of martial arts to reach the realm of the sages. It is said that when the divine wonders manifest, the duration of the erupted multicolored light correlates with the intricacy of the legacies contained within and the astonishing treasures hidden therein. Some divine wonders are so alluring that even celestial beings cannot resist descending to seize them. Just moments ago, the multicolored light within the Baichuan Mountains persisted for the length of an incense stick, suggesting it harbors extraordinary opportunities. Chu Tian clenched his fists in silent resolve. If he could enter the divine wonder to explore, he might just have the chance to break through the current bottleneck in his cultivation and perhaps acquire even greater fortunes. Chu Tian, discerning her son's intentions, looked on with understanding. Heavenly wonders are an irresistible temptation for every martial artist, yet opportunities often accompany greater dangers. If one truly has the chance to step into such a divine realm, one must remain steadfast in heart and not allow desire to cloud one's vision. Otherwise, one may meet their demise within. Once life is extinguished, nothing remains. Father, what has transpired in the Baichuan mountain range? Why do the elders appear in such a state? Chu Yunlong inquired with a wry smile. The manifestation of the divine realm within the Baichuan mountain range has prompted our Chu family and the other three families to mobilize our strongest members, each striving to outpace the others in seizing the legacy contained therein. Yet, for all our efforts, whether from the Chu family, the Lin family, the Zhang family, or the Wang family, none have managed to enter the divine realm. Several elders from our Chu family were gravely injured while attempting to force their way in. Chu Tian was utterly astonished. Is it truly impossible to enter the divine realm? It feels as though mountains of gold and silver lie before us. Yet we cannot take even a fraction. It is indeed disheartening. Chu Yunlong shook his head. There is a way. After encountering repeated setbacks, the elders from our four families convened and discovered that entry to the divine realm is not entirely barred. Rather, it is subject to certain conditions. His tone grew serious. Only youthful martial artists under the age of 30 are permitted to enter the divine realm. Chu Tian's eyes sparkled with hope. He perfectly fit the criteria for entry. Understanding his son's thoughts, Chu Yunlong placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. After deliberation among our four families, each may dispatch 4 young martial artists into the divine realm. As for who shall emerge with the legacy and treasures, it will be determined solely by the prowess of each family's descendants. Your father has secured a spot for you. Tianer, prepare diligently, for today you shall enter the realm of miracles. Chu Tian nodded with excitement, while Chu Tian beside him was filled with apprehension. Yunlong, although Tian possesses extraordinary talent, he has only completed the 3rd stage of body tempering. The young warriors dispatched by the other 3 families are undoubtedly formidable. Is it not too perilous for Tianer to compete with them for the inheritance? His spirit was vibrant, and his expression radiated immense confidence. I am confident that this exploration of miracles will yield great opportunities for me, Chu Yunlong remarked appreciatively. Indeed, a warrior must endure trials to carve out their own path and become a formidable force. However, Tian, you must exercise caution during this journey, especially with regard to the warriors sent by the Wang family. Chapter 47. The Entrance to the Realm of Miracles. Leaping into the abyss upon hearing the names of the other three individuals, Chu Tian was not particularly surprised. To be considered a genius in Baichuan City, one must possess a martial soul of at least the 4th rank of the yellow grade. Among them, Chu Hu, the nephew of the 4th elder of the Chu family, and Chu Miaoan, the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, both awaken yellow grade 4th rank martial souls. As for the final individual, the grandson of the Grand Elder, Chu Ying, who has been the only one from Baichuan City to be admitted to Tiansong Academy in nearly a century, awakened a yellow grade 5th rank martial soul. Much like Chu Tian's father, Chu Yunlong spoke. Tian, despite the deep-seated conflicts between our family and the Grand Elder's clan, exploring the realm of miracles concerns the rise and fall of our family over the century. Regardless of which of the 4 great families obtains the inheritance and treasures within the miracles, they will rise and stand unyielding in Baichuan City. I hope you can temporarily set aside your prejudices against the Grand Elder and refrain from further conflicts with Chu Miaoan during the exploration of the miracles. Chu Tian nodded. Father, rest assured, in the face of great principles, I shall not err. Yet, why do you only advise against conflict with Chu Miaoan and not with Chu Ying? Chu Yunlong elucidated. Chu Ying has returned from Tiansong Academy, a journey long and arduous, and will not arrive until tomorrow. By then, the 3 of you will have already entered the divine realm, the circumstances of which remain unknown, and it is uncertain whether you will even encounter one another. Chu Tian felt a twinge of regret. He was eager to witness the prowess of Chu Ying, who had trained at Tiansong Academy. After all, it is the institution coveted by the youth of the entire Qianlong Empire, and even Chu Tian harbored aspirations for it. Very well. The time agreed upon by the 4 great clans to enter the divine realm approaches swiftly. Tian, accompany your father to seek out the Grand Elder and the 4th Elder, and together we shall proceed to the divine realm. Within the Grand Hall of the Chu family, Chu Tian encountered the clan leader, the Grand Elder, the 4th Elder, as well as Chu Miaoan and Chu Hu standing beside them. Upon seeing Chu Tian, Chu Miaoan let out a cold snort and turned her head away. The clan leader, Chu Yu, began to speak. Today, the 4 of you bear the significant responsibility of the Chu family, venturing into the divine realm to seek the ancient god's legacy and treasures, to revitalize our family's century-old enterprise. As the clan leader, I hope you will all conduct yourselves admirably, not to waste the family's nurturing. As soon as these words fell, Chu Yu shifted the subject. Since the establishment of Baichuan City, the 4 prominent families, Chu, Lin, Zhang, and Wang, have maintained a precarious balance of power. Though outwardly cordial, the struggle for interests has never ceased behind the scenes. Now, our Chu family has gained 2 formidable masters of the gathering spirit realm, Elder 7 and Elder 11. While this appears to bolster our strength, capable of suppressing the 3 heroes, our ancestor remains in seclusion and has yet to achieve a breakthrough. Time is of the essence. Once our ancestor departs, the 3 great families will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to undermine our Chu family's power. The emergence of miracles presents a unique opportunity for us. Should any of you discover inheritances or treasures within these wonders, and if warriors from the other 3 families attempt to seize them, do not hesitate. Take action and eliminate them. Chu Miaoan and Chu Hu were taken aback, their expressions a mix of surprise and apprehension, their faces paling slightly. In contrast, Chu Tian remained calm, having anticipated this scenario. For the sake of wealth, men meet their demise. For sustenance, birds fall prey. Faced with the legacy of the ancient gods, no one can remain impervious to greed. Once greed takes root, ambition and courage swell boundlessly, inevitably leading to conflict and confrontation, where lives are at stake. Chu Tian's resolve had matured long ago. Awakened by the sight of the dragon's soul and the moment when the heavenly servant crushed Chu Jinghao's skull, his hands have tasted the blood of bandits in the 100 Rivers mountain range. Though Chu Tian abhors killing, he does not fear it. Chu Yu cast an appreciative glance at Chu Tian and remarked, Elder 7, your son possesses a steadfast heart and decisive actions. Such qualities are indeed rare. In the future, as his realm ascends, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of the family, just as you are. Chu Yunlong responded courteously. The clan leader is overly complimentary. Tian still requires further training. Chu continued, among you three, Chu Miaoan possesses the highest cultivation. She shall lead our actions within the miracle. Chu Tian, Chu Hu. Do either of you have any objections? Though a sense of displeasure lingered within Chu Tian, he shook his head, recalling his father's admonitions. Chu Hu hastily interjected, expressing no objections and declaring that all matters would be guided by the esteemed cousin, Miao Wan. Amused, Chu Tian noted the palpable trepidation in Chu Hu's tone, likely stemming from frequent bullying by Miao Wan. Thus, let us act swiftly. Although the four prominent families have an agreement for their disciples to enter the divine realm simultaneously, the allure of profit may compel some to act prematurely. At this moment, only Chu Lu stands as the solitary formidable spirit-gathering expert near the divine realm, and I fear he may not withstand the pressure. The three elders, accompanied by their three juniors, hastened to the Baichuan mountain range. The fourth elder of the Chu family was also a spirit-gathering expert. Along their journey, the three experts released their spiritual might in unison, causing the surrounding beasts to flee in terror, none daring to approach. Upon their arrival at the location of the divine realm, they had scarcely halted when a voice filled with ire pierced the air. You of the Chu family are truly sluggish. Have you arrived on the back of a tortoise? Turning towards the source of the voice, Chu Tian beheld a formidable middle-aged man glaring at him with palpable animosity. A chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from this individual, striking Chu Tian like a sharpened blade. Before the malevolence could reach him, Chu Yunlong positioned himself protectively in front of Chu Tian. Wang Qing, I have warned you before. Your son's disappearance is in no way connected to Tian. Should you continue to pursue this matter relentlessly, do not blame me for being ungracious. Chu Tian understood well that this man was Wang Qing, the third elder of the Wang family and father of Wang Wu. Wang Qing snorted disdainfully. Chu Yunlong, do not presume that your protection of him renders me powerless against this boy. Once the truth is unveiled, if my son's disappearance is indeed linked to Chu Tian, I shall ensure you experience the anguish of losing a child. Chu Yunlong, consumed by fury and a burgeoning intent to kill, faced Wang Qing. The air between them was as frigid as a lake in the depths of winter, nearly solidifying into ice. Just as a fierce battle was about to erupt, a figure swiftly intervened between the two. Gentlemen, let us not allow anger to ruin our harmony. The duration of the divine miracle is uncertain. Would it not be a waste of time to engage in conflict now? Let us temper our tempers and debate another day, said Lin Hong, the patriarch of the Lin family, who had come to mediate. Chu Tian noticed Lin Lamon standing not far away, likely representing the Lin family in the exploration of the divine miracle. Both Chu Yunlong and Wang Qing, aware that this was not the time for conflict, turned away in frustration. Chu Tian inquired, Father, where is the divine miracle? Follow me. Chu Yunlong led Chu Tian and the others to a cliff. Chu Tian instinctively covered his body, feeling the same deep-seated tremor from 3 days prior resurface. Looking down, he saw the cliff shrouded in a dazzling array of colorful, glass-like light, obscuring the bottom. Chu Yunlong explained, this is the entrance to the divine miracle. One must simply leap down to enter it. Members of the other 3 families arrived, and 11 youths from the 4 families stood before the cliff. Lin Hong declared, this exploration of the divine miracle is a fair competition among the youths of the 4 families. We, the elders, will await your triumphant return here. With these words, the 11 youths leapt into the colorful, glass-like light. Chapter 48, The Undercurrent of Murderous Intent. As Chu Tian leapt from the cliff, he felt the wind howling past his ears, his entire body plunging like a fish leaping from a waterfall into the radiant, glass-like light. Through the divine light, Chu Tian arrived at a mysterious realm, landing steadily and gazing up at the sky. No longer were there oppressive celestial islands, nor the sun and white clouds. Instead, a profound darkness enveloped the night. The stars twinkled incessantly, resembling a mighty river flowing endlessly. The starlight cascaded down, illuminating the ground. Chu Tian surveyed his surroundings, discovering a desolate expanse strewn with remnants of crumbling walls. He bent down to pick up a stone and widened his eyes in astonishment. It was merely a shard fallen from a dilapidated structure, yet it contained a vitality far surpassing that of spirit stones. Chu Tian could not help but take a deep breath, realizing in shock that even the spiritual energy in the air was 100 times denser than in the outside world. If one were to cultivate here, a single day would equate to 100 days elsewhere. The other youths who had fallen into the divine realm were equally amazed and exhilarated. their tremendous willpower restraining them from immediately beginning their cultivation, for everyone knew that the most precious treasures of the divine manifestation had yet to be discovered. Chu Miaowen spoke up. The inheritance and treasures are certainly not at the entrance of the divine realm. Let us venture deeper. Chu Hu flattered. We shall heed Sister Miaowen's guidance. Chu Miaowen turned her gaze to Chu Tian, her expression unkind, seemingly awaiting his refusal, ready to seize the opportunity. Chu Tian could not help but chuckle. A woman unable to conceal her scheming intentions, no matter her talent, would still find it difficult to achieve greatness. Just as he was about to respond, a striking figure approached in the distance. It was Lin Lanlan. Clad in simple white attire, she remained untouched by her unadorned garments. Her pure and innocent visage harmoniously complementing her modest appearance, resembling a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. She rushed before Chu Tian, her lips poised to speak, yet her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The recollection of her father's previous words left her uncertain on how to confront him. Curiosity piqued, Chu Tian inquired, Lanlan, is there something on your mind? The mere utterance of her name intensified Lin Lanlan's shyness, prompting her to muster the courage to ask, Chu Tian. This expedition into the realm of miracles carries unknown perils ahead. Our families have always maintained a cordial relationship. Why not unite our efforts and venture forth together? What say you? Before Chu Tian could respond, Chu Miaowen interjected with a firm refusal. I disagree. She glared at the Qingfeng sword in Lin Lanlan's grasp. Her teeth clenched in resentment. Anything encountered within the realm of miracles far exceeds the imagination of mere mortals, whether it be a legacy or treasures. When confronted with immense profit, the notion of familial camaraderie is but a fleeting illusion, easily shattered. Join forces? Who knows what intentions your Lin family harbors? Lin Lanlan's complexion paled as she fervently retorted, I extend a heartfelt invitation. If you choose not to accept, do not resort to baseless accusations. In the realm of verbal sparring, Lin Lanlan was no match for Chu Miaowen's venomous tongue. Just as Chu Miaowen prepared to deliver another scathing remark, Chu Tian interjected, Lanlan, why engage in debate with a woman in her menopausal phase? Is that not an exercise in futility? Lin Lanlan paused momentarily, instinctively asking, Chu Tian, what is menopause? Chu Tian lightly tapped his forehead, recalling that this term belonged to the lexicon of his previous world. Think of those elderly matrons whose tempers flare inexplicably, often resorting to tirades. That is menopause. Chu Miaowen, incensed and humiliated, retorted, Chu Tian, how dare you insult me? Chu Tian chuckled and turned to Lin Lanlan. I only tolerate you out of deference to the clan leader and my father's instructions. I have no desire to quarrel with you, he said, but do not presume upon my forbearance. I am not one of those naive youths who are captivated by your beauty. Should you persist in your arrogance and unreasonableness, do not blame me for my lack of leniency. S' face was filled with rage, yet she could not utter a word. Once we leave this divine sight, she inwardly fumed. I will settle both old and new scores with you. Turned his gaze back to, let our families explore independently for now. If you encounter danger, call out, and I will come to your aid immediately. He extended his hand. Give me your sword. Though uncertain of his intentions, unhesitatingly handed over the sword. With his back to, and only could witness his actions, drew the sword, extended his right hand, and, using his finger as a brush and spiritual energy as ink, began to inscribe upon the blade. Instinctively covered her mouth, gazing at in disbelief, her heart racing like a startled fawn. She could not believe that was a talisman crafter. Talisman crafters were highly esteemed figures in the continent, capable of creating spiritual talismans, fortifying weapons, and constructing arrays. Even a mere yellow rank 1 talisman crafter would be revered as a distinguished guest by the 4 great families in city. A sense of unease washed over. Despite her higher cultivation level, she felt an insurmountable gap between them. Was like the heavens, unattainable, and she was unworthy. Just how many secrets is concealing? She wondered inwardly. In a brief moment, Chu Tian successfully inscribed the spiritual talisman. Lin Lanlan focused her gaze and noticed that the talisman on the sword's blade was identical to the one on the chief bandit's broadsword. Chu Tian elucidated. This is a yellow grade, 4th-tier talisman known as the Soul Ascension Talisman. In the face of insurmountable danger, you can infuse your own spiritual energy into the talisman, allowing you to temporarily harness your martial soul, resulting in a significant surge in power. Now let us set forth. Chu Miaowen let out a disdainful huff and strode forward with her long legs, delving deeper into the divine relic. Chu Hu hurriedly followed, running and calling out, cousin Mioan. Wait for me. Just as Chu Tian lifted his foot to move, he abruptly halted. Since entering the divine relic, he had keenly sensed two surges of concealed murderous intent enveloping him. He discreetly scanned his surroundings and noticed 4 young martial artists from the Wang family fixating on him with icy glares. Chu Tian mused. Father's conjecture was indeed correct. The Wang family intends to strike against me within the divine relic. Yet this was merely one source of murderous intent. The other remained elusive, as he felt its owner was alarmingly close, almost at his side. Chapter 49. The countless visages of the divine idol. Despite the murderous intent harbored by the 4 Wang family martial artists, they refrained from immediate action, likely biding their time for the right opportunity, unwilling to squander the chance to explore the divine relic. This relic, far more expansive than the abyss below, had remained undiscovered for ages, and Chu Tian was perplexed by how it had managed to conceal itself. The 4 families appeared disinclined to provoke conflict before uncovering any inheritance or treasures, each opting for a different path. Merely a fraction of time had passed, akin to the burning of an incense stick, before Chu Tian found himself devoid of any sight of the other families, uncertain of how long they had been walking. The trio, Chu Tian, Chu Mioan, and Chu Hu, felt a stirring within their hearts as they simultaneously cast their gazes to the right ahead of them. What lay before them? Chu Tian, taking the lead, hastened towards it, with Chu Mioan and Chu Hu closely following. After covering 100 paces and surpassing a crumbling wall, Chu Tian discovered something that stirred his soul. He halted, and before him lay a vast square. At the center of the square stood a colossal statue in the likeness of a human, towering at an impressive height of 5 to 6 meters. Beneath the statue, numerous smaller figures knelt in reverence, their expressions reflecting deep respect. This scene evoked memories in Chu Tian of the legends surrounding the divine bestowal of martial arts. The identity of the colossal statue became apparent. An ancient god. The ancient god statue was nearly entirely bare, each contour of its form discernible in exquisite detail. The physical embodiment presented by the statue resembled a masterpiece sculpted by the heavens, so perfect that even Chu Tian, who practiced the Tianma body refinement technique, felt a sense of inferiority. Such a flawless physique could only belong to a deity. As Chu Tian gazed in awe, he became entranced. In a moment of reverie, he heard Chu Hu exclaim in surprise, "Why does this statue bear such a fierce and malevolent countenance, its eyes akin to a venomous serpent, sending chills down my spine?" Immediately after, he heard Chu Mioan counter, "What nonsense are you speaking? This statue's visage is clearly handsome and valiant. How can it be described as fierce or malicious?" Curiously, Chu Tian raised his head to examine the statue's face. Yet, what he beheld was a countenance of unwavering righteousness, exuding authority without anger. A surge of astonishment coursed through Chu Tian's heart. This ancient god statue embodied the essence of all beings. The appearance it reflected was born from the heart, revealing that the 3 of them, with differing states of mind, perceived distinct visages. Upon raising his gaze, Chu Tian discovered that the statue was holding its hands aloft, cradling an enormous stone sphere whose magnitude surpassed that of the statue itself by several folds. The stirrings of unease he had previously felt originated from this very orb. Chu Mioan then inquired, could this stone conceal some hidden treasure? Chu Hu swallowed hard, gripping the long sword that hung at his waist. "Why don't we split the stone to see what's inside?" Chu Tian stated bluntly. "If you wish to court death, then by all means, attempt it." His warning was not mere bluster. Although the statue was crafted from ordinary stone, it embodied the gravitas of divinity. Despite the ancient god's long fall from grace, the residual power remained an insurmountable force for those like them, who were but fledgling cultivators in the realm of martial arts. To desecrate such a statue would surely lead to dire consequences. The treasure lay tantalizingly close, yet they could not claim it, leaving both Chu Mioan and Chu Hu filled with discontent. Conversely, Chu Tian remained remarkably composed, recalling his mother's admonition from days past, in the pursuit of divine wonders. One must steadfastly guard their heart. Succumbing to greed would lead only to ruin. Once life is extinguished, all is lost. He gazed at the statue with rapt fascination, his expression somewhat vacant. A flicker of anger crossed Chu Mioan's features. "Chu Tian, are you not leaving yet?" Yet he remained rooted to the spot. His eyes locked on the statue as he spoke. "Have you ever heard the legends of divine bestowal upon martial arts?" A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Mioan's mind as she grasped what Chu Tian was about to reveal. "I once heard my grandfather recount tales from an era when the ancient deities had not yet fallen. During that time, the gods would frequently descend to the mortal realm, imparting martial techniques and skills to humanity, aiding them in resisting the ferocious assaults of savage beasts. This phenomenon came to be known as the divine bestowal of martial arts. Could it be that the statue before us embodies the very scene of this divine gifting? Chu Tian affirmed Chu Miaowen's conjecture. "Look," he exclaimed. The small statues surrounding the main figure represent the humans bowing in reverence. Chu Hu could not contain his astonishment. If this indeed pertains to the divine bestowal of martial arts, might there be a legacy hidden within? Chu Tian nodded in agreement. This miraculous sight permits only those of the body refinement realm to enter. It stands to reason that the inheritance connected to this statue is also related to the body refinement. Chu Miaowen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since witnessing Chu Tian's flawless physique during the clan's grand examination half a month ago, she had been unable to shake the memory from her mind. The statue holds a stone sphere many times its own size, remarkably reminiscent of the mountain-moving technique I employ at the 4th level of body refinement. Could it be that these two methods share a common origin? Despite my numerous attempts to push my physical limits, I still struggle to lift a spirit mountain many times heavier than myself. How did the ancient deity achieve such feats? Suddenly, Chu Tian's eyes widened in shock as he observed the peculiar lines of muscle on the statue's bare form. The muscles appeared to generate power from the calves, resembling a continuous mountain range that extended throughout the entire body. The direction of the muscles twisted and intertwined like serpentine dragons, mutually supporting and drawing strength from one another. In that instant, Chu Tian comprehended that at the 4th level of body refinement, one must refine all the muscles of the body. Only by honing the muscles to respond at will, allowing strength to flow like waves in pursuit of one another, can one manifest power that transcends the limits of the physical form. Chapter 50. The Rise of Hostility. Upon hearing the anguished cries of Chu Miaowen and Chu Hu, Chu Tian was jolted from his meditative state of observing the divine statue. He beheld the two writhing on the ground, clutching their legs in torment, and inquired with astonishment, "What has happened to you?" Chu Hu's face contorted in agony as he screamed, "My leg. It hurts." Chu Miaowen mirrored his pain, clearly suffering from a similar affliction. "Hang in there," Chu Hu instinctively urged. "What are you going to do?" Before his words could fully dissipate, Chu Tian twisted his hand and forcefully wrenched. A surge of excruciating pain, akin to an electric shock, coursed through Chu Hu's body, prompting another agonizing scream to escape his lips. "It hurts." "Chu Tian, what are you doing?" Chu Tian replied coldly, "Silence." Under normal circumstances, had Chu Miaowen been in dire straits, Chu Tian would have scarcely spared her a glance. Yet, in this perilous realm, fraught with danger and the treacherous intentions of the Wang family and the ambiguous motives of the Zhang family, Chu Miaowen was an indispensable ally. In a grave tone, Chu Tian declared, "If you wish to perish here, I shall not intervene. I will not tend to a cripple in this treacherous land." She was acutely aware that uttering a single word of dissent would prompt Chu Tian to abandon her without a trace of compassion. Chu Tian, uninterested in further debate, seized Chu Miaowen's long legs, coveted by countless young men. A tremor coursed through her body. It was the first time a man had touched her, and she could even feel the warmth radiating from Chu Tian's palm through her snug leather attire. Confronted with long, flawless legs that could drive countless men to madness, Chu Tian harbored no intention of objectifying or disrespecting them. He felt no inclination to cherish their beauty. Instead, he focused on the distorted muscles of Chu Miaowen's legs, twisting them in a reverse motion. A gasp escaped Chu Miaowen's lips, causing Chu Hu, nearby, to flush with embarrassment and indulge in fanciful thoughts. In stark contrast, Chu Tian maintained his composure. He infused the restorative purple light of the ancestral soul tree into her legs, and then released his grip. All done, Chu Miaowen shifted her legs, feeling no pain whatsoever. Yet, inexplicably, a wave of humiliation surged within her, not due to Chu Tian's touch, but rather because of his unwavering demeanor. Just as he was preparing to beckon Chu Miaowen and Chu Hu to leave this place and continue their exploration of the divine marvels, he suddenly heard a distant cry for help. "Help?" Chu Tian's brows furrowed. He recognized the voice all too well. It was Lin Lanlan. Before parting, he had instructed her to call out loudly if she encountered danger, assuring her he would come to her aid upon hearing her cry. "Miaowen, wait for me." Chu Tian moved with remarkable speed, leaping effortlessly over the ruins within the divine realm. Soon, he spotted Lin Lanlan. She held an ancient-looking scroll in one hand and wielded the Qing Feng's sword in the other, continuously swinging it. The spirit talismans inscribed upon the Qing Feng's sword had been activated by Lin Lanlan. With each strike, a phantom blade of light followed. This ethereal blade, upon manifesting, would conjure a torrent of water. Though merely water, this deluge was as formidable as a divine weapon, leaving deep marks upon the ground wherever it swept. The ethereal gleam of the sword was none other than Lin Lanlan's martial soul, the weak water sword, classified as a 5th-grade yellow-level martial soul. Chu Tian finally comprehended why Lin Lanlan was able to break through to the 5th stage of body tempering at such a tender age. It was due to her possession of a 5th-grade yellow-level martial soul akin to that of her father, in the city of Baichuan. Where no one had ever awakened a 6th-grade yellow-level martial soul, Lin Lanlan could be deemed one of the most exceptional talents. However, at this moment, Lin Lanlan found herself in a perilous situation, encircled by 8 martial artists who were closing in on her from all directions. Had it not been for the protective talisman bestowed upon her by Chu Tian, she would have long since succumbed. Upon discerning the attire and faces of the assailants, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over Chu Tian. The 8 martial artists attacking Lin Lanlan were, astonishingly, the young elites sent by the Zhang and Wang families. The 2 families had joined forces. Chapter 51. Joining forces against the enemy, 2 against 8. Lin Lanlan was engulfed in despair. The Lin family had just unearthed treasures within the divine relic, only to be ambushed without warning by the Zhang and Wang families. The 3 young members of her family who had entered the divine relic alongside her had already been ruthlessly slain. Were it not for the talisman given to her by Chu Tian, she too would have likely met a tragic end, facing 8 adversaries, even with her martial soul activated. Lin Lanlan was on the verge of collapse, as the spiritual energy within her dantian was nearly depleted. A cold voice from one of the Wang family warriors pierced through the tension. Lin Lanlan, surrender. There is no way you can escape from our grasp. Hand over the treasure, and we may yet spare your life. Lin Lanlan tightened her grip on the Qing Feng's sword, wholly distrustful of their promise. Everyone understood that the events transpiring within the divine relic would never be revealed to the Lin family by the Zhang and Wang families. Once she relinquished the treasure, her demise would only be hastened. Lin Lanlan took a deep breath, channeling her spiritual energy, causing the warriors surrounding her to grow vigilant, anticipating a desperate counterattack from her. Unexpectedly, Lin Lanlan concentrated her energy in her throat and shouted, "Help! Chu Tian, save me!" Enhanced by her spiritual energy, her cry for help resonated across great distances. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, she sensed no chilling blade upon her. Upon reopening her eyes, she beheld a large blade poised beside her neck. Yet it was halted by a hand. Turning her head, she was elated to find Chu Tian standing beside her. "Chu Tian, I knew you would save me." The warrior wielding the blade now stared in disbelief at Chu Tian's hand. He was at the 5th level of body refinement, and this strike contained the force of 16 cauldrons. Even a steel bar of considerable girth would yield deep scars under such force. Yet, this suddenly appeared man had effortlessly caught his blade with his bare hand. Could he possibly be a humanoid beast? After enduring countless trials, Chu Tian's skin had become more resilient than steel, rendering ordinary weapons incapable of inflicting even the slightest injury upon him. Chu Tian delivered a powerful kick to the warrior's abdomen, eliciting a muffled groan as the blade slipped from his grasp and flew away. By the time he rose, blood was already seeping from the corner of his mouth. He solemnly warned, "Everyone be cautious. This fellow is not ordinary." The onlookers recognized the incongruity. Despite Chu Tian being merely at the 3rd level of body refinement, he had managed to kick a 5th-level warrior until he spat blood. His physical strength was truly formidable. Surveying his surroundings, Chu Tian observed that the Zhang and Wang families had dispatched their elite youths, comprising 4 individuals at the 5th level of body tempering, 3 at the 6th level, and 1 formidable member at the 7th level, engaging 8 martial artists, all surpassing the 5th level of body tempering. Was a feat beyond Chu Tian's current capabilities. Employing the heaven-devouring divine dragon martial soul risked exposing his secret if even one adversary escaped. The revelation of his awakened dragon soul would result in a fate akin to that of Chu Zhenghao, whose head was crushed by the celestial servant. "Lanlan, are you unharmed?" Lin Lanlan nodded, seizing the opportunity to retrieve a spirit-replenishing elixir from her spiritual ring and ingest it. "I discovered a scroll within the divine relic, which they conspired to seize," she recounted, her eyes reddening. "My companions were all slain by them. Chu Tian first directed his gaze toward the Zhang family martial artists, then toward those of the Wang family, and derisively inquired, "Given that there is only one treasure, I wonder how you two families intend to divide it upon acquisition?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Zhang family martial artists underwent an immediate transformation, their gazes toward the Wang family martial artists now fraught with apprehension. Among the 8, the powerhouse at the 7th level of body tempering was a member of the Wang family. The martial artist at the 7th level of body tempering declared, "Pay no heed to this individual's fabrications. Our alliance is mandated by our families, and the spoil shall be divided upon our departure. The Wang family does not renege on its promises." Chu Tian's brow furrowed once more as he realized that the Zhang and Wang families had resolved to collaborate even before entering the divine relic. Chu Miaoan and Chu Hu also arrived, overhearing the exchange. Displeased, Chu Miaoan surmised that had her clan been the initial discoverers of the treasure, they would likely have met a similar grim fate as the Lin family, falling victim to treachery. She now rued her decision to decline Lin Lanlin's proposition for a joint alliance. Had the Chu and Lin families united, they might have possessed the means to counter the Zhang and Wang families' ambush. Now, having witnessed the repulsive conduct of the Zhang and Wang clans, even a pledge of non-interference would not spare them from becoming targets. Without hesitation, Chu Miaoan unsheathed the whip from her waist, bracing herself for combat. In hushed tones, she addressed Chu Tian. "The individual at the 7th level of body tempering is named Wang Zhou, an adept in fist techniques and a formidable adversary. I am a level below him and can only manage to stall him. The rest are up to you and Chu Hu." Fear etched across Chu Hu's face as he exclaimed, "Esteemed Miaoan, Chu Tian and I cannot possibly contend with 7 opponents." Chu Miaoan bit her lip gently, retorting, "Whether you can or not, you must. Where else do you believe we can escape to?" Chu Tian inquired, "Chu Miaoan, if you could harness your martial soul, how many could you defeat?" A thought flickered through Chu Miaoan's mind. "I awakened the yellow grade 4 martial soul, 100 poison thorns, which excels in overcoming numerical disadvantages once activated. However," she immediately added with a wry smile, "martial practitioners can only employ their martial souls in combat upon breaking through to the spirit-gathering realm. I am merely at the 6th level of body tempering. What is the point of discussing this?" Without further explanation, Chu Tian swiftly inscribed a soul ascension glyph and promptly pressed it against Chu Miaoan's forehead. "What are you doing?" Chu Miaoan retorted, incensed. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in astonishment. She distinctly felt a mystical force entering her body from her forehead, directly merging with her martial soul within her spiritual palace. She seems to have awakened her martial spirit. Chu Miaoan did not witness Chu Tian's actions, but Wang Zhou observed everything with clarity. He gasped in astonishment. "You are a talisman master," Chu Tian declared. "I shall confront Wang Zhou. You can hold off the remaining 7. Once I free my hands, I will assist you." He turned to Chu Hu. "Take Lin Lanlan to the statue for a moment of respite." Lin Lanlan stubbornly replied, "I can still fight." Chu Tian firmly rejected her. "Though you possess elixirs to replenish your energy, you are already exhausted. If you engage in battle against your will, I will have to protect you. Trust me, rest first." Upon hearing that she would not have to fight, Chu Hu quickly interjected, "Miss Lin, please heed Chu Tian's words. Once you have regained your strength, we shall return to assist." Lin Lanlan nodded, her face etched with concern. "Chu Tian, you must be cautious." Chapter 52. The Power of the Divine. As Chu Hu attempted to lead Lin Lanlan away, the warriors from the Zhang and Wang clans would not permit it. Wang Zhou bellowed in fury, blocked their path. Instantly, 8 warriors lunged toward the 4 of them. Chu Miaoan was the first to act. She summoned her martial spirit, and an ethereal figure materialized behind her. Numerous thorn-laden green vines unfurled, at the center of which bloomed a resplendent red flower. A yellow grade 4th tier martial spirit, the 100 Venom's Thorn. With a swift flick of her whip, the martial spirit unleashed countless vines. Several warriors, unarmed, attempted to defend themselves with their fists and feet, only to be met with the sharp barbs of the vines, causing blood to flow profusely. Such superficial wounds were insignificant to warriors, yet as the injured warriors circulated their energy, they found themselves feeling heavy-headed and light-footed, their vision becoming somewhat blurred. A martial artist exclaimed in alarm, "It's poisonous." Chu Miaoan stood proudly. Her martial soul was exceptionally toxic. Even if a warrior's body could withstand it, their combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished. This was the source of her confidence in facing multiple opponents. However, her concern lay with Wang Zhou. Having reached the 7th level of body refinement, he would be impervious to the poison summoned by her martial soul, forced forth through the use of spirit talismans. If Chu Tian failed to fulfill his promise to intercept Wang Zhou, the ultimate outcome would inevitably be their demise. Seizing the opportunity while Chu Mian engaged the majority of adversaries, Chu Hu hastily led Lin Lanlan away from the battlefield, heading towards the statue. Wang Zhou, unwilling to let them escape, immediately pursued them. Yet, as he took a single step, Chu Tian appeared before him, launching a powerful punch. Heavenly Demon Fist. Upon witnessing Lin Lanlan's retreat, Wang Zhou's anger flared. You, a mere insect at the 3rd level of body refinement, dare to prance before me. He struck with a single palm, not even employing any martial techniques. With a sharp crack, their fists clashed, producing a resonant sound. Wang Zhou remained utterly unmoved, while Chu Tian was forced to stagger back 3 steps before regaining his footing. Inwardly, Chu Tian mused, "What immense strength." Wang Zhou scoffed, "Your physical power is indeed extraordinary. At the trifling 3rd level of body refinement, you possess the strength of 36 ding. Yet, your realm is simply too feeble. I am at the 7th level of body refinement, and even without employing martial techniques, I possess the strength of 64 ding. Killing you is no different than crushing an insect. However, as a talisman master, you may possess some capacity for resistance. Like Chu Mian, summon your martial soul, and let me see how long you can struggle." Wang Zhou exuded confidence, believing that in battle, the realm of martial prowess surpassed all else. Even if Chu Tian could summon his martial spirit through spiritual symbols, Wang Zhou regarded him with disdain. Chu Tian, however, did not draw the Ascension Soul symbol to call upon the ancestral spirit tree for combat. His decision to confront the most formidable foe, Wang Zhou, was deliberate. Beneath the statue, Chu Mian and Chu Hu were engaged in the cultivation of ancient divine heritage, both having torn their leg muscles in the process. The reason for this injury had been discerned by Chu Tian during his attempts to heal them. It was not a flaw in the heritage, but rather the frailty of their physical forms, which were simply too weak to endure such a unique exertion technique. In contrast, Chu Tian's body had been tempered through countless trials. Although his skin had undergone refinement, his muscles and bones had also benefited immensely. Remarkably, he felt no discomfort. Instead, a profound clarity washed over him as he finally comprehended why he had always struggled to master the art of the mountain-moving body refinement. It turned out that the application of force by the body required finesse. As the strength of his leg muscles transmitted throughout his body, the muscles in other areas began to respond in kind. Each muscle's power surged forth like cascading waves, ultimately converging to form a tremendous tsunami. This mighty wave surged into Chu Tian's fist as he took a bold step forward and unleashed another punch. Wang Zhou scoffed. "I told you, you are no match for me." He extended his hand to grasp Chu Tian's fist. However, upon contact, a wave of dread washed over him. To his astonishment, the force behind Chu Tian's fist exceeded his own by far. Boom. In their second encounter, it was not Chu Tian who was sent reeling, but rather the higher-ranked Wang Zhou, who staggered back. Wang Zhou struggled to halt his retreat. His right arm, which had made contact with Chu Tian's fist, trembled slightly, and his expression was one of profound discomfort. He inquired, "What martial technique is this?" Wang Zhou had never encountered such a skill. If the Chu family possessed a technique capable of enabling a practitioner at the 3rd level of body refinement to surpass one at the 7th level, they would have long since unified Baichuan City, leaving no room for other families to exist. At this moment, Chu Tian himself was astonished by his newfound strength. For the first time, he unleashed the body refinement technique inherited from the divine statue, elevating his physical prowess to an astonishing degree. With a hint of excitement, he declared, "This is not merely a martial technique. This is divine power." A wave of apprehension washed over Wang Zhou as he pondered deeply. Could it be that Chu Tian had obtained a legacy of the ancient gods within the divine relic? If this were true, the Chu family must not be allowed to leave the divine relic alive. He resolved to seize the treasures acquired by the Lin family as well. Channeling his spiritual energy, he cast aside any sense of disdain and steeled himself. "You must be Chu Tian. The 3 elders instructed that if I encounter you within the divine relic, I am to eliminate you. Should I succeed, I shall receive tremendous rewards. Today, you shall meet your demise here." Chu Tian's demeanor remained unchanged. "If you believe you possess the capability, then come and test it." Wang Zhou laughed maniacally. "Do not presume that just because you have inherited the powers of the ancient gods, you stand a chance against me. There is a chasm of 4 levels between us, a divide that no inheritance can bridge. Open your eyes and witness the disparity that exists between us." With that, Wang Zhou made his move. Unbeknownst to him, he executed a form of movement technique, transforming his figure into an illusion, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Chu Tian. He danced with his fists, each strike resonating with the sound of thunder. The thunder fist. The violent gust from the punches whipped through Chu Tian's garments, causing them to flutter wildly. Each blow from Wang Zhou was infused with terrifying might. Even if Chu Tian's flesh was tougher than steel, he could not withstand such force. Chu Tian did not shy away from the battle. Wang Zhou's agile martial skills rendered him a formidable opponent. Beneath his clothing, his muscles writhed like coiling dragons. Waves of power beginning to coalesce once more. With the success of his initial attempt, Chu Tian found himself increasingly adept at wielding divine strength for the second time. Just as Wang Zhou's first punch was about to land, Chu Tian unleashed his own counterattack, the celestial demon fist. Boom! The two fists collided with a sound akin to thunder, causing the very ground beneath them to crack and tremble. Chapter 53, Breakthrough, Body Refinement 4th Layer. Both Wang Zhou and Chu Tian simultaneously executed their martial techniques, the thunder fist and the celestial demon fist, their punches clashing with ferocity. Contrary to Wang Zhou's expectation of easily dispatching Chu Tian with a single blow, the opposite unfolded. Chu Tian's power intensified with each strike, shifting from a slight disadvantage to a near equilibrium. As his comprehension and mastery of divine strength deepened, the force Chu Tian could summon grew exponentially, with several of his punches surpassing 100 pounds of strength. After exchanging over 30 blows, they momentarily separated. Wang Zhou's expression darkened. "You have indeed discovered the ancient divine legacy. Hand it over." Chu Tian scoffed. "Are you dreaming in broad daylight?" Wang Zhou gritted his teeth. "Do not revel in your triumph. Once I bring you down, I will dismantle your bones piece by piece, leaving you no choice but to surrender the legacy." The desires within him were thoroughly ignited by Chu Tian's performance. Wang Zhou mused internally. If I could seize the ancient divine legacy, there would be no peer among my contemporaries from the Wang family. I would become the youngest elder in the family's history, and in due course, I might even ascend to the position of clan leader. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, and he charged once more at Chu Tian. The two engaged in battle again, their fists colliding with thunderous roars echoing throughout the divine realm. After a stalemate, Wang Zhou laughed heartily. "Is your spiritual energy nearly depleted?" Chu Tian furrowed his brow. He had deliberately maintained steady breathing, yet Wang Zhou had still discerned his state. Indeed, while the power of the divine could significantly enhance Chu Tian's strength, it was predicated upon the substantial consumption of spiritual energy. However, after merely a short skirmish, Chu Tian's spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. Wang Zhou taunted, "Do you intend to keep struggling? If you concede and surrender the ancient divine legacy, I might spare your life." Chu Tian's expression remained indifferent. "Wang Zhou, such childish deceit is better suited for your own ears. Between us, it is destined that only one shall survive today." Wang Zhou struck faster, his arrogance spilling over into a furious shout, "Only you shall perish." Chu Tian remained silent in response. The reason he persisted through the struggle was that he sensed a transformation within his physical form. With each invocation of divine power, his muscles grew increasingly resilient, akin to the results of 3 days of relentless body tempering. As his physical form underwent yet another metamorphosis, Chu Tian could distinctly feel the stagnation of his previous state beginning to loosen, indicating the potential for a breakthrough. A sudden realization dawned upon Chu Tian. It turns out that the completion requirement for the 4th level of body tempering in the heavenly demon refinement technique is not to endure for 36 breaths under the suppression of the spirit mountain, but to possess a physical body capable of enduring for 36 breaths, thereby achieving a breakthrough. His eyes gleamed with newfound understanding. Once he successfully broke through, his power would be elevated once more, enabling him to surpass Wang Zhou through the application of divine power. Subsequently, Wang Zhou sensed an anomaly. Despite the imminent depletion of spiritual energy within Chu Tian's body, he fought with increasing valor, his fists like a tempest, each blow swifter than the last. He exclaimed with fury, a spent force. The barriers of Chu Tian's cultivation realm were loosening with increasing palpability. After countless applications of divine power, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Crack! Chu Tian sensed something within his body shatter. Immediately following, an aura of indescribable ferocity erupted from Chu Tian's being. The formidable spiritual might even forced Wang Zhou to retreat several paces. Wang Zhou stared in disbelief at the surging Chu Tian, his voice trembling slightly. You've broken through? Impossible. How could you possibly break through during combat? Wang Zhou was on the verge of madness. It was common knowledge that martial artists must not be disturbed during breakthroughs. Yet, Chu Tian had forcibly broken through during an intense battle with him? Was he not afraid of succumbing to cultivation deviation? Of course, Chu Tian had no fear. His breakthrough was a natural consequence, and nothing short of death could have prevented it. Upon breaking through to the fourth level of body tempering, the heaven-devouring divine dragon martial soul, which had been coiling and resting within Chu Tian's celestial palace, abruptly opened its eyes. The spiritual energy within the divine realm, 100 times more abundant than the outside world, rapidly coalesced under the attraction of the sacred grade martial soul. A fierce wind suddenly arose, sweeping through the arena and rendering all the martial artists present nearly unable to open their eyes. The astonished expressions on the faces of Chu Miaoan and the 7 warriors engaged in combat with her reflected their bewilderment as they turned to gaze at Chu Tian, who was engulfed in a tempest of spiritual energy, uncertain of the unfolding events. In that moment, Chu Tian remained immersed in the enlightenment brought forth by his breakthrough. His once parched dantian was inundated with a substantial influx of spiritual energy, filling it to the brim with merely a breath. The tempest arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. As tranquility returned, Wang Zhou's soul trembled violently. He suddenly discerned that the Chu Tian standing before him had transformed. Though he appeared unchanged, there was an unmistakable aura of rebirth emanating from him. Gritting his teeth, Wang Zhou seized the opportunity while Chu Tian was still lost in contemplation. Launching an assault. Die! He roared, channeling all the spiritual energy within him into his fist, forcibly amplifying the potency of his martial technique. Thunderclap fist. The sound of thunder erupted violently from the ground, enveloping Wang Zhou in a cloak of lightning as he charged forth, leaving a path of shattered earth in his wake. He resembled a thunderous beast, hurtling toward Chu Tian. Sensing the impending danger, Chu Tian abruptly opened his eyes. Clenching his fist in response, he retaliated with a single strike. Heavenly Demon Fist. After completing his 4th body tempering, Chu Tian unleashed the divine power once more, no longer requiring meticulous preparation. With a mere thought, his muscles began to ripple and coalesce, gathering strength effortlessly. The first application of the Heavenly Demon Fist after his breakthrough rendered Chu Tian's fist transformed. Where his strikes had once howled through the air, they now moved with a haunting silence, yet possessed an immense force akin to 10,000 pounds. Contrasting starkly with Wang Zhou's resounding thunderclap fist. As he observed the fist of Chu Tian hurtling towards him, Wang Zhou's eyelids twitched violently. He could already perceive the overwhelming pressure emanating from Chu Tian's strike. Even before their fists collided, he understood that defeat was inevitable. However, it was far too late to retract his punch. All Wang Zhou could do was await in despair the impending impact of Chu Tian's blow. When Chu Tian's silent fist collided with Wang Zhou's, it unleashed a thunderous roar akin to an explosion. Amidst the deafening cacophony, there were also sharp, crisp sounds of shattering. Crack! The 5 fingers of Wang Zhou's right hand shattered completely, and even the bones of his arm were riddled with fractures. The residual force coursed through his body, causing him to spurt blood and be propelled 10 meters away, crashing into the remnants of a divine edifice, where he was buried beneath the rubble. Taking a deep breath, Chu Tian steeled himself, preparing to deliver the fatal blow to Wang Zhou. He harbored no mercy for his adversary. Bang! Wang Zhou emerged from the debris, clutching a throwing knife in his left hand, its blade glinting with lethal brilliance. Chu Tian, perish! He shouted as he hurled the knife, its speed resembling a flash of lightning. Yet, Chu Tian remained unfazed, with the swiftness bestowed upon him by his divine power. He could effortlessly disarm Wang Zhou with his formidable physique. However, the knife was not aimed at him. Wang Zhou had executed a feint to divert attention, targeting the unguarded Chu Miaoan, who was embroiled in a fierce battle. Chapter 54. Summoning the Martial Soul. The ancestral soul divine tree empowered by the spiritual talisman from Chu Tian, Chu Miaoan summoned her martial soul, the thorn of 100 poisons. Although she found herself outnumbered 7-1 and engaged in a bitter struggle, she persevered due to the innate abilities of her martial soul and her mastery at the 6th level of body refinement. Yet, She could never have anticipated the arrival of a thunderously honed throwing knife. Chu Tian had not anticipated Wang Zhou's utter shamelessness in launching a surprise attack on Chu Miaowen. He intended to intervene. However, lacking mastery in agile martial techniques, he realized the peril too late. "Be careful," Chu Tian called out urgently. By the time Chu Miaowen sensed the danger, it was already too late. Instinctively, she turned to the side, barely managing to evade the dagger aimed at her heart. The blade pierced her shoulder, and the electric energy coursing through it invaded her meridians, rendering her completely paralyzed and unable to move. A warrior from the Zhang clan, at the 5th level of body refinement, seized the opportunity, lunging forward with his blade, intent on claiming Chu Miaowen's life. As it appeared that Chu Miaowen was on the brink of destruction, Chu Tian dashed forward. With 6 or 7 steps still separating him from her, despair enveloped Chu Miaowen, and she shut her eyes. She heard the whistling wind of the descending blade, as well as Chu Tian's thunderous shout, "Heavenly Demon Hammer." In that critical moment, Chu Tian unleashed his self-created martial technique, the Heavenly Demon Hammer. Clenching his right hand in the air, the surrounding spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into an octagonal great hammer. Perhaps due to the abundance of spiritual energy, this hammer had transformed from a translucent state into one nearly corporeal. Once the spiritual hammer was formed, Chu Tian waved his hand, and the hammer, responding to his will, hurtled towards the warrior before Chu Miaowen. The Zhang clan warrior was taken aback, gazing at the rapidly approaching hammer, and dared not continue his assault. He hurriedly raised his blade to shield himself, attempting to block the impending blow. Crack! A crisp, shattering sound echoed, as the yellow-grade first-tier treasure blade in the warrior's grasp was obliterated by the spiritual hammer. The treasured blade shattered. Yet it could not diminish the formidable power of the spirit hammer. The hammer landed heavily upon the warrior of the Zhang clan, launching him through the air and crashing him against 2 crumbling walls before he finally came to a halt. Blood flowed from his mouth, his body caved in. He was lifeless. The remaining warriors were stricken with horror. A 5th-tier body refining warrior could not withstand a single blow from Chu Tian. Chu Tian approached Chu Miaowen, his gaze falling upon the flying dagger embedded in her shoulder, his brow furrowed in concern. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Chu Miaowen weakly shook her head. "My meridians are injured. I cannot gather spiritual energy for the time being." The inability to gather spiritual energy rendered a warrior devoid of combat capability, akin to being crippled. Chu Tian spoke solemnly, "Bear with it. I will help you remove the dagger." He grasped the hilt, and Chu Miaowen's complexion instantly turned pale. The blade had penetrated deep into the bone, and even the slightest touch brought immense agony. She clutched his arm tightly, gritting her teeth, blood seeping from her gums due to the strain. With a forceful tug, the dagger was dislodged from Chu Miaowen's body, but simultaneously, blood gushed forth. Her shoulder-esque garment was rapidly soaked in crimson. At this rate of blood loss, it would not be long before she succumbed to fatality. Fortunately, Chu Tian had anticipated this scenario. He discarded the dagger and pressed his hand firmly against her wound, resonating with the ancestral spirit tree of the celestial palace. A gentle purple light emanated from his palm, penetrating Chu Miaowen's body. She felt a tingling sensation at her wound, and in a mere moment, the pain in her shoulder subsided. Chu Tian released his grip, and through the tattered fabric of Chu Miaowen's clothing, one could discern the wound on her shoulder, which had healed completely, leaving no scar, only a faint pink mark that would soon fade away. Chu Miaowen wore an expression of disbelief as she instinctively inquired, "Chu Tian, is this the power of your martial soul?" When Chu Tian had been compelled by Tianpu to reveal his martial soul, the Grand Elder had been present and had informed Chu Miaowen that Chu Tian had awakened the most inferior yellow-grade, first-tier martial soul. Filled with questions, she pondered how such a seemingly worthless yellow-grade martial soul could facilitate instantaneous healing and allow Chu Tian to break through to the 4th realm of body refinement in merely 4 months. She bit her crimson lip. "Chu Tian, don't mind me. You must leave." Wang Zhou, a martial artist at the 7th realm of body refinement, sneered. "Chu Tian, I acknowledge that you are a monster, but no matter how strong you are still but one person, unable to contend against our numbers." Previously, Chu Miaowen had managed to hold off 7 adversaries due to her martial soul's proficiency in group combat. Wang Zhou's ambush on her was intended to render her incapable of further resistance, allowing the others to join forces against Chu Tian. Chu Tian, in a firm tone, commanded, "Watch quietly." He extended his finger, gathering spiritual energy that shimmered with a blue light. Having mastered divine power, Chu Tian was not without the means to fight back against the onslaught of Wang Zhou and his comrades. Yet he knew he lacked the energy to protect Chu Mian. He resolved to summon his martial soul. Using his finger as a brush and spiritual energy as ink, he swiftly traced a complex spiritual talisman in the air. The symbol he drew was none other than the yellow grade, 4th-tier soul ascension talisman. In the presence of Chu Mian, Lin Lanlan, and Chu Hu were not far away, and they could distinctly perceive the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from this side. Chu Tian was unable to summon the devouring heaven divine dragon martial spirit. Instead, he sought to invoke the ancestral soul divine tree martial spirit. After completing the soul-raising talisman, it emanated a mesmerizing aura of spiritual energy floating before Chu Tian. Chapter 55. The Leaf's Lethality. Upon finishing the soul-raising talisman, Chu Tian gestured towards the void, and the talisman entered his being. The surging power of the talisman ascended to the heavens, merging seamlessly with the ancestral soul divine tree martial spirit. Chu Tian resonated with his martial spirit, extending his right hand, from which a dazzling purple light emerged. As the purple radiance gradually waned, the onlookers beheld a delicate seedling sprouting from the palm of Chu Tian's hand. This seedling was not the customary green of nature, but rather an intoxicating shade of purple. The seedling was diminutive, even shorter than Chu Tian's little finger. Such a minuscule martial spirit had never been witnessed by the gathered crowd. Upon seeing Chu Tian's martial spirit, Wang Zhou erupted into laughter. No wonder you were unwilling to summon your martial spirit for battle. It turns out to be a yellow-rank 2nd-grade martial spirit. Truly a waste. Ha! The others also breathed a sigh of relief, no longer fearing Chu Tian. In their understanding, a martial spirit constituted the essence of a warrior. The higher the quality of the martial spirit, the greater the potential of the warrior. A yellow-rank 2nd-grade martial spirit could only aspire to serve as a guard among the 4 great families, or even be relegated to mining or cultivating spiritual herbs. The only person present who did not harbor disdain was Chu Mian. She gazed at Chu Tian's martial spirit with incredulity, her heart racing wildly within her chest. A yellow-rank 2nd grade. Could it not be a yellow-rank 1st-grade martial spirit? Beatrice harbored a deep-seated conviction that her grandfather's discernment of Clarence's martial spirit's caliber was infallible. Therefore, the current predicament could only be attributed to a single possibility. In the intervening 4 months, Clarence's martial spirit had undergone an elevation in quality. Beatrice was assailed by a maelstrom of emotions, teetering between astonishment and trepidation. The notion of a martial spirit's quality being subject to enhancement was unprecedented in her understanding. In response to Wang Zhou's derision, Clarence calmly retorted, "If I am deemed a mere incompetent, then what designation befits you, who suffered the crippling of your right arm at my hands? Are you, perchance, inferior to an incompetent?" Wang Zhou's countenance underwent an immediate and unsightly transformation. He thundered, "We shall see how long your defiant pronouncements endure." With his uninjured hand, he retrieved 3 throwing knives from his waist, identical to the ones employed in the prior assault on Beatrice. "Attack! Kill him!" he commanded. At this peremptory directive, the 6 martial practitioners sprang into action, converging upon Clarence with lethal intent. Wang Zhou, too, seized the opportune moment to hurl the throwing knives. The blades, imbued with the essence of thunder, emitted a resounding clap of thunder as they hurtled through the air, each directed toward a different trajectory. Clarence's perception was acute, discerning that 2 of the knives were aimed at him, while the 3rd was directed toward Beatrice, who stood beside him. Each individual blade possessed the equivalent force of a full-fledged strike from a martial practitioner at the 7th level of body tempering. Coupled with the 6 martial practitioners pressing their assault, Clarence found himself besieged by a total of 8 adversaries. Should he dedicate his full attention to the defense of himself, Beatrice, still recuperating from her injuries, would undoubtedly meet her demise. Conversely, should he attempt to rescue Beatrice, he would inevitably expose a vulnerability, granting his adversaries an exploitable opportunity. Fortunately, Clarence, having witnessed Wang Zhou's insidious machinations, had already formulated a contingency plan, summoning his martial spirit in anticipation of the present exigency. With a mere thought, the ancestral soul divine tree martial spirit within Clarence's palm underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. The 2 nascent leaves upon the sapling detached themselves from the branches, levitating in the air. "Go forth," he intoned. With a soft yet commanding utterance, Chu Tian unleashed 2 leaf buds that shot forth like twin beams of violet light. surpassing even Wang Zhou's flying daggers in speed. A series of sharp cracks echoed as the two leaf buds shattered the three flying daggers launched by Wang Zhou, reducing them to mere fragments that scattered across the ground. Wang Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Those daggers were treasures forged by a third-tier yellow-grade artificer from fine steel, commissioned by his father during a trip to the capital. Although they could only barely be classified as third-tier artifacts, their hardness was beyond what an ordinary warrior could hope to break. He had once tested them himself, wielding the strength of his seventh-layer body refinement. Yet he could not inflict even the slightest damage on the daggers. How could Chu Tian's seemingly soft martial spirit possess such formidable might? One strike, and they were obliterated. Chu Tian had anticipated this outcome. Nurtured by the devouring celestial dragon martial spirit, the ancestral spirit tree martial spirit, already endowed with natural regenerative abilities, now boasted enhanced sharpness, hardness, and piercing power. Not only could it contend with third-tier yellow-grade artifacts, but it was also a match for fourth-tier yellow-grade treasures. Chu Tian observed with clarity as the two violet beams traced elegant arcs through the air, precisely and gracefully piercing the chests of 6 warriors. These 6 individuals, each possessing a minimum cultivation of 5th-layer body refinement, had bodies as solid as rock after completing their training 5 times. Yet before the 2 leaf buds, they were no sturdier than tofu. The 6 stood rigidly in place, their eyes wide open, the light within their pupils gradually fading. He gazed intently at the 2 purple leaf buds in Chu Tian's hands, which resembled the scythe of death. Though they were still some distance away, their fate was sealed. For the sake of survival, he exclaimed fiercely, "Chu Tian, you cannot kill me. If you do, the Wang family will never spare you." Although Wang Zhou's tone was fierce, it was laced with a subtle trepidation, the panic and confusion unmistakably etched upon his visage. "Let us depart." Gazing at the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, Chu Tian gradually emerged from her state of shock, only to be overtaken by avarice. During this quest for divine relics, the Zhang and Wang families were determined to claim victory. They undoubtedly possessed a wealth of treasures. Should we not seize them? The act of murder for treasure is, after all, a frequent occurrence in the realm of martial artists. Chu Tian strode away, leaving behind a solitary remark. "If one day, the martial artists of both families encounter you in possession of their ancestral treasures, what do you think the consequences will be? Need I elaborate further? Truly, a foolhardy endeavor." Instinctively, Chu Tian lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She clenched her teeth and retorted, "Chu Tian, what do you mean?" Despite her indignation, his words had pierced through her greed, prompting her to resentfully wish to slap herself for nearly succumbing to her own folly. Chapter 56. The second wave of murderous intent. Did all 8 of them fall victim to my cousin Mion? In Chu Hu's assessment, although Chu Tian had participated in the fray, his low cultivation level rendered him of little assistance. It was undoubtedly Chu Tian who had dispatched the martial artists of the Zhang and Wang families. Just as Chu Tian was about to clarify, she heard Chu Hu say, "Cousin Mion, you appear quite feeble. Have you sustained injuries?" She was merely fatigued, not gravely wounded. This was inconsistent with her character. As per Chu Tian's understanding of Lin Lanlan, he turned to Lin Lanlan, only to find her incessantly winking at him. A sense of foreboding washed over Chu Tian. Indeed, something was amiss. What aroused his suspicion the most was the empty grasp of Lin Lanlan. The Qingfeng sword he had gifted her lay abandoned at a considerable distance, and the scroll she had discovered within the miraculous site had vanished. "Be cautious," Chu Tian warned, simultaneously lifting his foot to send a stone flying, channeling his divine power. The stone emitted a swift whistling sound as it accurately struck Chu Hu's wrist. In pain, Chu Hu instinctively released his grip. Hearing Chu Tian's warning and the sharp sound of the stone slicing through the air, Chu Tian turned in alarm, coincidentally witnessing the dagger slip from Chu Hu's hand. She hastily attempted to distance herself from him, but to her shock, Chu Hu retaliated with a punch despite his agony. Bang! Caught off guard, Chu Tian was sent flying, blood spilling from her mouth. She gazed in disbelief at Chu Hu, who had just attacked her. His displayed strength was evidently at the 6th level of body refinement. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Hu sneered, "Mion, did you not expect this? I have long since broken through, just like you, to the 6th level of body refinement." In anguish, Chu Tian demanded, "Why?" Chu Hu replied nonchalantly, "Naturally, it is to hoard the treasures within the miraculous site." Through gritted teeth, Chu Tian retorted, "Without our assistance, how could you possibly dare to explore the miraculous site alone?" From another sleeve, Chu, who produced the scroll Lin Lan Lan had found. Mioan, do you know what this scroll contains? It is a map of this miraculous site. With it, all the legacies and treasures within will belong to me. Haha. I truly must thank you for clearing my obstacles. Eliminate the warriors from the Zhang and Wang families who stand in my way, for they have drained your spiritual energy. Otherwise, I would find it quite difficult to strike at you. Chu Miaowen's shoulder garment bore a tear from a previous injury, revealing her fair skin, rendering Chu Hu momentarily entranced. He moistened his parched lips, igniting a desire akin to that of a ruthless gardener. Cousin Mioan, I have long harbored an insatiable longing for you, yet you have always remained aloof, a goddess upon a pedestal, disallowing my approach. But today, you have come to me, and I shall not hold back. Before you meet your end, I shall ensure you relish the pleasures of womanhood. With that, Chu Hu cast his gaze toward Lin Lan Lan, a more lascivious expression adorning his face. Rest assured, you shall not be alone. Although the eldest daughter of the Lin family is somewhat younger and yet to fully blossom, her beauty rivals yours. She will accompany you and serve my desires well. Chu Miaowen spat vehemently, delusional. She exclaimed, Chu Tian, are you not going to take action? Turning to Chu Tian, who raised his right hand, the wrist swollen and reddened from a recent blow by a stone, Chu Hu's countenance darkened with malice. Chu Tian, you wretched beast, dare you inflict harm upon me? I shall ensure your demise is most unpleasant. Chu Tian inquired calmly. You did not harbor murderous intent only after acquiring the divine map, did you? From the moment you entered the divine realm, your thoughts were fixed on my destruction. Chu Hu let out a derisive laugh. So you have seen through me. Indeed, I initially had no intention of laying hands on Chu Miaowen. My sole aim was your life. However, now that fortune has favored me, you both must perish here. Chu Tian retorted. We have no grievances in the past nor animosity in the present. Our interactions have been few over the years. What compels you to pursue my death at the behest of another? Chu picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground and spoke in a low voice. It matters not to tell you. It is Elder Lu. He promised me that if I could eliminate you, he would bestow upon me tremendous rewards. Chu Tian understood. Elder Lu had previously spent a significant sum to hire bandits to kill him, but had failed, thus instructing Chu Hu to silence him within the realm of miracles. He silently vowed, upon leaving this miraculous domain, I must settle the score with Elder Lu for both old grievances and new enmities. Chu Hu approached Chu Tian step by step. You are aware of what you need to know. Prepare yourself for the journey. As Chu Hu neared, Chu Tian spoke once more. Just now, you expressed gratitude to Chu Miaowen for eliminating the warriors of the Zhang and Wang families, clearing your path. However, you have mistakenly attributed your thanks. Chu Hu's expression was one of astonishment. What do you mean? Chu Tian gathered his spiritual energy, his muscles undulating like a coiling dragon, power surging like relentless waves, ultimately coalescing in his fist. His tone grew increasingly frigid. The 8 warriors from the Zhang and Wang families were all slain by my hand. Chu Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had witnessed Chu Tian's extraordinary prowess during the family examination. Yet he still could not fathom that Chu Tian could vanquish so many opponents of higher realms. However, in the next moment, he became convinced that Chu Tian was not merely boasting. Chu Tian took a bold step forward and unleashed a punch. Heavenly Demon Fist. The strike was silent, yet its momentum was as tempestuous as a hurricane. Chu Hu's heart plummeted into despair, an overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfing him. With a resounding impact, Chu Hu's body was immediately concaved and sent flying by Chu Tian's punch. His ribs shattered, strength drained from his body, rendering him motionless, even his breath turning laborious. Chu Hu remains alive solely because Chu Tian has shown restraint. He still has inquiries to make. In Chapter 57, The Miraculous Map, Chu Miaowen has already risen to her feet, her gaze towards Chu Hu brimming with murderous intent. Not only has Chu Hu ambushed her, but he has also uttered foul words, harboring thoughts to tarnish her reputation. At this moment, she yearns to flay him alive. In profound despair, Chu Hu comprehends that he is utterly without escape this day. Go ahead and ask. I only beseech you to keep your word and grant me a swift end. Chu Tian inquired. You and I travel together. Even if you were to kill me, should Chu Miaowen remain alive, she would undoubtedly report this matter to her family. How do you intend to ensure your own safety? Chu Tian continued. Do not suggest you have never contemplated this, or that Elder Lu would intervene to protect you. Such notions are absurd. Although Chu Yunlong, my father, is the 7th elder, his prowess surpasses that of the 6th elder. Chu Lin. In a world where power reigns supreme, Chu Yunlong's influence within the family naturally eclipses that of Chu Lin. Should you truly slay me, Chu Lin would be incapable of safeguarding you. Despite being the nephew of the fourth elder, you are not his closest kin. The fourth elder would not act impulsively to defend you. Chu Hu elucidated, the sixth elder informed me that if I am accused by Chu Miaoan, I should counter her claim by stating she was the one who killed you. Chu Miaoan's complexion changed dramatically. She was not foolish and fully grasped the treachery embedded in Chu Hu's words. Due to the circumstances surrounding her deceased uncle, her grandfather harbored a deep-seated hatred for Chu Yunlong. Should Chu Hu falsely accuse her of murdering Chu Tian, it would undoubtedly carry greater weight. In such a scenario, she would find herself unable to defend against the baseless slander. Knowing he was doomed, Chu Hu divulged yet another secret. The sixth elder instructed that should I not have the opportunity to slay you, I should seize the chance to kill Chu Miaoan and falsely accuse you of the deed, as the outcome would be the same. Do you have any final words? Chu Hu's eyes widened, his pupils constricting as he realized his demise was at hand. He instantly lost the courage he had just displayed, now pleading with a trembling voice, could you spare me? If you're willing to let me live, I'll serve you as a beast of burden, as a slave. Tian paid no heed to Chu Hu, for he had promised him a swift end, not a pardon. Chu Miaoan, will you do the honors, or shall I? Chu Miaoan understood that Chu Tian was offering her a chance to avenge Chu Hu's insolence, and she yearned to personally discipline him. However, she lacked the resolve to commit murder. Recalling Chu Ling's humiliation at the family's martial arts arena, where Chu Miaoan had sent him flying with a single lash, Chu Tian's face betrayed his disdain. He had once believed Chu Miaoan to be a prodigy, but now he saw her as a mere facade. Chu Tian personally ended Chu Hu's life, honoring his pledge with a swift and painless execution. He retrieved the fallen scroll and approached Lin Lanlan. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a silver needle, as fine as a strand of hair, piercing her neck. Her meridians had been sealed, rendering her immobile and mute. Chu Tian removed the needle, and Lin Lanlan immediately sighed in relief. Thank you. You have saved my life once more. Chu Tian assisted Lin Lanlan to her feet and presented her with the scroll, stating, this is yours. Chu Tian's sudden action caught Lin Lanlan off guard, and even Chu Miaoan, who stood beside her, was taken aback. It would be futile to take it away. We might as well open it now and examine it together. Chu Tian did not refuse, unfurling the scroll as Lin Lanlan and Chu Miaoan leaned in with curiosity. Indeed, it was a map, meticulously detailing the topography of this miraculous site. Chu Tian murmured to himself, pondering whether this map had been left by an ancient deity, suggesting that perhaps the ancient gods had foreseen the impending collapse of the divine realm and had deliberately crafted this map for the worthy. This question, alas, remains unanswered for now. Lin Lanlan pointed at the inscriptions on the map, inquiring, what do these characters mean? I cannot decipher even one. The script on the map was exceedingly archaic, resembling the divine writings from the age of the ancient gods, which neither Chu Tian nor Chu Miaoan had ever encountered. However, they could comprehend the symbols illustrated on the map. Chu Miaoan asked, isn't the figure depicted here the very statue before us? At the center of the map was an ancient deity holding a colossal stone. After observing for a considerable time, Chu Tian spoke, according to the map's indications. This miraculous site conceals another realm. If my conjecture is correct, this statue is the key to unlocking the mechanism. Given our current strength, to defile the statue would lead us to certain doom. Chu Miaoan dared not speak further, secretly pinching herself, as once again her greed had clouded her reason and reverence. Chu Tian committed all the divine scripts from the map to memory and then addressed the two women, saying, I shall enter a state of cultivation. You will serve as my guardians. With that, he settled down, swiftly entering a meditative state. Chu Miaoan could not comprehend why Chu Tian chose to cultivate at this moment. Yet he had become the cornerstone of support for the three of them, compelling her to acquiesce. Chu Tian's will descended into the heavenly realm, arriving before the magnificent dragon's spirit martial soul, where he entered the luminous cage beneath the dragon's brow. He once again stood before the stone statue, a manifestation of the souls of 800 dragon spirit ancestors. Within the legacy of his forebears, he sought to unravel the mysteries of the divine script. In Chapter 58, The Inheritance of Divine Script, Chu Tian's consciousness resonated with the stone statue of the 800 dragon spirit ancestors. After breaking through to the fourth stage of body refinement, the legacy that was unsealed within the statue grew more profound. Since the collapse of the divine realm, miraculous occurrences had manifested in the mortal world, The ancestors had always been exceptional warriors among generations of fighters, surely compelled to explore these wonders. Among them, might there be one who grasped the essence of the divine script? In the vast inheritance of his ancestors, Chu Tian searched for memories pertaining to the divine script, and, indeed, he found what he sought. 2 millennia prior, a dragon spirit warrior, after exploring 16 miraculous sites, compiled a tome titled Translation of the Divine Script. Based on his understanding of its meaning, this book recorded the significance of over 600 divine script characters. To his astonishment, Chu Tian discovered that the trajectory of writing the divine script was intrinsically linked to the strokes of spiritual talismans. During his studies of spiritual talismans, he had gleaned insights from the ancestral legacy, and it now appeared to be true. The over 600 divine characters were etched in his mind. Once he absorbed and memorized the translation of the divine script, he would find that he comprehended the meanings of 8 out of 10 divine characters depicted on the miraculous map that Lin Lanlan had uncovered. Although the remaining divine text remains elusive in meaning, one can glean its essence through contextual clues. Chu Tian's consciousness withdrew from the celestial realm, and he reopened his eyes. Beside him, Chu Miaowen hastily inquired, "Have you found a solution?" Chu Tian acknowledged her with a sound, rising to his feet. He stepped back several paces, retreating into the throng of kneeling figures surrounding the divine statue. Amidst the multitude, one spot stood conspicuously empty, seemingly reserved intentionally. Chu Tian fully unfurled the map of the divine relics, laying it flat in that very place. To his astonishment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The map, once ravaged by the passage of time, suddenly radiated a golden light that soared into the heavens. In the wake of this, the vast expanse of stars in the divine relics revealed a colossal moon, terrifying in its magnitude, resembling the eye of a deity. "Bow your heads. Do not gaze." The 2 women quickly averted their eyes, trembling with fear as the icy grip of terror within them gradually dissipated. They exhaled in relief, grateful to still be alive. Instinctively, they glanced at Chu Tian, only to find him steadfastly gazing at the moon, his body as relaxed as a pine tree, devoid of any tremor. Observing his countenance, they noted a resolute expression, completely free of fear. They could not fathom how Chu Tian could remain resolute in the face of such profound terror that transcended life and death. Could it be that he truly harbored no fear? Indeed, Chu Tian was unafraid. The immense terror emanating from the moonlight also coursed through his heart. Yet this sense of dread was one he had previously encountered. When the celestial servant had extracted his martial spirit from the heavenly palace, he had felt a similar sensation. In this moment, Chu Tian's mind was clear, and he comprehended the source of fear. The moonlight emanated the will of the ancient gods, a manifestation of divine power. The profound terror initially instilled in him by the celestial servant stemmed from the majesty of the heavenly beings, aptly described as divine authority. Whether it be the might of the gods or the celestial, both represent the disdain of the powerful towards the weak. Chu Tian understood this well. When I ultimately ascend to true strength, both divine and celestial authority will pale in comparison. My own majesty shall evoke a profound dread in the hearts of the weak, transcending the boundaries of life and death. The divine might that nearly caused Lin Lanlan and Chu Miaowen to swoon not only failed to subjugate Chu Tian, but rather fortified his resolve to cultivate his path. The luminous rays emitted by the bright moon gradually converged, ultimately transforming into a beam of light more radiant than sunlight. Descending upon the stone sphere held aloft by the statue, a miraculous occurrence unfolded. The stone sphere was illuminated by the moonlight, its surface fragments slowly disintegrating and peeling away, eventually revealing a flawless white jade. Under the moon's gentle glow, the jade resembled a moon descended to the mortal realm, radiating brilliance in the hands of the statue. Yet upon closer inspection, within the heart of the jade sphere, a mist swirled slowly, resembling a spiral staircase. This staircase served as the entrance to the second secret realm of the divine miracle. Chu Tian did not enter immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the statue and observed fine cracks appearing on its feet. Standing before her, he was taken aback upon seeing Lin Lanlan's arrival. "You have changed significantly. The Lin family's delicate young lady I encountered in the Baichuan mountain range a few months ago would never have dared to enter," he remarked. Lin Lanlan smiled radiantly, attributing her transformation to Chu Tian. "Shall we proceed?" she inquired. "What about Chu Miaowen?" Chu Tian shook his head. "Her realm surpasses yours. Yet it is you who has first confronted the inner demons. Perhaps she dares not proceed any further. Just as these words fell, Chu Miaowen's figure emerged from the mist, standing before the two. Her complexion was pale, strands of hair at her temples dampened by sweat, clearly still gripped by fear. Chu Tian shook his head. If you are afraid, why pursue us? Chu Miaowen cast a glance at Lin Lan, biting her lip. I refuse to be defeated by you. Chapter 59. The Pillar of Heaven. At her words, Chu Tian chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate. At times, jealousy morphs into a drive for self-improvement. Yet such feelings are seldom enduring. When faced with setbacks, this distorted ambition can transform into a greater fear, even self-doubt, eventually becoming an inner demon. Chu Tian refrained from exposing this truth. At present, Chu Miaowen was brimming with a fierce determination, unwilling to heed any counsel. The trio continued onward, traversing a straight path before them. Remarkably, dense mist obscured vision on either side, while the path itself remained pristine and unblemished. Chu Tian led the way, ever vigilant. This was his inaugural exploration of the divine, lacking experience and necessitating utmost caution. Fortunately, they reached the end of the path without encountering peril. At the terminus stood a colossal pillar, its diameter at least 30 meters. Yet, it was the pillar's towering height that left the three in awe. Chu Tian tilted his head upward, witnessing the pillar soar into the heavens, seemingly boundless, like a rod connecting earth to sky. Lin Lan exclaimed, "Look, there is light above." A beam of golden radiance spiraled down from the heavens, enveloping the pillar and reaching the ground. As the golden light dissipated, the three individuals discovered a winding staircase that had appeared on the stone pillar. Chu Miaowen suppressed her inner dread. Is this an invitation to ascend? Chu Tian nodded, taking the lead up the staircase. His steps were resolute as he climbed upward, for if the ancient deity had left a staircase, then the legacy and treasures must surely await at its pinnacle. Complaints aside, she hurriedly approached the staircase, jogging upward, fearful of being left too far behind without companionship. After a fragrant moment, Chu Miaowen finally caught up with Chu Tian and Lin Lan, breathless as she inquired, "We have been climbing for so long. When will it end?" Chu Tian paused to catch his breath, noticing that the higher they ascended, the thinner the spiritual energy became, which explained Chu Miaowen's labored breathing. "Let us rest for a moment. We shall take turns cultivating to restore our spiritual energy." The trio alternated their cultivation, replenishing the energy within their dantian. To avoid drawing the attention of the two women, Chu Tian deliberately utilized the ancestral soul, tree martial spirit, to harness the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. During the cultivation process, a wry smile crept upon his face, as the slow pace of cultivating with a yellow-tier second-grade martial spirit was painfully evident. In stark comparison to the saint-level martial spirit, the devouring celestial dragon, the disparity was akin to that of a bird and a snail. Chu Tian mused to himself. The ancestral soul, tree martial spirit, must evolve swiftly. Otherwise, practicing in front of others would be an unbearable ordeal. The two women, standing guard beside him, were equally perplexed, unable to fathom how Chu Tian could have advanced to the fourth level of body refinement in merely 4 months with such low efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy. Fortunately, even in the midst of scarcity, the spiritual energy within the miraculous realm was still more abundant than that of the outside world, allowing Chu Tian to replenish his energy without consuming too much time. After the meditation session concluded, the trio continued their ascent up the staircase. They wound around the stone pillars, relentlessly climbing higher, and when they glanced down, the ground was no longer visible, shrouded instead by a mist that seemed within reach. After climbing for a considerable duration, Chu Tian paused once more. Lin Lan and Chu Miaowen both exhaled softly, having grown weary and unable to continue. Lin Lan refrained from interrupting Chu Tian, while Chu Miaowen, determined to compete with the two, refused to concede defeat. Furrowing his brow, Chu Tian inquired, "Do either of you sense that the spiritual energy within us is depleting?" Upon hearing his remark, both women were taken aback. Lin Lan murmured, "You are indeed correct. As martial artists, we should be able to climb stairs for an entire day without fatigue. Yet now, we not only feel exhausted but are also draining our spiritual energy." Unable to bear her exhaustion any longer, Chu Miaowen plopped down onto the steps. "I can't go on. If I don't meditate soon, I fear I shall collapse from fatigue." Chu Tian urged the two to focus on replenishing their energy while he sought a solution. He attentively sensed the spiritual energy within himself and then attempted to ascend a few more steps. To his astonishment, he discovered that with each step he took, A portion of his spiritual energy was being siphoned away by the staircase beneath him. The amount absorbed was minimal, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible. However, given the towering height of the stone pillar and the countless steps ahead, the cumulative loss was akin to a leaking reservoir, gradually draining his energy. Once the two women had restored their spiritual energy, Chu Tian shared his revelation with them. Lin Lanlan expressed her concern. As we ascend, the ethereal essence in the air becomes increasingly sparse, and our time to recuperate our spiritual energy will also extend. At this pace, I wonder if we can reach the summit within a day, Chu Tian remarked. I have just tested it, whether stepping one stair at a time or two. The consumption of spiritual energy remains unchanged, Chu Miaoan exclaimed with delight. This implies that by merely extending our strides, we can ascend higher before our internal energy is depleted. Chu Tian nodded, affirming her point. Having just regained her spiritual energy, Chu Miaoan was eager to try. With a vigorous leap, she soared over more than 50 steps, nearly reaching the corner of the spiral staircase. Lin Lanlan attempted the same, managing to leap over 40 steps. Chu Tian, however, faced an awkward predicament, clearing only slightly over 20 steps. He furrowed his brow, pondering how the two women could jump such distances. If I were to employ divine power, I could undoubtedly surpass Chu Miaoan's leap. However, utilizing such power would significantly deplete my own energy, rendering it counterproductive. Could it be that they possess unique techniques that enable them to jump so far? Chapter 60. Internal force ascending the steps through leaps corroborated the conjectures of Chu Tian and Chu Miaoan, as this method indeed considerably reduced the consumption of internal energy. Yet, Chu Tian's leap distance was still half that of Lin Lanlan, not to mention the exceptionally skilled Chu Miaoan. Catching up with the two, Chu Tian inquired, "How is it that you both can jump such great distances?" Lin Lanlan chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "It is because we utilized internal force." Internal force? This term is one that Chu Tian has heard for the first time. You have just transcended to the 4th stage of body refinement. Yet you have yet to attempt the 5th stage of body refinement, correct? Chu Tian nodded. Indeed, he had not yet had the opportunity to practice the 5th stage of the heavenly demon body refinement technique. Nevertheless, the concept of the 5th stage of body refinement is common knowledge among martial artists, and he was familiar with it. The 5th stage of body refinement involves refining the meridians, does it not? Lin Lanlan explained. Indeed. The 5th stage of body refinement is dedicated to the refinement of the meridians, which, once enhanced, can endure stronger surges of spiritual energy. When the strength of the meridians reaches a certain threshold, one can employ a special technique known as internal force. By the way, have you heard of the technique striking the cow across the mountain? Chu Tian pondered for a moment. I have heard the elders of my clan mention that martial artists above the 5th stage of body refinement can allow spiritual energy to penetrate walls, injuring an enemy on the other side. This martial art technique is called striking the cow across the mountain. Lin Lanlan replied with a smile. Correct. Striking the cow across the mountain refers to internal force. Strong meridians can withstand 2 intense surges of spiritual energy in quick succession, thereby unleashing a doubled force to inflict greater damage upon the enemy. The 5th stage of the heavenly demon body refinement technique is named entering the river, symbolizing the flow of creek water into a river. The specific method of cultivation involves absorbing spiritual energy that far exceeds the body's limits, forcibly expanding the meridians, and repeating this process to enhance their strength. Chu Tian thought to himself, the spiritual energy here is already thinner than that of the outside world, and with Lin Lanlan and Chu Miaoan present, it is inconvenient for me to utilize the devouring heavenly divine dragon martial soul for cultivation. What should I do? Chu Miaoan inquired. Shall we continue forward? Time is of the essence. To reap the benefits from the miraculous, one must not squander it in idle pursuits. It is imperative to ascend swiftly to the pinnacle of the stone pillar. Lin Lanlan's countenance darkened. Just moments ago, Chu Tian had been safeguarding us. Still in need of recuperation, why the haste? Chu Miaoan refrained from retorting, though her expression was far from pleasant. Chu Tian, well aware of her thoughts, recognized that upon discovering the correct path forward, each step she took was nearly thrice as efficient as his own, rendering him a burden in her eyes. He chose not to confront this notion, simply stating, "You two may proceed ahead." In their absence, Chu Tian could harness the devouring heaven divine dragon martial soul to replenish his internal energy. Even if he were to leap merely 20 steps, the time spent on recuperation would be circumvented, potentially allowing him to keep pace with the two women. Chu Mian cast a glance at Chu Tian before turning away, vanishing swiftly around the corner of the spiral staircase. Lin Lan, incensed, stamped her foot. This woman truly repays kindness with malice. Chu Tian remained unfazed. Some individuals are inherently selfish. In Chu Miaowen's perspective, it was far better to ascend alone, seeking the legacy and treasures for herself rather than accompany him at a leisurely pace. Lin Lan, however, steadfastly refused. I care not. Chu Tian, feeling a sense of helplessness, opted against further discourse. Since he could not utilize the devouring heaven divine dragon martial soul, he resolved to employ an alternative method. With a thought, he retrieved an item from his spiritual ring. Lin Lan, upon seeing it, inquired in astonishment, "Is that a spirit stone?" Chu Tian nodded. What he had extracted was indeed a spirit stone. Initially, he procured 150 spirit stones from alchemist he in exchange for the gallbladder of the demonic 8 treasure scale serpent, allocating 50 of these to his father for cultivation. At present, he retains 100. Lin Lan had assumed that Chu Tian intended to utilize the spirit stones to replenish his spiritual energy, as a single stone contains sufficient energy for a body-tempering realm martial artist to cultivate for 100 days. Spirit stones are invaluable, and even the 4 major clans possess limited reserves, primarily designated for the cultivation of esteemed figures such as elders, with a significant portion allocated to the awakening ceremonies of the clan's younger disciples. Lin Lan had brought 3 spirit stones on this journey, but had been hesitant to expend them. However, Chu Tian's subsequent actions nearly caused Lin Lan to shriek in astonishment. Chu Tian directly inserted a spirit stone into his mouth, attempting to crush it with his teeth and release its spiritual energy. Crack! Chu Tian's expression stiffened, and he promptly spat out the stone, exclaiming, "Remarkably resilient." Lin Lan could not help but support her forehead, explaining, "The hardness of a spirit stone is comparable to a yellow grade level 5 defensive treasure. Unless you complete the 9th level of body tempering, it is virtually impossible to fracture it with your teeth. Is this not common knowledge?" Chu Tian appeared slightly abashed, reflecting that for the preceding 14 years, their family's monthly allowance had been reduced due to his father's disability, and he had never before encountered a spirit stone. Lin Lan instructed Chu Tian to extract the spiritual energy within a spirit stone. A martial artist must hold the stone and cultivate with a tranquil mind. Chu Tian countered, "Such efficiency is inadequate. Is there a method to release all of the spiritual energy within the stone?" Lin Lan pondered, replying, "The only recourse would be to destroy the spirit stone, but we lack the divine weapons necessary to accomplish this." The green peak sword she possessed was of insufficient quality to cleave a spirit stone, even in Chu Tian's hands. Chu Tian did not yield. He extended his hand to conjure a soul ascension talisman, affixing it to his own body. He summoned the ancestral soul tree martial spirit. Upon witnessing the purple seedling sprouting from Chu Tian's palm, Lin Lan was filled with intrigue. "Is this your martial spirit?" she inquired. Chu Tian responded affirmatively, then plucked a leaf bud from the seedling. The leaf bud possessed a formidable sharpness, capable of effortlessly shattering Wang Zhou's flying daggers, and perhaps even severing spirit stones. Holding the leaf bud, Chu Tian traced it across the spirit stone. It cleaved through as if cutting tofu, the stone silently splitting in 2. Abundant spiritual energy surged forth from the stone, prompting Lin Lan to inhale deeply, her entire being invigorated. However, Chu Tian's subsequent action once more startled her. He placed the severed spirit stone back into his mouth. Lin Lan's expression changed dramatically as she cried out, "Stop." Chapter 61. Entering the river for body tempering, Lin Lan was on the verge of a frenzy. The spiritual energy contained within a single spirit stone was sufficient for a body-tempering practitioner to cultivate for 100 days. To ingest such a vast amount of spiritual energy directly would surely rupture the practitioner's meridians. Moreover, Chu Tian had yet to undergo the 5th stage of body tempering, rendering his meridians far from robust. Chu Tian was well aware of this, yet he remained unperturbed. As the severed spirit stone was consumed, the spiritual energy gushed forth into his body. His once parched dantian was instantly replenished, and the excess energy began to surge against his meridians. Lin Lan observed Chu Tian's form, which resembled an inflated balloon, swelling considerably. She was filled with urgency. "Quickly, expel the spirit stone." Chu Tian, however, did not comply, resolutely clenching his teeth. The influx of spiritual energy distended his meridians, causing pain far exceeding any epidermal torment. His complexion turned ashen, He felt as though a multitude of hands were incessantly tearing at him, leaving no part of his being untouched by excruciating agony. He could even discern the sound of his meridians rupturing within him. For an ordinary martial artist, such a rupture would be a grievous injury, leading to either the inability to wield spiritual energy or, in severe cases, crippling or even instant death. However, Chu Tian had anticipated this. Upon ingesting the spiritual stone, he had resonated with the ancestral soul divine, tree martial soul, bathing his meridians in countless rays of violet light, fortified by the soul ascension talisman. The martial soul's restorative capabilities were even more formidable. As his meridians were torn, they were forcibly mended by the violet light. In this cyclical process, Chu Tian's meridians were repeatedly subjected to tearing and restoration, growing stronger with each iteration. Naturally, the accompanying pain intensified, becoming almost unbearable. He endured for a full 60 breaths, his eyes bloodshot and his face deathly pale, on the verge of succumbing to the torment before finally expelling the spiritual stone. As he opened his mouth, he deflated like a punctured balloon, his body rapidly returning to its original state. The spiritual energy that gushed forth from his mouth was like a tempest, causing Lin Lanlan's hair to dance wildly. Lin Lanlan could not help but inhale deeply, the abundant and pure spiritual energy bringing a rosy flush to her cheeks, almost intoxicating her. Seeing her disheveled hair, Chu Tian felt a pang of embarrassment. "My apologies, I was not mindful," he said, pausing before instinctively asking, "I trust my breath is not offensive?" Lin Lanlan's complexion flushed even deeper as she shot a glance at Chu Tian, who then realized his words had been somewhat frivolous. He chuckled awkwardly, and Lin Lanlan, perceptive as ever, shifted the conversation. "Were you just cultivating?" Chu Tian responded with a nod. Fivefold body refinement. Lin Lanlan was momentarily taken aback, yet not entirely surprised, for she had witnessed Chu Tian employing even more outrageous methods of body refinement in the Baichuan mountain range. The image of a corporeal spiritual hammer mercilessly striking her body would send shivers down her spine whenever it crossed her mind. After retrieving a second spiritual stone, Chu Tian unhesitatingly summoned his martial spirit once more, splitting it in two. Once the spiritual energy surged forth, he swallowed it whole. His body once again swelled like a balloon. As the meridians filled with spiritual energy, Chu Tian felt the excruciating tearing sensation within his channels. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, with veins bulging on his forehead and arms. This time, his endurance lasted longer than during his initial foray into body refinement. Upon expelling the spiritual stone, he promptly took out a third one. Observing Chu Tian's actions, Lin Lanlan's lips twitched slightly. When Chu Tian opened his eyes again, she retrieved the 3 spiritual stones from her spatial ring and offered them to him. "I only brought 3 spiritual stones this time. If you find yourself lacking, feel free to take them." Seeing Lin Lanlan's pained expression, Chu Tian couldn't help but smile. The carefree demeanor of this young girl was in stark contrast to Chu Miaowen's selfishness. Lin Lanlan pouted. "What are you laughing at? You look like a child reluctantly parting with their cherished toy, all the hurt written on your face." With almond-shaped eyes, Lin Lanlan glared at Chu Tian. "Being merely 14 years of age, we are but children. Why feign adulthood?" Rather than engage in further discourse with Lin Lanlan, Chu Tian retrieved a weighty pouch from his spirit ring, placing it in her hands. "Hold this for me," he requested. "What is contained within?" "It is remarkably heavy," she inquired, opening the pouch with curiosity, only to be startled for the 3rd time, nearly dropping its contents. The pouch was replete with spirit stones. Lin Lanlan estimated their quantity, surmising that there were nearly 100. Lin Lanlan's words faltered. "Where did you procure such a multitude of spirit stones?" Chu Tian elucidated. "Subsequent to our parting at 100 Rivers mountain range, I discovered the rare spirit herb, golden antler velvet. However, it was guarded by an 8 treasure scale serpent. I vanquished the serpent, extracted its gall, and traded it with an alchemist residing in my Chu Tian household for 150 spirit stones, 100 of which are contained within this pouch." Lin Lanlan was incredulous. The 8 treasure scale serpent was a 6th level body tempering realm beast, and even she, despite being of equal cultivation, would hesitate to claim victory. What was Chu Tian's cultivation at the time? Her gaze towards Chu Tian shifted repeatedly. She no longer perceived him as a prodigy, but rather a phenomenon. Chu Tian articulated, "I present these spirit stones to convey that, while precious, they are but external possessions. Once depleted, they can be reacquired." We martial artists should prioritize ourselves above all else. No matter how abundant or valuable external possessions may be, they cannot surpass the utility of one's own strength. If 100 spirit stones can facilitate advancement to another cultivation level, it is, in my estimation, a worthwhile investment. Lin Lanlan listened pensively. Chu Tian's presentation of the spirit stones was not a display of wealth, but rather an enlightenment. Unbeknownst to her, she had once again vanquished a heart demon on her path of cultivation. Observing Lin Lanlan's keen intellect and her comprehension of his words, Chu Tian refrained from further discourse. He retrieved a new spirit stone from Lin Lanlan's pocket and, with his martial soul, continued to refine his body. Lin Lanlan also settled onto the steps, seizing the moment to absorb the spiritual energy released by Chu Tian, wasting not a single instant. Chapter 62. Climbing the Mountain with a Companion. The lovebirds soar together during the subsequent half-day. Lin Lanlan experienced the most exhilarating moments of her life. She witnessed, in awe, as Chu Tian consumed 100 spirit stones with the casualness of cracking sunflower seeds, absorbing their spiritual essence. His body expanded and contracted incessantly, his meridians repeatedly damaged and restored. At last, when the final spirit stone was expelled from his mouth, he suddenly opened his eyes. A tempestuous aura erupted from Chu Tian's form, his meridians crackling like firecrackers on New Year's Eve, producing a symphony of sounds. This was the sound of rebirth. Lin Lanlan covered her mouth to stifle her gasp of astonishment. Chu Tian had broken through 2 realms in a single day, revealing yet another miracle to her. Rising to his feet, he stretched languidly, a look of immense satisfaction illuminating his face. He mused inwardly. According to the records in the heavenly demon body refinement technique, the progenitor of this body refinement method believed that even the most gifted warriors required 10 months to achieve the 5th stage of body refinement. How would he react if he were to learn that a successor had accomplished this feat in merely half a day? Would he feel a sense of pride and contentment? With unwavering resolve, he kicked the shattered spirit stones from underfoot down the steps and gazed upward, his spirit unyielding. The stone pillars above seemed to stretch infinitely into the sky. Lin Lanlan took a moment to assess her own realm, harnessing the residual spiritual energy from Chu Tian's body refinement to enhance her cultivation significantly. She inquired, "Shall we proceed?" As she prepared to channel her internal strength and leap to greater heights, Chu Tian called out to her, "Wait. This method is far too slow. We must adopt a different approach." Lin Lanlan's face lit up with surprise. "Have you conceived a new climbing technique?" Chu Tian continued to gaze upward at the spiral staircase on the stone pillar, where each level was separated by several meters, a distance that an ordinary body refinement martial artist could not hope to leap across. With her keen intellect, Lin Lanlan discerned Chu Tian's intentions and asked in astonishment, "You don't intend to leap directly to the next level of the staircase, do you?" Chu Tian crouched slightly, concentrating his spiritual energy in his legs. Rather than employing divine power, he expanded the meridians in his legs several times using spiritual energy. He held his breath and leaped. At the moment his foot left the ground, the meridians in his legs contracted simultaneously, generating a second surge of power that propelled him upward. What Chu Tian executed was the internal force that could only be mastered by martial artists of the 5th level of body refinement or above. "Of course. You can ride on my back," he added. Lin Lanlan's face flushed crimson in an instant. She fidgeted with the hem of her garment, feeling bashful. She glanced at Chu Tian, who bore a calm expression, and her heart became clear as well. With a radiant smile, her face, like a blossoming peach, glowed with beauty. "All right." Lin Lanlan climbed onto Chu Tian's back, and he rose, gently securing her legs. Once more, Chu Tian gathered his spiritual energy and leaped. Like a nimble mountain monkey, he sprang, grasped, and flipped, effortlessly reaching the next level of the spiral staircase, accomplishing the ascent with a speed that surpassed their previous efforts by countless times. Lin Lanlan could only hear the whistling wind by her ears. In the span of a single incense stick's burning time, the two had already climbed to an impressive height. Concerned, Lin Lanlan inquired, "Chu Tian, do you wish to take a break?" "No need," replied Chu Tian. "The spiritual energy within my dantian is still quite abundant." While refining his meridians, not only had they become remarkably resilient, but his dantian was also significantly stronger than that of an ordinary warrior, capable of storing a greater amount of spiritual energy. On the stone pillar's spiral staircase, Chu Mian hopped energetically, drenched in sweat. After traversing for half a day, she still had not reached the pinnacle of the stone column. Each time she looked up at the towering structure, It felt like a colossal boulder pressing down on her heart, suffocating her with despair. When will I ever reach the summit of this stone pillar? Suddenly, Chu Tian heard a sound slicing through the air beneath her feet. Curiously, she glanced down, only to see a figure ascending rapidly. Instantly, she felt a surge of tension, gripping the leather whip at her waist. As the figure drew nearer, she could hardly contain her astonishment. It was none other than Chu Tian, the very person she had abandoned partway. On Chu Tian's back was Lin Lanlan, and the two ascended together, reminiscent of a pair of lovebirds in flight. When Chu Tian leaped onto the same level of the staircase as Chu Tian, she reached out, intending to call out to him. Chu yet. Before she could utter another syllable, Chu Tian had already vaulted upward to an even higher tier of the staircase. Infuriated and embarrassed, Chu Tian stomped her foot in frustration. Lin Lanlan, nestled on Chu Tian's back, gently inquired, "After all, she is a member of the Chu family. Are you truly disregarding her?" Chu Tian's voice remained calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "I once aided her in healing because she fought alongside me, and that debt has been repaid. Now that she has forsaken me, why should I concern myself with her?" Lin Lanlan remained silent, inwardly relieved by her decision to stay. After another half-day of climbing, the firmament of the divine monument remained speckled with starlight, showing no sign of dawn. Lin Lanlan's expression was bitter. "This stone pillar is so high, and we haven't even reached the top after a full day. Won't it take the same amount of time to descend? Even if we reach the summit, I fear we won't have much time to explore the secret realm, will we?" Chu Tian was unconcerned. "The ascent itself is a form of cultivation. I have broken through 2 realms in the divine monument, which is the greatest gain. Does it matter whether we reach the top or find the treasures hidden within?" Lin Lanlan was taken aback, realizing she could not compare to Chu Tian's state of mind. Just as she was about to praise him, she noticed a change in the sky. The top of the stone pillar was no longer out of sight. On the contrary, the distance between them and the summit was rapidly decreasing. Chu Tian, look. Chu Tian was also pleasantly surprised. He quickened his pace and leaped onto the top of the stone pillar. After landing, Chu Tian set Lin Lanlan down and exhaled a breath of stale air. Lin Lanlan thoughtfully took out a spirit stone and placed it in Chu Tian's hand. "You've run out of spirit stones. Take this one to replenish your energy." Chu Tian did not refuse. The summit of the stone pillar was devoid of spiritual energy, so Chu Tian could only rely on spirit stones to recuperate. He held the spirit stone in his palm, extracted the spiritual energy, and inhaled it into his dantian. As he meditated, Chu Tian gazed ahead. Atop the towering stone pillar rests an ancient temple. Chapter 63, The Spirit of the Temple, the Spider Woman. Before Chu Tian stands a venerable temple, flanked by 2 shattered statues at its entrance. Lin Lanlan gazes at the temple, her excitement palpable. "We have finally arrived," she exclaims, unable to contain her eagerness to advance, only to be gently restrained by Chu Tian's hand. "Not so fast. Allow me to restore my spiritual energy first." Lin Lanlan obediently nods, choosing to stand guard beside him. Chu Tian observes the temple not far away, a stirring sensation welling up within him, reminiscent of the thrill he felt when witnessing the emergence of the divine, radiating with a kaleidoscope of shimmering light. Undoubtedly, the greatest treasure of this miraculous sight lies within the temple before him. Once his energies are replenished, Chu Tian places the spiritual stone into his spatial ring and exhales a deep breath. "Let us proceed," he declares, leading the way as Lin Lanlan follows closely behind. As soon as Chu Tian steps into the temple, the lampposts within spring to life, igniting with flames. The temple, modest in size, allows for a sweeping view of its interior. Aside from the 4 lampposts, there stands a singular statue, reminiscent of the one encountered within the first layer of the miraculous realm. Its visage, that of an ancient deity, exudes an air of solemn authority and imposes a profound sense of pressure upon the observer. In contrast, this statue is depicted with its hands clasped firmly, each gripping a chain of considerable thickness, akin to that of an adult's arm. The chains, crafted from an unknown material, have withstood the ravages of time without a trace of rust, glistening with a cold metallic sheen under the flickering light. "Ah!" Lin Lanlan suddenly gasps, instinctively clutching Chu Tian's arm. Her finger trembles as she points ahead. There rests someone. Chu Tian's expression shifted as he focused on the direction indicated by Lin Lanlan's finger. There, beneath the shadow of the statue, a pair of eyes glimmered with a dark green luminescence, watching them with predatory intent. A flicker of alarm surged within Chu Tian. At such a close proximity, he had perceived nothing. He barked sharply, "Who goes there?" The dark green eyes slowly emerged from the shadows, the flickering light revealing its true form. Lin Lanlan instinctively covered her mouth, nearly gasping in horror. Chu Tian furrowed his brow, a sense of dread washing over him. Emerging from the darkness was a creature, a grotesque being that possessed a human form, yet was utterly naked and emaciated. Judging by its features, it appeared to be a woman. Her hair was sparse, with only a few wisps cascading beside her gaunt face. Her visage was lined with deep wrinkles, making her appear even older than a centenarian, the creases layering upon one another like sediment after a torrential rain. The flesh had all but vanished from her body, leaving skin stretched tightly over bone. Her arms were thinner than those of a child, hanging limply with 2 layers of desiccated skin. The woman's skin was as dark as the earth, her exposed body marred by numerous blotches, reminiscent of the post-mortem marks Chu Tian had observed on the deceased elders of his clan. Yet, what truly invoked terror in Chu Tian was the woman's bizarre physical form. She crawled upon the ground, not with 2 hands, but with 8. Instead of legs, 3 pairs of arms sprouted from her armpits, sides, and lower body. The woman advanced with her 8 arms moving in unison, reminiscent of a spider. As she crawled, a clattering sound echoed, akin to the grinding of metal. As Chu Tian turned to follow the sound, he noticed that the chains held tightly in the statue's hands were being tugged. It was then that he realized that the ends of the chains were entwined, one around the neck of the spider woman, the other piercing her spine. The spider woman halted, coming to a stop just 3 paces away from Chu Tian and Lin Lanlan. The chains were now fully taut, emitting a resonant clanking sound. Furious, the spider woman bared her teeth and let out a low, guttural roar. Her mouth was unnaturally large, capable of swallowing a human head whole. Within her cavernous maw, rows of razor-sharp fangs gleamed, their numbers exceeding that of an ordinary human, each tooth as pointed as a nail, dark as ink. Lin Lanlan gripped the hilt of her Chi Feng sword tightly, though her hand trembled with fear. The aura emanating from the spider woman was in stark contrast to the solemn and weighty presence of the ancient gods, where the latter exuded a sense of majesty. The former radiated a chilling malevolence, akin to a frigid wind from millennia past, capable of shattering bones. What is this? Chu Tian pondered. The temple's confines were limited, and no matter whether he attempted to circumvent the spider woman to the left or right, there was no escape. He could not fathom that she would allow him and Lin Lanlan to pass unimpeded. A guardian of the ancient god's legacy, perhaps? Taking a deep breath, he turned to Lin Lanlan and said, "Please take a few steps back. I shall confront her." Reluctantly, Lin Lanlan obeyed, retreating a few paces, her courage faltering in the face of such a monstrous foe. Had Chu Tian not been present, she would have turned to flee without a second thought. While Lin Lanlan was paralyzed by fear, Chu Tian remained undaunted, having banished the initial terror he felt upon encountering the spider woman from his heart. In the depths of his heart, fear would cause one to falter in battle, significantly diminishing their strength, drawing them perilously close to defeat. Chu Tian was acutely aware of this principle. Regardless of the might of his adversaries, he could accept defeat, yet he would never submit. As if sensing Chu Tian's indomitable fighting spirit, a low growl reverberated from the throat of the spider woman, akin to a beast's roar before it charges into the hunt. Though she remained motionless, the chains behind her rattled incessantly, producing a cacophony, while even the statue linked to the chains trembled with dust, releasing fragments of crumbling stone. With the enemy unable to initiate an attack, Chu Tian stepped forward, closing the distance to the spider woman. He concentrated his spiritual energy into his fist and struck with a powerful blow, the heavenly demon fist. The force of his punch sent the dust beneath him swirling into the air. In response to Chu Tian's formidable assault, the spider woman emitted a piercing scream. And with all 8 of her hands, she struck the ground, launching herself into the air. One of her hands collided with Chu Tian's fist, and in that instant, the 2 forces met. Chu Tian anticipated the weight of the spider woman's strength, but to his astonishment, her strike felt as insubstantial as striking cotton. Almost immediately, an immense suction emanated from the palm of the spider woman, drawing forth the spiritual energy from his fist entirely. After absorbing the energy, the suction intensified, nearly pulling the energy from within Chu Tian's dantian as well. Alarmed, he quickly retreated. As he stepped back beyond the reach of the chains, he was astonished to discover a transformation in the appearance of the spider woman. Her skin, once marred with scars, now appeared devoid of blemishes, and the wrinkles that once adorned her form had significantly diminished. She absorbs my spiritual energy to restore her body? The spider woman's aura surged once more, her strength significantly amplified compared to before. Chapter 64. The Battle of the Spiritless. The Spider-Woman's enhanced presence weighed heavily on Chu Tian's heart. He was grateful that he had not, like a foolhardy youth, recklessly attacked after his initial punch proved ineffective. Had he done so, he would have lost even more of his internal energy. Chu Tian quickly realized that engaging the Spider-Woman necessitated the avoidance of martial techniques. The absence of martial prowess would drastically diminish a warrior's power, exponentially increasing the difficulty of the confrontation. Yet, Chu Tian did not falter. He still possessed divine power. Although divine power also consumed spiritual energy, it was merely a technique of manipulation. When invoked, all energy transformed into pure strength, impervious to the Spider-Woman's absorption. An idea began to take root in Chu Tian's mind. Perhaps, the statue that conveyed divine power in the first level of the sacred realm was not placed haphazardly, but rather held profound significance. Warriors who lacked the wisdom to uncover the secrets of the first-level statue would be utterly incapable of bypassing the Spider-Woman's guardianship to obtain the greatest treasures of the sacred realm. Lin Lanlan also noticed the Spider-Woman's transformation. Gripping her Qing Feng sword tightly, she anxiously inquired, "Chu Tian, do you need assistance?" Chu Tian raised his hand, signaling Lin Lanlan to remain still. She was not capable of wielding divine power. Should she enter the fray, she would merely serve as a significant boon for the Spider-Woman. Chu Tian channeled his divine power, allowing the spiritual energy from his dantian to flow through his meridians, saturating his muscles. Starting from his legs, his muscles began to cooperate in an extraordinary rhythm, reminiscent of 1,000 layers of waves, each one stacking upon the other, ultimately converging into a tsunami. With a thunderous roar, Chu Tian surged once more towards the Spider-Woman, not employing any martial arts, but instead relying solely on raw power to strike her. The Spider-Woman bared her fangs and lunged at him again. Bang! This time, the outcome was markedly different. The Spider-Woman was sent flying backward, her head colliding with the statue, her expression contorted in agony. Despite landing a solid blow, Chu Tian felt no joy. Rather, his brow furrowed in concern. Having reached the 5th level of body refinement, his physical strength had attained an astonishing 48 ding. After channeling divine power, his strength doubled, surpassing 100 ding, rivaling the physical prowess of practitioners at the 8th level of body refinement. Such formidable force, unleashed upon the Spider-Woman's skeletal frame, merely inflicted pain without causing any significant harm. Chu Tian was certain that her bones were harder than spirit stones. He finally grasped why the temple was erected atop such towering stone pillars. The area was so devoid of spiritual energy that it could contain the Spider-Woman. Legend spoke of languages bestowed by ancient gods, yet he pondered, "Are you truly human? Why does your speech differ from ours?" The guttural growl of the Spider-Woman transformed into a grotesque, unpleasant laughter. He. She opened her gaping maw filled with black fangs, uttering obscure human language. "I have waited countless ages. At long last, someone has come. Step forward. Allow me to savor the long-lost taste of flesh and blood." He. Chu Tian retorted coldly, "Do you fancy a taste of me? Not a chance." He immediately swung his fist again, charging towards the Spider-Woman. Even if the Spider-Woman possessed indestructible bones, he was determined to bring her down. Otherwise, how could he uncover the mysteries hidden behind the statue? The Spider-Woman continued to emit her eerie laughter, no longer launching herself directly at Chu Tian, but instead, she clapped her hands against the ground, leaping and bounding in erratic motions. Chu Tian swung his fist, striking at empty air, as the Spider-Woman vanished from view. He only heard a loud clatter from above, shortly followed by the sound of something slicing through the air. Lin Lanlan shouted anxiously, "Be careful above." Chu Tian looked up to see the Spider-Woman's hand slamming against the roof, using the force to descend as if 1,000 pounds bore down upon him. With all 8 of her hands clenched into fists, she transformed into a tempest, raining down blows upon Chu Tian. He immediately summoned his divine power, his fists dancing in a desperate attempt to shield himself from the torrential barrage of strikes. For approximately 3 breaths, he struggled against the Spider-Woman, but ultimately, his 2 fists could not withstand her 8 hands, and he found himself at a disadvantage, suffering several blows. Although the Spider-Woman's bones were formidable, her strength was not particularly great. Despite her multitude of fists, she was unable to inflict any real harm upon Chu Tian. However, he soon sensed something amiss. The spiritual energy he had meticulously sealed within his dantian was now being drawn out by a mysterious force, flowing through his meridians and radiating outward. Even the slightest trace of spiritual energy that escaped his body was instantly absorbed by the Spider-Woman. Her wrinkled skin gradually smoothed, and her strength steadily increased, causing Chu Tian to feel the onset of pain with each strike. Realizing that he could not continue this way, lest his spiritual energy be completely drained by the Spider-Woman, leading to an inevitable demise, he retreated 3 steps, seizing the opportunity to extend a finger from each hand. Spiritual energy converged within Chu Tian's fingertips. His left fingers danced in unison, wielding spiritual energy as ink and his fingers as a brush, inscribing 2 distinctly different spiritual symbols. The symbol drawn with his left hand was the yellow grade, 3rd rank Mangshi talisman, while the right hand inscribed the yellow grade, 3rd rank light body talisman. Both symbols simultaneously merged into Chu Tian's body, augmenting his strength and speed exponentially. As the Spider-Woman approached, Chu Tian effortlessly sidestepped and then unleashed a powerful punch. With the enhancement of the Mangshi talisman, the force of this blow reached an astonishing 200 ding of strength, nearly rivaling the physical prowess of a 9th layer body refinement warrior. The Spider-Woman let out a piercing scream as she was struck down by Chu Tian, creating a shallow crater upon impact with the ground. However, to Chu Tian's astonishment, he found himself unable to inflict any harm upon this monstrous creature. What manner of beast is this? As the Spider-Woman attempted to rise, she propped herself up with her hands, only to be forcibly driven back into the ground by Chu Tian's second punch. Chu Tian then placed a foot upon the Spider-Woman's back, intending to immobilize her. Yet she emitted a shrill scream, stirring the spiritual energy within Chu Tian's dantian, which coursed through his leg meridians and surged into the Spider-Woman's body. Chu Tian was taken aback and quickly withdrew his foot. He mused to himself that defeating this creature seemed nearly impossible. Thus, he resolved to press forward, seize the treasure, and address the creature later. He grasped the chain affixed to the Spider-Woman's spine and yanked with all his might, lifting her up. Subsequently, he delivered a powerful kick to her side, causing her to scream and propel through the air, spinning wildly. Chains wrapped tightly around her body, binding her beneath the statue's outstretched hands, rendering her unable to escape. Chu Tian retreated to Lin Lanlan's side and grasped her hand firmly. Let us go. Chapter 65. The Corridor of Inheritance. Memories within the scroll. Before Lin Lanlan could fully comprehend the situation, she was abruptly pulled by Chu Tian, who urged her to dash behind the statue. The suspended Spider-Woman screeched in furious protest. Stop! Struggling desperately, the chains clattered ominously as she twisted in midair, extending towards Chu Tian and Lin Lanlan. Her hand nearly brushed against Lin Lanlan's, yet she fell just short. As Chu Tian and Lin Lanlan circumvented the statue, they beheld a scene behind it. A grand door stood ajar, shrouded in darkness, devoid of any glimmer. A familiar thrill surged forth from within the door, causing their hearts to race uncontrollably. Without hesitation, Chu Tian seized Lin Lanlan's hand and plunged through the doorway. After 3 swift strides, a blinding light abruptly enveloped him, momentarily preventing him from opening his eyes. Once he acclimated to the brightness, he was astounded to find himself within a magnificent corridor. This corridor was extraordinarily spacious, its walls, floor, and ceiling flawlessly white, unmarred by any blemish. Not only was the corridor expansive, but it also stretched endlessly, defying the eye's reach. What astonished Chu Tian the most were the objects adorning the walls. Every meter along both sides of the corridor hung a painting, each depicting a unique scene, exotic birds and beasts, breathtaking landscapes, and ancient deities. Each artwork evoked an indescribable sensation within Chu Tian, stirring his very essence. Among the contemporaneous warriors, Chu Tiandao's resolve is unwavering, unmatched by any other. In this moment, she remains as turbulent as the ocean under a tempest, stirring up formidable waves. However, before her hand could make contact with the scroll, a sudden surge of power erupted from it. Ah! Lin Lanlan exclaimed, her entire being flung backward by the force emanating from the scroll. Quick as a flash, Chu Tian caught her in his embrace, dissipating the energy that had assailed her, thus preventing any harm. Lin Lanlan clutched her body, her complexion pale. We must not touch the scroll, Chu Tian declared solemnly. The scroll bears restrictions. We can only comprehend its essence, not transport it. A profound disappointment flickered in Lin Lanlan's eyes. The corridor was adorned with thousands of scrolls, and should they endeavor to decipher each one, even a decade would scarcely suffice. Moreover, They were permitted but 3 days within the second layer of the divine realm. Chu Tian, how much time do we have left? Chu Tian retrieved an hourglass from his spiritual ring, noting the dwindling grains of sand in the funnel above, signifying that a day was nearly spent. There are still 2 days remaining, though descending the mountain would be swifter than the ascent. They must reserve at least half a day's time. Thus, Chu Tian and Lin Lanlan had, at most, a day and a half to glean insights within the corridor of inheritance. Let us not squander our time. Seek out a legacy that suits you and comprehend it swiftly. Chu Tian turned toward the left wall, while Lin Lanlan faced the right, each searching for an inheritance that resonated with them. After examining several scrolls, Chu Tian found himself enlightened. Some scrolls appeared lifeless, devoid of any profound meaning, while others seemed vibrant, as if alive, immersing him in an experience that felt palpably real. He contemplated silently. The scrolls that resonated with him were suitable for his cultivation, while those that did not might reflect his insufficient realm, rendering him incapable of comprehension. Upon discovering the pattern, Chu Tian ceased to be entangled in confusion. He swiftly traversed the scrolls, seeking those that harmonized with his essence. If a scroll failed to resonate with him, he would not linger in vain attachment. Chu Tian realized that he was currently immersed in the memories etched by ancient gods within the scrolls. He glanced upwards, observing that the billowing white clouds did not belong to the suspended island he inhabited. Just as he intended to survey his surroundings, the heavens and earth abruptly shifted. The once pristine clouds were instantaneously shrouded in darkness, and in that fleeting moment, thunder roared and lightning flashed. The black clouds churned, spiraling clockwise, ultimately coalescing into an immense vortex. An indescribable force descended from above. Although Chu Tian was merely within the memory of the scroll, he felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. He fixed his gaze upon the black vortex above, sensing an ominous premonition of impending dread. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until a crimson light, akin to a piercing sword, penetrated the vortex's center and struck the ground. Chu Tian held his breath as he beheld a figure emerging from the crimson glow, descending slowly. This figure possessed a form akin to that of a human, clad in resplendent silver armor, wielding a spear that emanated a sanguine radiance. A helmet obscured its visage, yet it instilled in Chu Tian an unparalleled sense of terror. However, what captivated Chu Tian's attention most was the pair of wings unfurling from the figure's back. The celestial being flapped its blood-colored wings, gliding gracefully towards the earth, and the closer it drew, the more profound the feeling of oppression Chu Tian experienced. He gritted his teeth fiercely, striving to resist the incessant urge to yield that surged within him. Chu Tian could almost envision that, were he not ensconced in the memories of the painting at this moment, but instead confronted with a true celestial being in the real world, he would likely succumb to the overwhelming might of the celestial, resulting in his untimely demise. Just as Chu Tian's consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse, a thunderous dragon's roar resonated behind him. He felt a sudden lightness envelop him, the oppressive force exuded by the celestial dissipating entirely. Hastily, he turned around to behold a stately and dignified man striding forth from the distant wasteland. Clad in resplendent golden armor, he bore dragon-headed adornments upon each shoulder, exuding an air of formidable majesty. Chu Tian recognized the visage, identical to the statue he had encountered within the sacred realm. The ancient god. The celestial and the ancient god gazed at one another from afar, their eyes converging in a clash akin to thunder, dark clouds swirling ominously, and the sound of rolling thunder echoing. As the ancient god approached, he swung his right arm, his cape billowing behind him, and once more, a dragon's roar erupted with resounding magnificence. Chu Tian widened his eyes in astonishment, witnessing a magnificent golden dragon emerge from the ancient goddess form, soaring skyward. Chapter 66. The Battle of the Celestials. The ancient god of Ur could very well be a dragon soul warrior. Observing the golden dragon before him, he noted that it was significantly smaller in stature compared to the devouring sky dragon he had awakened. Moreover, this golden dragon possessed only 3 claws. In both his current and previous lifetimes, the two worlds shared a common legend. The strength of a dragon was determined by the number of claws it possessed. The greater the number, the mightier the dragon. Dragons like the devouring sky dragon, boasting 5 claws, resided at the pinnacle of the dragon lineage. Chu Tian silently clenched his fists, vowing that when he reached the same realm as the ancient god before him, he would become even more formidable. The celestial being, adorned with blood-red wings, hovered in the air, aiming his blood spear at the ancient god. His eyes, concealed beneath his helmet, devoid of emotion, even exuding an aura of frost. The ancient god leaped, stepping upon the golden dragon martial spirit, equally standing in midair, facing the celestial being. Chu Tian understood that a battle, capable of shaking the heavens and moving the spirits, was about to commence. The celestial being and the ancient god exchanged no words, both launching themselves at one another. The celestial being wielded the blood spear, and in an instant, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was tainted crimson, transforming into a tumultuous wave that surged forward, intent on engulfing the ancient god. The ancient god struck out with a palm, unleashing unmatched dragon might, dispersing the sea of blood with ease. Standing on the desolate plain, Chu Tian felt as though the world was turned upside down. The sun and moon rendered void of light. He was akin to a solitary boat adrift in a torrential stream, perilously close to being shattered. He steadfastly maintained his consciousness, aware that this was a battle of ancient proportions, one that even the mightiest of beings had likely never witnessed. Chu Tian was uncertain of the profound truths he could glean from this clash, yet he believed that if he could endure just a moment longer, preserving his awareness, his path of cultivation would broaden significantly in the future. The principle of using the stones from other mountains to sharpen jade applied here. This confrontation between the celestial being and the ancient god was of such elevated realms that, aside from the magnificent spectacle, Chu Tian could comprehend little else. However, he discerned that the two were evenly matched, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Chu Tian's consciousness, amidst the raging storm, was gradually reaching its limit. Should he persist any longer, his soul would likely be obliterated, leaving behind only a lifeless shell, akin to a walking corpse. The might of the dragon? Chu Tian gazed in astonishment at the ancient deity, who was likewise observing him, the might of the dragon being a protection bestowed upon Chu Tian by the ancient god. A shiver coursed through Chu Tian's heart. Could it be that the ancient deity still lived? No, the divine realm had already fallen. This was but the will of the ancient god, a legacy left for the inheritors. Surely, the recent tempest that threatened to tear apart consciousness was a trial before the inheritance. I have endured, and now it is time to receive the legacy. Chu Tian's speculations were indeed correct. With a mere wave of his hand, the ancient god caused the entire world within the painting to seem as though time had come to a standstill, rendering everything immobile. The shattered stones and swirling dust from the celestial battle hung, suspended in the air, each particle distinct. Even the celestial beings remained frozen in their motions, poised with their spears. The only ones capable of movement were he and the ancient god. The golden dragon martial soul of the ancient deity danced around him, infusing his being with waves of draconic might. Chu Tian's spirit sharpened. He understood that the ancient god was about to reveal the inheritance to him. Although the ancient god's lips remained still, his voice resounded within Chu Tian's consciousness like thunder, reverberating with immense power. What I am about to impart to you is the divine martial technique, Dragon Descending Finger. This technique can only be wielded by those who possess the dragon soul. The Dragon Descending Finger does not merely tame the divine dragon. Rather, it is a dance with the divine dragon, descending with unparalleled divine might. A vast force coalesced at the tip of his finger. What followed was an awe-inspiring spectacle. The ancient god, without moving a single step, simply pointed his finger, and the immense power traversed through layers of space, instantaneously striking the chest of the celestial being. Chu Tian's breath momentarily halted as he beheld the armor of the celestial deity shatter into fragments. Immediately thereafter, the power embodied by the ancient deity transformed into a swirling vortex, ensnaring the celestial being and tearing it apart. The celestial's form could not withstand even the briefest moment against such overwhelming force, disintegrating into countless fragments, leaving only crimson feathers fluttering in the wind. Crack! Chu Tian heard the distinct sound of shattering, as the realm surrounding him began to crumble. A formidable suction drew his consciousness away from the painted world, returning him to reality. Chu Tian abruptly awakened. The vibrant imagery before him dulled, leaving only the ancient deity, coiled like a golden dragon, pointing distantly. The inheritance had concluded. Chu Tian bowed deeply before the scroll, expressing his earnest gratitude. He thanked the elder for the legacy, vowing that he would once again make this divine martial art renowned throughout the world. He would not tarnish the elder's resplendent legacy. No sooner had he spoken than a voice emerged beside him. You are indeed fortunate to have discovered the ancient deity's inheritance first. Chu Tian's gaze sharpened instantly. It was a male voice. Someone else had entered. He turned to find Lin Lan Lan, gripping the Qingfeng's sword, standing protectively beside him, her expression tense. In front of Lin Lanlan stood two individuals, a man and a woman. The woman was familiar to Chu Tian. It was Chu Mian. As for the man, he appeared several years older than Chu Mian, and Chu Tian had not seen him in 3 years. Upon closer inspection, the man's features bore a striking resemblance to Chu Miao's. Chu Tian called out the man's name in a low voice. Chu Ying. This individual was none other than the most esteemed grandson of the Grand Elder, the cousin of Chu Mian, and the only prodigious youth from Baichuan City to have entered the Tiansong Academy. Chu Ying. The people of the Tianlan Empire are well aware that Tiansong Academy is a place where miracles are born, and to gain admission is to attain an unparalleled honor. Many within the Chu family firmly believe that Chu Ying is undoubtedly a formidable candidate for the next clan leader, with aspirations that may even surpass those of the venerable ancestors of today. Chapter 67. Graduates of Tiansong Academy. Upon hearing his name called by Chu Tian, a glimmer of frost appeared on Chu Ying's face. After 3 years, this seemingly insignificant individual has managed to surprise me. 3 years prior, when he departed from the Chu family to pursue his studies at Tiansong Academy, Chu Tian was merely a talentless wastrel. Yet, 3 years later, he has risen to a status within the Chu family that is hardly inferior to the renown he once held. Chu Tian harbors no favorable sentiments towards Chu Ying. He is convinced that his father's demise is linked to Chu Tian's father, Chu Yunlong, although he has not bullied Chu Tian as the other youths of the Chu family have done over the years. Their encounters are always marked by icy disdain and palpable animosity. Had it not been for the protection of the 11th elder, Chu Luzhao, Chu Tian would likely have fallen victim to Chu Ying's schemes long ago. Gazing at the sword held firmly in Chu Ying's grasp, Chu Tian boldly declared, "Chu Ying, you have long harbored intentions to kill me. Now that we find ourselves in this miraculous place, with no one else around, should you wish to make a move, feel free to unleash your fury." Chu Tian understands that, given the unresolved grievances with the elder's family, a resolution is inevitable. He does not fear a confrontation with Chu Ying at this moment. As Chu Tian stated, there are only the 4 of them in this miraculous realm. Any occurrence would go unwitnessed by others. Should Chu Ying dare to take action, he would not hesitate to summon the devouring heavenly dragon martial spirit, ruthlessly eliminating both Chu Ying and Chu Mian before him. As for Lin Lanlan, Chu Tian shared a bond of life and death with her. Thus there existed a measure of trust. Moreover, even without summoning the devouring heavenly dragon, Chu Tian possessed the recently acquired divine martial technique, the dragon descending finger. Though he had only comprehended it once, he had already grasped half of its essence. Chu Mian shot a resentful glare at Chu Tian, pursuing her brother with determination. She could not forget the sight of Chu Tian leaping over her while carrying Lin Lanlan, not pausing for an instant or casting a glance in her direction. Once the two departed, Lin Lanlan exhaled in relief, releasing her grip on the sword hilt, her palm slick with perspiration. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "Chu Tian, this Chu Ying is formidable. Had you awakened any later, I might not have been able to withstand him." Chu Tian responded calmly, "A mere clown, unworthy of concern." His words were not born of disdain, but rather reflected the truth. Given the quality of his martial spirit and his cultivation speed, he would soon surpass Chu Ying without the need for prolonged wait. He then asked Lin Lanlan, "How long have I been in meditation?" Lin Lanlan pondered for a moment. "I did not bring a timekeeper, but I estimate it has been around half a day." Chu Tian felt a flicker of astonishment within. Chu Ying had entered the divine realm a day later than they, yet within half a day. He had managed to locate the divine statue in the first level of the divine realm, catch up to Chu Mian, and guide her into the temple, all while overcoming the watch of the Spider Woman. It was indeed remarkable. He mused silently. Even if Chu Ying comprehended divine power at the divine statue in the first level of the realm, he would have had no time to cultivate. How did he manage to evade the Spider Woman's guardianship? Within the illustrious legacy of the Chu family, there exists no method to breach the barriers of advancement. Could it be that he gleaned such knowledge from the Celestial Academy? Chu Tian's curiosity was piqued. It is widely said that the Celestial Academy is a realm where miracles are born. Even his father, once hailed as the foremost genius of Baichuan City, lamented his inability to attend the academy. Moreover, in a bid to secure a place at the Celestial Academy, Chu Zhenghao reported my awakening of the dragon soul. Just how extraordinary is this Celestial Academy? He cast a solemn glance at Chu Ying's retreating figure. With less than 2 months remaining until the family's autumn examination, a confrontation between me and Chu Ying is inevitable, If I am to acquire the source stone that could save Ling Heir's life, I shall witness firsthand what you, a graduate of the Celestial Academy, truly learned within its hallowed halls. Lin Lanlin's voice jolted Chu Tian from his reverie. Chu Tian, what are you pondering? Chu Tian shook his head and shifted the topic. Have you discovered a legacy that suits you? Lin Lanlan nodded enthusiastically. I have obtained a cultivation technique that enhances efficiency threefold compared to the best techniques of the Lin family. Father will surely be delighted. What about you? Chu Tian responded. I have acquired a martial art, yet its complexity is daunting. I must continue to comprehend it. Lin Lanlan remarked. Continue your understanding. I shall stand guard to protect you. Should anyone attempt a surprise attack, I will defend you. Observing Lin Lanlin's earnest demeanor, Chu Tian felt a surge of emotion. And you? Will you not seek a new legacy? Lin Lanlan shook her head. Without you, I would not only have been unable to arrive here, but also would have met my demise at the hands of the warriors from the Zhang and Wang families in the previous secret realm. My father often taught me the importance of gratitude. After Lin Lanlan agreed, Chu Tian turned to face the scroll once more. He resonated with the scroll again, and his consciousness was drawn into it. He found himself once again in the vast, boundless wilderness, where the celestial beings had vanished, leaving only the ancient deity to gesture from afar. The martial arts legacy within the scroll was displayed but once, and despite Chu Tian's exceptional talent, he could grasp only half of it. Upon seeing him regain consciousness, Lin Lanlan sighed in relief. I called for so long, you finally awakened. Chu Tian noticed that the upper half of the sand in the hourglass Lin Lanlan held had dwindled to less than half. Has a day already passed? Lin Lanlan exclaimed anxiously. The ground has been trembling since just now. No sooner had she spoken than the earth beneath Chu Tian trembled violently. His expression changed dramatically. This is bad. The deity of the first secret realm is on the verge of collapse. If the deity falls, the exit will vanish, and both Lin Lanlan and I will be trapped in the second secret realm forever. It was then that Chu Tian realized that Chu Ying and Chu Miaowen were nowhere to be found. Chapter 68, Chu Ying's Devious Tactics. Lanlan. Where are Chu Ying and Chu Miaowen? They left an hour ago, Lin Lanlan replied, her brow furrowed with worry. Before leaving, Chu Ying cast a glance your way. His gaze was terrifying, and I fear he may do something dreadful. After pondering for a moment, Chu Tian reassured her, do not worry, at the very least. He would not dare to desecrate the deity. As long as the deity remains, we shall find our way out. However, as he stepped out of the corridor, he immediately sensed danger. The essence of the spider woman lingered, and it had intensified. Caution! Chu Tian shielded Lin Lanlan behind him and emerged from behind the statue holding the chains. His eyes widened in shock as he discovered a naked woman seated in the center of the temple. This woman was entirely unclad, her skin as delicate as jade, and a cascade of hair flowed from her ears, draping over her smooth shoulders, partially concealing her form and evoking tantalizing thoughts. Her beauty was irresistibly seductive, her soft tongue caressing her crimson lips, exhaling a fragrant breath that stirred one's heart. Judging by her appearance, she was a vision of overwhelming allure. However, instead of igniting Chu Tian's desire, she instilled in him a profound sense of dread. The lower half of her body was not composed of legs, but rather a serpent's tail cloaked in green scales. Behind her, 3 pairs of arms gently swayed, and with the pair resting on her shoulders. She possessed a total of 8 arms. A chain coiled around her neck, and another chain pierced directly through her spine. Undoubtedly, the seductive demon before Chu Tian was the same grotesque creature he had encountered previously. A sense of vigilance washed over him as he pondered what had transpired to effect such a startling transformation in the spider woman. Lin Lanlan behind him gasped, Chu Tian, look. Following her gesture, he turned to see a withered human head in the corner of the temple. The life force had been entirely drained, the skin shriveled and sunken, resembling a desiccated corpse, yet Chu Tian recognized the visage at once. Wang Zhou. Chu Tian recalled that Wang Zhou had been slain by him in a first-tier secret realm. His life extinguished by the ancestral soul tree martial spirit. How, then, could his severed head appear in the temple of the second-tier secret realm? The incision around the neck of the desiccated head was remarkably neat, evidently severed by a sharp instrument. The entrance to the divine realm was guarded by members of the 4 prominent families of Baichuan City, who hindered one another, aside from the predetermined 12. No others could gain entry. As for why Chu Ying sought to eliminate Wang Zhou, only he could fathom the true reason. Through this ordeal, Chu Tian learned a valuable lesson. In future acts of violence, One must ensure the target is unequivocally deceased before departing. Had Wang Zhou not been slain by Chu Ying, he would undoubtedly have leveraged the power of the Wang and Zhang families to retaliate against me. The Spider Woman, or rather, at this moment, she should be referred to as the Enchantress, spoke with human words. Compared to 2 days prior, her voice was no longer harsh and grating, but rather alluring. The man who had just departed was far more discerning. He had offered his severed head as barter for allowing both him and Chu Miaowen to enter, and upon leaving, he engaged in yet another transaction with me. Chu Tian felt a weight in his heart. He comprehended that Chu Ying had murdered Wang Zhou because he was already aware that offering a head would entice the Enchantress to agree to the exchange, permitting him and Chu Miao to enter the corridor of inheritance. If the martial artists from the Zhang and Wang families were to be eliminated by Chu Tian, and aside from Lin Lan, all others from the Lin family met their demise, even had Chu Ying spared Wang Zhou, he would have sought another head to barter with the Enchantress. This matter was certainly not a directive from the Grand Elder. Otherwise, Chu Miao would have been forewarned. Could it be that this knowledge had been gleaned from the Tian Song Academy? The reputation of the Tian Song Academy grew ever more enigmatic in Chu Tian's mind. However, at this moment, what occupied Chu Tian's thoughts most was the latter part of the Enchantress's statement. As Chu Ying departed, he engaged in a second transaction with the Enchantress. He inquired, "What did Chu Ying ask of you?" The Enchantress extended her hand, revealing several dark gray stones that clattered to the ground. Chu Tian's pupils constricted. He recognized these stones, having utilized 100 identical ones 2 days prior while attempting to ascend the celestial pillar. The Enchantress rattled the chains around her neck, her eyes betraying boundless animosity. "This is a seal left by the ancient gods, and even if I were to regain my former strength, it would not budge an inch. With the closure of this secret realm, I shall be eternally confined here until my spiritual energy is completely depleted, leading to my demise." She gazed at Chu Tian, her tongue flicking over her crimson lips. "To find someone to converse with in the twilight of my existence is indeed a rather appealing choice." Chu Tian spoke. "Since Chu Ying wishes for you to keep me, it has nothing to do with those around me. Allow her to leave first." The Enchantress smiled seductively. "No matter. I have little interest in women." With a sinuous motion of her serpentine tail, she cleared the path to the temple's grand entrance. Lin Lan, anxious, exclaimed, "No. I must stay and fight alongside you." Chu Tian replied sternly, "She is formidable now. Your presence would only hinder me." Though harsh, his words were grounded in truth. The Enchantress could siphon one's life force, and Lin Lanlin's stay would only serve to impede Chu Tian, binding him with uncertainty. Lin Lan, astute and perceptive, understood this rationale. Yet despair consumed her heart. Chapter 69. A finger to slay demons. Lin Lan departed, and the Enchantress regarded Chu Tian with keen interest. She spoke in a teasing tone. "Young man, it is utterly inappropriate to treat a woman so carelessly. You men merely bring sorrow to her heart. Now, it seems we are the only two left. Allow me, dear sister, to impart the wisdom of how to cherish a woman." Chu Tian scoffed repeatedly. "I see you wish to drain my essence and transform me into a lifeless skull, do you not?" The female demon could not suppress her laughter. "Rest assured, I shall not be so crude. As I have mentioned before, when the exit collapses, I shall be eternally trapped within this temple. Even if I were to consume you entirely and siphon your spirit, it would not alter my fate of being confined here. I keep you around solely for companionship. For the long, lonely nights can be quite desolate without a man by my side." Chu Tian exuded confidence. Indeed, the demoness twirled her 8 arms in a dance. "Then I shall entertain you for a while." At this moment, Chu Tian could no longer sense Lin Lanlin's presence, confirming her departure, and he chose to reveal his true strength. With a mere thought, the slumbering sky-devouring dragon in the heavenly palace abruptly opened its eyes. A thunderous dragon roar resonated from within Chu Tian, and in an instant, he was enveloped in golden radiance, as a 5-clawed golden dragon emerged from his being. Upon witnessing the colossal dragon, the female demon's face contorted in sheer terror. Her entire body trembled. Even the scales on her serpentine tail stood on end in fright. The demoness shrieked in horror. "Dragon soul, you are a descendant of the ancient gods." She desperately retreated, attempting to escape Chu Tian's side. However, as she was merely 5 steps away from the temple's entrance, the chains binding her tightened with a resounding clank, pulling her back. In Chu Tian's gaze, there was not a trace of compassion. With a shift in his thoughts, the devouring heavenly dragon surged toward the female demon, its claw piercing into her flesh. Although Chu Tian's cultivation was insufficient to manifest his martial soul in a tangible form, the ethereal dragon could extract the martial soul from within the warrior's celestial palace. Yet, the once invincible Chu Tian, who had never tasted defeat in summoning the devouring heavenly dragon, found himself at a loss this time. To his astonishment, he discovered that the female demon was devoid of any essence. There was no celestial palace, nor was there a martial soul. Chu Tian inquired, "Are you a transformed beast?" Unlike humans, beasts inherit their powers through bloodlines and lack martial souls. It is said that upon reaching profound realms, these beasts can assume human forms. Haha. The female demon erupted into laughter, tears streaming down her face. How foolish of me. The ancient gods have been extinct for countless ages. Where could there possibly be any descendants of the ancient gods in this world? Chu Tian, unable to evade her grasp, found himself firmly ensnared. The female demon slowly advanced, her expression turning malevolent. "I have had a change of heart. It was regrettable that I could not consume the blood and flesh of the ancient gods in the past. Now that you, a dragon soul warrior, have intruded, you might just remedy some of my past disappointments." She chuckled ominously. "Fear not, I shall spare your life. For the long night ahead calls for a leisurely enjoyment. Every few months, I shall carve a piece of flesh from you. It will surely be quite entertaining." Chu Tian was horrified to realize that, in stark contrast to the emaciated female demon he had encountered 2 days prior, she now exuded terrifying power. Even with his divine might, he found himself unable to break free from her clutches. The ground trembled once more, leaving Chu Tian with scant time remaining. Chu Tian's arm was ensnared by the female demon, rendering him immobile. Even the thought of invoking the ancestral soul tree martial spirit through his talismans was futile. The demon continued to cackle ominously. "You shall remain here to keep me company." Yet, Chu Tian's expression remained calm, devoid of any panic. As he resolutely uttered 2 words, "Not a chance." Indeed, the demon was formidable, even after Chu Tian's ascension to the 6th layer of body refinement. He found himself unable to extricate from her grasp. However, this did not signify his surrender. He possessed a trump card. "I hate. I loathe." With her fury escalating, the strength in the demon's grasp intensified, causing Chu Tian's bones to emit cracking sounds, unmistakably signaling the emergence of fine fissures. The demon, utilizing her 6 arms behind her, pulled Chu Tian close, and with the 2 hands on her shoulders, she tightened her grip around his neck. Chapter 70. The Dance of the Night Demon. Upon recognizing that Chu Tian was executing the ancient divine martial technique, the dragon subduing finger, the demon realized her defeat was imminent. She attempted to evade, yet Chu Tian's fingers resembled a divine sword, cleaving through the fabric of time and space, no matter where she sought refuge. Fate dictated that his strike would find her. The might of the dragon and spiritual energy fused within Chu Tian's dantian, coalescing into a vast reservoir of power that surged into his fingers. With a gentle thrust, an overwhelming force erupted, akin to a tempest howling through the heavens. Everything around him seemed to freeze in time, unmoving, while the demon before him appeared as a lifeless statue. Chu Tian observed his fingers advancing toward the demon, ultimately making contact with her form. This sequence unfolded with crystalline clarity and deliberate slowness for him. Yet, in reality, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The strike was executed in an instant. The body of the female demon erupted in an instant, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. In the next moment, a fist-sized deep hole appeared in her form, as if pierced by a divine spear. The temple wall behind her also bore a large hole, revealing the scenery outside. With a clatter, the chains pulled, and the demoness knelt on the ground, her 8 arms drooping simultaneously. She gasped for breath, though her air escaped through the gaping wound in her body, sounding like a ruptured bellows. Chu Tian was astonished. Such an injury would guarantee death for any human, and even the most robust of beasts would not survive. Yet the female demon before him continued to live. The vitality of demons was truly terrifying. The beauty of the demoness aged visibly. Her once lustrous black hair withered and fell away like autumn grass. She reverted to the grotesque form Chu Tian had seen 2 days prior. The seductive allure in her voice vanished, replaced by a hoarse rasp. "You have inherited the dragon's subduing finger." Chu Tian exhaled deeply. Using the dragon's subduing finger was an immense drain on his spiritual energy. His dantian was utterly depleted, devoid of any trace of spiritual power. He was even too weak to maintain the celestial dragon martial soul, forcing it to return to the heavens. With another tremor, debris fell from the temple roof, landing at Chu Tian's feet. He hesitated no longer and rose to depart. As he brushed past the demoness, she let out a piercing shriek. Wait. Chu Tian paused momentarily, his brow furrowing. You possess no strength to fight, yet you wish to stop me? The demoness coughed up 2 mouthfuls of black blood, her expression wild. Without these 2 chains, even if you mastered the dragon's subduing finger, I could easily evade using the secret techniques of my clan. There is no possibility of you being harmed. She grasped the chains that encircled her neck and bellowed in fury. I detest it so much. Chu Tian turned away, unwilling to listen to the lamentations of the siren. However, just as he took a step forward, he heard her voice. Now that divine martial skills have resurfaced, how can my demonic clan's secret arts remain dormant and fall behind? Young man, leap to the right hand of the statue. I have concealed a stone tablet there, inscribed with the ultimate techniques of my clan. Take it with you. Chu Tian leaped into the palm of the statue, as the siren had indicated. Nestled within the gaps of the statue's fingers was a slender stone tablet. He extracted it, revealing an array of ancient and mysterious inscriptions, starkly contrasting with the solemnity of divine script, instilling in him a profound sense of dread, although he could not decipher a single word. The essence of the text penetrated deep into his soul. Moments later, the tablet crumbled to dust in his hands. He murmured, Night Demon Dance. This is a technique of agility. The siren replied, This is a forbidden secret skill of my night demon tribe. Once mastered, you can ascend to the heavens or plunge into the seas, moving unseen. In the night, you can shroud yourself in darkness, becoming utterly imperceptible. You must diligently practice, lest you tarnish the reputation of my night demon tribe. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a thunderous roar erupted behind Chu Tian. He turned to see the temple collapsing into ruins. With a mere glance, he hastily descended the steps. For the siren, imprisoned for millennia, this may have been the finest conclusion. Unlike before, descending the stairs would not siphon the energy from his body. Upon seeing Chu Tian, Lin Lan Lan cried out in distress. Chu Tian, we can no longer proceed. Chu Tian gazed ahead, only to find that the spiral staircase built upon the towering stone pillar was abruptly severed. Peering down, he discerned that within 100 meters, not a single step could be seen. He bent down to inspect the fracture of the staircase, which bore evident signs of deliberate destruction. Chu Tian's countenance darkened, unmistakably attributing this act to Chuing. With a thunderous rumble, the second secret realm of the divine trembled more violently. Lin Lan Lan took out the time leak, revealing that the remaining fine sand was already scant. If they did not depart soon, they would be eternally trapped here. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Tian hoisted Lin Lan Lan onto his back. As she was about to speak, she witnessed Chu Tian stride forward boldly and leap from the broken staircase. The howling wind rushed past her ears, and Lin Lanlan's face turned ashen in an instant. Instinctively, she clung tightly to Chu Tian's neck, suppressing the urge to scream. Lin Lan Lan had faith that Chu Tian was not seeking death in despair. During their descent, Chu Tian continuously gathered spiritual energy, slowing his body as his feet made contact with the smooth surface of the stone pillar. Remarkably, upon touching the pillar, his falling speed significantly diminished. A surge of joy filled Chu Tian's heart. He had successfully executed the night demon dance for the first time. Lin Lan Lan was astonished to see Chu Tian running along the surface of the pillar as if it were solid ground. This mode of progression proved far more efficient, and within a short span, they beheld the ground below. Chu Tian landed steadily and dashed straight toward the exit of the secret realm. As the dazzling light before him shifted, he regained his sight just in time to witness the colossal statue, clutching a massive jade stone, crashing down. They had emerged. Chapter 71. A chaotic entanglement. Only 4 individuals entered the corridor of inheritance: Chu Tian, Chu Ying, Chu Mian, and Lin Lan Lan. By the reckoning of 1 inheritance per person, they managed to claim but 4 artifacts. The remaining thousands of inheritances, perhaps, would vanish into obscurity with the collapse of the entrance to the second-tier secret realm. Yet, Chu Tian harbored a different perspective. He believed that there were multiple avenues to enter the corridor of inheritance, and surely others would find their way there through alternative means. Furthermore, one day, should fate allow, they might encounter this corridor again within other divine realms. Lin Lan Lan pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps you are right, but the likelihood of 2 distinct divine realms appearing in the same location is nearly negligible. It is improbable that we will encounter another divine realm. Chu Tian smiled in silence. To other warriors, Baichuan City seemed vast, yet to him, it felt exceedingly small. How could a sparrow comprehend the aspirations of a swan? How could a dragon remain confined to a mere pond? He would inevitably depart Baichuan City for a grander world, and that moment would not be far off. He spoke. With the entrance to the second-tier secret realm now sealed, our current first-tier secret realm cannot endure for long. We must promptly utilize spirit stones to recuperate our spiritual energy before making our exit. Lin Lanlan furrowed her brow. How do you think he will explain our demise to our father? If I were Chu Ying, I would certainly deny any involvement, resorting to deceit. As only the two of us remain alive, with no witnesses to contradict him. Yet, once we emerge, no matter the fabrications Chu Ying conjures, they will inevitably crumble. Chu Tian shook his head. You are overly naive. Do not forget that aside from our Chu family, the Lin family, along with the Zhang and Wang families, are also present. Not a single disciple from the three families who ventured into the divine realm has emerged. Will they not question what transpired within that sanctum? Chu Miaowen is aware that the Zhang and Wang families have allied. Thus, Chu Ying will undoubtedly refrain from exposing the truth. He will assert that he disregarded Chu Miaowen's commands and counsel, colluding with your Lin family to vie for the inheritance, resulting in a fierce confrontation with the disciples from both families, leading to mutual destruction, none surviving. Chu Tian continued. Should he become even more shameless, he might claim that Chu Hu also perished at my hands, which would incite the wrath of the fourth elder. Even if he does not direct his ire towards my father, he will assuredly refrain from offering assistance. Lin Lanlan spoke anxiously. In that case, does that not place your father in peril? We must expedite our escape. While absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, Chu Tian elucidated, there is no rush. Uncle Chu Lu will undoubtedly assist my father, and with the support of your Lin family, it will merely descend into chaos, but there will be no insurmountable issues. Furthermore, we have been within the divine realm for 3 days. I believe our family head from the Chu clan should also be present. I am exceedingly curious to see how he will handle the situation. At the mention of the clan leader, a gleam sparkled in Chu Tian's eyes. Lin Lanlan remained perplexed by Chu Tian's thoughts, yet her trust in him was unwavering, prompting her to refrain from further inquiries. She too retrieved her spirit stone, entering a meditative state to restore her spiritual energy. After the passage of time equivalent to a single incense stick, Chu Tian had returned to his peak condition. He opened his eyes and gazed at the spirit stone resting in his palm. Once smooth and lustrous, the spirit stone now appeared dull and gray, lacking its former brilliance and becoming notably coarse. Chu Tian sighed inwardly, realizing that the spiritual energy within this spirit stone had nearly been depleted. In his heart, he pondered. Lin Lanlan, worried for her father, leaped and began to ascend the precipice. Chu Tian followed suit, employing his divine power, swiftly surpassing Lin Lanlan. He quickly caught up with her, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist as they both leapt to the cliff's edge. The scene atop the cliff was chaotic, with warriors from 3 families entangled in fierce combat. To Chu Tian's fury, the unfolding events differed from his expectations. The patriarch of the Chu family, Chu Yu, was present. Yet he remained silent, passively observing as 2 elders from the Chu family found themselves in peril. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, Chu Tian discerned a hint of glee in the patriarch's eyes. Witnessing his father injured ignited a blaze of wrath within Chu Tian. Without hesitation, he extended a finger, inscribing a spiritual talisman in the air, the Ascension Talisman. As the talisman entered his body, Chu Tian immediately resonated with the ancestral spirit tree martial soul within the heavenly realm. He opened his right hand, and a tender purple seedling emerged from his palm. With a mere thought, the 2 leaves of the seedling, infused with boundless fury, transformed into 2 streaks of purple light, hurtling towards the warriors of the Zhang and Wang families. Chu Tian's murderous intent was palpable, and he showed no mercy. The leaves, akin to flying daggers, pierced through the bodies of the warriors one after another. Chapter 72. The enraged Lin Hong as the streaks of light penetrated their bodies. The ensuing blood blooms erupted like beautiful yet terrifying red roses. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen warriors from the Zhang and Wang families lay lifeless in pools of blood. The 3rd elder of the Wang family, Wang Qing, widened his eyes, nearly bursting with rage. He bellowed, "Who?" Wang Qing reached out to grasp a streak of light, but it eluded his grasp. Wang Qing's hand trembled violently, revealing a deep gash in his palm, almost exposing the white bone beneath. Terror gripped his heart, had he not been a formidable practitioner at the spirit-gathering realm. Capable of enveloping himself in spiritual energy, his hand would have been severed by now. Following the direction of the violet light, Wang Qing discerned a shadow darting between the martial artists of the Zhang and Wang clans. This figure was exceedingly elusive, and even with Wang Qing's mastery at the spirit-gathering level, he could not perceive the visage of this enigmatic being. The ghostly figure was none other than Chu Tian. Although he could summon martial spirits through talismans, he was not a practitioner of the spirit-gathering realm, and thus lacked complete control over his abilities. After dispatching more than a dozen foes, Chu Tian unleashed the night demon dance, transforming into a spectral entity that infiltrated the enemy ranks. He executed the heavenly demon fist. The martial artists of the Zhang and Wang clans only sensed a dark shadow flash before their eyes, followed by an acute pain coursing through their bodies. Upon glancing down, the shadow had vanished, yet their forms were left indented. Those of slightly higher cultivation levels fainted from the agony, while those of lesser realms succumbed, spewing blood and meeting their demise. In mere moments, Chu Tian had slain over a dozen more adversaries, instilling terror within the ranks of the Zhang and Wang clans, causing their hearts to quiver in fear. At last, a spirit-gathering practitioner from the Zhang clan, unable to endure the relentless slaughter of his kin, retaliated against Chu Lu with a powerful blow, then turned his wrath toward Chu Tian. At this juncture, Chu Lu remained oblivious to the identity of his ally, unable to offer assistance in time, and could only shout a warning. Be cautious. The attack from the spirit-gathering practitioner was as swift as lightning. By the time Chu Tian heard Chu Lu's warning, the practitioner was already upon him. In the case of an ordinary practitioner at the body refinement stage, even one at the 9th level, evasion was impossible. However, as Chu Tian executed the night demon dance, he effortlessly evaded the terrifying strike of the gathering spirit expert with a mere flicker. The Zhang family's gathering spirit expert was taken aback. Having never witnessed such an enigmatic martial technique, Chu Tian approached his father, Chu Yunlong, finally revealing himself. Upon recognizing the visage of the person before him, Chu Yunlong was overwhelmed with joy. Tianer, he could not contain his exuberant laughter. I knew you would never perish. Ha ha. Just as Chu Tian was about to respond, a violent aura surged toward him, firmly gripping his shoulders and rendering him immobile. The figure bellowed, "Where is my daughter? What have you done to her?" Upon closer inspection, Chu Tian realized it was Lin Hong, Lin Lanlin's father. Uncertain of the reason behind Lin Hong's fierce inquiry, he could sense the palpable intent to kill emanating from him. Instinctively, he resonated with the heavenly dragon martial soul, preparing to unleash the dragon suppression finger. At that critical moment, Lin Lanlin's anxious voice reached him. "Father, what are you doing?" Immediately, the murderous intent and momentum radiating from Lin Hong dissipated, leaving him in a state of shock as he trembled and turned to see Lin Lanlan rushing toward him. He embraced his daughter tightly, only to push her away again. Scanning the surroundings, with concern etched on his face, Lin Hong asked, "Daughter, are you unharmed? Did Chu Tian do anything to you?" Lin Lanlan, perplexed, replied, "Father, why do you ask? Chu Tian has saved me once more." Lin Hong was left astonished, while Chu Yunlong snorted coldly. "Lin Hong, have I not told you that my son, Chu Yunlong, could never commit such an outrageous act? Despite our deep brotherly bond, how can you doubt me?" Lin Hong's face was awash with embarrassment and frustration as he delivered a resounding slap to himself, the sound echoing for miles, leaving his face swollen. "Yunlong, Lin, have erred," he lamented. "The Zhang and Wang families have conspired to ambush us, slaughtering everyone else. Had it not been for Chu Tian's timely intervention, I would have never seen my father again." With tears streaming down his face, he witnessed his daughter's distress, igniting a furious outburst within him. "I shall annihilate your entire clan." Without hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of wrath upon the unfortunate target he had chosen, Wang Qing, the 3rd elder of the Wang family. Wang Qing hastily prepared to defend himself, exclaiming, "What evidence do you possess to claim that our families conspired to slaughter the disciples of the Lin family?" Lin Hong roared in response, "My daughter's word is evidence enough." With a powerful strike, he sent Wang Qing staggering, nearly fracturing his shoulder. In a state of panic, Wang Qing retorted, "Just moments ago, that brat Chuing claimed your Lin family disciples fell to Chu Tian. Moreover, the warriors of the Lin family glared furiously at their adversaries from the Zhang and Wang clans. At the slightest command from their patriarch, chaos would ensue, far more intense than the spectacle of Zhang and Wang witnessing the confrontation between Chu Yunlong and Chu Lu. After only a brief skirmish, Wang Qing found himself overwhelmed, reduced to a state of utter disarray, barely able to defend himself, let alone retaliate. If the battle persisted, his demise was all but certain. Yet, Lin Hong showed no signs of relenting. channeling his guilt over his daughter's near calamity into an unquenchable fury directed at Wang Qing. Just as Wang Qing teetered on the brink of defeat, two formidable figures radiating a menacing aura akin to Lin Hong surged forward, intercepting his assault with a powerful clash. Before the three figures swiftly dispersed. Chapter 73, each holding their viewpoints as Lin Hong engaged in combat with Wang Qing, Chu Tian observed intently. Captivated by the rare spectacle of a battle between formidable practitioners of the Gathering Spirit Realm within Baichuan City, Lin Hong, possessing the third level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, managed to force his opponent back, indicating that Wang Qing too was of comparable strength. Once the three separated, Chu Tian finally discerned the identities of the newcomers, Zhang and Wang, the heads of their respective clans. Like Lin Hong, both were also at the third level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. Lin Hong glared at the two clan leaders, his voice laced with fury. You two have indeed conspired together. Despite his words, Lin Hong had no intention of continuing the fight. With the combined strength of the four clans in Baichuan City, initiating a conflict would not only place him at a disadvantage against two opponents, but also potentially allow the Chu clan, which was merely spectating, to seize the opportunity. The leaders of the Zhang and Wang clans remained silent in response to Lin Hong's accusation, tacitly acknowledging the truth of his words. At this moment, all three clan leaders came to a realization. They had all been deceived by Chu Ying. The Zhang clan leader bellowed, "Chu Ying, come forth." All eyes turned towards Chu Ying, who stood beside the Chu clan's elder, Chu Kadi, with Chu Mian, who had also emerged from the divine realm, at his side. The elder stepped forward, shielding his grandchildren behind him, his aura subtly radiating, poised for action. The atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, a figure approached with a smile. "Esteemed leaders, please do not be angered. Perhaps Chu Ying has simply made a mistake." The intent to mediate was unmistakable. Chu Tian observed coldly from the side, recognizing that the speaker was none other than Chu Yu, the head of the Chu clan. The Wang clan leader, seething with rage, retorted, "Chu Yu, 4 of my clan's promising youths perished in the divine realm. If you do not compel Chu Ying to step forward and clarify this matter today, it will not end here." In the face of unrelenting inquiries, Chu Yu wore an unwavering smile, resembling a playful tiger. He spoke, "Chu Ying, you should continue to speak with them without fear. With your grandfather and me here, no one dares to harm you." Not far away, Chu Tian's gaze turned icy, as suspicions that had once merely lingered in his mind began to take form. Chu Ying stepped forward, casting a glance at Chu Tian, a hint of disdain gracing his lips. "To both family heads, I have previously stated that the disciples of your clans perished at the hands of Chu Tian. Should you doubt my words, feel free to inquire directly with him." Before the heads of the Zhang and Wang families could respond, Chu Yu pressed on. "Chu Tian, is what Chu Ying said true?" Chu Yunlong inquired in a solemn tone. "Tianer, do not fear. Regardless of what transpires, I shall protect you." Chu Tian nodded, unflinchingly meeting the gazes of the Zhang and Wang family heads. His words were nothing short of astonishing. "Indeed, of the 8 warriors from your clans, I personally dispatched 7. The family heads were poised to erupt in anger, yet Chu Tian continued, "Do not be hasty to act. Are you not curious as to why I chose to eliminate them?" At that time, the 3 of us from the Chu family were exploring the divine relic when we heard cries for help. Upon approaching, we witnessed your warriors collaborating to besiege Lin Lanlan. As for the whereabouts of the other 3 members of the Lin family, I need not elaborate. The expressions of the Lin family present turned grim, while the faces of the Zhang and Wang family heads darkened as well. Their joint efforts were indeed orchestrated by the 2 of them, aimed at enhancing their chances of acquiring the treasures of the divine relic. Who could have anticipated that none of their people would emerge alive? Chu Tian gazed at Lin Hong, speaking in a tone laced with mockery. "Lin Lanlan is the daughter of the Lin clan leader. My father has always maintained a cordial relationship with the clan leader, and I would never abandon my principles or disregard Lin Lanlan." He emphasized the phrases cordial relationship and abandoning principles with particular weight. Lin Hong could hardly miss the sarcasm in Chu Tian's words, especially since he had just refrained from assisting Chu Yunlong. The scorn from a junior stung him deeply, leaving his face flushed with embarrassment, wishing fervently to bury his head in the ground. He understood that if he did not express his stance soon, any semblance of brotherhood with Chu Yunlong would be lost, and even friendship would be out of the question. Suddenly alarmed by this realization, he instinctively glanced at Chu Tian, who was regarding him with a knowing smile. Was this young man deliberately provoking me to elicit a response? Indeed, This was Chu Tian's intention, compared to Chu Ying's schemes. This was a straightforward approach. Once misunderstandings were resolved, Lin Hong would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to apologize to Chu Tian's father. Chu Tian was offering him a way out. Should Lin Hong choose to declare his support, Chu Yunlong would surely let bygones be bygones. If he hesitated, it would provide his father with clarity regarding the worthiness of this friendship. Lin Hong, having discerned this, could not help but marvel at Chu Tian's talent and intellect. Recognizing that he was destined to surpass his brother, Yunlong, and become even greater. This thought deepened his regret over the marriage contract he had annulled. For Chu Tian was meant to be the Lin family's illustrious son-in-law. Lin Hong declared with conviction, Chu Tian has saved my daughter. He has my gratitude. Today, who dares to lay a hand on him must first reckon with me, Lin Hong. Chu Tian has long awaited this moment. Even if his own family does not stand by his side, with Lin Hong's declaration, the Zhang and Wang families dare not act recklessly. Chu Tian's gaze fell upon elder Wang Qing of the Wang family. Wang Qing, having first suffered a wound to his palm from Chu Tian and then been ruthlessly beaten by Lin Hong, appeared quite wretched, his face bruised and battered. Chu Tian inquired, Wang Qing, do you recognize me? Wang Qing gritted his teeth, filled with a seething desire to see Chu Tian utterly destroyed. Chu Tian coldly responded, Wang Qing, you commanded Wang Zhou to eliminate me within the divine manifestation. Alas, he failed. However, Wang Zhou did not perish by my hand, but rather at the hands of Chu Ying. I doubt this coward will dare to admit it. With that, he disregarded the reactions of those present and turned his attention to the fourth elder of the Chu family. Fourth elder, your complexion appears quite grim. Did Chu Ying inform you that your nephew, Chu Hu, has also fallen victim to my hand? The fourth elder replied in a deep voice, indeed. Chapter 74. The true intentions confronted with Chu Tian's accusation. Chu Miaoan bit her lip fiercely, drawing blood from the intensity of her grip. Chu Tian's assertion rang true. Had it not been for his timely intervention during the divine manifestation, she would have perished at the hands of Chu Hu. She had been rescued by Chu Tian, yet remained silent when he was wrongfully accused. His earlier remark about betrayal was equally directed at her. All eyes turned to Chu Miaoan, and the weight of their scrutiny intensified, yet she maintained her silence. Chu Ying was her uncle's son, her brother. From a young age, her grandfather had instilled in her the belief that her uncle's death was inextricably linked to Chu Yunlong. This was a deep-seated vendetta. How could she expose Chu Ying and speak in favor of Chu Tian? At the outset, Chu Tian harbored no expectations that Chu Miaoan would unveil the truth. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards the sixth elder of the Chu family, Chu Lin. With a tone of mockery, he inquired, Elder, what treasure have you promised that could entice the bandits to act and persuade Chu Hu to take the perilous step of attempting to kill me? Chu Lin was initially taken aback. His face soon flushed with indignation. Chu Tian, you must not slander me. Do you comprehend the grave consequences of defaming a family elder? Chu Tian merely chuckled. The bandits and Chu Hu are both deceased, and thus I am unable to present evidence. However, before his demise, Chu Hu uttered some words that merit attention, particularly from the elder. He claimed that the one who instigated him had instructed him that if he could not find an opportunity to kill me within the divine realm, it mattered not. He could devise a means to eliminate Chu Miaoan instead. After all, I share a deep-seated enmity with the elder's family, and should he emerge to slander me, the elder would surely believe it to be my doing. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted dramatically, fully grasping the dire implications should Chu Tian's assertions prove true. What a nefarious scheme. He immediately turned to question his granddaughter. Miaoan, is what Chu Tian said true? Chu Miaoan stammered, struggling to articulate a response. And the elder quickly understood that Chu Tian had spoken no falsehoods. In a fit of rage, he glared at the sixth elder, nearly roaring, Chu Lin, you treacherous scoundrel. After you were injured by Tianpu, I took pity on you and sought the alchemist's aid for your recovery, yet you conspired to harm my granddaughter. I shall slay you. The elder prepared to act, but was abruptly restrained by the family leader, Chu Yu. Do not heed Chu Tian's provocations. Chu Tian sneered coldly. Esteemed patriarch, when Chu Ying slandered me, you remained silent. When my father and Uncle Chu Lu were besieged by foreign tribes, you did not speak up. Why is it that now you can no longer contain yourself? Chu Yu narrowed his eyes. Chu Tian, what do you mean by that? Are you questioning me? Chu Tian smiled, his expression imbued with profound significance. How could I dare to question the patriarch's decisions? I merely believe that the patriarch administers justice impartially, devoid of selfishness. Truly a paragon for our kin to emulate. It was evident to all that Chu Tian was mocking, speaking in irony. just as Chu was about to erupt. The patriarch of the Zhang family interjected, his voice tinged with exasperation. Let us discuss the matters of our three families at another time. Lin Hong, exasperated, retorted. Your clansmen nearly took my daughter's life, leaving me without heirs. How can we discuss this later? The patriarch of the Wang family chimed in. Indeed, it was a misstep on our part. If your Lin family seeks compensation, it can be addressed at a later date. For now, we demand an explanation from the Chu family. Please allow us a moment of silence. Chu seemed to grasp the implications of their words. The two patriarchs were not seeking to hold Chu Tian accountable, but had ulterior motives. With a grim expression, he inquired, what explanation do you two desire? The patriarch of the Zhang family was the first to respond. This divine phenomenon was discovered simultaneously by our four families. Thus, any treasures or legacies within ought to be shared among us. Of the four who emerged from the phenomenon, 3 are from your Chu family. Should they be willing to share the spoils, the Zhang family will overlook past grievances. The patriarch of the Wang family added, precisely. Since the phenomenon was a collective discovery, our Wang family naturally deserves a share. The true intentions of the two have already been revealed. While the young talents may be lost, they can be nurtured anew. Given the abundance of family members, by urging their kin to procreate, they will inevitably unearth a few promising individuals. However, the divine miracle has closed its doors and will not reopen. If the Chu and Lin families rise to prominence through this miracle, the Zhang and Wang families will find themselves without a future. Chu squinted as he gazed at the heads of the two families. What if I refuse? The tone of the Wang family patriarch was laced with murderous intent. Then, you Chu family shall not even think of leaving today. The reason he and the Zhang family patriarch sought the Chu family for the benefits of the miracle, rather than the Lin family, was to isolate the Lin family and prevent any interference. Lin Hong's allegiance to Chu Tian was based on personal ties with Chu Yunlong, not on loyalty to the entire Chu clan. As expected, Lin Hong cast a cold glance, remaining silent. Once again, the atmosphere grew tense. The Zhang patriarch threatened Chu. It would be wise to acquiesce. Our request for shared benefits is already a generous concession. There are certain words you wouldn't want us to utter publicly, would you? Chu Tian furrowed his brow. Others dismissed this remark as mere bluster, yet he keenly sensed a subtle twitch in Chu Yu's brow. He pondered, could it be that these two possess some leverage over the patriarch? All eyes turned to Chu Yu, awaiting his decision. Perhaps a new conflict was imminent. The warriors of the Zhang and Chu families had secretly gripped their weapons, and the Chu family fighters were prepared for battle. Even Chu Tian was ready to take action. Although he harbored a profound disdain for Chu Yu's actions, he nonetheless recognized that he was a member of the Chu family. Understanding the principle that a nest cannot remain intact beneath a fallen roof, Chu Yu had remained silent, and a confrontation seemed inevitable. The atmosphere was taut, akin to a tightly stretched wire on the verge of snapping. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed from afar. Do you two little rascals think that this old man has perished? The heads of the Zhang and Wang families turned pale with fear as they sought the source of the voice. Behind the Chu family's warriors, an elderly man with a white beard approached with heavy steps. With each stride he took, his imposing aura intensified, causing the warriors of the Zhang and Wang families to retreat in dread. Even the leaders of the two families appeared visibly unsettled. The newcomer was a practitioner at the 4th level of spirit gathering, although he was only 1 level above them. The energy required to advance each level was tenfold compared to the previous one, creating an insurmountable disparity. There was but one master of the 4th level of spirit gathering in Baichuan City. The members of the Chu family bowed to the elder in unison, exclaiming, "Our ancestors." Chapter 75. The strong are respected. Power is the principle. The newcomer was none other than the venerable ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Tian. At the age of 120, he was the oldest elder in Baichuan City, of the same generation as the grandfathers of the 4 prominent families. In this martial world where power reigns supreme, Chu Tian commanded respect not merely due to his age and lineage, but because of his formidable strength. As the strongest in Baichuan City, he stood proudly at the 4th level of spirit gathering. Upon the arrival of the esteemed ancestor, the ordinary warriors of the Chu family displayed expressions of delight. However, the elders present, including Chu Tian, wore countenances tinged with bitterness, their hearts a tumult of conflicting emotions. Chu Tian approached the heads of the Zhang and Wang families, his demeanor affable, resembling that of a kindly neighbor. The exploration of divine relics is inherently a matter of individual merit. The treasures and legacies acquired by our Chu family disciples are a result of their fortuitous encounters. It is rather unreasonable for you, as elders, to impose your influence and seize the possessions of the young. Chu Baishan's tone was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any hint of aggression, yet the heads of the Zhang and Wang families felt an indescribable weight upon their shoulders. The so-called rules are merely constructs established by the powerful to govern the weak. As long as one possesses greater strength, one may disregard such regulations. Together, they were stronger than Chuyu and could have enforced a fair distribution of the spoils, compelling Chuyu to make a decision. Yet, Chu Baishan's superior strength dictated that they must adhere to the regulations he set forth. The head of the Wang family, recognizing the futility of resistance, promptly acquiesced. Senior Chu, your admonishments are indeed justified. It is our fault. I extend my apologies on behalf of the younger generation. As the head of my clan, I must attend to pressing matters, and thus, I shall take my leave for now. I will certainly visit you another day to seek your wisdom. With that, the head of the Wang family departed with his kin. The head of the Zhang family, though reluctant, had no choice but to submit. He clasped his hands together and also took his leave with his family. Atop the precipice, only the members of the Chu and Lin families remained. Lin Hong approached the father of Chu Tian and spoke, "Brother Yunlong, I apologize for the actions of my elder brother today." Chu Yunlong bore no ill will. "Brother Lin, the misunderstanding has been resolved. Just now, you were willing to stand up for my son again, and I bear no grudge against you. In the near future, I shall bring 2 bottles of fine wine to visit the Lin family, and we shall enjoy a drink together as brothers." Lin Hong agreed, but prepared to take his leave when Chu Tian called out to him. "Uncle Lin, there is one matter that perplexes me. Your bond with my father is profound. Though you share different surnames, you are like brothers. Why then did you so readily trust Chu Ying's slander? Is there perhaps some hidden truth behind this?" Lin Hong cast an angry glance at Chu Ying, wishing nothing more than to see him obliterated. He hesitated to speak, struggling to articulate his thoughts, which only deepened Chu Tian's conviction that there was an undisclosed truth at play. Ultimately, Lin Hong could not voice his concerns and let out a heavy sigh. "Your father understands this matter well. When there are no outsiders around, you may inquire with him directly." Traditionally, family discussions were held in the reception hall, but this time, Chu Batian chose the ancestral hall, hinting at deeper significance. The expressions of all present were grave as they looked towards the ancestors. The ancestral hall housed the spirit tablets of the Chu family's past leaders. And as Chu Batian surveyed them, he sighed, "It is time to add my name to this assembly." His words cast a heavier pall over the gathering. The higher echelons of the Chu family were acutely aware that the true reason for Chu Baishan's years of seclusion was that his lifespan was drawing to a close. Human life is finite. While martial practitioners can extend their years by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, their longevity is still contingent upon their cultivation level. Chu Batian sought to prolong his life by breaking through to a higher realm, aiming to achieve the 5th level of spirit gathering, a feat never accomplished in Baichuan City. This was a gamble with his life as the wager, yet Chu Batian had failed. The path of martial arts is fraught with challenges. Each breakthrough demands the absorption of tenfold spiritual energy from the previous realm. At the age of 70, Chu Batian managed to ascend to the 4th level of spirit gathering. Yet he has not progressed further since then. The quality of his martial soul, the techniques he practices, and the resources of his family all serve as obstacles along the path of cultivation. The Grand Elder, in a moment of urgency, inquired, "Chu Ying, Miaowan, have you too obtained any formidable techniques for spirit gathering practitioners within the divine realm?" Both Chu Ying and Chu Miaowan shook their heads in response. Chu Yunlong cast a questioning glance at Chu Tian, who also shook his head in reply. Chu Batian then spoke. "Even if the 3 of them were to acquire powerful techniques, I would still lack the time to cultivate them." Unable to contain himself, Chu Yu asked, "Ancestor, how much time do you have left?" Chu Batian sighed, "Perhaps no more than 3 months." A sense of dread enveloped the group, for they all understood the implications of their ancestors' passing. Chu Batian is the strongest asset of the Chu family, over a decade ago. When the previous clan leader passed away, the family was weakened, and the Zhang and Wang families seized the opportunity to threaten the Chu family's estate. It was Chu Batian who turned the tide, forcing the Zhang and Wang families to acknowledge their transgressions. Now, with Chu Baishan's impending departure, should the 2 families again attempt to exert pressure, they would do so without fear. Chu Batian continued. "Now that Yunlong has regained his cultivation, and Chu Lu has also broken through to the spirit gathering realm, my departure poses no significant threat. However, As a member of the Chu family and having been called ancestor by my kin for so many years, I ought to leave something behind for the clan. Though my aptitude is lacking, after so many years of cultivation, I have garnered some insights. In the remaining time I have, I shall compile these insights into a tome for future generations. Is it not true that the autumn examination is but 2 months away? Let us reward the victors. Upon hearing this, Chu Ying's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. The ancestors had deliberately passed down their legacy to the younger generation, indicating a purposeful cultivation of the next clan leader. This was precisely what he had longed for. However, Chu Tian exhibited little interest. Within the prison pearl beneath the swallow of the heaven-devouring dragon martial spirit lay countless inheritances left by ancestral dragon soul warriors, each surpassing that of the ancestors. He possessed a mountain of gold yet found no allure in a dim pearl. What he desired was solely the source stone awarded for achieving first place in the autumn examination. After imparting several matters, the ancestor retired to rest. Clan leader Chu Yu spoke, addressing Chu Tian, Chu Ying, and Chu Mian. You three shall share what you have obtained from the divine relic. As disciples of the Chu family, their gains were naturally to be reported. Chu Mian spoke first. I acquired a cultivation technique for the body refinement realm, with an efficiency 2 to 3 times faster than our family's foundational techniques. The elders expressed great satisfaction, although it was a basic technique. It could significantly enhance the cultivation speed of the family's youth. Chu Ying followed, stating, I obtained a 5th grade yellow level martial skill. The elders' eyes gleamed with excitement. The most formidable martial skills of the Chu family were only 4th grade yellow level, and a single grade difference was like heaven and earth. It could empower the family's spirit gatherers. Chu Yu then inquired of Chu Tian, what about you? Chu Tian calmly replied, clan leader. Should we not first address other matters before I reveal what I have received from the divine relic? Chapter 76, The Exiled 6th Elder. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, the expression of clan leader Chu Yu turned slightly cold. What matters? Chu Tian glanced towards the 6th elder, Chu Lin. The clan leader, Chu Yunlong, declared in fury. Isn't it time for an explanation regarding the fact that Chu Lin has attempted to incite others to take my life on 2 occasions? Indeed, Chu Tian is my son. If you, Chu Lin, fail to provide me with an account today, you shall not leave here alive. Panic washed over Chu Lin, and he hastily replied, clan leader. It is Chu Tian who speaks falsehoods. You must not believe him. Chu Tian chuckled. Are you implying that before Chu who planned to murder Chu Mian, he would falsely accuse you of orchestrating it? Is this not a scheme of slander? His words ignited the wrath of the great elder and the 3rd elder. The great elder chastised, Chu Lin, you ungrateful wretch. I, in good faith, sought a pill master to aid you in your ailments, and you repay my kindness with malice. You truly are devoid of gratitude, a wolf in sheep's clothing. The 3rd elder, equally incensed, added, Chu who was the most promising youth of our lineage. And now his potential lies in ruins because of you. Your crimes are unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. Chu Tian smiled, relishing in the rising tide of indignation directed at Chu Lin. The great elder and the 3rd elder were both formidable cultivators, held in high esteem within the clan. Together with his father, they rallied against Chu Lin, forcing clan leader Chu Hu to take action. With despair etched on his face, Chu Lin pointed an accusing finger at Chu Tian, his expression one of madness. You have caused my son's death. Is it wrong for me to seek your life in return? Chu Tian's countenance turned frigid. Your son, Chu Zhenghao, slandered my awakening dragon soul and was exposed by the celestial servant, leading to divine retribution. His disgrace has tarnished our family, and his demise is well-deserved. The celestial servant and our ancestors have shown mercy by not holding you accountable for your negligent parenting. Yet you dare to harbor resentment. Clan leader, you have just heard it. The 6th elder has confessed to hiring assassins. Chu Lin's expression changed in astonishment, suddenly realizing that he had misspoken in his moment of desperation. He cast a pleading glance towards the clan leader. Chu Yu's face turned a deep shade of anger, his teeth grinding audibly. The act of hiring assassins to murder clan members was an unforgivable crime. Thus, all family provisions were to be revoked, and he was sentenced to labor in the mines. Chu Yunlong's countenance shifted dramatically. Such a punishment was far too lenient. Sending Chu Lin to work in the mines? The clan members overseeing the mines would never dare to allow a powerful figure in the gathering spirit realm to toil, for they would only end up serving him like a lord. Moreover, Chu had not even stripped Chu Lin of his elder title, meaning he could eventually rise again. This punishment was nearly negligible. Chu Yunlong spoke solemnly, clan leader, is this punishment not excessively mild? Chu Yu fixed his gaze upon Chu Yunlong. Then what do you propose? Should we strip him of everything, or take his life? Our ancestral elder is nearing the end of his days, and the Zhang and Wang families are watching us closely. The sixth elder is a formidable force in the gathering spirit realm. He is an indispensable asset to our clan. Chu Yunlong found himself at a loss for words. Chu Yu was standing firm for the sake of the clan, leaving him unable to counter. Although the first elder and the third elder harbored their own grievances, they too could only endure in silence at this moment. Chu Yu barked, "Chulin, did you not hear my decree? Depart at once." Chulin, feeling a sense of relief, hurriedly exited. Chu Tian's expression turned slightly cold. While he felt that Chu Yu's words contained a semblance of truth, he couldn't shake the feeling that Chu Yu was shielding Chulin. After Chulin's departure, Chu Yunlong fixed his gaze on Chu Ying, who stood beside the first elder, and spoke, "Clan leader, there is one more matter." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chu Tian, who interjected, "There is no need for that. Let us return to our previous discussion. In the realm of miracles, I have discovered a remarkable method of body refinement that can significantly enhance a warrior's physical strength. Additionally, I have acquired an intricate martial skill pertaining to body movement, which I believe you have all witnessed. I shall transcribe it and present it to the clan leader. The divine power, as seen by Chu Mioan, will not allow her to usurp the credit from Chu Tian. The night demon dance, which everyone has observed Chu Tian perform, cannot be concealed. As for the dragon subduing finger, Chu Tian will certainly not relinquish it." Noticing Chu Tian's sincere demeanor, Chu Yu's expression softened somewhat. "If there are no further matters at hand, let us disperse. Chu Tian, Chu Ying, and Chu Mioan, you are each tasked with transcribing the legacies obtained from the miracle within 3 days. Submit them to the family for verification by all the elders collectively." Chu Yunlong's face turned pale as he watched Chu Yu and Chu Lu surrounded and unseen from the precipice, yet vividly recalled the scene of Chu Ying being defended. "You are indeed correct," Chu Tian continued. "The clan leader, pressured by me to penalize the sixth elder, is already leveraging the family's honor against you. If we were to pursue Chu Ying's transgressions further, I believe the clan leader could easily ally with the eldest elder to turn against us. The long-standing discord between our family and the eldest elder's clan need not be hastily resolved." Chu Yunlong pondered carefully, unable to suppress a sigh. "Tianer, your considerations are indeed thorough." Chu Yunlong was quite pleased with his son, having long perceived that Chu Tian's intellect surpassed that of his peers. This is only natural. Regardless of Chu Tian's identity as a transmigrator, he has already faced the harrowing specter of life and death at the tender age of 14, leading him to contemplate matters with great care. Chu Tian surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of others, and inquired, "Father, I now perceive that the poison in your meridians from years past may not have been the doing of the Grand Elder." Chu Yunlong was taken aback. "Tianer, what leads you to such a conclusion?" Chu Tian elucidated. "If it were indeed the Grand Elder's doing, would he not realize that inviting an alchemist into the clan could provide you with the opportunity for recovery and resurgence?" Chu Tian fell into contemplation. "Perhaps Chu Batian believed I was so destitute at that time that I could not afford to summon an alchemist?" However, Chu Tian did not share this sentiment. "Were I the Grand Elder, even with a minuscule fraction of risk, I would never resort to such actions. Moreover, given his friendship with the alchemist, it would not be beyond his means to instruct the alchemist to refrain from treating you." This had not occurred to him, Chu Tian reasoned. "I believe the Grand Elder chose to withdraw, not only due to the admonitions of our ancestors, but also because he lacked direct evidence of your slaying of his son and did not wish to commit an error of judgment. The battle between you both was more akin to his venting of grief over the loss of his child. If the Grand Elder truly sought your demise, having the capacity to poison you, why would he not simply have ensured your death?" Chu Yunlong found this perplexing. If it were not Chu Kadi administering the poison, who else could it be? A glint of realization flickered in Chu Tian's eyes. "Naturally, it is the beneficiary. Father, in the aftermath of your confrontation with the Grand Elder, who stands to gain the most? Have you never harbored suspicions regarding the clan leader?" Chapter 77. Chu Tian's speculation upon witnessing his mother's anxious demeanor. A warm current surged within Chu Tian. "Mother, fret not, your son is well." Chu Ningfang scrutinized Chu Tian closely and suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment. "Tianer, have you achieved a breakthrough?" Chu Tian responded with a smile. "Indeed, I have encountered an opportunity within the divine phenomenon and made a breakthrough." Chu Yunlong was suddenly struck by the realization that Chu Tian's realm seemed exceptionally high. Upon noticing the injuries on her son, Chu Ningxuang felt an overwhelming pang of concern. "My child, are you all right? How did you get hurt?" "Sit down," I shall fetch some medicine. While tending to his wounds, Chu Yunlong recounted the events of the day to Chu Ningxuang. Upon hearing about Chu Ying's slander against Chu Tian and the subsequent ambush by the warriors from both families, as well as the impending demise of the elder, she was filled with a mix of fury, anger, and shock. When she later learned about Chu Tian's experiences within the divine realm, her frustration led her to pound the table in outrage. Chu Ying and the sixth elder have gone too far. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. It was the first time Chu Tian witnessed his gentle and graceful mother in such a state of fury, prompting him to speak up. Mother, regarding the sixth elder's actions, the patriarch has already issued a punishment. It would be inappropriate for both of you to intervene further. Allow me to handle it. Chu Yunlong chuckled. Our son has grown up. He is quite capable, and we need not worry. Chu Ningxuang shot him a disapproving glance. No matter how grown or exceptional he becomes, even if he surpasses us in cultivation and becomes a revered sage among millions, in my heart, he will always be my child. Unable to contain his laughter, Chu Yunlong replied, You are absolutely right. Chu Yu, is it? Chu Yunlong's eyes widened in disbelief. My dear, how did you know whom I was referring to? Chu Ningxuang's expression turned serious. From the moment I learned that your disability over the past 14 years was caused by poison, I began to harbor my suspicions. Chu Yunlong sighed resignedly. Then why have you never mentioned it to me? To which Chu Ningxuang began to explain. Without evidence, if I were to tell you, given your straightforward nature, you would undoubtedly feel compelled to confront Chu Yu. Questioning the clan leader without any proof would only serve to alert the enemy, thereby placing our family in a precarious position. Chu Yunlong understood his wife's good intentions. It seems that Tianer has inherited more of her mother's cleverness. However, could you both explain to me why it was Chu Yu who poisoned? Chu Tian began to speak. It is quite simple. To poison an elder carries significant risk. If discovered, one would inevitably face disdain and retribution. The high stakes of such actions are counterbalanced by the potential for substantial gain. Father, you have become incapacitated. Thus, the greater the benefit for someone, the greater their suspicion. Chu Yunlong spoke in a grave tone. I comprehend now. My enmity with the Grand Elder had already deepened considerably. However, the former clan leader and our ancestor intervened, preventing him from taking action against me. After the former clan leader's passing, our ancestor intended to select a new clan leader through combat, allowing the Grand Elder to confront me openly. That battle was fierce. The Grand Elder fought desperately, and I too unleashed my fury. In the end, we were both severely injured. I was left crippled for 14 years, while the Grand Elder sustained grave wounds that required years of recuperation. The position of clan leader could only be passed to Chu Yu. Chu Tian acknowledged this with a sound of understanding. I even suspect that the Grand Elder's insistence on linking his eldest son's death to my father was instigated by Chu Yu. Nonetheless, my mother is correct. We currently lack evidence, and it is not yet time for us to confront Chu Yu. What we must focus on now is enhancing our own strength. Should the truth ever come to light, we must possess the capability to contend with Chu Yu. Father, how far are you from breaking through to the third stage of spirit gathering? Chu Yunlong sighed. Far away, although my cultivation talent surpasses that of Chu Yu. After 14 years of inability to practice, he has far surpassed me. Chu Tian earnestly inquired. If there were superior techniques and sufficient spiritual stones, could you, Father, break through in a short time? Chu Yunlong replied with unwavering confidence. Of course. Throughout the past 300 years of Baichuan City, aside from you, my son, I have never been outshone in terms of cultivation talent. However, acquiring techniques and spiritual stones is another matter. To swiftly advance to the third level of spirit gathering, the required number of spiritual stones is no trifling sum, at least 500. Chu Tian spoke with great assurance. Leave the matters of techniques and spiritual stones to me. Chu Yunlong laughed heartily, delighted by the surprises that Chu Tian continually brought him. Suddenly, Chu Tian recalled something. Today, he had questioned Lin Hong, the patriarch of the Lin family, about why he would heed Chu Ying's slanderous words. Believing that he would tarnish Lin Lanlin's reputation, Lin Hong had told him to seek Chu Yunlong for answers in a secluded place. Upon hearing this question, Chu Yunlong displayed a hint of embarrassment. Tianer, the reason your uncle Lin suspects you of such base actions is that he believes you might act out of anger. Chu Tian was perplexed. What am I angry about? After a moment's hesitation, Chu Yunlong turned to Chu Ningxuang and said, Madam, perhaps you should explain. Chu Ningxuang, being astute, could easily discern what Chu Yunlong was implying, and she retorted with annoyance, Chapter 78, Borrowing Techniques. Chu Tian interjected, father. It was Uncle Lin who came to annul the engagement, wasn't it? Chu Yunlong sighed indeed. Chu Tian finally comprehended why Lin Hong hesitated on the precipice. In the realm of Shenyun, a woman's decision to withdraw from a marriage is a profound disgrace for a man. Lin Hong must have thought that upon learning of this, Chu Tian would be furious and seek revenge. Chu Ningxun spoke up, if she wishes to withdraw, so be it. Our family has an open-minded approach. Such a significant matter as marriage must be approved by Tian. As parents, we shall not interfere. By the way, Tian, during last month's family competition, your father and I inadvertently witnessed you in close proximity to a young woman from another clan. Why not introduce her to us? Chu Tian paused momentarily, recalling his previous encounter with Lin Lanlan in the pavilion, where it seemed someone had been watching them. Little did he realize it was his own parents. Observing the eager expression on his wife's face, Chu Yunlong clicked his tongue. My dear, you may find this hard to believe, but I only just learned that the girl in question is Lin Hong's only daughter, Lin Lanlan. At this revelation, the expressions of the three family members became peculiar. Following their conversation, Chu Tian went to visit his young maid, Ling Er. Ling Er's face remained pale, trapped in a deep slumber. Fortunately, after Chu Tian employed a life-prolonging talisman, her life was temporarily spared. Nonetheless, Chu Tian was acutely aware that if he could not secure the top position in the autumn examination 2 months hence and obtain the Source Stone, Ling Er would still meet her demise. Taking Ling Er's frail, delicate hand into his, Chu Tian earnestly declared, Ling Er, hold on a little longer. Your master will surely save you. As night fell, Chu Yunlong and his wife had already succumbed to sleep, while Chu Tian sat cross-legged in his chamber, diligently cultivating. He was keenly aware that his greatest rival in the autumn examination would be Chu Ying, a graduate of Tian Song Academy, who had already attained the 9th level of body tempering. With his current strength, Chu Tian knew he could not contend with him. To triumph over adversity, I must elevate myself to a higher realm. Chu Tian is practicing the heavenly demon body refinement technique, attempting the 6th level of body tempering. This stage focuses on refining the bones of the warrior, transforming them to a hardness akin to forged steel to be deemed successful. In contrast to the preceding levels of tempering, the process of bone refinement is considerably quieter. There is no need for spirit hammers, no requirement to carry spirit mountains, nor the necessity to forcibly absorb spiritual energy to inflate oneself like a balloon. According to the records of the heavenly demon body refinement technique, the hardness of bones fundamentally derives from the marrow. The method of bone refinement involves infusing spiritual energy into the marrow, allowing the two to merge into one. Under the moonlight, Chu Tian embarked on his first attempt at bone refinement. He manipulated the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, beginning with his arm bones, and gradually infused it. Drawing from his previous experiences with body tempering, Chu Tian was acutely aware that each method recorded in the heavenly demon body refinement technique would not be effortless. However, he never anticipated that his inaugural attempt at bone refinement would nearly cost him his life. As the first strand of spiritual energy penetrated the marrow, Chu Tian's once rosy complexion turned ashen. An indescribable agony surged through his marrow, resembling an electric current coursing throughout his body. Gritting his teeth, he managed to stifle any cries of pain, but ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness. A faint violet glow emanated from his body, a manifestation of the recovery ability of the ancestral soul divine tree martial spirit, working to mend his injuries. After what felt like an eternity, he awoke, drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. Although the ancestral soul divine tree martial spirit had healed his wounds, his arm, which had just received the infusion of spiritual energy into the marrow, continued to tremble slightly. The piercing sensation that penetrated his heart and soul instinctively compelled Chu Tian to reject any further attempts at bone refinement. Chu Tian could not help but let out a wry smile as he lamented the creator of this body tempering technique, the esteemed Longhun elder. If he were not a madman, he must certainly be a masochist. Yet, despite his grievances, Chu Tian took a deep breath, preparing for the second round of bone tempering. He summoned his formidable willpower to resist the instinct to flee, for he understood that if he were to surrender at this moment, Ling Er would undoubtedly perish. During the second bone tempering, Chu Tian managed to endure half a breath longer than the first time, before once again losing consciousness. His body collapsed onto the bed with a dull thud. A shimmering purple light emanated from him, and after the passage of a fragrant incense stick, he regained awareness. This time, an enduring tremor in his heart caused his teeth to chatter. Once more, Chu Tian steadied his heartache and infused his vital energy into the marrow for the third time. Thud. Throughout the night, muffled thuds resonated within Chu Tian's room, continuing until dawn. During breakfast, Chu Ningxuang was astonished to notice the deep dark circles around Chu Tian's eyes. With concern, she inquired, Tian, did you not sleep well last night? Chu Tian chuckled lightly. It's nothing at all. I simply practiced too late. Mother, I am full now. I must leave. I will not be home for lunch. So there's no need to wait for me. As he departed the house, Chu Tian's legs trembled slightly. After leaving the Chu residence, he purchased some gifts from a shop in the city and made his way directly to the Lin family. He identified himself to the doorman, requesting to see the family head, Lin Hong. The doorman, aware of the friendship between Chu Tian's father and the family head, did not dare to be negligent. After announcing his arrival, he escorted Chu Tian to Lin Hong's study. It wasn't long before Lin Hong arrived, somewhat surprised. Uncle Lin, Chu Tian, why have you come alone? Where is your father? Chu Tian inquired with a smile. Is Uncle Lin unwelcoming towards his nephew? Lin Hong quickly responded. You misunderstand. You have saved my daughter twice. I ought to have come to express my gratitude, and it is I who have been remiss. Please do not take offense, dear nephew. Chu Tian recognized this as mere politeness. As the patriarch of the clan, Lin Hong would typically send his father or the head of the Chu family to convey thanks, rather than express such sentiments himself as a junior, which belittled his own status. After exchanging a few formalities, Chu Tian presented his gift and then proceeded to the crux of the matter. Uncle Lin, I have come without my father's knowledge, as I have a request to make. Lin Hong raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, but encouraged him to continue. Chu Tian spoke earnestly. I wish to borrow a martial arts manual from Uncle Lin. Lin Hong's interest was piqued as he inquired, which manual do you seek? The one that Miss Lin Lanlan acquired from the Divine Realm. In the corridor of inheritance behind the temple in the second secret realm. Lin Lanlan had informed Chu Tian that she possessed a cultivation manual that was 3 times more efficient than the best techniques of the Lin family. At that moment, Chu Tian had not given it much thought. But upon hearing Chu Mian mention yesterday that the manual she obtained improved the efficiency of their foundational practices by 2 to 3 times, he realized the stark contrast between the superior and the basic. The manual Lin Lanlan obtained from the Divine Realm was likely one meant for practitioners at the Spirit Gathering Realm. Chapter 79, The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. Lin Hong inquired. Do you understand the significance of this manual to the Lin family? Chu Tian certainly did. The family that possessed this manual might very well give rise to the strongest martial artist in Baichuan City. Yesterday, amidst the tumult of familial discord, the venerable ancestor of the Chu family effortlessly resolved the conflict, relying solely on his unparalleled prowess within Baichuan City. This underscores the paramount significance of high-ranking martial artists in family disputes. Within Baichuan City, only the Chu family boasts an ancestor of such caliber. As long as he remains alive, the other 3 families will harbor no covetous thoughts. Yet, it is a well-known truth that human life is finite. Should the Chu ancestor fail to achieve further breakthroughs, he will inevitably face the twilight of his existence. Once he departs from this world, the 4 prominent families will find themselves back on equal footing. The Lin family, having acquired a superior cultivation technique of the gathering spirit realm from the divine relic, stands poised to seize the initiative. In a century's time, the Lin family shall ascend to become the most formidable clan in Baichuan City. It is easy to fathom the immense value of this technique. Lin Hong countered, knowing its significance. Why do you approach me for it, so assured that I would acquiesce? With unwavering confidence, Chu Tian replied, Uncle Lin will certainly agree. Lin Hong chuckled at Chu Tian's audacity. I am quite curious to hear your reasoning. The two took their seats and began an earnest discussion. Before I present my arguments, Uncle Lin, I must first reveal a secret. Our Chu family's ancestor has but 3 months left to live. Bang! Lin Hong slammed his hand on the armrest and sprang to his feet, utterly astounded by the revelation. Is that truly the case? Chu Tian retorted. Would I lie about such matters? Lin Hong furrowed his brow and slowly resumed his seat, grappling with the weight of this revelation. If the venerable ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Tian, were to pass away, it would undoubtedly trigger a tremendous upheaval in Baichuan City. Chu Tian continued, stating that although Baichuan City is ostensibly supported by the 4 prominent families, in reality, it is dominated by the alliance of the Zhang and Wang families, while the Chu and Lin families maintain a cordial relationship. However, over the past decade, the bond between the Zhang and Wang families has grown increasingly solid, while the ties between our 2 families have become more tenuous. The reasons for this deterioration need not be elaborated upon, I presume. The estrangement between the Chu and Lin families stems from the relationship between their respective heads. Over 20 years ago, Lin Hong and Chu Yunlong were viewed as the most promising youths of their families, with elders from both clans grooming them as future leaders. Their temperaments were well-matched, and despite their differing surnames, they regarded each other as brothers. They even arranged a betrothal for their yet-to-be-born children to signify the enduring friendship between their families. However, fate intervened unexpectedly. Lin Hong ascended to the position of family head, while Chu Yunlong was left incapacitated. Lin Hong's current rapport with the present head of the Chu family, Chu Yu, is rather lukewarm. He perceives Chu Yu as overly scheming and prefers to limit their interactions. Under such circumstances, how could their relationship not become estranged? Lin Hong could not help but sigh, reflecting that had your father become the family head, our two families would not find themselves in such a passive position now. Chu Tian replied with a smile. There is no need for Uncle Lin to lament. All may not be without hope. Lin Hong raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what do you mean? Chu Tian solemnly elaborated. To be candid with you, Uncle Lin, my father's disability 14 years ago was not merely due to injury to his meridians. He was secretly poisoned. Lin Hong was taken aback, exclaiming, such a thing actually occurred. Was it poisoned by Chu Kidi? Chu Tian shook his head. It likely was not. Given the character of Brother Yunlong, he would never endure humiliation in silence. Chu Tian, when you borrowed the martial arts manual from me, were you intending to give it to Brother Yunlong for his cultivation? Chu Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, father. Even if he is aware of the existence of this manual within the Lin family, he would undoubtedly feel too embarrassed to ask for it due to the ties between you. However, I am unashamed and indifferent to such matters. Lin Hong pondered for a moment. Although Brother Yunlong is a prodigy, he has not cultivated for 14 years. Even if I were to lend him the manual, it would be years before he could make a breakthrough, making it difficult for him to contend with that individual. Chu Tian displayed a mysterious smile. Uncle Lin, rest assured, as long as the Lin family is willing to lend the manual, the desired outcome will not be long in coming. Lin Hong sighed. You young lad, you are making reckless promises, attempting to achieve something for nothing. Chu Tian paused briefly. Uncle Lin, do you believe that with this manual, in a few years, the Lin family will surpass the other 3 great families? Lin Hong was quite confident. The heads of the 4 great families are all at the 3rd level of spirit gathering. With my possession of a more advanced manual, I will naturally be the first to break through. By that time, the ancestors of the Chu Tian family will have long passed, and the Lin family will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle. However, Uncle Lin may be somewhat short-sighted. In a few years, the younger generation will have risen, and there may be outstanding talents who surpass their predecessors. Lin Hong could not help but laugh heartily. Among the rising talents, it is undoubtedly your Chu Tian family's Chu Ingtian who possesses the highest potential. However, for him to think he can surpass me in just a few years is rather fanciful. Chu Tian spoke calmly. I am not referring to Chu Ingtian. Lin Hong, puzzled, asked. Who else could it be apart from Chu Ingtian? Chu Tian remained silent, instead opting to demonstrate his intentions through action. He unleashed his spiritual might. Feeling Chu Tian's aura, Lin Hong's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, the 5th level of body refinement. For Lin Hong, a formidable cultivator in the gathering spirit realm, the 5th level of body refinement was hardly a challenge, even something he could easily crush. Chapter 80. A beauty's tears. Suddenly, he shifted his tone. Uncle Lin may not believe it, but if you were to strike me down now, my demise would be inevitable. However, you would not escape unscathed. Lin Hong gazed intently into Chu Tian's eyes, which were as dark as a tranquil pool of water, devoid of any ripples. He could ascertain that Chu Tian was not deceiving him. Indeed, if Chu Tian were to employ the dragon's subduing finger, he might stand a chance of vanquishing a gathering spirit realm expert. Naturally, this was a last resort. Chu Tian was confident that Lin Hong would acquiesce to his terms. After much contemplation, Lin Hong finally spoke. Very well, I shall lend it to you. I will provide you with a copy of the technique. But you must swear that this technique shall be practiced solely by Brother Yunlong. Without hesitation, Chu Tian agreed. Good. He held no regard for this technique. Were it not for the inheritance contained within the confinement pearl of the devouring heavenly divine dragon martial soul, which could only be cultivated by dragon soul warriors, he would not have wasted his breath at the Lin family. Lin Hong spoke solemnly. In the future, when Brother Yunlong becomes the head of the Chu family, our 2 families will naturally maintain a close relationship. However, this foundation is ultimately built upon the brotherly bond between Yunlong and me. What about the next generation? I require your promise. Chu Tian paused for a moment, seemingly grasping the profound implications hidden within Lin Hong's words. Lin Hong continued. I trust Brother Yunlong has already informed you of why I was so easily swayed by Chu Ying's slander at the precipice. Though merely 14 years of age, Lin Lanlin's beauty is already remarkable, rivaling that of the renowned beauty, Chu Mian. In just 2 years, she is destined to astonish the entire city, captivating countless talented young men who will undoubtedly fall at her feet. In terms of character, Lin Lanlan embodies the purest spirit that Chu Tian has ever encountered. She remains humble and unassuming, devoid of arrogance or greed, and values her relationships deeply. While her cousin, Chu Mian, abandoned him without hesitation at the miraculous celestial pillar. It was Lin Lanlan who chose to stay by his side. In the corridor of inheritance, faced with the predatory gaze of Chu Ying, Lin Lanlan willingly relinquished her chance to further comprehend the ancient divine legacy to protect him. Such unwavering devotion from a girl like her could not fail to stir Chu Tian's heart. However, after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Uncle Lin, I will not take on the role of the head of the Chu family in the future. Lin Hong said solemnly. Chu Tian, what we are discussing is not merely the union of our two families, but the happiness of my daughter. Chu Tian sighed. Uncle Lin, I assure you that I will not linger in Baiwan City. The vast world beyond is where I truly belong. Bearing the dragon soul, Chu Tian is destined to contend against the heavens, with a future shrouded in uncertainty. Lin Lanlan's face flushed, her heart racing with anticipation that Chu Tian would accept the marriage proposal, yet unexpectedly, she dashed into the study, snatched the marriage contract from the table before Chu Tian, and fled. In that fleeting moment as she turned, a single tear fell upon the back of Chu Tian's hand, cold as ice. At that instant, a pang of pain struck his heart. Please wait a moment. I will have the butler make arrangements. Chu Tian continued. Please remind Uncle Lin to keep my visit to the Lin family confidential. Lin Hong agreed and hurriedly departed. After a brief interval, the steward of the Lin family arrived, escorting Chu Tian to the family's forging chamber. Young Master Chu, he said, I have conveyed the patriarch's instructions. This place will remain closed for the time being, ensuring that you will not be disturbed. There is a well-prepared guest room adjacent to the forging chamber where you may rest. Chu Tian expressed his gratitude and entered the forging chamber. The forge was ablaze, and the semi-finished weapons on the anvil still radiated warmth, indicating that the blacksmith and the forge master had recently been summoned away. With the martial arts techniques resolved, Chu Tian still needed to address the issue of spirit stones. And this forging chamber presented the solution. He chose to utilize the Lin family's facilities instead of executing his plans at the Chu residence to maintain secrecy and avoid drawing attention. As he grasped a hammer and retrieved a piece of iron, he prepared to commence his work. However, at that moment, the image of Lin Lanlan weeping flooded his mind. He took a deep breath, dispelling the distracting thoughts. Without formidable strength, I cannot protect anyone. I must become stronger. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and forcefully brought the hammer down. Chapter 81. The ultimate secret of the spirit talismans. Although Chu Tian was not a forge master and had never undergone any forging training, the heavenly demon body refining technique spiritual hammer technique was inspired by the legendary dragon soul ancestor's insights into forging. Despite it being his first time wielding a hammer to forge iron, his displayed abilities were no less impressive than those of a seasoned blacksmith. Today, he intended to forge for items, the first of which would be a mask. The iron ingot, originally fraught with countless impurities, was transformed by Chu Tian's relentless process of quenching and forging into a piece of pure iron devoid of any blemish. Subsequently, he crafted this pristine iron into a mask that perfectly conformed to the contours of his face. The formation of the mask was merely the initial step. The subsequent phase involved the most crucial task of inscribing runes. Chu Tian fashioned a delicate needle, which he gently struck against the mask with a hammer, etching fine lines into its surface. These slender traces connected harmoniously, ultimately converging into a spiritual rune. This rune was the very one Chu Tian had utilized during his cultivation at the Chu family to obscure fluctuations in spiritual energy. Once the rune was completed, he infused the mask with his own spiritual energy, thereby activating the inscription. Upon donning the iron mask, his presence, along with the entirety of his spiritual energy, vanished without a trace. The mask glimmered with a cold light, enveloping him in an aura of ruthlessness. After a meticulous inspection, He was exceedingly pleased to find that even a formidable practitioner at the gathering spirit realm would struggle to discern his true nature while wearing the mask. The purpose behind Chu Tian's creation of this iron mask was to facilitate trade, enabling him to amass sufficient spirit stones to expedite his father, Chu Yunlong's, breakthrough. Naturally, he intended to barter the spiritual runes. For martial artists, elixirs, runes, and weapons are vital resources for enhancing their strength. The four prominent families of Baichuan City each maintained a smith, capable of producing weapons ranging from yellow grade 1 to 3. Yet, throughout the entirety of Baichuan City, not a single alchemist or rune master could be found. This scarcity elucidated why Elder Zhou's invitation to Master He, a mere yellow grade 2 alchemist, elevated him to a position of honor within the Chu family. Exchanging spirit talismans for spirit stones was an idea that had first occurred to Chu Tian in the realm of divine wonders. However, since Chu Mion had previously witnessed him wielding talismans, he could not divulge this to her, lest the secret be leaked. Consequently, Chu Tian decided to shift his focus onto the Zhang and Wang families, and thus he resolved to forge an iron mask to conceal his true identity. To ensure the longevity of the talismans, they required a medium for storage. For talismans ranked below 5th grade of the yellow tier, engraving them upon fine iron would suffice. The Lin family's weaponry workshop was well stocked with iron ingots, alleviating any concerns regarding insufficient materials. Naturally, Chu Tian could not sell genuine talismans to the Zhang and Wang families. Otherwise, should a fierce conflict arise with the Chu family in the future, he would find himself hoisting a stone only to smash his own foot, becoming a pariah of the Chu clan. His intent was to modify the talismans. Chu Tian desired talismans that could still produce effects, withstand scrutiny from the Zhang and Wang families, yet exhibit a shorter duration than authentic talismans. Once employed in battle, their efficacy would wane swiftly, ensuring that, in the event of a future confrontation with the Chu family, the casualties would be minimal. Were any talisman masters present to overhear Chu Tian's ambitious vision, they would undoubtedly exclaim that it was impossible, for talismans are divine scripts bestowed by ancient gods. Even a single misstroke or a misapplied force would render the talisman inactive. The notion of altering a talisman's effects is unheard of. Not even a sole talisman master, who surpasses all other professions, could accomplish such a feat. However, ignorance breeds audacity. Upon his initial encounter with talismans, Chu Tian gleaned insights that set him apart from other talisman masters. With a deft flick of his finger, he conjured an ethereal talisman in the air, murmuring to himself. A complete talisman, he mused, bore resemblance to software from his past life on Earth. Just as software is composed of an array of command characters, so too should talismans be constructed from even smaller fundamental units. As long as I can comprehend the fundamental composition of the spiritual talisman, I shall be able to either enhance or diminish its power. Without hesitation, Chu Tian embarked on his scholarly pursuit. In the realm of divine wonders, I have encountered the ancient script of the gods, which bears a striking resemblance to the spiritual talismans. Perhaps these talismans are indeed an evolution of divine writing. Since they are letters, the sequence of strokes, the method of writing, the force applied, and the subtlety of the brush's spirit constitute the essential elements of the talisman. I can commence my research from these aspects. Chu Tian employed the knowledge acquired from his previous life, utilizing the method of controlled variables to deconstruct the talisman. Each time, he altered only one stroke's order, style, intensity, or spirit, observing the changes in the talisman, recording them meticulously, and summarizing the commonalities of each experimental outcome. Initially, Chu Tian faced repeated failures. He conducted numerous trials, and even the slightest modification would render the talisman utterly ineffective. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. He remained calm and focused, beginning anew. From dawn till dusk, Chu Tian lost count of his failures, his records filled with the dense ink of failure. For an entire day, he neither ate nor slept. Despite his robust physique and unwavering will, his eyes were bloodshot and he teetered on the brink of collapse. Taking a deep breath, he prepared for another round of experimentation. This time, he slightly elevated a stroke within the talisman, the adjustment so minute that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. He braced himself for yet another failure, but to his astonishment, as he activated the talisman, it erupted into a dazzling brilliance. Elation surged through Chu Tian. The talisman had not failed. However, mere moments later, joy swiftly turned to despair as the talisman before him suddenly detonated. With a resounding crash, Chu Tian was sent flying. crashing against the door of the refining room. He sat on the ground, his face smudged with soot from the explosion, but fortunately, his robust physique had spared him from injury. Instead of feeling any remorse, Chu Tian erupted into hearty laughter. He understood that having achieved success for the first time, a second would surely follow. He had successfully touched upon the ultimate secret of the spiritual talismans. If he could master every nuance of the myriad changes within the talismans, he might even be able to create them himself. As he laughed, the door beside him creaked open. Chu Tian's laughter abruptly ceased, and he immediately became vigilant. Lin Hong had issued a command forbidding anyone from entering this place who possessed the audacity to defy the patriarch's orders. Just as he rose to his feet, he caught sight of a familiar, graceful figure, Lin Lanlan. Her eyes were swollen and red, a testament to the tears she had shed for what seemed like an eternity. Confronted by the sorrowful visage of the woman who had been hurt by him, Chu Tian found himself at a loss for words. Lin Lanlan stepped forward, offering him a small container. "You haven't eaten all day. You should have something," she urged. It was only then that Chu Tian realized the container she had handed him was filled with food. "Lanlan," he began, but before he could finish, she turned to leave. As he watched her depart, he noticed a faint white mark on her left index finger. A common blade could not pierce the skin of a martial artist. If Chu Tian's instincts were correct, Lin Lanlan must have cut herself while chopping vegetables. He recalled vividly that during their time in the Baichuan Mountains, Lin Lanlan had mentioned her inability to cook. After all, as a scion of a prestigious family, her hands were not meant to toil in the kitchen. Feeling the warmth radiating from the food container in his hands, Chu Tian fell into a deep reverie. After a considerable time, he opened the food container, grasped the chopsticks, and devoured the meal voraciously. Chapter 82, The Celestial Talismancer. In the ensuing days, Chu Tian remained immersed in the Lin family's forging chamber, diligently studying spirit talismans. Whenever fatigue overcame him, he would engage in cultivation, only to resume his research upon regaining his energy, neglecting even a fleeting moment of slumber. Lin Lanlan frequently visited, discreetly checking on Chu Tian. Whenever she observed the unwavering light in the forging chamber throughout the night, her heart ached with empathy. For these several days, Lin Lanlan took it upon herself to provide Chu Tian's meals, ensuring not to disturb his focus. Each time, she would merely knock lightly on the door before departing. When Chu Tian eventually opened the door, he would find the food container waiting outside, with each meal distinctly varied. 5 days later, the forging chamber resonated with Chu Tian's exuberant laughter. "Haha, I have finally succeeded." After 5 days of relentless study, he had realized his vision and successfully discovered a method to modify spirit talismans. Thereafter, the proceedings became considerably simpler. Chu Tian devoted an additional 2 days to forge several hundred iron plates from the raw iron available in the chamber. On each plate, he inscribed a yellow tier, third-grade talisman known as the Mangshi talisman, which could enhance a warrior's strength. During this time, Lin Hong visited once, delivering a transcription of the martial arts techniques to Chu Tian. Once the talismans were completed, Chu Tian donned an iron mask and stealthily departed from the Chu family. Before leaving, he inscribed a note on the food container, simply stating, "Thank you." Chu Tian remained uncertain about how he would confront Lin Lanlan's sincere affection in the future. Yet he understood that he could not linger in the realm of romantic sentiments at this moment. There were still numerous significant matters awaiting his attention. After departing from the Chu family, Chu Tian made his way directly to a tavern, an establishment owned by the Zhang family, which was heavily monitored by their spies. Chu Tian's intent was straightforward: to sell talismans to the Zhang and Wang families. He first needed to make them aware that a talisman master had arrived in Baichuan City. The method to achieve this was simple. He merely needed to create a commotion. As soon as Chu Tian entered the tavern, the previously boisterous hall fell into an immediate hush, all eyes converging upon him. His iron mask was strikingly conspicuous, radiating an aura of cold detachment. The glinting mask bestowed upon Chu Tian an air of ruthlessness, and coupled with the concealing talisman that obscured his aura, no one could discern his true identity, further enhancing his enigmatic presence. Surveying the hall, Chu Tian noticed that many averted their gazes, unwilling to meet his eyes. A brave young waiter approached him. "Esteemed guest, please come in." His voice was barely above a whisper, fearful that a louder tone might come across as disrespectful and provoke the seemingly mysterious gentleman before him. Chu Tian replied, "Bring me a jar of fine wine. After days of travel, my throat feels as parched as a bird's." His voice was gruff, devoid of youthful timbre. resonating more like that of an irritable middle-aged man. During his time crafting talismans at the Lin family, he had acquired two new skills within the confines of the Fanjin Pearl. The first was the ability to manipulate his vocal cords with spiritual energy, allowing him to alter his voice. Now, with this skill mastered, Chu Tian could seamlessly transform his voice, whether mimicking a middle-aged man or even a woman's voice, achieving a remarkable level of authenticity. Upon learning of Chu Tian's request for wine, the young waiter did not dare to delay. After inviting Chu Tian to sit, he promptly brought forth a jar of fine wine, flattering him with eager words. "Esteemed guest, this is the signature brew of our establishment, the 3-year-aged apricot blossom liquor. Its fragrance wafting for miles, renowned throughout the city." Upon finishing his words, he diligently poured a drink for Chu Tian. Chu Tian grasped the wine bowl, and through the opening of his iron mask, he took a sip. Yet, in the next moment, he spat it all out in disgust. "What kind of aged liquor is this? It lacks even a hint of flavor. Are you trying to deceive me with counterfeit wine? To enhance the performance?" Chu Tian deliberately exuded a faint aura of menace. Having faced life and death terrors and taken the lives of those who dared to threaten him, his killing intent was palpable, almost tangible. The young waiter, an ordinary individual, felt the chilling dread of Chu Tian's presence akin to falling into an icy abyss, as though his very soul had been frozen. Terrified, he nearly lost control of himself and stammered, I, with a sudden force. Chu Tian slammed his hand down. The table did not shatter, yet it was riddled with cracks, and the lacquered surface splintered and leapt, showering down upon the young waiter under the control of Chu Tian's might. The waiter trembled, his legs quaking, unsure of how he had incurred the wrath of this formidable figure. "Are you expecting me to pour my own drink?" Chu Tian growled menacingly. Only then did the young waiter realize his mistake, hurriedly uncorking the jug and cautiously pouring the liquor, fearful of spilling it and incurring the wrath of the irate guest. Chu Tian lifted the wine bowl for another sip, then with a swift motion, he hurled the bowl to the ground before the waiter. The bowl shattered into countless pieces, splattering wine everywhere, drenching the young waiter's trousers. "Is this merely swill?" Chu Tian fumed. Chu Tian did not entirely feign his performance. The spirits of this world, in comparison to those from his previous life on Earth, were not only of a lower proof but also exceedingly murky and intolerably unpalatable. He had once contemplated that if he could replicate the brewing techniques of his former life, he would undoubtedly amass a considerable fortune. With a surging intent to kill, Chu Tian's demeanor overwhelmed the waiter, who could no longer bear the pressure and collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, a figure approached from a distance. Upon seeing this individual, the waiter appeared as though he had spotted a savior. Master Zhang. This man was named Zhang Bing, the enforcer from the Zhang family responsible for managing the local enterprises. He was notorious for his ruthless methods and had a fearsome reputation in the vicinity. Zhang Bing confronted Chu Tian, his expression dark and forbidding. "Who are you to come here and cause trouble? Have you no idea whose establishment this is?" Chu Tian responded with profound disdain. "Who do you think you are? Get lost. If you cannot present me with a satisfactory drink today." He surveyed the surroundings. "I shall dismantle this place." Enraged by Chu Tian's contempt, Zhang Bing's fury ignited. He drew the knife from his waist and aimed a strike at Chu Tian's face. "Arrogant fool! I shall cleave your mask and reveal the size of your face, daring to stir trouble in my territory." Chu Tian had been anticipating the attack. During his leisure time at the Lin family estate, he had learned a second skill specifically for such moments. He extended a finger, using it as a quill, and with his spiritual energy as ink, he inscribed a talisman in the air. The yellow-grade, third-tier fire wind talisman materialized in a mere blink. Just as Zhang Bing's blade descended halfway, the talisman erupted in flames, and in an instant, a tempest swirled around. Chu Tian pointed forward, commanding, "Go." The clash of wind and fire sent several tables tumbling, while Zhang Bing was hurled outside the tavern. Chu Tian spoke coldly. To dare to engage with a talisman master is truly to court death. Chapter 83. The guests at the table. The entire tavern fell into a profound silence. Zhang Bing lay outside, his body shrouded in darkness, clinging to life by a thread. Between him and Chu Tian stretched a long, charred mark on the ground, flames still flickering, as the wooden floor crackled under the heat. Chu Tian cast a sidelong glance around the room. The patrons inside the tavern instinctively retreated. A voice filled with trepidation cried out, "Talisman Master." As this exclamation echoed, a deeper fear flickered in the eyes of many. Although there were no talisman masters in Baichuan City, the tales of their prowess were well known. The most widely circulated warning was to never provoke a talisman master. On the Baichuan continent, aside from the elusive soul talisman masters, there were two professions that one ought not to offend: the alchemists and the talisman masters. To provoke an alchemist could result in being overwhelmed by countless warriors seeking elixirs. To provoke a talisman master, however, was to invite the unknown horrors of their talismans. Suddenly, a distinct sound of footsteps resonated within the tavern. A knowing smile crept across the lips concealed beneath Chu Tian's mask. Approaching him was an elderly gentleman, whom Chu Tian had noticed upon entering the tavern. The earlier display had been deliberately staged for his benefit. This man, known as Elder Zhang, was the fourth elder of the Zhang family. Chu Tian had previously encountered him during the chaotic skirmish at the cliff and had even exchanged a brief strike with him. Zhang Dong scrutinized Chu Tian with a grave expression, astonished that, despite his own mastery of the first level of spirit gathering, he could not discern the realm of the enigmatic figure before him. Chu Tian turned, deliberately adopting a tone of disdain as he inquired, "What? Do you wish to court death as well?" As he spoke, a faint blue radiance began to coalesce at his fingertips, suggesting that he could effortlessly inscribe a spirit talisman upon Zhang Dong at any moment. Zhang Dong, gazing into the cold eyes hidden beneath Chu Tian's mask, felt an indescribable pressure, an overwhelming sensation he had not experienced since his breakthrough into the spirit-gathering realm. Fixating on the blue glow emanating from Chu Tian's fingers, he recalled a rumor. It was said that only exceptionally skilled talisman's masters could forsake their medium, using their fingers as pins and spiritual energy as ink to conjure talismans out of thin air. Such masters, once provoked, could unleash catastrophic repercussions, potentially leading to the annihilation of entire families. Immediately, Zhang Dong retracted his hostility and lowered his head slightly in a gesture of respect. "Please, sir, do not misconstrue my intentions. I harbor no enmity." As Chu Tian extinguished the blue light from his fingers, Zhang Dong involuntarily exhaled in relief. However, Chu Tian's tone grew impatient. "If you bear no ill will, then why do you obstruct my view?" The patrons of the tavern were taken aback. Zhang Dong held a prestigious position, and had anyone else dared to speak to him in such a manner, they would have met a swift demise at his hands. Yet, in this moment, not only did Zhang Dong refrain from anger, but his demeanor also became increasingly respectful. He humbly remarked, "I see you are unfamiliar here. It seems this is your first visit to Baichuan City. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Dong, the fourth elder of the Zhang family in Baichuan City. This establishment, a tavern, is a property of my clan. Recently, one of our servants, lacking in manners, inadvertently offended you. I sincerely apologize on behalf of the Zhang family. Should you still feel aggrieved, I am prepared to take the drastic measure of eliminating him to appease your anger." Upon hearing this, bystanders were drenched in cold sweat. Zhang Dong's willingness to sacrifice a family member for the sake of placating a formidable talisman master was indeed shocking. In his eyes, the loss of an inconsequential relative was a small price to pay for gaining favor with someone of such power. Chu Tian waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such extreme actions. However, I am curious. Does your tavern not serve any palatable wine? This is quite disappointing." Zhang Dong hastily replied, "This is merely a common tavern, frequented by ordinary folk, unworthy of your esteemed presence. However, my family possesses exquisite wines in our residence. If you would not mind, I humbly invite you to visit and sample some. I assure you, it will not disappoint." Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, his voice turning icy. "Having just injured one of your kin, you invite me to your home? Are you attempting to set a banquet akin to the infamous Hongmen feast?" Zhang Dong felt a chill run down his spine under Chu Tian's piercing gaze and quickly clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. You are a revered talisman master. I merely wish to extend my hospitality and fulfill my duties as a host, with no ulterior motives." Chu Tian stretched languidly. "Very well, I am rather fatigued. I shall rest at your residence today. But let me make myself clear. Should the wine at your home be unpalatable, do not blame me if my temper flares once more." In the realm of spiritual gathering, Zhang Dong possessed an acute sensitivity to his surroundings. Upon overhearing a disrespectful remark, he swiftly approached the offending clan member and delivered a resounding slap. The unfortunate individual was sent sprawling several meters away, landing with a mouthful of bloodied teeth, ultimately losing consciousness. Zhang Dong bellowed, "This esteemed guest is a valued visitor of the Zhang family. Anyone who dares to speak shall be dealt with according to clan law." Instantly, the assembled clansmen fell silent, scarcely daring to breathe. He summoned the steward and issued his commands. Inform the kitchen that we have an esteemed guest in our midst. Prepare an exquisite feast with the finest culinary skills. No negligence is permitted. Additionally, fetch our finest wine. Remember, it must be the best. Lastly, personally invite the clan leader to join us, informing him that a talisman master is visiting. Just as Zhang Dong sought to offer a few flattering words, a figure entered the room. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, finally encountering the principal figure. Zhang Dong promptly rose to introduce Mr. Su. Allow me to present to you our clan leader, Zhang Yu. Clan leader, this esteemed guest is Master Su, who has traveled through Baichuan City. Chu Tian remained seated, merely acknowledging with a grunt. Upon learning that a talisman master was present, Zhang Yu, far from being offended, remarked, I have long heard of the extraordinary talents of talisman masters, and indeed, it is evident today. If you do not mind, I would be honored to share a drink with you. Once Zhang Yu took his seat, Chu Tian, growing impatient, turned to Zhang Dong. Did you not invite me here for the purpose of drinking? Where's the wine? Zhang Dong hurriedly replied. The chef is preparing a feast for you. Please be patient. Chu Tian interrupted him. I do not wish to eat. Bring the wine at once. Chapter 84. A subtle display. Director Zhang arranged the meal with ulterior motives. Chu Tian, masked, could only sip drinks, making dining quite inconvenient. Zhang sought to catch a glimpse of Chu Tian's true visage under the guise of sharing a meal. Yet Chu Tian was not one to succumb to such intentions. With no other recourse, Zhang personally fetched the wine, pouring a full glass for Chu Tian. Sir, do indulge. This is the finest brew from the Zhang family, crafted from spiritual fruits. Its taste is refreshing, with an enchanting fragrance, Zhang proclaimed. Chu Tian lifted the glass. The liquid within clear and emanating a subtle spiritual aura, reminiscent of pristine spring water. He took a sip, although the alcohol content remained low. The flavor was indeed far superior to the inferior wines he had previously encountered. Satisfied, Chu Tian nodded appreciatively. Quite good, indeed. Zhang secretly exhaled in relief, fearing the temperamental talisman master might cause a ruckus in the Zhang residence. Zhang Yu, standing nearby, inquired, Might I ask what brings Master Su to our remote Baichuan City? Baichuan City, nestled in the southwest corner of the Tianlan Empire, was indeed surrounded by the towering Baichuan Mountains, making it a secluded locale. Chu Tian had already prepared his response. I have heard that deep within the Baichuan Mountains lies a rare white crystal, an excellent medium for talismans. I ventured into the mountains for several days, depleting my provisions, and upon noticing a small town to the northwest on the map, I made my way here. What a pity, Chu Tian lamented. Had I arrived earlier, I could have sold you some talismans. Perhaps they would have made their way out. Upon hearing this, Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Inviting the talisman master to his home was precisely for this purpose. After all, even the clan leader, Zhang Yu, exhibited a subtle change in his demeanor, his face revealing a glimmer of anticipation. He inquired, given that Baichuan City is rather remote and seldom graced by talisman's masters, my Zhang family wishes to accumulate some spiritual talismans for unforeseen circumstances. Might you have any particular talismans of expertise that you could demonstrate for us? With an air of authority, Chu Tian responded, This poses no challenge. I possess a wide array of talismans. Since both of you express interest, I shall offer you a glimpse of my skill. Pray tell, which of you wishes to partake in this experience? The youth, clad in modest attire and exuding a timid disposition, was evidently a scion of a less favored branch within the clan. The gentleman may demonstrate the talisman upon him, suggested Chu Tian, inwardly cursing Zhang Dong for his timidity, though outwardly he stated, deliver a punch. The youth, reluctant yet compelled to obey, hastily threw a punch. Chu Tian coldly remarked, Have you not had your fill? At the third level of body refinement, yet you possess merely the strength of 3 cauldrons. The boy, filled with shame, could not raise his gaze. At the third level of body refinement, he ought to wield the strength of 4 cauldrons. However, his martial spirit was of inferior quality, leading to neglect in his training. Consequently, he found himself significantly weaker than his peers of the same realm. Initially feeling a pang of sympathy for him, Chu Tian's heart was now consumed by disdain. A lackluster talent does not equate to being worthless. Failing to exert oneself and merely lamenting one's fate is the epitome of true incompetence. Extending his right index finger towards Zhang Yu, he declared, I shall demonstrate but once. Pay close attention. With a mere thought, spiritual energy coalesced at his fingertip, emanating a faint azure glow. Chu Tian wielded his finger like a brush, the speed so swift that it left only a delicate afterimage. In the blink of an eye, a complex talisman was inscribed in the air. The spiritual talisman emitted a faint glow, floating in the air. He exclaimed, "This is a yellow grade, third-tier talisman, the Mashi talisman, capable of doubling the strength of a body refinement realm warrior." Upon finishing his words, Chu Tian snapped his fingers, and the talisman transformed into a streak of blue light, merging into the body of the Zhang family youth. "Try throwing another punch." The young man felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. He held his breath and focused his mind, delivering another punch. This time, his fist was no longer weak and feeble, but instead unleashed a fierce gust of wind. Both Zhang Yu and Zhang Dong were taken aback. Sixting power. Zhang Yu's gaze towards Chu Tian became fervent. He, being well informed, understood that a talisman master capable of conjuring talismans from thin air possessed strength far surpassing the level of the talismans he created. The talisman master before him, named Chu Tian, casually wielded a yellow grade, third-tier talisman. What then was his own level? Yellow grade fourth tier? Yellow grade fifth tier? Perhaps even higher. Zhang Yu felt that his family had encountered a rare opportunity for resurgence. Although talismans could not permanently enhance a warrior's strength like elixirs, they were inexpensive and could take effect immediately in critical moments. For instance, when launching an attack on the Chu family, after being intimidated by the ancestor of the Chu family, Zhang Yu had a private discussion with the head of the Wang family, and both concurred that the ancestor of the Chu family was merely bluffing, actually in a state of depletion. They speculated that in no less than a year, in no more than 3, the ancestor of the Chu family would pass away. At that time, it would be the opportune moment for the Zhang and Wang families to strike against the Chu family. Initially, both families were reluctant to act so hastily. However, the recent miraculous exploration had seen 3 individuals emerge from the Chu family, which left both families uneasy. Should the Chu family truly acquire an extraordinary inheritance from the divine miracles, in years to come, Baichuan City may no longer harbor the Zhang and Wang clans. Zhang Yu, brimming with excitement, inquired, "How much do you sell this spirit talisman for?" Chu Tian felt a surge of joy as the bait had been taken. He feigned generosity, stating, "In light of your warm hospitality, I shall offer you a discount. This third-tier yellow-grade spirit talisman, which I initially intended to sell for 4 spirit stones, shall be yours for just 3. Regarding the pricing of the talisman, Chu Tian had consulted his mother, Chu Ningxuang, who informed him that a third-tier yellow-grade talisman typically holds a value of 2 spirit stones, with the remote location of Baichuan City justifying a slight increase. Upon hearing the quotation, Zhang Yu displayed a look of hesitation. Spirit stones were quite scarce in Baichuan City, rendering the price somewhat steep. Chu Tian pretended to be displeased. "What? Do you find it too expensive? If so, perhaps you should seek out other talisman masters." With that, he rose to depart. Chapter 85. A lion's share. Seeing Chu Tian prepare to leave, Zhang Yu hurriedly intercepted him. "Please, sir, do not take offense. I do not find it too costly." He spoke these words with a heavy heart, but considering the significant role the talisman would soon play, he could only endure. Chu Tian resumed his seat. "How many talismans do you intend to acquire?" Zhang Yu pondered for a moment. The Moxie talisman only served to enhance the strength of body refining realm martial artists, necessitating a limited quantity. If they were truly to take action against the Chu family, it would be the gathering spirit realm warriors who would ultimately seal the deal. 100 pieces, he declared. Chu Tian nodded in agreement. "Very well. However, to store the talismans for an extended period, a medium is required. As I am currently traveling, I have not brought ample materials. This will necessitate the Zhang family's provision, since he was here to deceive for profit." Chu Tian decided to fully commit to the endeavor and procure more materials. Zhang Yu inquired, "What exactly do you require, esteemed sir?" Chu Tian's words were laced with half-truths. For talismans of the 5th rank and below, mere refined iron would suffice as a medium. However, certain auxiliary materials were rather rare, and it remained uncertain whether this remote locale could amass them. Zhang Yu, unwilling to tarnish his family's reputation, replied, "Please do not hesitate to specify. Although my Zhang family is situated in this obscure corner of Baichuan City, we have accumulated some wealth over the centuries. Here is the list of materials. Kindly make the preparations." Upon receiving the list, Zhang Yu's countenance darkened instantly. The materials requested by Chu Tian were not in large quantities, yet their rarity was striking. Precious items such as secret silver, python gold, and crimson crystals were hardly abundant in the Zhang family's collection after so many years. Noticing the change in Zhang Yu's expression, Chu Tian deliberately provoked him with his words. What, is it too difficult? Naturally, it can be done. He then conjured a new talisman in midair. This is a 4th-rank yellow-level talisman, the Soul Ascension Talisman. It allows a body-refining realm warrior to summon their martial soul across boundaries to fight, and it can also enhance the power of a gathering spirit realm warrior's martial soul. Would the clan leader care to experience it personally? Gazing at the talisman floating in the air, Zhang Yu felt a stirring within his martial soul. Without hesitation, he agreed. Excellent. With a mere gesture, Chu Tian directed the talisman into Zhang Yu's body, merging it with his martial soul. In an instant, Zhang Yu erupted with a fierce aura. His spiritual might terrifyingly close to the 4th level of the gathering spirit realm. Zhang Yu was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the effect of the talisman would be so formidable. He was exceedingly confident that, with his current strength, in the entirety of Baichuan City, except for the ancestral figure of the Chu family, no one could rival him. Chu Tian inquired, "So, are you satisfied?" Zhang Yu replied, filled with excitement, "Absolutely. I must know, how much do you sell this spirit talisman for?" Chu Tian raised his voice. "It is not expensive, merely 300 spirit stones each." Upon hearing this price, Zhang Yu nearly bit his tongue in astonishment. 300 spirit stones was exorbitant. "Sir, compared to the Mangshi talisman, the quality of the Soul Ascension Talisman is only 1 rank higher. Why is there such a disparity in price?" Chu Tian feigned profundity. "No matter how costly the talisman, can it compare to your own life? As the leader of a clan, you surely do not possess the narrow-mindedness of a frog at the bottom of a well. Have you ever ventured beyond the 10,000 great mountains to witness the outside world?" Zhang Yu responded, "Naturally, in my youth, I even traveled to the distant capital." Chu Tian countered, "In that case, let me ask you, what is the value of a spirit pill that can instantaneously elevate a warrior of the gathering spirit realm to the pinnacle of their current level?" After pondering, Zhang Yu replied, "Even a temporary enhancement spirit pill would cost at least 600 spirit stones." Chu Tian let out a cold laugh. "If that is the case, I am offering you a talisman with equivalent effects for merely 300 spirit stones. Is that truly too expensive?" Zhang Yu recognized that Chu Tian was cleverly shifting the argument. Spirit pills were crafted from rare spiritual herbs, and upon consumption, not only did they confer their intended effects, but the medicinal properties of the herbs would also nourish the warrior's body, making them inherently more valuable than a temporary spirit talisman. However, due to Chu Tian's status as a talisman master, Zhang Yu feared that expressing his true thoughts might provoke him. Nonetheless, Zhang Yu had no intention of being taken advantage of. "It is not that it is too expensive, but rather that I find it difficult to bear such a price. I hope you understand." Chu Tian, with a deliberate intent, raised the price significantly, aiming to make it unaffordable for Zhang Yu. Should Zhang Yu, with his wealth, agree to the inflated cost, it would complicate Chu Tian's subsequent plans. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tian remarked, "I find a kindred spirit in Chief Zhang. Our temperaments align remarkably. How about this? If you assist me with a particular task, I shall bestow upon Chief Zhang the Soul Ascension Talisman." Zhang Yu was taken aback. "What task?" Chu Tian's tone shifted abruptly to one of coldness. "Help me eliminate someone." Zhang Yu instinctively inquired, "Who?" "Wang Qing." Zhang Yu was startled. "But isn't that the 3rd elder of the Wang family?" Chu Tian, of course, would not immediately confirm this, as it would undermine his newly established persona in Baichuan City. He feigned indignation. "All I know is that he goes by Wang Qing, a practitioner at the 2nd level of spirit gathering. As for his family or sect, I cannot say." Zhang Yu quickly deduced that in Baichuan City, the only individual named Wang Qing at the spirit gathering level could only be the 3rd elder of the Wang family. Zhang Yu queried, "May I ask how Elder Wang has offended you to such a degree?" Chu Tian responded with fierce intensity. "A few days ago, before I arrived in Baichuan City, I encountered him outside the city while seeking directions. That fellow, with a scowl, ignored me. When I inquired whether he had lost a son, he had the audacity to strike at me." Zhang Yu could only force a smile at the absurdity of it all. "And what happened next?" Chu Tian's anger intensified. "I had offered him a few talismans, yet to my dismay, that coward fled when faced with confrontation, allowing him to escape. However, before he ran, he revealed his name. Alas, I am unfamiliar with this place and have yet to locate him." Zhang Yu pondered deeply over the situation. "Sir, I am Zhang. The Zhang and Wang families share a cordial relationship. Perhaps I could approach the head of the Wang family and suggest that Wang Qing come to offer his apologies. I believe the Wang family would prefer not to offend someone as formidable as yourself, a master of talismans. Chapter 86. Another major catch. Zhang Yu's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. Indeed, it was a lucrative proposition. Although the Soul Ascension talisman may not possess the exorbitant value that Chu Tian claimed, the worth of 10 such talismans far exceeds that of a single one, multiplying its value by more than tenfold. Imagine, if every spirit-gathering realm expert within the Zhang family were to employ the Soul Ascension talismans simultaneously. Even the esteemed Chu family, with their ancestors still among the living, would find themselves in a precarious position. Chu Tian continued to entice Zhang Yu. Zhang clan leader, should you harbor any doubts regarding my trustworthiness, fret not. I can provide you with the talismans first, and you may assist me in my endeavor thereafter. This is a transaction of tangible goods, not mere verbal assurances. Zhang Yu's breath quickened, laden with urgency and gravity. Chu Tian guided him further. In the world of martial artists, where are there everlasting friends or eternal allies? It is always a matter of self-interest. Were you in my position, and the opportunity to eliminate someone could yield such immense benefits, would you hesitate? You would undoubtedly seize the moment without a second thought. Zhang Yu's gaze flickered, yet he remained indecisive. After all, the Wang family was an ally of the Zhang family. Should the Wang clan uncover that Wang Qing had met his demise at my hands, it would not only fracture our alliance, but also present the Zhang family with a formidable new adversary, leading to a net loss. Chu Tian had anticipated Zhang Yu's hesitation. This matter is easily resolved. Simply incapacitate Wang Qing and leave him at a designated location within the Baichuan mountain range. I shall summon the beast with my talismans to devour him. By the time he is discovered, only a collection of gnawed bones will remain, and others will surely conclude that he fell victim to a beast attack. The voice of Chu Tian grew somber. Patriarch Zhang, I have devised a plan for the aftermath. If you remain obstinate, I shall have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. Zhang Yu found it impossible to resist the allure of the 10 Soul Ascension talismans. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. As long as Master Su hands over the talismans to me first, within 10 days, Wang Qing shall undoubtedly meet his demise. Chu Tian was exceedingly pleased. The unfolding events aligned perfectly with his expectations, all proceeding according to his intricate scheme. Allow me to utilize the forging chamber. Under Zhang Yu's guidance, Chu Tian arrived at the Zhang family's forging chamber, where Zhang Dong had already prepared the precious materials he required. Chu Tian dismissed everyone from the room and set several concealment talismans within, ensuring that no one could spy upon his activities. He hastily placed all the materials into his spatial ring, also taking the opportunity to stash away other valuable items from the forging chamber. A thief does not leave empty-handed. A passing goose plucks feathers. Were it not for the limited space of Chu Tian's ring, he would have relished the chance to carry away everything. Of course, Chu Tian had no intention of forging talismans at the Zhang residence. He had already arranged everything at the Lin family estate. He ignited the stove and then leaned against it, dozing off to the warmth of the fire. Having gone 7 days without sleep, he found this slumber profoundly refreshing. For an entire day, the fourth elder of the Zhang family, Zhang Dong, remained vigil at the door of the forging chamber, a task assigned to him by Patriarch Zhang Yu. Zhang Dong gazed at the door, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Wasn't Master Su supposed to be forging talismans? Why was there not a single sound emanating from within? He felt an overwhelming urge to push the door open and investigate. Yet the thought of the peculiar and irritable temperament of the person inside kept him from doing so. Zhang Dong waited from dawn until dusk, and then from dusk until dawn, until at last, the door to the artifact forging room was pushed open. He instructed a nearby clansman to inform the clan leader and hurriedly approached. Sir, you have labored throughout the night forging talismans. May I offer you some breakfast? Even at this moment, Zhang Dong was eager to glimpse the visage concealed behind the iron mask, gazing at the densely packed spiritual talismans on the table. Both Zhang Yu and Zhang Dong were momentarily captivated. Where are the spirit stones? Inquired Chu Tian. Zhang Yu replied, Do not rush. Let me first verify the goods. Chu Tian snorted coldly, but did not intervene. After all, it was a transaction involving 300 spirit stones and the life of a formidable spirit-gathering realm expert. And Zhang Yu had to exercise caution. Zhang Yu picked up an iron piece inscribed with a Soul Ascension talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy. The talisman illuminated, transforming into a blue radiance that surged into his body, merging with his martial soul. The sensation of his martial soul's enhancement from the previous day surged anew. However, before Zhang Yu could revel in the moment, his palm trembled, and the iron piece shattered in his grasp. He asked in astonishment, gritting his teeth. He retrieved a gilded brocade bag from his spirit ring, heavy with contents, and handed it to Chu Tian. Chu Tian accepted it, opening the bag to reveal a rush of spiritual energy, 300 spirit stones, perfectly intact. He stowed the spirit stones away and stood up. Clan leader Zhang, do not forget the agreement we made in private. Once you have completed the task, mark 3 scratches on the pillar of the tavern where I drank yesterday. Upon seeing them, I shall know you have fulfilled your end of the bargain. As for where to dispose of the items, I have marked it on this map. I detest tardiness. 10 days means 10 days. Should the time come and you remain unfinished, I suspect that Chief Zhang would prefer not to experience the wrath of the talisman master. This is a blatant threat, as well as the confidence befitting a talisman master. Chu Tian handed the map to Zhang Yu and departed from the Zhang residence. As he left, he meticulously observed his surroundings, ensuring that Zhang Yu had not dispatched anyone to follow him. Donning a mask, Chu Tian deliberately made his way towards the area densely populated by the Wang family's enterprises. A day had passed. Even the slow-witted Wang family should have received news by now. As he anticipated, it was not long before a figure approached him. This individual, cloaked in a straw hat, appeared to be an ordinary townsman, but as he drew nearer, Chu Tian recognized his face with astonishment. It was none other than Wang Bo, the patriarch of the Wang family. A surge of delight filled his heart. Another significant catch had taken the bait. Chapter 87. Borrowing a second blade yet. Chu Tian had not anticipated that the patriarch of the Wang family would personally come to meet him. It swiftly dawned on him that while the Zhang family had their eyes on the Wang family, the latter certainly had spies from the Zhang family as well. Wang Bo's personal visit suggested a desire to keep their interactions concealed from Zhang's knowledge. This perfectly aligned with Chu Tian's intentions. Should Zhang Yu learn of his dealings with the Wang family, he would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Wang Bo spoke, "Esteemed talisman master, I am Wang Bo, the patriarch of the Wang family in Baichuan City. I would be honored if you would join me for a modest drink." Chu Tian did not decline. Very well. Wang Bo led Chu Tian along a scarcely traveled path into a shop with its door slightly ajar. The establishment was devoid of patrons, yet it housed a small table and 2 straw chairs, adorned with exquisite wine and spiritual fruits. Chu Tian's tone remained composed. "I am a talisman master. The Zhang family has hosted me, naturally seeking to purchase talismans." Wang Bo, intrigued, inquired, "Might I ask what sort of talismans these are? Would you be willing to show me?" Chu Tian extended his finger and immediately drew a symbol of the Mangshi, a 3rd-grade yellow-level spiritual talisman. This talisman could double the strength of a body-refining realm warrior. The Zhang family had purchased 100 from me. What of it? Are you, the Wang family, interested as well? Wang Bo inquired. "What is the price?" "For spirit stones per talisman." Chu Tian's gaze remained tranquil, concealed behind a mask, rendering Wang Bo unable to discern his expression or determine the veracity of his words. The price Chu Tian quoted was deliberately higher than what he had charged the Zhang family, confident that Wang Bo would not seek to verify with Zhang Yu. Wang Bo furrowed his brow in contemplation. Those spiritual talismans were indeed precious. Such an exorbitant price left him perplexed. How could Zhang Yu have consented to such terms? They had previously conspired to take action against the Chu family once their esteemed ancestor had passed. Did Zhang Yu intend to not only succeed in that but also to annex the Wang family? With this thought, Wang Bo resolved his hesitation. He retrieved 400 spirit stones from his spatial ring and presented them to Chu Tian. "I would kindly request that you sell me 100 talismans." Chu Tian accepted the spirit stones and promptly handed over the remaining 100 Mangshi talismans from his spatial ring to Wang Bo, who was immensely satisfied after inspecting the goods. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Chu Tian interjected. "The head of the Zhang family has also purchased 10 4th-grade yellow-level spiritual talismans, the Ascension talismans, from me. Would you care for some?" As he spoke, Chu Tian conjured another talisman from thin air. Having personally experienced the effects of the Ascension talismans, a tempest of alarm surged within Wang Bo. 10 Ascension talismans could very well spell the end for the Wang family. His wariness toward Zhang Yu intensified. "Sir, I shall also take 10 Ascension talismans." Chu Tian countered. "I possess the talismans, but can you afford them? Each Ascension talisman is worth 300 spirit stones. For 10, that amounts to 3,000 spirit stones." Wang Bo was taken aback, yet he swiftly regained his composure. "Please do not deceive me, sir. At such a price, my family cannot afford it. Nor can the Zhang family. As for the 6th elder of the Chu family, Chu Lin, How has he offended you? Chu Tian retrieved 10 soul ascension talismans from his spatial ring, and Wang Bo's expression immediately turned resolute. Does the reason truly matter? Wang Bo comprehended at once. It does not. I shall undoubtedly assist you in claiming Chu Lin's head. After all, he is destined to annihilate the Chu family along with the Zhang family sooner or later. Whether it is sooner or later makes no difference. Why inquire further and risk displeasing the talisman master? Chu Tian pushed the talismans toward Wang Bo, orchestrating a plan to eliminate Wang Qing through the Zhang family and to dispatch Chu Lin through the Wang family, both tasks intertwined within his scheme. To kill with borrowed blades. 2 weapons, 2 lives of formidable practitioners from the gathering spirit realm. Chu Tian produced a meticulously prepared map. I grant you 10 days. You need not slay Chu Lin. Merely incapacitate him and leave him at the marked location on the map. Then, carve 3 marks before the shop to notify me. For I wish to execute him with my own hands. Gazing at the talismans and the map on the table, Wang Bo felt a chill in his heart. Realizing that Chu Tian had long since devised this plan, waiting patiently for him to take the bait, Wang Bo regarded the cold glint of the iron mask on Chu Tian's face with deep trepidation towards this enigmatic talisman master who had suddenly appeared in Baichuan City. After concluding their transaction, Chu Tian departed. Wang Bo, bolder than Zhang Yu, dispatched several individuals to follow him. However, upon Chu Tian effortlessly employing a wind-fire talisman to eliminate one pursuer, none dared to follow him anymore. Where's father? Is he in the training yard? Mother, please summon father. There is an urgent matter. By the time Chu Yunlong arrived, Chu Tian had already utilized a concealed spirit talisman to obscure the spiritual fluctuations of the entire house. To the astonishment of Chu Yunlong and Chu Ningxuang, the table in their living room was laden with spirit stones, numbering as many as 700 upon careful count. Touched by the considerable efforts Chu Tian had invested on his behalf, Chu Yunlong felt a surge of emotion, brimming with ambition. Indeed, a month and a half was ample time. Chu Yunlong resumed his seclusion, taking 500 spirit stones for himself, while the remaining 200 were entrusted to Chu Tian for his cultivation. With less than 2 months remaining before the autumn examination, Chu Tian prepared for his own training. Defeating Chu Ying and securing the top position would require more than just the 5th level of body refinement. A breakthrough was essential. Chapter 88. The secrets of bone refinement. After setting up several more spirit-concealing talismans in his home to ensure no spiritual energy would leak, Chu Tian retreated to his bedroom. The spiritual energy in his dantian was now completely brimming, and he needed only to complete the 6th level of body refinement to achieve a breakthrough. However, the 6th level of body refinement was not an easy feat in all his previous attempts. Chu Tian had never managed to endure beyond 3 breaths. Once spiritual energy was infused into the marrow, the excruciating pain was unbearable, even for someone as resilient as Chu Tian, who had been tempered through countless trials. The agony was so profound that anyone who had experienced it would find it unforgettable, and others might not even dare to attempt it a second time. Taking a deep breath, Chu Tian began the process of bone refinement. After 3 breaths, a resounding crash echoed through his room as he once again lost consciousness. When the ancestral spirit tree martial soul restored his body to its original state, Chu Tian gradually regained his awareness. This time, instead of regrouping to continue the bone refinement, he fell into deep contemplation. It was not fear that gripped him, but rather the realization that he might have been pursuing the wrong path. The revered ancestor who conceived the celestial demon body refinement technique bestowed upon each level of body tempering a vivid name. For instance, the first 3 levels, where spiritual energy is transformed into a hammer to forge the body, are aptly named Spirit Hammer. The 4th level, which involves withstanding the weight of the spirit mountain, is called Mountain Mover. The 5th level, where spiritual energy surges through the meridians akin to rivers converging into a grand river, is designated as River Entry. But what profound significance lies behind the name bone tempering for the 6th level? Chu Tian felt he had grasped the crux of the matter. If he could comprehend the true essence of the term bone tempering, he would be able to dispel the fog before him. He placed his right hand before his eyes, having embarked on his journey of bone tempering from this very hand. Chu Tian meticulously observed and then raised his left hand for comparison. After a moment, astonishment spread across his face. He distinctly sensed that the bones of his right hand differed greatly from those of his left. The density of the bones in my right hand is significantly greater than that of my left. To draw an analogy, Chu Tian's left hand resembled a hollow piece of wood, while his right hand was akin to solid steel. The superiority of steel over wood in terms of sturdiness is self-evident. As Chu Tian continued to observe and ponder, he sought to uncover the reason behind such a drastic transformation in the bones of his right hand. At last, he discovered the cause. The marrow of his right hand brimmed with spiritual energy, while the marrow of his left hand was desiccated and withered. Furthermore, the marrow in his left hand was laden with countless impurities, whereas that of his right hand was remarkably pure. Chu Tian came to understand that the agony of bone tempering stemmed from the spiritual energy, cleansing the marrow and expelling impurities. If I can endure this torment, I shall succeed in bone tempering. Yet, the pain of marrow cleansing is second only to that of a wounded soul. Even the consumption of medicinal pills offers little solace. How then shall I proceed? Suddenly, Chu Tian recalled the moment he received the inheritance from the scroll within the corridor of divine miracles, where his consciousness and body had become utterly separated. He had remained oblivious to the arrival of Chu Ying and Chu Mian. Upon this realization, Chu Tian embarked upon a rigorous process of bone tempering. To avert any potential deficiency of spiritual energy during his cultivation, he first placed 200 spirit stones nearby, ensuring the room was suffused with ample spiritual aura. Subsequently, he induced a state of meditation, allowing his physical form to persist in the process of bone tempering, even in the absence of conscious awareness. Having made the necessary preparations, Chu Tian guided pure spiritual energy into his marrow. Just before the agony of marrow cleansing rendered him unconscious, his consciousness had already penetrated the celestial realm, becoming immersed within the confines of the cage. As Chu Tian had surmised, within this enclosure, his consciousness and body existed in complete disjunction, devoid of any sensation of pain. Unable to contain his elation, he erupted into hearty laughter. An automatic cultivation process. I am indeed a genius. Ha ha ha. While within the cage, Chu Tian did not squander a moment, diligently comprehending the inheritance of the soul symbol master, preparing himself to awaken Linger. Unbeknownst to him, his physical form was currently in a state of extreme peril. The originator of the heavenly demon body refinement technique was a remarkably gifted warrior. However, during his study of the bone tempering method, he required 3 years to complete it, an endeavor that surpassed the time taken for the subsequent levels of body refinement combined. The primary reason for this extensive duration was the peculiarity of the marrow. The marrow, being the source of blood, stirs the vital energies during the cleansing process, rendering the warrior's experience akin to a living hell. This was precisely why other body refinement techniques merely reinforced the surface of the bones, refraining from delving into the marrow cleansing. Therefore, the cleansing of the marrow must be approached gradually, with utmost caution and never in haste. At this moment, Chu Tian's body trembled violently, his veins dilating as if they were on the verge of bursting. If one were to lean in and listen closely, they could hear the sound of his blood boiling and churning. Were it any other warrior, even one of the gathering spirit realm, they would be unable to endure the surging vitality and would perish in an explosion of their own body. Chu Tian's skin flushed a deep crimson, resembling a searing iron, as sweat evaporated into wisps of white vapor. Before long, the white mist transformed into a crimson haze, thick with the scent of blood. This was Chu Tian's own lifeblood. As the loss of blood intensified, his lips began to pale. If this continued, he would either explode or succumb to exsanguination. In this dire moment, the ancestral soul tree martial spirit within him suddenly radiated a brilliant purple light, exuding an indescribable surge of vitality. The purple glow penetrated deep into Chu Tian's marrow, stimulating it to produce fresh blood and prolonging his life. The process of blood production in the marrow required a significant amount of spiritual energy, and the marrow desperately absorbed this energy, inadvertently drawing from the spirit stones scattered around him. 200 spirit stones simultaneously released their energy, creating a tempest within the room. As the absorption of spiritual energy accelerated, so did the rapid loss of blood within Chu Tian's body, with crimson steam staining the ceilings and walls of the chamber. Before long, he faced yet another crisis as his blood loss escalated. The ancestral soul, tree martial spirit, seemed to be incensed, erupting in a dazzling display of light, enveloping Chu Tian entirely in a shroud of purple radiance. Simultaneously, a cool evening breeze wafted in from outside. Upon glancing down, Chu Tian realized he was completely bare, his body adorned with dried blood clots. Looking around, he beheld a scene of utter chaos. Every piece of furniture lay in ruin, and both the walls and floor were stained with blood, resembling a gruesome crime scene. Chu Tian picked up a dull, unremarkable stone from the ground beside him. A spirit stone whose energy had been completely depleted. He was taken aback, wondering if he had unintentionally exhausted 200 spirit stones. Rising to his feet, his bones crackled and popped like firecrackers. He felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment and was soon astonished to realize that he had transformed since his training began. Had he broken through? Chapter 89, Breakthrough of Realms, Sixth Layer of Body Refinement. As he stood up, Chu Tian discovered two distinct sensations coursing through his body. He felt both heavier and lighter. The heaviness was due to the increased density of his bones, which now felt as if forged from steel. Although his form remained unchanged, his weight had noticeably increased. The lightness was a subjective feeling. He felt as nimble as a swallow, capable of effortlessly leaping to the rooftop with the slightest exertion. More striking was the surge of energy in his dantian, which had doubled compared to before his training. Such a remarkable effect could only be achieved through a breakthrough to a new realm. The sixth layer of body refinement. Without hesitation, Chu Tian thrust his fist forward. The wind from his punch howling and resonating fiercely. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The power of 96 Ding. Chu Tian did not employ any martial techniques. His sheer physical strength had reached 96 Ding, while a martial artist of the same realm typically possessed only 32 Ding, merely a third of Chu Tian's newfound strength. He mused quietly to himself. The power of a martial artist in the body refinement realm doubles with each elevation in rank. The 7th level of this realm possesses a strength of 64 Ding, while the 8th level boasts 128 Ding. As for the 9th level, where Chu Ying resides, it reaches an impressive 256 Ding. Without employing martial techniques, my manifestation of divine power allows me to exert double strength, which amounts to merely 192 Ding. The disparity between us remains significant. I must devise a means to elevate myself to the next level before facing Chu Ying to secure an invincible stance. However, Chu Tian recognizes that he has only just broken through and must consolidate his progress. In the realm of cultivation, one must first stabilize before seeking rapid advancement. Otherwise, a weak foundation will lead to inevitable regret in the future. The spirit shield talisman he left in his room continues to emit light. Moments ago, a tempest raged within, uprooting the very roof. Yet the couple, Chu Yunlong and his wife, who were merely a wall apart, remained blissfully unaware, all thanks to this talisman. Having refreshed himself with a cool bath from the water tank outside, Chu Tian donned a new outfit, as his bedroom had become uninhabitable. Thus, he sought refuge on the floor of Linger's room. In the following days, Chu Tian dedicated his daylight hours to consolidating his cultivation, and by night, he adorned a mask of iron to conceal his aura, stealthily departing the Chu residence. He frequented the Zhang family's tavern and the Wang family's shop, yet found no trace of the two family heads. Chu Tian was not anxious, whether it was Wang Qing or Chu Lin. Both were formidable figures in the spirit-gathering realm. To resolve matters discreetly, even the powerful heads of the Zhang and Wang families required time for plotting and preparation. On the 10th day of his agreement with them, 3 distinct scratches appeared simultaneously on the pillars of the Zhang family tavern and the doors of the Wang family shop. As the dawn quietly erased its scars, Chu Tian silently departed from Baichuan City, making his way toward the Baichuan Mountains. He carried Chu Lin into the secret realm, placing him alongside Wang Dong. Within this hidden sanctuary, the leaves of the Bai Ling tree shimmered under the starlight, delicate as gossamer, resembling fragments of jade. The Bai Ling birds perched upon the branches, gazing down at Chu Tian, chattering incessantly. Behind the two, Chu Tian pressed his hand upon the acupoints at their necks. The searing pain jolted them awake instantaneously. Wang Qing and Chu Lin were both startled to find themselves immobilized, fear surging within their hearts. Wang Qing had received a message via a flying dagger, hinting at the whereabouts of his son. In haste, he left the Wang family. Unaware that he had fallen into a treacherous trap, the assailant struck with ruthless cunning, rendering him unconscious before he could react. Chu Lin, while drinking alone at the Chu family mine, had been stealthily poisoned, only awakening to the grim reality thereafter. Upon sensing another presence nearby, they exchanged startled glances, both exclaiming in unison, "Wang Qing, Chu Lin." A tempest of dread surged within them. Both were formidable practitioners of the gathering spirit realm. Who could possibly conspire against them both and bring them here? Despite their grievous injuries, they could still sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy around them. Yet they discerned no sign of a third individual. "I certainly know who you are," the mysterious figure declared. You are Chu Lin, the sixth elder of the Chu family. He is Wang Qing, the third elder of the Wang family. The revelation deepened Chu Lin's terror. The stranger's knowledge of their identities indicated a deliberate pursuit. Wang Qing clung to a flicker of hope. I do not know you. We bear no grudges from the past, nor any enmity of recent days. Why have you chosen to strike against me? If it is treasures you seek, the Wang family possesses great wealth and can afford a ransom. Chu Lin immediately concurred, asserting that the Chu family's wealth was not inferior to the Wang family's, and as an elder of the Chu clan, they were indeed capable of paying the ransom. Chu Tian interjected, stating, do not struggle any longer. I have gone to great lengths to bring you here, not for ransom, but for your very lives. Have you truly forgotten that, despite having no past grievances or present enmities, you both once sent men to kill me? Both Wang Qing and Chu Lin were simultaneously struck with astonishment as a singular figure emerged in their minds. Yet they could scarcely believe that this individual could orchestrate such a scenario. Chu Tian resolved their doubts by extending his right hand to remove the iron mask from his face. As the mask was lifted, his visage was revealed. Gentlemen, we meet again, he proclaimed. In unison, Wang Qing and Chu Lin erupted in fury. Chu Tian, it is you. Chapter 90, The Dominance of Martial Spirits. The might of the sacred soul, even upon encountering Chu Tian, Wang Qing and Chu Lin remained incredulous that they, esteemed masters of the spirit-gathering realm and the pinnacle of Baichuan City, had fallen into the hands of a mere youth. Wang Qing demanded, Chu Tian, you are but in the body-tempering stage. It is impossible for you to have inflicted such harm upon me. Was it not Chu Yunlong who did this? Bring him forth. With a light chuckle, Chu Tian replied, do not test the waters. Here, apart from the two of you, I stand alone. Should I tell you that it was Zhang Ye, the head of the Zhang family, who wounded you, would you believe me? Naturally, Wang Qing did not. My Wang family and the Zhang family are allies. How could Zhang Yu possibly aid you? Even if you attempt to sow discord, you should at least provide a claim I can credibly accept. Chu Tian continued. Allow me to utter a truth that you might find hard to believe. Your son, Wang Wu, indeed perished at my hands. His tone turned frigid. Wang Wu threatened and insulted my maid. Linger, he met his deserved fate. Wang Qing gritted his teeth and roared, Chu Tian, I demand your life. Upon awakening, Wang Qing was quickly perceived by Chu Tian to be gathering spiritual energy. Yet Chu Tian could not fathom how someone with severed limbs could still struggle. Chu Tian spoke in a low voice, warriors possess martial souls, and those of the gathering spirit realm can summon them. However, they must be complemented by the warrior's strength to manifest their true power. At this moment, with your limbs severed, you are but a mere stick. How much power can you truly call upon from your martial soul? Wang Qing scoffed. You seem to know quite a bit. If you were of the gathering spirit realm, my martial soul alone would indeed be insufficient to inflict harm upon you. But do not forget, you are merely at the body refinement realm. How audacious of you. Moreover, you must contend not just with my martial soul. He bellowed. Chu Lin, if you continue to conceal your strength, we shall both fall victim to this child. Chu Tian. No sooner had he spoken than an astonishing aura erupted from Chu Lin as well. Another ethereal figure leapt forth from Chu Lin's form. Upon closer inspection, Chu Tian beheld that Chu Lin's martial soul was a peculiar great bird with 4 wings, a yellow-grade 4th-tier martial soul, the 4-winged snake-eating bird. 2 martial souls. One soaring in the air and the other perched on the ground. Both gazed hungrily at Chu Tian. Chu Lin spoke with malice. Chu Tian, you are responsible for my son's demise. Today, I demand your life as retribution, so that Chu Yunlong may also experience the anguish of losing a child. The immense spiritual pressure emanating from the 2 formidable spirit-gathering realm warriors bore down upon Chu Tian like an insurmountable mountain, yet he remained unfazed. Having endured the trials of mountain moving and body tempering, he regarded the 2 half-disabled spirit-gathering warriors with utter disdain. His gaze shifted towards Chu Lin. Elder Third, before you meet your demise, allow me to unveil a secret. Your son, Chu Zhenghao, did not fabricate his claims of my awakening the dragon soul to the celestial servant. Chu Lin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chu Tian, his lips quivering. Could it be that you? Taking a deep breath, Chu Tian harmonized his own spiritual energy with the devouring dragon martial spirit within the celestial palace. A resounding dragon roar erupted from his being, ascending towards the heavens. In an instant, golden light radiated from his form, and a colossal dragon had emerged from within him. The overwhelming presence and regal aura of the dragon filled the entire valley. The beasts within the valley prostrated themselves, trembling in fear. The sparrows nestled in the 100-spirit trees tensed their bodies, bowing their heads in deference, unable to meet the gaze of the divine dragon. The devouring dragon soared into the night sky, reveling in its flight, its roar echoing across 10 miles of forest. After ascending to the clouds, the dragon descended gracefully, hovering above Chu Tian, casting a lofty gaze upon Wang Qing and Chu Lin's martial spirits. Both the giant-mouthed crocodile and the four-winged serpent bird lay flat on the ground, quaking in terror. As fellow beast-type martial spirits, their lineage paled in comparison to the devouring dragon, rendering them as insignificant as ants. With but a mere hint of its dragon might, the devouring dragon instilled such dread that they dared not stir, a testament to the might of the sacred soul. The dragon soul, Chu Tian exclaimed in awe. A sacred-level martial spirit. Wang Qing echoed, equally astonished. The two individuals turned exceedingly pale, their faces filled with despair, resembling the countenance of the dead. They comprehended that their escape from peril today was utterly futile. Chu Lin murmured to himself, and then, in a fit of disbelief, exclaimed again, "You possess two martial souls. How could this be?" With a wave of his hand, Chu Tian summoned the colossal dragon of devouring martial soul, which lunged forward, its golden claws seizing hold of each respective martial soul. Wang Qing, fully aware that his demise was imminent, cursed vehemently, "Chu Tian, your awakening of the dragon soul renders you intolerable to the heavens. You shall inevitably be obliterated by the celestial beings." Yet, Chu Tian remained unfazed, his voice resonating with unwavering confidence. "If the world cannot accommodate me, I shall cleave my path through it. If the celestial beings reject me, I shall tear the heavens asunder." Wang Qing was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to fathom the audacity and determination exhibited by Chu Tian. Chu Lin, with a sorrowful smile, declared, "Before I meet my end, allow me to reveal one final secret. It was the clan leader, Chu Ying, who instigated my son to torment you and expose your awakening of the dragon soul. He, fearing that I might divulge the secret, has gone to great lengths to protect me." Chapter 91. The Secret of the Ancestral Soul Tree. Chu Tian meticulously scrutinized the Ancestral Soul Tree martial soul. Just as he had surmised previously, the Ancestral Soul Tree inherited the ability to devour martial souls, akin to that of the devouring dragon. In this instance, alongside the restoration, sharpness, hardness, and piercing capabilities, the Ancestral Soul Tree had acquired a fifth ability, brute force. The reason for the absorption of two martial souls resulting in only one additional capability lay in the fact that both Wang Qing and Chu Lin possessed identical martial soul abilities, which merely augmented their own strength. The acquisition of brute force was advantageous for Chu Tian, as it further narrowed the gap in power between him and Chu Ying. At this moment, a question began to take root in Chu Tian's mind. I have devoured two soul spirits of identical capabilities, and the potency of the abilities I acquire hinges upon the rank of the devoured soul spirit or the innate level of the ancestral soul tree spirit. After resonating with the soul spirit and conducting a thorough inquiry, Chu Tian arrived at a staggering conclusion. If the rank of the consumed soul spirit is inferior to that of the ancestral soul tree, the abilities he inherits will correspond to the level of the ancestral soul tree. For instance, should Chu Tian absorb a second-tier, yellow-level soul spirit at this moment, the new ability he acquires could manifest with the strength of a third-tier yellow-level soul spirit. Furthermore, when the ancestral soul tree ascends once more, all the abilities inherited by Chu Tian will equally be enhanced. However, if the rank of the devoured soul spirit surpasses that of the ancestral soul tree, the abilities Chu Tian inherits will not be diminished. For example, the newfound ability of brute force that Chu Tian recently obtained embodies the power of a fourth-tier, yellow-level soul spirit. Upon uncovering the secrets of the ancestral soul tree, Chu Tian could not contain his excitement. If I could devour enough soul spirits, would I not possess countless abilities, rendering me omnipotent? Chu Tian compelled himself to regain his composure. Firstly, he must not indulge in wanton slaughter for personal gain, lest he succumb to madness, taint his moral compass, and ultimately stray from his path, thereby hindering his monumental aspirations. Secondly, the act of devouring soul spirits necessitates the summoning of the devouring dragon soul spirit, a taboo of the world. Each summoning entails the risk of exposure. Until Chu Tian possesses the means to protect himself, every step he takes is akin to walking a tightrope, demanding utmost caution. Once he calmed his thoughts, a greater question began to emerge within Chu Tian's mind. If the ancestral soul divine tree were to reach the saintly level one day, it would undoubtedly rival the devouring sky divine dragon. What is the true identity of the spirit I wish to implant it into, and who abandoned her beneath the 100-spirit tree? As Chu Tian approached the 100-spirit tree, he was astonished to discover a chaotic consciousness resonating with the martial soul of the ancestral soul divine tree. Despite the absence of wind in the valley, the 100-spirit tree swayed, its branches trembling, and its cicada wing-like leaves rustling, producing a soft, whispering sound. Chu Tian was certain that the source of the chaotic consciousness emanated from the tree before him. He attempted to communicate with the 100-spirit tree through his martial soul but was met with failure, though he could roughly grasp the essence of the tree's intent. Nothing was more paramount than awakening Linger. While burying Chu Lin, Chu Tian stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. With Chu Lin's demise, a potent toxin gradually seeped from his body, staining his skin a deep emerald green. Curiosity stirred within Chu Tian. Was Wang Bo a master of poison? Upon closer examination, he was taken aback. Chu Lin's meridians had been corroded by the venom. Could it be the same deadly toxin that had afflicted his father in the past? Chu Tian's gaze hardened. He had never heard of any animosity between his father and Wang Bo. What motive could Wang Bo have to harm his father? Unless Chu Yu had sought Wang Bo's assistance. The situation grew increasingly enigmatic. Among the buried remnants was also Chu Tian's iron mask, marking the mysterious talisman master's disappearance from Baichuan City. Chu Tian sensed that as the day of his ancestors' passing drew nearer, a tempest was about to engulf Baichuan City. Upon returning home, Chu Tian immediately entered seclusion. In the following days, a significant upheaval swept through Baichuan City. As both the sixth elder of the Chu family and the third elder of the Wang family vanished simultaneously. The Chu and Wang families dispatched a multitude of warriors in search of the missing individuals, turning the entire Baichuan City upside down. Yet, despite their efforts, no living soul or even a corpse was discovered. Some speculated that the two might have met with foul play, but such a thought was utterly preposterous. Both Wang Qing and Chu Lin were formidable cultivators at the spirit-gathering realm. To silently eliminate them would require an assailant of extraordinary prowess. Within the Wang family, there were suspicions that Chu Yunlong was responsible, especially since Wang Qing had publicly declared his intention to eliminate Chu Tian, a sentiment that could naturally incite a desire for vengeance. Furthermore, some members of the Chu family conjectured that the sixth elder, Chu Lin, was also slain by Chu Yunlong, as the discord between the two families seemed irrevocable since the incident with Tianpu. However, conjectures remained just that. No one could produce any evidence. Chu Yunlong had been in seclusion, devoid of the opportunity to take action. Amidst the tumultuous events outside, Chu Tian was indifferent, finding himself once again ensnared in a predicament of cultivation. After solidifying his mastery of the sixth level of body refinement, he began to attempt the seventh level of the heavenly demon body refinement technique. This seventh level, known as the bowstring refinement, is considered the foundation of martial arts cultivation. In this technique, the soft sinews are likened to a bowstring, while the bones refined at the sixth level serve as the bow's body, which must be robust and complemented by a powerful bowstring. Following the cultivation method of the heavenly demon body refinement technique, Chu Tian contorted his body into various strange postures. At times, he performed splits, and at others, he positioned his legs around his neck, executing these poses from both the front and the back. Unable to suppress his thoughts, Chu Tian mused that these movements bore an uncanny resemblance to the yoga of his previous life. Although these actions appeared deceptively simple, especially compared to the preceding 6 levels of body refinement, they nonetheless inflicted considerable discomfort upon Chu Tian. His bones and muscles, having undergone a rigorous tempering, now exude strength and vigor. Each time he stretches his tendons, he unleashes a counteracting force, as if engaging in a tug-of-war with the tendons serving as a rope. In these moments, Chu Tian experiences an agonizing pain akin to being torn apart. While the ancestral spirit tree martial soul can mend the injuries inflicted upon his tendons during training, the heart-wrenching torment must be endured solely by Chu Tian himself. His relentless practice continues day and night, with each passing day witnessing his tendons grow stronger than the last. Concurrently, the barriers of his realm become increasingly thin, bringing him closer to a breakthrough. Chapter 92. Chu Yunlong's breakthrough. Immersed in his training, time slips away rapidly, and before he realizes it, the time for the autumn examination has arrived. In the early morning, Chu Tian ceases his training, stretching his sore body. After such prolonged exertion, his physique has undergone a remarkable transformation. Though his body is robust, revealing sinewy muscles when stripped bare, it possesses a suppleness rivaling that of a geisha. Chu Tian has tested the results of his training. After 7 rounds of body tempering, his Tianma fist has gained considerable power with increased speed and sharper angles, rendering it difficult for opponents to defend against. Alas, he is but a step away from a breakthrough. However, he remains undeterred. The Tianma body refinement technique, combined with divine strength and the brute force of his martial soul, is sufficient to contend with Chuing. Stepping out of his room, he finds his mother preparing a meal. Mother, has father not yet emerged from his seclusion? Chuning Shua shakes her head. Your father is at a critical juncture these days, neglecting even his meals. Do not concern yourself with him. Focus on your own meal, for you must participate in the autumn examination today. Chu Tian nods in agreement, ready to partake in his meal. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a formidable wave of spiritual energy surging from the adjacent room. This aura was strikingly familiar to him. It was unmistakably that of his father, Chu Yunlong. Chu Tian was taken aback. To prevent others from discovering the divergence between his father's cultivation technique and that of the Chu family, he had meticulously inscribed 2 shielding talismans in his father's chamber. However, he never anticipated that they would fail to completely conceal the eruption of spiritual energy. Chu Ningxuang's face lit up with delight. Your father has broken through. No sooner had she spoken than a hearty, uninhibited laughter resonated from the neighboring room. Ha! I have finally made a breakthrough. Moments later, Chu Yunlong emerged from his quarters. He had not slept for several days, and though he appeared disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes and a scruffy beard, there was an extraordinary brightness in his gaze, radiating confidence. He turned to Chu Tian and declared, I have not let down your expectations. I have broken through before the autumn examinations. Chu Tian was elated. His father, post-breakthrough, was now on par with the heads of the 4 great clans. If his predictions were accurate, in the impending tumult of blood and strife, Chu Yunlong would prove to be a decisive force. Father, for now, please suppress your cultivation level. Do not let others discover your breakthrough. Although Chu Yunlong was puzzled, he acquiesced, realizing that his son's wisdom and acumen far surpassed his own. Very well, I shall heed your advice. My current level is the same as Chu Yu's. As long as we do not engage in combat, he will remain unaware of my advancement. Chu Ningxuang then beckoned the 2 men. Come, it's time for dinner. Since your father has emerged from seclusion, he must attend the autumn examinations. The autumn examination is a cherished tradition of the Chu family, designed to assess the progress of the young members over the past year. It holds great significance for the clan, and all elders, unless preoccupied with pressing matters, are expected to attend. Chu Yunlong chuckled, Excellent. Our family shall all go. Tianer, give it your best. Your mother and I will be here, eagerly awaiting your triumph in securing the top position. Chu Ningxuang shot her husband a disapproving glare. Do not place undue pressure on the child. This is Tianer's first year participating in the autumn examination, so we must not impose expectations regarding rankings. Chu Yunlong chuckled quietly. When it came to indulging their child, he certainly could not rival his wife. Chu Tian's gaze was resolute. Mother, what father says is true. I must earn the top spot. Only by doing so can I acquire the family's solitary source stone to awaken Ling-Er. Upon mentioning Ling-Er, Chu Ningxuang's eyes immediately welled with tears. That poor girl has been bedridden for several months now, and seeing her grow increasingly frail pains my heart. Even the alchemists have been unable to cure her. I cannot fathom when she will awaken. Chu Tian spoke earnestly. Do not worry, mother. I will find a way to bring Ling-Er back to consciousness, and I shall succeed. After finishing their meal, the 3 members of the Chu family set off together to the venue of the autumn examination. Traditionally, the preliminary round of the autumn examination takes place within the Baichuan mountain range. As per custom, the initial challenge involves hunting demonic beasts. The more one slays, the higher their ranking. Ultimately, the top 4 will compete in a contest to determine the champion. The starting point of the autumn examination is the Chu family's mining site. Upon arriving at the mine, Chu Tian found the area teeming with people. In addition to the elders of the Chu family, many clan members had also gathered. When Chu Tian registered, he became the 521st young participant. The autumn examination not only rewarded the top 10, but also served as an opportunity for other youths to showcase their abilities and vie for greater resources within their families. As he set down his pen, Chu Tian caught sight of his greatest rival, Chuing. Chuing was observing him with an air of disdain. seemingly dismissive of Chu Tian's presence. Chu Tian understood the source of Chu Ying's confidence. He noted the more potent fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him, stronger than when they first encountered at the divine relic. Chu Ying had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, mere half a step away from breaking through to the spirit-gathering realm. Beside him stood Chu Mian, who was also gazing at Chu Tian, her expression complex, as if she harbored unexpressed emotions. However, Chu Tian did not spare her a glance, since she had chosen to act independently at the celestial stone pillar. He had seen through her character. Moreover, he noticed that the number of guards at the mining site had doubled compared to previous autumn examinations, likely due to the need to maintain order and the unease caused by the disappearance of the 6th elder. Moments later, the previously bustling mining site fell into sudden silence, all eyes converging on a single point. At the focal point stood an elderly man with white hair, the revered ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Tian. In stark contrast to his commanding presence during the tumultuous cliff incident, which had quelled all adversaries, the ancestor now appeared drastically altered, once youthful in spirit and vitality. Within merely 2 months, the Chu family's patriarch had aged considerably, his face etched with wrinkles, his eyes dimmed, and his steps faltering, even slightly unsteady. The faces of the members of the Chu family were etched with expressions of shock and even terror. It was evident to all that the family's venerable ancestor was on the brink of death. Among the 4 prominent families in Baichuan City, the Chu family held the greatest power, largely due to their ancestor being the most formidable martial artist in the realm, standing tall among the elite. Yet now, the foundation of the Chu family seemed on the verge of collapse. Chu Tian ascended to the platform that had been prepared in advance, his voice resonating with a profound melancholy. Members of the Chu family, you have all witnessed that my time is drawing near. Life and death are determined by fate. I once sought to resist this inevitability, but I have failed. His words were laced with deep sorrow. Which martial artist does not yearn for longevity? To ascend to greater heights, and to behold distant vistas? The expressions of the Chu family members reflected this sorrow, lamenting the impending loss of their ancestor and wondering how they would stand firm in Baichuan City without him. Understanding their concerns, Chu Tian spoke again. Do not be troubled. Over the years, our Chu family has produced many formidable warriors. Elder Chu Yunlong has regained his strength, and Elder Chu Lu has also broken through to the gathering spirit realm. After my passing, the Chu family will remain powerful, and none will dare to overshadow our brilliance. My greatest worry lies with the younger generation of our family. I, Chu Tian, have lived for 120 years, amassing a wealth of experience in cultivation, which I have now compiled into a tome to be bestowed upon the victor of the upcoming autumn examination. Furthermore, I shall also reward the victor with the rare treasure source stones of our Chu family. Chu Baishan's words ignited a fierce determination within the youth of the Chu family, who had been engulfed in despair over the impending loss of their ancestor. At this juncture, the ancestral figure declared an intention to bequeath their legacy to the young participants of the autumn trials. What does this signify? It suggests that the ancestor is likely in the process of selecting the next clan leader. If one performs commendably, even without securing the top position in the trials, gaining the ancestor's recognition and favor could yield substantial benefits. I recall that during the autumn trials, my father and your father ventured deep into the Baichuan Mountains, not only to hunt formidable beasts and acquire trial points, but also to hone their skills in preparation for the subsequent arena contests. However, they inadvertently encountered a surge of beasts, and your father was unable to escape. This incident was thoroughly discussed by Chu Yunlong with Chu Tian. Chu Ying scoffed, suggesting that it was merely a coincidence to encounter the beast tide. It was, in fact, your father seizing the opportunity to commit murder. Anger flickered in Chu Tian's eyes. The events of that year were personally investigated by the former clan leader, who confirmed my father's innocence. Only you and the Grand Elder have insisted, without evidence, that my father was involved, uttering baseless accusations. Chu Ying's gaze turned frigid. My grandfather and I have perused the historical records of the 4 prominent families spanning nearly 5 centuries, yet we found no mention of a beast tide occurring. How peculiar that it happened precisely when the 2 of them entered the Baichuan Mountains. Both our fathers were the most outstanding disciples of their time. Contenders for the next clan leader, your father had ample motive to kill. You claim your father is innocent. Do you truly expect me to believe that? Even if we entertain the notion that the beast tide had nothing to do with your father, his choice to stand idly by in the face of death is itself a crime. Chu Tian retorted. My father and yours have never shared a profound bond. When life hangs in the balance, what compels one to sacrifice oneself to save your father? If other clansmen were in peril, would you risk your life to rescue them? Do not impose upon others what you yourself would not desire. What pretentiousness is this, masquerading as a paragon of virtue? Chu Ying's expression shifted, his murderous intent intensifying. Yet it failed to sway Chu Tian in the slightest. Chu Tian continued, I am aware of your desire to slay me. To avenge your father's demise, it matters not. Strike me if you wish. My father has always harbored guilt over your father's death. He bore no significant animosity despite being crippled by your grandfather. Chu Ying's countenance darkened as he realized that Chu Tian's words were not mere bravado. He truly intended to kill him. With a disdainful snort, Chu Ying departed, leaving behind a chilling statement. Then you must ensure your survival to ascend the arena. A thought flickered in Chu Tian's mind. His reason for openly voicing his intent to kill Chu Ying was to provoke him into revealing more. Enraged, Chu Ying indeed fell into Chu Tian's trap. Internally, Chu Tian mused. Let us see who among us will meet their end in this place. Chu Ying undoubtedly sought to act within the expansive confines of the Baichuan Mountains. The initial trial entails hunting demon beasts within the vast and boundless Baichuan Mountains, famously known as the 10,000 Great Mountains. For Chu Ying, launching an attack in such a locale is the most advantageous strategy. Should he succeed, he could easily attribute Chu Tian's disappearance to his lack of martial prowess. Lost to the jaws of a demon beast. Furthermore, understanding Chu Ying's deeply obsessive nature, it is clear that with his father perishing in the Baichuan Mountains, vengeance would naturally lead him back to that very place. I am eager to discover who shall find their grave here. After the ancestral speech, the 11th elder, Chu Lu, announced the rules for the preliminary trials. Participants from our clan will have a span of 3 days, during which they must hunt demonic beasts to earn points. Slaying a first-tier demonic beast will yield 1 point, while a second-tier beast will grant 2 points, and so forth. 3 points for a third-tier beast, 4 for a fourth tier, and so on. At this juncture, Chu Lu's tone grew markedly grave. To slay a 5th-tier beast earns 10 points, a 6th tier yields 20 points, a 7th tier grants 30 points, an 8th tier brings forth 40 points, and a 9th tier yields 50 points. It is imperative to note that hunting multiple beasts of the same tier will only record the score once. This regulation is instituted to prevent individuals from indiscriminately hunting low-tier beasts to inflate their scores. The autumn trials are designed for the youth of the Chu family to challenge and surpass themselves. With a wave of his hand, Chu Lu signaled for the immediate distribution of jade plaques and sealed bamboo tubes to the participating youths. He continued, this jade plaque will record the death aura of the demonic beasts, directly reflecting your accumulated scores. After 3 days, the top 10 scorers will be rewarded, and the top 4 will advance to the secondary trial, where they will compete in a tournament to vie for the top position. Chu Lu warned sternly. The Baichuan mountain range is fraught with peril. The deeper you venture, the higher the tier of demonic beasts you will encounter, including the presence of demon kings at the gathering spirit realm. The clan will discreetly send protectors for your safety, should you find yourselves in imminent danger. Shatter the bamboo tube to signal for help. However, this also signifies the forfeiture of your qualification to continue the trials, and you shall not re-enter the mountain. The young men of the Chu family were all taken aback, acutely aware of the dangers that lurked within the Baichuan mountain range. Having lived in Baichuan City since their youth, each year during the autumn examination, lives were lost. Most clutched their bamboo tubes tightly, tempted by the allure of the trial's rewards, yet valuing their own lives far more. They had no desire to meet their end at the jaws of a beast due to their own bravado. However, Chu Tian and Chu Ying casually stored their bamboo tubes in their spirit rings. Chu Ying was confident he would not need such an item, while Chu Tian eagerly anticipated encountering formidable beasts to test the fruits of his cultivation. Chu Lu produced 3 hourglasses and flipped one over, allowing the fine sand within to trickle down, marking the start of the countdown. He solemnly declared, the trial begins. At his command, the young participants rushed into the mountains in a frenzy, fearful that if they hesitated, others might claim the nearby beasts before them. Chu Tian also set forth, disregarding the lower-grade beast in the vicinity, his aim resolutely fixed on delving deeper into the mountains. To secure a position among the top 4 in the preliminary trials, one must hunt high-level beasts, and Chu Tian's target was none other than the beasts of the 9th level of body refinement. If he could not even defeat beasts of equal rank, how could he hope to vanquish Chu Ying? Chapter 94, The Emergence of Beasts. Chu Ying's gift. As Chu Tian ventured deeper into the mountains, he initially sensed that someone was stealthily following him. However, as he pressed onward, the presence faded away. The reason was simple. The one who had been discreetly trailing him was a guard dispatched by the Chu family. Yet only a few elders possessed the strength of the gathering spirit realm. The guards, like Chu Tian, were merely of the body refinement realm. Was he merely posturing with empty bravado? No. Given Chu Ying's treacherous nature, he might very well be concocting some insidious plot. As he pondered, a thunderous roar resonated from a nearby location. Chu Tian turned towards the sound and beheld a monstrous beast emerging from the dense forest. A 5-tiered body refinement spotted tiger? Chu Tian's expression turned disdainful. Such a feeble realm dares to appear before me, seeking death. Without waiting for the spotted tiger to make a move, Chu Tian took the initiative. He stepped forward, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived before the beast. Chu Tian executed the night demon dance, a martial technique imparted by the spider which, akin to the divine technique of the dragon descending finger obtained from the divine relics. Uncertain of how to classify their quality, he was nonetheless certain that neither the night demon dance nor the dragon descending finger could be compared to any yellow-tier martial arts. Before the spotted tiger could react, Chu Tian unleashed a punch. Heaven Demon Fist. A crack resounded as the sound of shattering bones echoed. The tiger's skull, harder than stone, was obliterated by Chu Tian's strike. The beast collapsed, its brain matter spilling onto the ground. Chu Tian retrieved a jade pendant from his waist, whereupon the number 10 materialized upon its surface. A 4-tiered body refinement jungle lizard? Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, perplexed. The spotted tiger had attacked me, unaware of my true strength due to my concealed aura. Yet, having just demonstrated my prowess, why would this even weaker jungle lizard come forth to meet its demise? As Chu Tian grappled with this conundrum, he suddenly sensed a subtle movement in his ears. He keenly detected the sound of heavy footsteps emanating from the thicket ahead, and not just one. Soon, 3 more monstrous beasts materialized before his eyes. The 5-weighted body refinement thunder lion, the 5-weighted body refinement triangular goat, and the 6-weighted body refinement black-tailed leopard. The eyes of these 3 demonic beasts were fixated on Chu Tian, drool dripping from their mouths, their gazes filled with a frenzied desire. Something was amiss with these creatures. Typically, demonic beasts possess a strong territorial instinct. It is rare to encounter multiple species within a single area unless there is hunting or territorial conflict. Yet, Chu Tian had already witnessed 5 different types of demonic beasts here. Chu Tian did not shy away, having recently broken through to the 6th level of body refinement. He had yet to properly assess his own strength. Divine power. Chu Tian unleashed his divine power technique, his muscles undulating in a peculiar rhythm as strength surged like waves, each layer building upon the last, ultimately transforming into a formidable tide. As the power coursed into his arms, he executed his martial technique, the Heaven Demon Fist. Chu Tian already possessed strength surpassing that of his peers, and the combination of divine power with the Heaven Demon Fist amplified his might 6-fold, reaching an astonishing 576 units of force. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the black-tailed leopard, shattering its resilient hide and pulverizing its internal organs. Even against beasts of equal rank, Chu Tian could eliminate them with a single blow. In a mere moment, 5 demonic beast corpses lay at his feet. However, this was merely the beginning. As Chu Tian dispatched 3 of the beasts, new ones encircled him. A swift glance revealed over a dozen. It was a veritable swarm of beasts. Among them were not only creatures at the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of body refinement, but also those at the 2nd and 3rd levels. Chu Tian even encountered a jumping mouse at the 1st level of body refinement. In his memory, jumping mice were gentle and timid herbivorous beasts that would flee at the sight of humans, regardless of whether they were warriors. Yet, at this moment, the jumping mouse bared its teeth, displaying a ferocious demeanor. Chu Tian mused that Chu Ying would never send such a weak creature to kill him. Surely, there was something about him that incited these beasts to frenzy. Chu Tian had once glimpsed the legacy of beast tamers within the confines of a cage, though his aspirations lay elsewhere, and he had only acquired a rudimentary understanding. Beast tamers are a unique profession, skilled in the art of taming magical beasts, even capable of executing combined combat techniques with the beasts they have trained, rendering them immensely powerful. Battling a beast tamer typically means facing 2 opponents, and it is rare for warriors of equal rank to emerge victorious. There were no beast tamers within Baichuan City. Could it be that Chu Ying had acquired such skills at Tiansong Academy? If Chu Ying were indeed a beast tamer, then the beast-laden Baichuan mountain range would be his domain. Nevertheless, Chu Tian remained undaunted. In fact, he smiled, holding the medicinal clay that Chu Ying had secretly affixed to him. Chu Ying, you have truly presented me with a remarkable gift. Chu Tian had intended to seek formidable beasts to hone his skills, but with the vastness of the Baichuan mountain range and only 3 days at his disposal, finding a sufficiently powerful beast seemed a daunting task. However, with Chu Ying's offering, everything became considerably simpler. Surveying the magical beasts around him, he felt their bodies emanate astonishing waves of spiritual energy. Let us begin with you. Chapter 95, the 9th level of body refinement and the earth-shaking mountain ape faced with the multitude of ferocious beasts drawn by the medicinal mud. Chu Tian did not perceive it as a crisis. Rather, he transformed it into a formidable trial. Fearlessly, he charged into the throng of beasts, engaging in a relentless slaughter. Beasts beneath the 5th level of body refinement were utterly no match for him. And even the 6th level beasts could be vanquished by Chu Tian with no more than 2 strikes. Throughout the combat, Chu Tian continuously evaluated the efficacy of his 7th level body refinement. As the beasts besieged him, the soft tendons within his body stretched and contracted to their limits, enabling him to execute intricate maneuvers of evasion and attack. For the duration of an entire incense stick, not a single beast managed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. The ground surrounding Chu Tian was littered with the corpses of the slain beasts, and upon closer inspection, the tally had exceeded 3 figures. The bodies piled high, resembling a small mountain constructed from flesh and blood, while the soil was thoroughly stained red with the beast's lifeblood. After the intense skirmish, the spiritual energy within Chu Tian's dantian had diminished significantly. A smile graced his lips as he placed the medicinal mud into his spiritual ring. The spiritual ring served as a miniature world, effectively concealing the scent of the medicinal mud. Without its allure, the beasts ceased their attacks on Chu Tian. He then sat in meditation to restore his spiritual energy. Once he achieved a state of fullness, he once again retrieved the medicinal mud. In no time, a new wave of beasts surged forth, among them a particularly formidable presence. Beasts of the 7th level of body refinement? Excellent. Chu Tian unleashed the night demon dance and plunged once more into the throng of beasts. From dawn until dusk, Chu Tian engaged in both combat and cultivation. With his realm's barrier on the verge of shattering, he needed only a single opportunity to break through once more. Yet, as the light of the following day illuminated the sky, no beast dared approach, even after he extracted the medicinal clay. Chu Tian felt a profound sense of regret. Had he truly eradicated all the surrounding beasts? The dense forest he inhabited was devoid of life, save for the chirping of insects. Bringing the medicinal clay to his nose, he inhaled gently. The exotic fragrance had completely dissipated, and the clay had likely lost its efficacy. Discarding the clay, he retrieved the jade tablet from his waist. Its score now an astonishing 70 points. Had he indeed slain beasts from the 1st to the 7th layer of body refinement? To attain a higher score, he must venture deeper into the mountains and seek his fortune. Chu Tian promptly set forth, delving deeper into the mountain range. After half a day of travel, fortune smiled upon him as he encountered a beast of the 8th layer of body refinement, which he swiftly dispatched without hesitation. Though this beast surpassed Chu Tian by 2 layers, its strength was inferior to his own, and it posed little trouble before succumbing. The score on the jade tablet climbed to 110 points. Should Chu Tian manage to slay a beast of the 9th layer, he would achieve an unprecedented perfect score in the autumn examination trials. However, if a beast of the 8th layer was so elusive, where might he find one of the 9th layer? Just as Chu Tian contemplated whether to seek the inheritance of a beast tamer, 2 powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy emanated from a great distance, stirring his heart with trepidation. Both fluctuations of spiritual energy are imbued with lethal intent, suggesting a fierce battle between 2 formidable demonic beasts. Following the trail of energy, Chu Tian soon encountered the scene of a life-and-death struggle between the 2 creatures. These beasts were colossal, their sizes dwarfing those of the demonic beasts he had previously slain by several folds, towering even higher than houses. One of the beasts was a cloud-eating mastiff at the 9th level of body refinement. Chu Tian had once overheard an elder from his clan mention that the cloud-eating mastiff is among the most terrifying demonic beasts of the Baichuan mountain range. The cloud-eating mastiff is known for its ferocity and combat prowess, its mouth filled with fangs that rival the sharpness of 4th-grade divine weapons. However, its most terrifying attribute lies in its bloodline talent, which instills fear in other demonic beasts. While human warriors draw their strength from martial souls, Demonic beasts derive theirs from their bloodlines. Legend has it that during the era of the ancient gods, the continent was teeming with savage demonic beasts, so powerful that even the ancient gods dared not confront them. Eons have passed, and the once dominant savage beasts have become exceedingly rare. Yet many of the demonic beasts of later generations have inherited their bloodlines. Even a mere 1% inheritance of such bloodlines is unfathomably terrifying, endowing them with powers far beyond that of ordinary demonic beasts. The specific lineage that the cloud-eating mastiff has inherited remains a mystery, but the talent bestowed by such bloodlines carries a name that resonates throughout the continent: Berserk. When the cloud-eating mastiff enters a state of deadly combat, its entire coat turns a vivid red, as if soaked in blood. In this berserk state, the beast loses all sense of pain, fearlessly charging into battle until either its enemy lies dead or it itself succumbs. It will not cease fighting otherwise. Typically, even a demonic beast of equal rank stands no chance against the cloud-eating mastiff, destined only to meet a grim fate and become a meal for this ferocious creature. At this moment, the beast engaged in combat with the swallowing cloud mastiff was managing to hold its ground, even occasionally launching counterattacks. Chu Tian was astonished because this beast was at the 8th level of the body refinement realm. It resembled a human, its fur as white as snow, and its roar echoed through the mountains. Could this be the Thunder Mountain ape? The creature battling fiercely with the swallowing cloud mastiff was indeed the Thunder Mountain ape. Chu Tian mused to himself. I have heard that fully grown Thunder Mountain apes can reach the spirit-gathering realm and are among the renowned demon kings of the Baichuan mountain range. This particular Thunder Mountain ape, however, is merely at the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Could it still be juvenile? Chu Tian realized that the swallowing cloud mastiff must be intent on killing the Thunder Mountain ape before it matures, seeking to claim its territory. Like the swallowing cloud mastiff, the Thunder Mountain ape inherited its bloodline talents, but unfortunately, its realm was inferior to that of the mastiff. Although it possessed the strength to resist, it could not escape its inevitable fate. At this moment, it bore multiple wounds inflicted by the swallowing cloud mastiff, its snowy fur stained crimson. It struggled desperately, but the mastiff, in its frenzied state, felt no pain and could not be shaken off. By chance, it caught sight of Chu Tian watching from a distance. Startled, Chu Tian noticed that the Thunder Mountain ape's gaze towards him was imbued with a plea. It is said that simian beasts awaken their intelligence earlier than others. If I could subdue this creature, it would serve as a valuable ally in the impending crises. With this thought in mind, he called out, Thunder Mountain ape, if you are willing to submit to me, I shall save you. The Thunder Mountain ape displayed an expression of human-like conflict, hesitating in its decision. At that moment, the swallowing cloud mastiff suddenly exerted its strength, pinning it down. Had the Thunder Mountain ape not been desperately supporting the mastiff's chin with its arms, its throat would have likely been torn apart. The mountain-shaking ape no longer hesitated. It roared towards Chu Tian, fervently nodding in agreement. Chu Tian leaped forward, executing the night demon dance, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the cloud-swallowing mastiff. The mastiff's size dwarfed Chu Tian by more than 20 times, and its realm surpassed Chu Tian's by 3 levels. Yet, Chu Tian remained undaunted. He sprang in front of the mastiff, energy surging within him as he concentrated his strength and unleashed a punch. The heavenly demon fist. With a resounding thud, the earth-shaking sound of the impact reverberated through the mountains as the massive cloud-swallowing mastiff was sent flying by Chu Tian's strike. Chapter 96. A breakthrough, a thrilling battle. The mountain-shaking ape was taken aback by Chu Tian's display of power. Even after the mastiff had been sent soaring, it lay on the ground, staring blankly at Chu Tian. It had assumed that anyone bold enough to command it to be a servant must at least be a formidable figure of the spirit-gathering realm. For how else could one possess the confidence to defeat a beast at the 9th level of body refinement? However, upon witnessing Chu Tian's attack, it was rendered speechless. The diminutive human before it seemed to possess only the 6th level of body refinement. The cloud-swallowing mastiff, momentarily dazed from the blow, rose and vigorously shook its head. It had merely seen something leap into its line of sight, only to be struck and sent flying. Hey there. Are you looking for me? Chu Tian once again leaped in front of the mastiff, his fist now brimming with astonishing power. Excitement radiated from his eyes. After nearly 2 days of traversal through the mountains, the cloud-swallowing mastiff was the first beast capable of withstanding his punch. Even the previous beast at the 8th level of body refinement had fled in disarray after receiving a single blow from him. Chu Tian's entire body quivered with the surging of his muscles, the technique of divine power pushed to its utmost limit. Within him, The soft tendons resembled a bowstring drawn taut, amplifying his strength further. Heavenly Demon Fist. With his second strike, Chu Tian unleashed an astonishing force of 800 ding. Bang! The cloud-eating hound was once again sent flying, its body crashing through two massive trees, each large enough for 3 grown men to encircle. Observing from behind, the mountain-shaking ape gaped in astonishment, its simian visage betraying sheer disbelief. It pondered in terror, could this diminutive human be a beast clad in human skin? If that punch were to land upon it, would it not be reduced to a mere simian patty? The cloud-eating hound, jolted awake by Chu Tian's strike, sprang back to its feet, glaring at him with ferocity. It was infuriated, humiliated that it had been knocked aside by a mere human. In its perception, humans were but feeble creatures, easily dispatched. After delivering 2 punches, Chu Tian landed atop a large tree, exhaling the foul air from his body. He reflected inwardly. Indeed, a beast at the 9th stage of body refinement possesses astonishing physical strength, nearly equivalent to a 5th-grade defensive treasure. My 800 ding of power barely inflicted any significant harm. Yet, Chu Tian remained undeterred. Earlier in his training, he had acquired a method to counter such situations: internal energy. The enraged cloud-eating hound charged towards Chu Tian, its forelegs thundering against the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. The leaves beside Chu Tian rustled and shook with a cacophony. The cloud-eating hound would not climb the tree. It needed no such stratagem, instead opting to crash directly into the tree where Chu Tian had landed. Crack! The stout tree was toppled by the collision with the cloud-swallowing hound. Chu Tian leapt gracefully from the tree, landing upon the beast's back. He unleashed his magical martial technique, the Night Demon Dance, transforming his form into a fleeting shadow, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface as he struck thrice upon the hound's back. With each touch, Chu Tian delivered a powerful punch. Unlike his previous strikes, these punches were infused with 2 distinct energies. The first, a forceful vigor, and the second, a subtle, yielding softness. The initial, vigorous force was predictably absorbed by the hound's resilient hide, yet the latter, softer energy pierced through its defenses, burrowing into its innards, causing turmoil within its vital organs. The hallmark of internal energy lies in its ability to strike from afar. The wounded cloud-swallowing hound staggered momentarily. However, contrary to Chu Tian's expectations, it quickly regained its composure and retaliated with a swift claw. At that moment, Chu Tian had yet to touch the ground, with no foothold to leverage, and could only brace himself against the hound's counterattack. This time, it was Chu Tian who was sent flying, crashing into another massive tree, which remained standing. While he became embedded within its trunk, the observing mountain-shaking ape was filled with regret, realizing it should have aided Chu Tian. For even a single strike from the enraged hound would be too much for it to withstand. How could a mere human withstand such force? As it pondered whether to flee, a sudden cracking sound of splintering would pierce the air. The tree trunk that had ensnared Chu Tian erupted in a shower of splinters. The towering tree crashing down, and amidst the remaining stumps stood a figure, Chu Tian. Unscathed, he emerged, albeit his garments were torn and tattered from the violent impact, revealing a physique of a perfect martial artist. With a single swipe, the cloud-devouring mastiff sent Chu Tian flying, yet he did not feel disheartened. Rather, he became increasingly exhilarated. Such an opponent was precisely what he needed to hone his skills. Without hesitation, he charged towards the cloud-devouring mastiff, and once again, man and beast clashed. The forest echoed with the sounds of their battle, thunderous booms and explosive impacts, as vast swathes of woodland lay in ruins, with not a single tree left standing in sight. The mountain-shaking ape gazed in astonishment at the fierce confrontation, for it was the first time it had witnessed a human capable of engaging the formidable cloud-devouring mastiff in a relentless struggle, even while being at a lower realm. More astonishing was the fact that Chu Tian, at the 6th level of body refinement, was battling the mastiff, which was at the 9th level, without showing any signs of yielding, simultaneously harnessing divine power and martial techniques. Chu Tian's strength rivaled that of the mastiff, should he falter in executing both at once. He could deftly evade the beast's lethal strikes using the Night Demon Dance. As the battle raged on, Chu Tian became more invigorated, reveling in the sheer intensity of the fight. Time slipped away unnoticed until he heard a sound within himself akin to shattering glass. This sound was familiar. It signified the breaking of a barrier between realms. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from Chu Tian's body. creating a tempest of spiritual force that caused even the colossal cloud-devouring mastiff to stumble. The mountain-shaking ape instinctively covered its mouth with its furry hands, deeply shaken by the revelation. Someone had actually broken through during combat. In its understanding, breakthroughs necessitated absolute tranquility. Any disturbance could lead to failure or even provoke a chaotic surge of internal energy, resulting in a catastrophic descent into madness. The Thunder Mountain ape could not help but ponder within its heart. It had once heard that the enlightened beasts of the mountain range spoke of a distinct cultivation method for humans, which differed from the direct absorption of the world's spiritual energy that beasts employed. This method required a form of assistance known as cultivation techniques. Could it be that the human before it was capable of breaking through in battle solely due to this technique? If it were to honor its pledge and submit, could it also acquire such techniques? What the Thunder Mountain ape did not realize was that, even among formidable human warriors, few dared to attempt breakthroughs in combat. Without proper preparation, the body would be unable to withstand the purifying force of spiritual energy during a breakthrough. However, Chu Tian was different. The demonic body refining technique endowed him with a physique more powerful than that of any beast. Feeling the surging strength within him and the constant influx of power into his fists, he laughed heartily. "Haha, I have broken through." His eyes sparkled with determination as he gazed at the swallowing cloud hound, filled with a fierce desire for battle. Let us engage once more. Chapter 97. A finger piercing the forest, capturing beasts as servants had it not been for its frenzied bloodline talent. The Thunder Mountain ape would likely have found itself battered and searching for its teeth at this moment. Aware that defeat was no longer an option, Chu Tian gradually lost interest in the swallowing cloud hound. His strikes became increasingly fierce, preparing to slay the beast. However, Chu Tian soon discovered that even though he was more powerful than the swallowing cloud hound, killing it remained a formidable challenge. There were two reasons for this. First, the swallowing cloud hound had completed the 9 levels of body tempering, and its internal organs had also been refined. Although Chu Tian's inner strength was formidable, it could only inflict light injuries. Second, the beast's bloodline ability, frenzy, allowed it to lose its sense of pain, meaning that injuries to its internal organs did not diminish its combat prowess. Chu Tian furrowed his brow. The realm of the devouring cloud mastiff surpasses mine. If this fierce battle continues, I shall undoubtedly exhaust my spiritual energy first. It is unwise to linger in combat. With this thought, Chu Tian promptly altered his fighting strategy, increasing the distance between himself and the devouring cloud mastiff, preparing to unleash his most formidable martial technique for a decisive blow. Chu Tian's most powerful skill is the divine martial technique, the dragon descending finger. To execute the dragon descending finger, one must amalgamate the soul power of the dragon spirit with the spiritual energy within the dantian. Chu Tian immediately resonated with the devouring heaven divine dragon martial soul, releasing the might of the dragon. Suddenly, the devouring heaven divine dragon within the celestial palace of Chu Tian opened its eyes, yearning to burst forth and soar through the skies. However, Chu Tian could not allow it to fulfill that desire. He regarded his battle with the devouring cloud mastiff as a warm-up before his confrontation with Chuing. The outcome of their duel would be determined in the arena, under the watchful gaze of all, thus he could not release the dragon spirit. The surging dragon might emanated from Chu Tian's celestial palace, coursing through his meridians and merging with his spiritual energy, becoming one. Observing from the sidelines, the shocking mountain ape trembled violently, inexplicably overwhelmed by a profound fear emanating from the depths of its being. This fear was not born from within, but rather from its very bloodline. Beasts revere bloodlines, and a superior bloodline inherently suppresses that of an inferior one. In this moment, the shocking mountain ape found itself compelled to kneel before Chu Tian in reverence. A similar dread surged forth from the devouring cloud mastiff, which astonishingly snapped out of its frenzy. Its eyes were filled with terror, having been charging towards Chu Tian. It abruptly slowed its pace, and, upon coming to a halt, turned and fled. It sensed the breath of death. Chu Tian would undoubtedly not allow the hard-earned points to slip away. He extended his right arm towards the direction in which the cloud-devouring mastiff fled, bending his thumb while straightening his index and middle fingers, resembling a sharp short sword. The mixed dragon's might infused his fingers with spiritual energy, and a dazzling golden radiance erupted between them. This marked Chu Tian's second invocation of the dragon suppression finger. Compared to the first, the power coalescing between his fingers was far more formidable, as if it could pierce the heavens themselves. Just as the cloud-devouring mastiff was about to vanish from Chu Tian's line of sight, he flicked a finger, and the golden light burst forth. The dragon suppression finger. The golden brilliance shot forth like a keen arrow, swiftly catching up to the cloud-devouring mastiff, penetrating the resilient hide that had withstood Chu Tian's previous 100 strikes, and impaling the creature's body. Subsequently, the afterimage of the golden light erupted in the air, unleashing a tempestuous force that radiated in all directions. The vegetation in its path was uprooted by the fierce winds, exposing the earth beneath and leaving behind a deep ravine. The lifeless body of the cloud-devouring mastiff collapsed with a thunderous sound, a beast of the 9th level of body refinement, slain in a mere instant by Chu Tian. Chu Tian exhaled a breath of turbid air, his complexion pale, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. He murmured to himself, "The might of the dragon's suppression finger is unparalleled. Even against a formidable opponent in the spirit-gathering realm, it possesses the power to contend. However, the energy consumed in executing this technique is utterly terrifying. I had thought that with my elevated realm since the divine miracle, I would still have reserves after using the dragon suppression finger, yet I find myself utterly drained, with not a trace of energy remaining. If faced with multiple powerful foes, I must refrain from employing this technique." Chu Tian closed his eyes once more, channeling the dragon soul to absorb the ethereal energies of the cosmos. With his sacred-level martial spirit, he practiced as if devouring the very essence of the world. Within a radius of 10 miles, the spiritual energy surged towards him like a tempest. His recovery rate was scarcely slower than that achieved through the use of spirit stones. In but a brief moment, his complexion regained its rosy hue, and the fatigue that had enveloped him vanished entirely. When Chu Tian reopened his eyes, he beheld the Jinshan ape, which he had rescued, prostrated before him like a mountain of flesh, its forehead touching the ground, trembling in fright. Initially taken aback, Chu Tian quickly comprehended the reason behind this display. Rather than expressing gratitude for his life-saving intervention, the ape was decidedly intimidated by his dragon soul. "Lift your head," Chu Tian commanded. The Jinshan ape immediately obeyed, its face a mask of terror, fearing that any delay in its actions might provoke Chu Tian's displeasure, leading to a fate akin to that of the devoured cloud-swallowing hound. Chu Tian was quite pleased with the ape's intelligence. Its ability to comprehend human language made it worthy of servitude. He spoke again, "I have slain the cloud-swallowing hound for you. As per our agreement, you shall henceforth be my servant, Chu Tian. Now, hasten to offer your life essence." Chu Tian had learned from the teachings of the Fan Cage that every being, whether human or beast, possessed a drop of life essence. Should one voluntarily offer this essence to another, they would become the most loyal of servants. A servant who surrendered their life essence would never betray their master. Even the slightest inkling of treachery would be immediately detected by their lord. A mere thought from the master would suffice to cause the servant's immediate demise. Upon hearing Chu Tian's demand for his life essence, the Jinshan ape instinctively displayed hesitation, a reaction that did not escape Chu Tian's keen observation. As Chu Tian resonated with the devouring sky martial soul, a surging dragon's might immediately descended upon the mountain-shaking ape. The primal fear stemming from its bloodline surged anew, causing the mountain-shaking ape to tremble uncontrollably, unable to maintain its stance. Chu Tian's voice rang coldly. "What? Do you wish to retract your words?" His inquiry thundered in the mind of the mountain-shaking ape, causing its fur to stand on end. As if sensing the imminent approach of death, it dared not hesitate further and promptly lowered its forehead to Chu Tian. A drop of crimson blood oozed from the ape's brow, falling into the palm of Chu Tian's hand. Following the legacy from the cage, Chu Tian absorbed this drop of its life essence, instantly awakening a profound sensation within him. A mere thought could extinguish the mountain-shaking ape's existence. With the master-servant contract established, Chu Tian placed his hand upon the ape's forehead. A violet light emanated from his palm, infusing the mountain-shaking ape's body. This was the restorative power of the ancestral soul divine tree martial soul. The ape felt a warm sensation enveloping it, and its injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. When Chu Tian withdrew his hand, the mountain-shaking ape lifted its head in astonishment, inspecting its body, only to find no trace of injury. Ecstatic, it rose to its feet, dancing joyously, its expression akin to that of a child filled with delight. After a moment of exuberance, the mountain-shaking ape gestured animatedly towards the distance, chattering incessantly. Chu Tian countered, "Do you wish for me to accompany you?" The mountain-shaking ape nodded vigorously. Though Chu Tian was uncertain of the ape's intentions, he was assured that after offering its life essence, the ape would not dare to harm him. "Let us proceed." The Tremor Mountain ape crouched down once more, extending its furry paw to pat its shoulder, signaling for Chu Tian to ascend. With a nimble leap, Chu Tian landed upon the ape's shoulder, which then rose and charged towards the towering mountains in the northwest. Upon reaching the midslope, the Tremor Mountain ape came to a halt, revealing to Chu Tian a colossal cave before him. "Is this your lair?" The Tremor Mountain ape responded with 2 loud calls and a vigorous nod. Upon entering the cave, the ape retrieved a large wooden stick from the entrance, its end bound with dry hemp, beside which lay a shallow pit. Within the pit was a brownish liquid, the scent of pine resin wafting through the air. Observing intently, Chu Tian watched as the Tremor Mountain ape plunged the hemp-bound end of the stick into the pit and stirred it about. Subsequently, it picked up 2 stones and rubbed them together with force. The sparks ignited the stick, illuminating the previously dark cave in an instant. Chu Tian was taken aback. The Tremor Mountain ape had indeed mastered the art of fire. Brandishing the torch, the ape led Chu Tian deeper into the cave, proudly gesturing towards a corner. There, Chu Tian noticed an old wooden chest, likely abandoned by some unfortunate soul who had encountered a beast while traversing the Baichuan mountain range, only to have their belongings salvaged by the Tremor Mountain ape. Or perhaps, the beast that attacked the passing martial artist was none other than the Tremor Mountain ape itself. Curiously, Chu Tian lifted the lid of the chest, and what lay inside astonished him. The chest contained various weapons and treasures, as well as spirit stones and elixirs. Turning to the Tremor Mountain ape, Chu Tian inquired, "Do you wish to bestow all of this upon me?" The Tremor Mountain ape nodded once more, exuberantly vocalizing its excitement. It had already acknowledged Chu Tian as its master, and naturally, its treasures were now deemed the master's as well. Chu Tian, unreserved, accepted the items, knowing that they were of no use to the beast. As he placed the treasures from the wooden box into his spiritual ring, he made an unexpected discovery, a spiritual ring. Upon picking it up, he noted the absence of any spiritual energy emanating from it, indicating that its previous owner had perished. Upon opening the ring, he was astonished to find it devoid of spirit stones or weaponry, instead filled to the brim with spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. Should the Wang family truly conspire with the Zhang family to annihilate the Chu family, Wang Bo's poison mastery would pose a grave threat to them. Yet, as there were no alchemists in Baichuan City at present, he would have to undertake the crafting of an antidote himself. The ancestral dragon souls within the cage were all remarkable talents, and among them were numerous distinguished alchemists renowned across the continent. It could be said that if Chu Tian wished to learn alchemy, success was virtually assured. The antidote his father had previously consumed was merely a yellow-grade second-tier elixir, which should not be overly challenging to concoct. With a day remaining for his preliminary trial, he resolved to study here. Having made up his mind, Chu Tian settled his body and prepared to enter a meditative state, intending to immerse his consciousness into the cage. However, before he could close his eyes, he noticed the Tremor Mountain ape mimicking his posture, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Curiously, Chu Tian inquired, "Are you also going to cultivate?" The ape responded with a series of eager sounds, adopting a similar seated position and gazing at Chu Tian with eyes full of yearning, reminiscent of a child beseeching a parent for sweets. How astute Chu Tian was, able to discern the thoughts of the Tremor Mountain ape, who, in turn, had amused him greatly. "Do you wish for me to bestow upon you the methods of cultivation?" Chu Tian inquired. The Tremor Mountain ape nodded fervently, for this was a long-held aspiration of its heart. The pace at which humans cultivate their martial arts far surpasses the mere consumption of spiritual energy by beasts. With a smile, Chu Tian elucidated, "The martial arts of humanity are crafted based on the distribution of meridians and acupoints within the body. As a beast, your anatomical structure diverges from that of humans. Thus, how could you possibly practice human techniques?" Understanding Chu Tian's words, the Tremor Mountain ape's countenance fell into despair and grievance, even rolling on the ground in a fit of disappointment, which elicited another chuckle from Chu Tian. "Cease your antics. You shall guard me while I seek out any cultivation methods suitable for beasts." Chu Tian entered a meditative state, his consciousness diving into the confines of the cage. Although he had never heard of any cultivation techniques for beasts in the world, the boundless expanse of the divine fallen continent might harbor unknown miracles. The legendary dragon soul warriors of yore had once commanded great power. Perhaps their legacy held some revelations. Upon entering the cage, Chu Tian discovered that with the elevation of his realm, he could access a greater array of legacies, among which was the foundational inheritance for alchemists. As he meticulously sifted through the legacy, he indeed found a technique that would enable beasts to cultivate. The inheritance he received was the introductory method for alchemists, filled with intricate details that would leave any alchemist in awe. This inheritance resided within Chu Tian's martial soul, allowing him to imprint the knowledge in his mind without the necessity for memorization. Within this legacy, he found the precious formula for a detoxifying elixir, along with a unique technique known as fire manipulation. The technique of mastering fire, known as Zhanghua, is a sophisticated skill that abandons the cauldron, allowing one to directly cultivate spiritual fire within their palm for alchemical purposes. According to ancestral records, this technique can only be grasped by a master, at the very least requiring the prowess of a terrestrial-level alchemist. Chu Tian endeavored to concentrate spiritual energy within his palm, where the pure essence of this energy fervently collided, resulting in a soft pop as a delicate, azure flame ignited. Was this not rather simple? In Chapter 99, The Birth of Nine Patterns, the transformation of the spiritual ape. Any alchemist who overheard Chu Tian's words would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. The art of mastering fire is a highly advanced skill, one that countless alchemists have expended immense effort and undergone thousands of trials to attain. Yet, Chu Tian required none of that. All the teachings were inscribed within his martial spirit, enabling him to grasp them with but a single reading. He retrieved the necessary spiritual herbs from his spatial ring and, following the alchemical formula passed down through generations, commenced his inaugural foray into alchemy. The elixir he sought to create was a third-tier yellow-grade detoxification pill, one grade superior to the antidote previously consumed by Chu Yunlong. Naturally, the higher the quality of the pill, the greater the complexity of its refinement. Chu Tian cast the first herb into his palm, where the pure soul flame soared to several thousand degrees. In the blink of an eye, it incinerated all impurities within the herb, leaving only the pristine liquid essence floating amidst the spiritual fire. Witnessing the successful refinement, he proceeded to cast the remaining herbs into his hand. In no time, all the herbs recorded in the formula transformed into pure liquid essence. Subsequently, under Chu Tian's mental command, the various liquids, in precise proportions, melded together, all subjected to the searing embrace of the spiritual fire. After approximately half a stick of incense had burned, the elixir took shape, emanating a refreshing fragrance. Chu Tian extinguished the spiritual fire, allowing the elixir to fall gently into his palm. Upon careful inspection, a look of disappointment crossed his face. His aptitude for alchemy paled in comparison to his talent for talisman crafting. For his inaugural attempt at concocting an elixir, he had only succeeded in producing a 6-pattern spirit pill. Any alchemist who overheard Chu Tian's lament would surely feel an urge to bash their head against the wall. Unlike talismans, where even the slightest error could lead to failure, an elixir is deemed successful if it achieves its intended effect. Based on the efficacy, elixirs can be further classified into 4 grades: flawed, flawless, perfect, and extraordinary, all rooted in the original tier of heaven and earth, which is the 4th level, 9th grade. Flawed elixirs exhibit a pockmarked surface and an unusual aroma, resulting in diminished potency, categorizing them as semi-failed products. A flawless elixir, such as the one previously consumed by Chu Yunlong, is considered standard. Perfect and extraordinary elixirs, on the other hand, display intricate patterns upon their surface, significantly enhancing their efficacy compared to flawless elixirs, and can only be crafted by master-level alchemists. The classification of these elixirs is determined by the number of patterns present. 1 to 5 patterns signify perfection, while 6 to 9 patterns denote the extraordinary grade. The greater the number of patterns, the more potent the elixir. The vast majority of alchemists, during their first attempt, would be fortunate to produce even a flawed elixir, let alone a flawless one. Furthermore, Chu Tian's initial endeavor yielded a yellow grade, 3rd-tier elixir. With the elixir now secured in his spatial ring, he reignited the spiritual fire in his palm and commenced the preparation of a 2nd detoxification pill. Having benefited from the initial experience, Chu Tian's efficiency in concocting pills was significantly enhanced, with 7 profound and arcane patterns now emerging on the spiritual pills he crafted. Without pausing for respite, Chu Tian proceeded to refine the 3rd spiritual pill. On his 3rd attempt, he successfully produced an 8-pattern spiritual pill. The 4th endeavor culminated in a 9-pattern spiritual pill. Subsequently, each and every detoxification pill that Chu Tian alchemized manifested 9 patterns, exhibiting flawless perfection. Upon exhausting the spiritual herbs intended for the detoxification pills, Chu Tian had successfully created a total of 33 spiritual pills. After carefully collecting the spiritual pills, Chu Tian emerged from the cave. Night had fallen, and only half a day remained until the conclusion of the autumn examination's preliminary round. The Quake Mountain ape, resembling a human martial artist, was seated outside the cave, diligently circulating its cultivation technique and absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence. To Chu Tian's astonishment, the spiritual energy emanating from the Quake Mountain ape had noticeably intensified compared to their initial encounter. It was on the verge of a breakthrough. This Quake Mountain ape possesses considerable spiritual aptitude. With proper nurturing, it might very well ascend to become a formidable demon king in the future. Under Chu Tian's protection, no other demonic beasts dared to approach. As daybreak arrived, the Quake Mountain ape abruptly opened its eyes. It rose to its feet, vigorously pounding its chest with its fists, emitting a thunderous sound that reverberated through the mountains. It raised its head towards the heavens, emitting a resounding roar that echoed for miles, causing all beasts within earshot to tremble in fear. A surge of untamed energy erupted from the Quake Mountain ape's body, its spiritual might so potent that it uprooted the surrounding vegetation. Following its transformation, the Quake Mountain ape's voice had also undergone a change. It chirped twice, acknowledging the command. Chu Tian allowed the Quake Mountain ape to perch upon his shoulder, and they subsequently set off in the direction from which they had come. Day had broken, and the Chu family's mind remained teeming with people. With the preliminary round drawing to a close, less than an incense stick's worth of time remained. The members of the Chu family gathered to witness the event, their discussions rife with speculation. In the 100th chapter, an unprecedented full score was achieved. Upon hearing the name Chu Tian, someone blurted out, "That useless fellow." The remark trailed off, leaving the speaker drenched in cold sweat, unable to continue. For he recalled that Chu Tian was no longer the worthless individual he had been 6 months prior. Chu Tian was the last among all the competing youths to awaken his martial soul, yet since that awakening, his cultivation speed had soared like an arrow released from its bow, astonishing all. In less than half a year, it was rumored that Chu Tian had reached the 5th level of body refinement. Those who had previously bullied him were met with severe retribution, some even losing their lives. Moreover, prior to the autumn examination, Chu Tian had secluded himself for nearly 2 months, leaving his current level of advancement shrouded in mystery. A voice expressed the unspoken question: could Chu Tian's score possibly surpass that of Chuing? Now, she was horrified to discover that not only had Chu Tian caught up to her at an astonishing pace, but he was also on the verge of reaching heights beyond which she had no right to gaze upon. The memory of the Qingfeng sword, which Chu Tian had won from her in a bet, gnawed at her with bitterness. How could he take my Qingfeng sword and then, before my very eyes, bestow it upon another woman? Was this a deliberate act of humiliation? Chuing, what do you mean by this? Chuing maintained a mocking expression. The Baichuan mountain range was fraught with peril, teeming with countless ferocious beasts, and one might unwittingly encounter a beast tide that occurred only once in 500 years. Your son is so inept. It may be easy for him to enter, but escaping would prove to be a formidable challenge. As Chuing emphasized the term beast tide, Chu Yunlong could discern the underlying implications in his words. Chu Yunlong resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption as he bellowed fiercely, "Chuing, should anything happen to Tian, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." A formidable aura surged towards Chu Yunlong. "Chu Yunlong, you threaten my grandson. Do you wish to engage me in combat once more?" The Grand Elder, Chu Kadi, advanced before Chu Yunlong, shielding Chuing. The tension between the two formidable practitioners of the gathering spirit realm plunged the atmosphere into an icy silence, with an impending clash looming ominously. The members of the Chu family gathered around, their hearts pounding with trepidation. The older members recalled the earth-shattering battle between Chu Yunlong and Chu Kadi 14 years prior, which left one severely injured and the other incapacitated, resulting in the loss of 2 gathering spirit warriors for the clan. Had it not been for the protection of their ancestor, the Chu family would have faced dire consequences. Now, with the ancestor nearing the end of life, the prospect of these two engaging in battle again was alarming. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a voice resonated from afar. "Chuing, I regret to inform you that your schemes have come to naught." Joy surged within Chu Yunlong and Chu Ningxuan. Tian. Chu Tian appeared before everyone, radiating vitality and exuding a newfound confidence. What captivated the spectators even more was the pure white little monkey perched upon his shoulder, its eyes sparkling with an astonishing cleverness as it surveyed its surroundings. Chu Tian approached, locking eyes with Chuing, his tone dripping with disdain. "Chuing, Aside from your underhanded schemes, what else are you capable of? Chu Ying's expression darkened. He could not fathom how Chu Tian had survived in the Baichuan Mountains. The medicinal paste he had secretly applied to Chu Tian was a potent elixir that drove many beasts into a frenzy. The clan rules forbade internal strife among its members. Thus they would wager their cultivation against one another. The defeated shall self-destruct their Dantian. The words of Chu Tian incited a tremendous uproar. The Dantian serves as the foundation for a martial artist to store spiritual energy. If it is destroyed, all cultivated prowess will be immediately lost, rendering further practice impossible. For a martial artist, having their Dantian ruined is akin to facing death itself. Chu Yunlong hastily interjected, "Tianer, refrain from such folly. Chu Ying has already attained the 9th level of body refinement. You are not his match at present." Chu Ningxiang's face was also etched with anxiety. "Tianer, it is merely a matter of time before you surpass Chu Ying. Do not act impulsively." Chu Tian responded, "Father, mother, Chu Ying has made repeated attempts to harm me. Today, there must be a resolution between us." He questioned Chu Ying, "Do you dare?" Unable to contain his derisive laughter, Chu Ying retorted, "Chu Tian, you are courting death. With your current abilities, defeating me is akin to chasing a mirage." Chu Tian furiously exclaimed, "Enough of your trivialities. Will you wager or not?" Chu Ying scoffed, "I accept your wager. After today, you shall revert to being the irredeemable waste incapable of cultivation." The wager was established. Witnessed by nearly 1,000 members of the Chu family, with no possibility of retraction. Elder Chu Lu, the 11th elder, cast a reproachful glance at Chu Tian, sharing the sentiment that he was overly rash. However, as the executing elder for the autumn examination, he felt constrained to voice his concerns. The time had arrived. The preliminary examination was concluded, and it was time to reveal the results. Elder Chu Lu commanded the collection of the jade tokens from the participating youths and announced the results on the spot. Chu Shi 4 points. Chu Jiaolin, 12 points. Chu Yuanshu, 15 points. One by one, names and scores were proclaimed, with most participants scoring below 20 points. Chu Miaoan, 32 points. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room. This was the highest score achieved thus far. Chu Miaoan basked in her pride, having slain a 2nd-level beast, a 5th-level beast, and a 6th-level beast of her own rank within the span of 3 days. Her score would have secured her the first place in previous years. Yet with Chu Ying's return this year, she was relegated to the 2nd position. Soon, the results of Chu Ying were announced, 60 points. The crowd erupted in awe. This score indicated that Chu Ying had vanquished a 6th-level beast and an 8th-level beast. Even within the entire Chu family, those capable of independently slaying an 8th-level beast, aside from the elders of the gathering spirit realm, could be counted on one hand. Some could not help but exclaim, "Chu Ying is undoubtedly the champion." With the power to defeat an 8th-level beast, was it not tantamount to courting death for Chu Tian to gamble his life against him? Chu Tian was bound to face ruin. Consequently, no one held any hope for Chu Tian, believing his provocation of Chu Ying was sheer madness. Amidst the clamor of discussions, Chu Lu retrieved the jade tablet recording Chu Tian's points. His eyes widened in disbelief at the score displayed on the tablet. Chu Lu's voice trembled as he announced the results. Chu Tian, 160 points. Full marks. Chapter 101. Fist is justice, strength is rule. What? How many points did Chu Tian achieve? The moment Chu Lu's words fell, the entire hall erupted in chaos. Not only the members of the Chu family, but even Chu Tian's parents were rendered speechless in astonishment. Since the initial examination of the autumn trial was established with the objective of hunting demonic beasts, the number of warriors from the Chu family who could achieve a score exceeding 30 was exceedingly rare. After all, only young warriors under the age of 30 were permitted to participate in the autumn trial. Even the remarkably gifted Chu Yunlong, from years past, could only attain a score equivalent to that of this year's Chu Ying. The theoretical maximum score of 160 was merely an abstraction. Who could possibly slay both 1st and 9th-tier demonic beasts within a mere 3 days? Chu Miaoan exclaimed passionately, "This is impossible. Chu Tian must be cheating." She could begrudgingly accept that Chu Tian possessed greater talent than her own, but she could not fathom the notion that he had already outstripped her. Silence. Came the stern rebuke from Elder Chu Lu. The scorekeeping jade tokens were crafted by a 3rd-tier Huang-level artificer entrusted by our Chu family. How could Chu Tian cheat? Chu Miaoan, are you implying that I, as the examiner, am unjust? A confident smile spread across Chu Tian's face. Let us wait and see. After Elder Chu Lu announced the final score on the last Jade token, the overall rankings were revealed. The top 4 contenders advancing to the rematch arena were Chu Tian, Chu Ying, Chu Mion, and a young man named Chu Jiang. According to the rules of the rematch, the first 2 matches would pit the first place against the third, and the second against the fourth. Chu Tian's opponent was Chu Mion. The arena was already set up and under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Chu Tian handed the monkey he had on his shoulder to his mother and was the first to leap onto the stage. He turned to Chu Mion and coldly stated, "Come, let us settle this swiftly." Chu Mion bit her crimson lip. The tone of Chu Tian was unmistakably one of disdain for her. She let out a soft cry, unfastening the long whip at her waist, and leaped onto the stage. Chu Mion yearned to deliver a couple of fierce words, reminiscent of her last bet with Chu Tian. Yet as the words approached her lips, they faltered and refused to emerge. She lacked confidence and, more importantly, the qualifications. Only the strong are entitled to admonish the weak. The harsh words of the weak merely embody impotent fury, inviting ridicule. From the moment Chu Mion witnessed Chu Tian's formidable strength in the first level of the mystic realm, she had already acknowledged her inferiority to him, though her heart stubbornly resisted this truth, unwilling to concede. How can I not believe that Chu Tian will emerge victorious? He dares to challenge Chu Ying, wagering his entire cultivation. Surely, he cannot be so reckless as to seek his own demise. Humph. It appears to me he is courting death. Chu Ying is the foremost genius to graduate from Tianzong Academy in Baichuan City, possessing the 9th level of body refinement. Eligible to be nominated as an elder. If Chu Tian can defeat him, I shall walk upside down for 3 days. This proclamation elicited laughter from the crowd, reaching Chu Tian's ears. Chu Tian turned his gaze toward the speaker. I recognize you. You are Chu Yu. When I triumph over Chu Ying, should you fail to uphold your promise to walk upside down for 3 days, I shall break your legs, rendering you unable to walk again. Chu Tian's tone was exceedingly serious, and everyone believed he would see his words through to fruition. The boastful Chu Yu turned pale, hastily covering his mouth, too afraid to utter another word. Ignored by Chu Tian, Chu Mion seethed with anger on the stage. Chu Tian, if you wish to defeat Chu Ying, you must first conquer me. Finally, Chu Tian shifted his gaze to Chu Mion, his demeanor remaining calm. One strike is all it will take to defeat you. His domineering declaration astonished the crowd, prompting many of Chu Miaowen's admirers to voice their objections. Chu Tian, do not be so arrogant. You are certainly no match for Miaowen. Indeed, you have only just awakened your martial soul this year. No matter how swiftly you cultivate, you can never surpass Miaowen. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and retorted, then let us wager. If I can defeat Chu Miaowen with a single strike, both of you, like Chu Yu, must stand on your heads for 3 days. What say you? Upon hearing this, the two who had just been vociferously mocking him immediately fell silent. Chu Tian scoffed. Do you truly believe that you can spout nonsense while standing beneath the arena? You, and you, since you wish to showcase your prowess in pursuit of Chu Miaowen. I shall indulge you both. If I strike down Chu Miaowen in a single blow, you both shall stand on your heads for 3 days. Should either of you dare to touch the ground with your feet before then, I shall break your legs. The youth who had first mocked Chu Tian's arrogance trembled as he questioned, I never agreed to your wager. By what right do you presume to dictate terms? A suffocating aura of menace enveloped Chu Tian, causing the young man to collapse in terror. By right of my superiority, my words are the law. Chu Yunlong could not suppress a laugh from below the arena. Chu Miaowen could no longer contain her anger. To think he would claim he could defeat her in a single strike. Chu Tian's disdain was palpable. She unleashed her formidable aura at the 6th level of body refinement, brandishing her long whip and striking at Chu Tian with her most powerful martial technique, the 100 Blades Whip. The whip transformed into a myriad of phantoms in the air, each one resembling a razor's edge. Should any of these shadows land upon a person, they would surely leave them bloodied, or even slay them outright. Chapter 102. Instant Kill. Establishing Authority. The youth who had just been cowed by Chu Tian's intimidation shouted in excitement, the yellow grade, 4th rank martial technique, 100 Blades Whip. This is among the most formidable martial techniques of our lineage. Chu Tian is doomed. The others tensed as well, the whip's shadow having completely enveloped Chu Tian's figure. Even if he possessed formidable movement techniques, there was no room for evasion at this juncture. Chu Tian did not evade. He had pledged to defeat Chu Miaowen in a single move, and so he would, without even resorting to movement techniques. He gathered his spiritual energy, concentrating it in his fist, and advanced step by step toward Chu Miaowen. Has Chu Tian lost his senses? He intends to withstand Chu Miaowen's whip with his bare body. Before the words could fade, the whip's shadow descended upon Chu Tian. The sound of the whip striking was akin to rain battering banana leaves. Yet Chu Tian remained unperturbed, his steps unwavering, allowing the whip to fall upon him. The might of the celestial demon body refining technique, revealed after 7 layers of tempering, was undeniable. Although Chu Miaowen's whip landed on Chu Tian, it could not inflict any harm, nor even leave the faintest mark upon him. Many below the arena cried out in astonishment. Is Chu Tian perhaps a demon beast? His physical body is so formidable. Even a demon beast would be injured before a 4th-grade yellow-level martial technique, would it not? The elders of the Chu family were equally amazed. What kind of body tempering method has Chu Tian cultivated, that he could develop a body comparable to a defensive treasure? I fear that martial artists below the 8th level of body tempering would be unable to breach his defenses. In merely 3 breaths' time, Chu Tian had walked through the storm of whip shadows to stand before Chu Miaowen. Chu Miaowen's face was filled with despair, deep down. She had already prepared to lose to Chu Tian, but never could she have imagined that she would be defeated in such a humiliating manner. Chu Tian extended his left hand, grasping the void, and in an instant, the myriad shadows of whips vanished without a trace. The long whip of Chu Miao was firmly held in his grasp. Unyielding despite her relentless efforts, Chu Tian inquired, "Will you concede of your own volition, or shall I cast you from the arena?" Chu Miao could sense the terrifying spiritual energy coalescing in Chu Tian's right hand, a profound fear welling up from the depths of her soul. Given her understanding of him, she knew Chu Tian was not the type to show mercy or restraint towards women. Moments passed. Chu Miao released her grip on the whip, tears brimming in her eyes as she sank helplessly onto the stage. "I concede." The result was announced by Chulu. Chu Tian triumphs. Chu Tian turned and leapt down from the platform. Devoid of any trace of compassion, he deliberately approached the 2 individuals who had earlier deemed him arrogant, and spoke in a low, imposing tone. "Can your feet not yet leave the ground?" The pallor drained from their faces, and one of them shouted, "Chu Tian, the elders of the family are present. Do you truly dare to break my legs?" No sooner had his words left his mouth than Chu Tian delivered a swift kick. Crack! The sound of shattering bones pierced the ears of every onlooker. Chu Tian gazed at the youth writhing on the ground, clutching his leg, his voice grave. "I, Chu Tian, have always been a man of my word, and I shall not go back on it." He turned his cold gaze to the other individual and asked, "And what of you?" This person, pale and trembling, understood that amidst Chu Tian's public act of violence, not a single elder uttered a word of reprimand or restraint. He realized he must face the consequences of his words and actions. He bent down, struggling to maintain his balance, his arms quaking. Chu Tian held little regard for squabbling with such insignificant figures, yet he recognized the necessity of establishing his authority. From that moment onward, none within the Chu family dared to show him disrespect. In the realm of martial artists, strength reigned supreme. During his dormant phase, he was subjected to relentless bullying. Now, having demonstrated his prowess, even acts of open aggression would elicit no rebuke from others. Chu Tian cast a glance at the visibly anxious Chu Yu, whose teeth chattered in trepidation. "Once I triumph over Chu Ying, you had best adhere to our agreement." Chu Tian uttered only the first half of his statement, the latter part unnecessary, as Chu Yu was already aware of its implications. Should Chu Tian truly defeat Chu Ying, if he did not remain inverted for 3 days, he would meet the same fate as the young man now sprawled on the ground, having been rendered unconscious by Chu Tian's ruthless assault on his legs. The second match of the tournament commenced, with Chu Ying's opponent being a young man named Chu Jiang, who was 29 years of age, sharing the same 6th stage of body tempering as the 16-year-old Chu Miaowen. Chu Jiang hailed from a lineage of ordinary Chu family members, possessing mediocre talent. With access to limited resources from his clan, he cherished this tournament as a rare opportunity to showcase his abilities before the clan leader and elders. If he could capture the attention of the family's higher-ups, he might leap into a new destiny. Upon ascending the stage, he respectfully bowed to Chu Ying. "Chu Ying, you are a once-in-a-century genius of our clan. I am not your match, yet this tournament presents me with an unparalleled chance. I cannot afford to relinquish it easily and must, therefore, dare to seek your guidance in a few techniques." It was evident to all that Chu Jiang sought to curry favor with Chu Ying, hoping for a chance to prove himself. According to Chu Jiang's plan, after demonstrating 3 techniques, he would willingly concede, ensuring he neither embarrassed Chu Ying nor compromised his own dignity. Chu Ying cast a cold glance at him. A worthless individual should roll away on their own, instead of standing here and sullying my sight. Chu Jiang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his flattery would elicit only Chu Ying's icy derision. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede. Without this opportunity, he would forever remain an inconspicuous pawn in his family. Gritting his teeth, Chu Jiang declared, "Please offer your guidance." He struck first, fully aware that if Chu Ying initiated the attack, he might not even have a chance to respond. He unleashed his most formidable martial technique, the triple-layered fist. With a furious shout, he swung both fists, the third fist shadow intertwining with the other two, a blend of reality and illusion. Watching from below the arena, Chu Tian slightly shook his head. He could discern that Chu Jiang was an exceptionally diligent practitioner. He had mastered the triple-layered fist to a remarkable degree, even surpassing his own proficiency in its execution. However, the technique itself was of lamentable quality, merely a yellow grade, second-tier martial skill, hardly worthy of attention. Chu Tian also noted that the foundational technique Chu Jiang practiced was merely a basic yellow grade, second-tier method from their family. Otherwise, with his talent, he would have had the opportunity to break through to the seventh layer of body refinement before the age of 30. It was a pity. His efforts were commendable, yet the resources at his disposal were somewhat lacking. Chu Tian resolved that once the autumn examination concluded, he would persuade his father to take Chu Jiang under his wing for proper cultivation. Although Chu Jiang was unlikely to astonish the realm of Baichuan City, he would undoubtedly emerge as a distinguished practitioner among the middle ranks of the Chu family. In the face of Chu Jiang's assault, Chu Ying did not even lift an eyelid. A waste is ultimately a waste, unworthy of the stage. With a single palm strike, Chu Jiang's fist shadows dissipated in an instant. Chu Jiang's body was concave, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell from the stage. Chapter 103, The Troublemaker. Chu Jiang landed on the ground, retching violently. The surrounding clan members were expressions of shock, their breaths momentarily halted. Though his body was injured, he clutched his abdomen. His complexion ashen, a mixture of agony and despair etched upon his face. The less experienced clan members failed to comprehend the unfolding events. Yet Chu Tian perceived everything with clarity. After Chu Ying struck Chu Jiang with a palm, he swiftly followed up with a second blow. This second strike was executed with such swiftness that most onlookers could not discern it. Chu Ying's palm landed forcefully on Chu Jiang's abdomen, the overwhelming force penetrating his body and shattering his dantian. With his dantian destroyed, Chu Jiang's cultivation was irreparably lost, rendering him incapable of any further practice. Chu Tian's expression darkened. Indeed, Chu Ying's heart was as ruthless as it was cold. He had punished those who spoke arrogantly by merely breaking their legs, an injury that could heal within 100 days without lasting repercussions. However, Chu Ying had gone so far as to cripple a man. Chu Tian understood that there was no enmity between Chu Jiang and Chu Ying. The latter's brutal actions were a deliberate display for his benefit. The repeated taunts of waste and the annihilation of Chu Jiang's dantian served as a grim warning to Chu Tian about the fate that awaited him. Lying on the ground, Chu Jiang's body and abdomen throbbed with excruciating pain, yet he gritted his teeth in silence. He realized he had been rendered useless. The family would not support a failure. His future was bleak, destined to toil in the mines until the end of his days. Chu Tian lifted Chu Jiang from the ground, pressing a hand against his dantian. "What do you intend to do?" Chu Jiang's words trailed off as he suddenly widened his eyes. Noticing a faint purple glow emanating from the palm of Chu Tian's hand pressed against his abdomen, a surge of vibrant life energy coursed into Chu Jiang's body, mending his previously shattered dantian and restoring it to its original state. Moreover, Chu Jiang's sunken physique began to visibly regain its former vitality. His complexion gradually brightened, and aside from the dried blood that clung to him, there was no trace of injury left. After just a moment, Chu Tian withdrew his hand. All is well now. Chu Jiang gazed at Chu Tian in disbelief, feeling no pain whatsoever. He attempted to circulate the spiritual energy within him, finding it as smooth as before. Tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes as he knelt before Chu Tian, bowing deeply 3 times. "Chu Tian, I am forever indebted for your life-giving grace. From this day forth, I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth, without a hint of complaint." Chu Tian nodded, bidding Chu Jiang to rise. In his plans, should the clan leader, Chu Yu, indeed have conspired against his father, he would have no qualms about toppling Chu Yu, thereby paving the way for his father, Chu Yunlong, to assume the mantle of leadership. With Chu Yu out of the picture, those loyal to him would naturally be discarded. Thus, a devoted and talented individual like Chu Jiang would serve as an exemplary alternative. It is often said that like attracts like, and indeed, the inept find solace in one another. Chu Jiang glared furiously at the speaking Chuing. He could tolerate insults directed at himself, but not those aimed at his benefactor. Chu Tian raised a hand to halt the impetuous Chu Jiang, declaring, "I shall personally deal with him." Chu Ying, brimming with confidence, continued to underestimate Chu Tian. "I stand upon the arena, eagerly anticipating your downfall, uncertain whether your martial spirit's recuperative abilities will endure after being rendered useless in your Dantian." Chu Tian strides confidently onto the stage, his fighting spirit palpable as the long-awaited confrontation with Chu Ying finally approaches. However, just as he positions himself, a resounding laughter echoes from afar. "Ha! With such a lively duel in the Chu family, how could I not be invited to witness it?" Recognizing the voice, Chu Tian furrows his brow and gazes towards the source, spotting Zhang Yu, the patriarch of the Zhang clan, approaching alongside several elders from his family. The Chu family members grow wary. Why has the Zhang clan come at this moment? Yet, this is merely the beginning. As another somewhat ominous laughter emerges from a different direction. "Since the Zhang patriarch is here, it wouldn't hurt to add my presence as well," declares Wang Dong, the patriarch of the Wang family, his voice unmistakable. "Dear Chu patriarch, do not be hasty in ushering us away." Upon hearing that Chu Ying is to engage in the arena today, both the Zhang and I have come to witness this event. After all, Chu Ying is the sole prodigy from Baichuan City to have studied at the Celestial Academy, and we are quite curious about the advancements he has made over these 3 years. "We are merely here to observe. There is no need for concern," Zhang Yu adds. "Indeed, we come to observe, and to be turned away upon arrival. Such is the hospitality of the Chu family." Chu Yu, on the verge of fury, is interrupted by the voice of their ancestral elder. "Allow them to stay. I am not yet deceased, and they shall have no liberty to act with such arrogance." The venerable Chu Tian steps forward, his frail form belying the formidable aura that still emanates from him. Zhang Yu and Director Wang's expressions immediately shifted, yet they quickly reverted to their original state. Director Wang chuckled, "Senior Chu, you jest. We merely wish to ascertain the extent of Chu Ying's progress at Tiansong Academy. Should fortune favor our families with the emergence of a prodigious youth in the future, it would assist us in determining the merit of nurturing them and vying for admission slots. We harbor no ulterior motives." Naturally, the Chu family harbored doubts regarding this statement. But with their ancestral lineage backing them, they felt no trepidation in the face of the alliance between the two families. Chu Tian declared, "Arrange for seats. I shall personally accompany both clan leaders in observing the contest." 3 seats were positioned beneath the arena, with Chu Tian seated at the center, poised to respond with lightning speed to any movements from Zhang Yu or Director Wang. Chu Tian summoned Chu Jiang, lowering his voice. "Go to the Lin family and relay what has transpired here to the Lin family patriarch. Exercise caution. Do not allow Zhang or Wang's families to discover your presence." Chu Jiang nodded. "I shall be vigilant." Before departing, Chu Tian discreetly handed him a detoxification pill. Should the Lin patriarch be poisoned, present him with this elixir. Although Chu Jiang was puzzled as to why the esteemed Lin family patriarch might be afflicted, he vowed to fulfill Chu Tian's instructions. Shortly after Chu Jiang's departure, Chu Tian spoke. "Chu Lu, let the contest resume." Chapter 104, The deadly duel commences. Let us begin. In an instant, Chu Tian unleashed his spiritual might, a tempestuous aura enveloping the entire arena. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers below. He has reached the 7th level of body refinement. When did Chu Tian break through to the 7th level? If memory serves me correctly, he was only at the 5th level 2 months ago, wasn't he? Voices trembled with disbelief. Have you all forgotten? It has been less than half a year since Chu Tian's awakening. Chu Miaowen's body trembled as she widened her eyes, fixating intently on Chu Tian on the arena. She could not help but murmur to herself, "Do I not even possess the qualification to compel you to exert your full strength?" Just moments ago, during their contest, Chu Tian had only demonstrated the prowess of the 6th level of body refinement. It was abundantly clear that he had not unleashed his full potential, for in his eyes, Chu Miaowen did not warrant his utmost seriousness. She recalled how, upon Chu Tian's awakening, she had harbored a sense of superiority over him, her cheeks burning as if she had been dealt a stinging slap. On the arena, Chu Ying furrowed his brow, feeling the pressure emanating from Chu Tian's explosive aura. What could a mere 7th level of body refinement do against me? He too unleashed his spiritual might, and the collision of their energies resonated like thunder. Chu Ying's spiritual force was formidable, leaving the patriarchs of the Zhang and Wang families, who were observing from below, profoundly moved. Both recalled the youthful Chu Yunlong. Had he not been incapacitated 14 years ago, he would likely have overshadowed their families long ago. A shared thought surged within Zhang Yu and Wang Dong. This young man must be eliminated. Initially astonished by Chu Tian's capabilities, the clan members were now equally stunned by Chu Ying's display. 9th level of body refinement. Wasn't Chu Ying merely 20 years old? Once he breaks through to the gathering spirit realm, he will undoubtedly become the youngest gathering spirit powerhouse in a century in Baichuan City. I had always asserted that Chu Ying could not possibly lose to Chu Tian. Indeed, Tiansong Academy is a place where miracles happen, and Chu Ying is destined to lead his family to greatness. Now, Chu Tian is in considerable trouble, previously intimidated by Chu Tian's domineering presence. Chu Yu now displayed an air of arrogance. Not only was Chu Tian facing significant troubles, but he was also on the brink of becoming utterly useless. A voice cautioned, "Be quiet. If Chu Tian hears you, do you not fear that he might indeed break your legs?" Chu Yu scoffed. He must first surpass Chu Ying, with his 9th level of body refinement against Chu Ying's 7th. Tell me, how could Chu Ying possibly lose? Once Chu Tian is rendered incapacitated, I shall break his legs. No sooner had he spoken than his expression abruptly changed, and the crowd simultaneously heard a sharp cracking sound. Crack! Staggering, Chu Yu fell to the ground, and upon closer inspection, the onlookers noticed that his legs were positioned at an unnatural angle, unmistakably shattered. As Chu Yu howled in agony, the surrounding individuals exchanged bewildered glances, none able to discern who had dealt the blow. From the crowd emerged a pristine white monkey, which tossed aside the stick it had been wielding, feigning nonchalance while whistling and swaying as it sauntered away. Chu Yunlong and Chu Ningxuang watched the arena in tense anticipation, oblivious to the absence of the small monkey beside them. Chu Ningxuang clutched Chu Yunlong's hand tightly, asking, "Yunlong, can Tian win?" Chu Yunlong exuded confidence. "Do not worry. My dear, Tian would never disappoint us." However, his reassurance did little to alleviate Chu Ningxuang's anxiety. But Tian has wagered his own cultivation. He has only just awakened. And what if he loses? Chu Yunlong's gaze turned piercingly sharp, akin to a drawn sword. "No one shall harm our child. In the past, I lacked the ability to protect both of you. But now, the circumstances are entirely different." On the arena, after a brief moment of silent confrontation, Chu Tian and Chu Ying finally engaged in combat. Both leaped towards each other, unleashing a punch simultaneously. This strike was merely a test of strength, devoid of any martial techniques, relying solely on their physical prowess. As their fists collided, Chu Ying gained a slight advantage. Both raised their eyebrows in surprise. Chu Tian discerned that Chu Ying's punch bore nearly 300 ding of power, surpassing the typical 256 ding possessed by ordinary practitioners at the 9th level of body refining by 40 ding. The Chu family's body refining techniques could not possibly achieve such results. It was evident that Chu Ying had cultivated methods obtained from Tiansong Academy. Chu Ying, in turn, was astonished to find that Chu Tian's punch contained 192 ding of force, 3 times greater than that of an ordinary practitioner at the 7th level of body refining. Such an advanced body refining technique was something he had never encountered at Tiansong Academy. He demanded fervently, "What technique have you cultivated?" Chu Tian retorted, "Enough of your prattle," and then unleashed a second punch. Chu Ying, furious yet mocking, responded, "Once I have incapacitated you, I shall break your ribs one by one until you confess." He too executed a second punch. "Your strength is indeed formidable, but the disparity of 100 ding between us is insurmountable." Once more, their fists clashed, yet unlike the previous exchange, this time Chu Ying did not prevail. Instead, he stumbled back a step. "Look, Chu Tian is gaining the upper hand in raw physical strength against Chu Ying." A spectator exclaimed in disbelief. "Is it possible? A practitioner at the 7th level of body refining should only possess 64 ding of power. How could he force Chu Ying back?" Chu Ying's face was a portrait of astonishment. Chu Tian's second strike, infused with a power that had doubled compared to the first, surged to a formidable 384 ding, far surpassing his own capabilities. Through clenched teeth, he uttered 3 words: "Divine power." The legacy of divine power had already been entrusted to the family by Chu Tian, and Chu Mian had also etched the methods of channeling this power into her memory. Over the past 2 months, Chu Ying had attempted to cultivate this power, but rather than succeeding, he had nearly caused his own body to collapse. To his shock, Even with his ninefold body refinement, he found himself inadequate to wield divine power. Chu Ying had believed that no one in the world could manifest divine power at the body refinement stage, yet here was Chu Tian, achieving what he deemed impossible. Anger surged within him. If this so-called waste, Chu Tian, could cultivate successfully, why could he not? His gaze grew icy, and the fervor of battle within him gradually morphed into a murderous intent. Chu Tian's rapid ascent was alarming. If he did not eliminate him today, the future of the Chu family would be devoid of his presence. He must die. With his heart set on murder, Chu Ying held nothing back, his attack transforming into a lethal strike. As he swung his fists, shadows of his punches layered upon one another, creating a colossal wave that instantly enveloped the entire arena, leaving Chu Tian with no avenue of escape. The 5th rank of yellow-level martial arts, the overlapping wave's fist. In Chapter 105, Gathering Spirit to Form Weapons, Chu Ying was the first to unleash his martial technique, the multitude of fist shadows descending upon Chu Tian, rendering him utterly defenseless. Below the arena, the heads of the Zhang and Wang families both brightened with intrigue. In Baichuan City, yellow-level 4th rank martial arts were already considered treasured secrets among the 4 great families, while yellow-level 5th rank martial arts were regarded as clan treasures. The overlapping wave's fist that Chu Ying executed was clearly not a technique of the Chu family. It could only have been learned from the Tiansong Academy. The two individuals exchanged a glance, each perceiving the fervor in the other's eyes. Both silently resolved to cultivate their own prodigy and send them to the Celestial Academy for further learning. The onlookers were profoundly astonished by the martial techniques displayed by Chu Ying. The 5th rank of yellow-level martial skills was, for the vast majority of them, a first encounter. How could Chu Tian possibly prevail against such an opponent? Chu Tian was doomed. As his eyes narrowed, a grave expression overtook his features. He realized he had underestimated Chu Ying, or perhaps more accurately, the Celestial Academy itself. The 5th rank of yellow-level martial skills could typically only be executed by those at the spirit-gathering realm. Even those at the 9th stage of body refinement would require guidance from a master to learn such techniques. Otherwise, attempting to wield them would merely cause self-injury. Yet, Chu Ying executed this technique with remarkable fluidity, devoid of any semblance of strain, indicating that he had genuinely acquired true skills from the Celestial Academy. Chu Tian pondered. Once I awaken Ling Air, I must visit the Celestial Academy. The shadows of fists approached like crashing waves, and before they could even reach him, Chu Tian had already sensed the might contained within. Each shadow of the fist harbored a force no less than 1,000 weights. Indeed, it was the 5th rank of yellow-level martial skills. The amplification of power was formidable, surpassing even my Devil's Fist. The Devil's Fist is a 3rd rank yellow-level martial skill, and to confront it directly would undoubtedly place me at a disadvantage. However, Chu Tian had anticipated this scenario. Prior to the trial's commencement, he had prepared 2 spirit talismans. One was a rampaging rhinoceros talisman, and the other was a soul ascension talisman. Positioned near his body, as soon as he concentrated, the talismans were activated. The rampaging rhinoceros talisman doubled Chu Tian's strength. The power of the soul ascension talisman is intricately intertwined with the heavenly palace. Chu Tian resonates with the ancestral soul tree martial spirit, activating his brute strength. In an instant, Chu Tian's power surged once more as he harnessed spiritual energy to unleash his martial techniques. The Thousand Cauldrons power? Chu Tian regarded it with utmost disdain. As his fist pierced through the shadow of Chu Ying's strike, the myriad of fist shadows dissipated in a heartbeat. Chu Ying spat blood and was sent flying, nearly toppling off the arena. In stark contrast, Chu Tian remained proudly rooted in place. Below the arena, silence reigned. None could comprehend how Chu Tian had vanquished Chu Ying. Not even the patriarchs of the 3 families or the ancestral elder of the Chu clan, all wearing expressions of disbelief. They could not fathom the source of Chu Tian's terrifying strength. That single punch from Chu Tian was already comparable to a practitioner at the 1st realm of spirit gathering. Approaching Chu Ying, Chu Tian calmly declared, "You have lost." Chu Ying coughed up blood with great effort, struggling to rise. His complexion was pale, yet his gaze burned with ferocity. He roared, "Chu Tian, you have not yet won." With a swift motion, Chu Ying unleashed 3 shadows that shot towards Chu Tian's brow, his body, and his dantian. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow. Hidden weapons? He promptly retreated while delivering a powerful punch. The 3 shadows were all sent flying by Chu Tian's strike, and only then did he discern the nature of the hidden weapons. They were 3 feather-like flying daggers. not crafted from metal, but rather formed from condensed spiritual energy. Below the arena, Zhang Yu sprang to his feet, utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Spirit gathering manifests as weaponry." Only practitioners at the spirit gathering realm can condense spiritual energy into weapons, be they sword, dagger, chain, or hidden weapon. The weapon moves as the heart desires, as if an extension of one's own body. Beside him, Wang Dong's tone was filled with surprise. The chasm between realms is insurmountable. Even the esteemed Tiansong Academy cannot bestow upon a body-tempering realm warrior the secret art of harnessing spiritual energy as a weapon. This technique, without a doubt, was not acquired from Tiansong Academy. If it was not learned there, only one possibility remains: a miraculous inheritance. Zhang Yu and Wang Dong exchanged fiery glances. The value of such a legacy is truly immense. Imagine if the body-tempering warriors of their families could wield the divine powers of gathering spirit realm experts. The very dynamics of Baichuan City would undoubtedly be transformed. The possessor of this inheritance could dominate Baichuan City. On the arena, 3 ethereal blades of condensed spiritual energy, under Chu Ying's deft control, soared once more towards Chu Tian. The flying daggers not only moved with incredible speed, but also approached from cunning angles, rendering Chu Tian defenseless. Chu Ying laughed heartily. "Chu Tian, this is the ancient god's inheritance. Featherblade. Let us see how you withstand it." Unfazed, Chu Tian scoffed at the notion that 3 mere feather blades could bring about his demise. "Do you think you are the only one to receive an inheritance from the miraculous?" As his words fell, Chu Tian vanished from his spot, gliding effortlessly with a peculiar footwork that transformed him into a shadow, deftly evading the assault of the feather blades. Night Demon Dance. Chu Ying was taken aback, hastily gathering spiritual energy to launch another trio of feather blades. With his current prowess, manipulating 6 blades was already his limit. The 6 feather blades intertwined, incessantly attempting to ensnare Chu Tian, yet they could not even graze the hem of his attire. Gazing at the ethereal blades, Chu Tian recalled the spiritual hammer he used for body tempering. Was it not merely the condensation of spiritual energy into a weapon? With a swift motion of his hand, he activated the heavenly demon body refinement technique, and immediately, the spiritual energy around him coalesced into an octagonal great hammer. As the spiritual hammer emerged, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, compelling even Director Wang to rise from his seat. The feather blades conjured by Chu Ying appeared ethereal, unmistakably a product of a secret technique forcibly condensed. In stark contrast, the spiritual hammer forged by Chu Tian bore a tangible quality, rivaling the weapons crafted by practitioners at the spirit gathering realm. Director Wang could not help but exclaim, "What a prodigy! This child is truly extraordinary." Yet, the latter part of his thought lingered unspoken within him. He must not be allowed to remain. Chu Tian erupted into hearty laughter, even in death. As long as Chu Tian existed, the Chu family was destined for glory, with a promising future ahead. Chu Ying gazed at the spiritual hammer in Chu Tian's grasp. Disbelief etched across his face as he vociferously demanded, "How did you accomplish this?" Chu Tian swung the hammer with ease, retorting, "What difficulty lies in this? I mastered it when I was merely at the first stage of body tempering." Stunned, Chu Ying hastily commanded 6 feather blades to intercept Chu Tian, only for Chu Tian to wield his spiritual hammer and send all 6 blades flying. As Chu Ying attempted to flee, his speed seemed painfully sluggish in Chu Tian's eyes. With a resounding crash, the spiritual hammer struck Chu Ying's body with tremendous force. Chapter 106. Taming Beasts, you are far from adequate. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, Chu Ying was propelled across the arena by Chu Tian's hammer, landing at the opposite end. Despite having attained the 9th stage of body tempering, he suffered multiple broken ribs from the impact. Time passed, and the arena fell into a profound silence. All present stared in disbelief at the stage, grappling with the notion that they might have misjudged the spectacle before them. How could it be that Chu Tian, at the 7th stage of body tempering, had triumphed over Chu Ying, who was at the 9th stage? In their understanding, such an occurrence was utterly inconceivable. Chu Lu began to declare the victor, but his words were abruptly interrupted by Chu Ying. "I have not yet lost." Chu Lu cast a pitiful glance at Chu Ying. "Your injuries are too severe. You can no longer continue the fight." Struggling, Chu Ying rose to his feet, forcefully wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I can still fight." Chu Lu shook his head, believing that Chu Ying was merely putting on a brave front, just as he prepared to announce the outcome once more. Chu Tian spoke up. "If you do not summon your destined beast now, you shall have no further opportunities." Chu Ying's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "Is it a beast?" Before him stood a colossal raptor, its wings unfurling, crimson feathers bristling like formidable quills. The raptor's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, its shrill cry resonating with palpable agitation. Some recognized the creature. The ferocious bird. It is the king of the body refinement realm, the ferocious bird. A body refinement beast of the ninth stage. Everyone, be cautious. In an instant, the members of the Chu family watching were thrown into disarray. Beasts of the same realm are often more formidable than their human counterparts, and the ferocious bird is among the most vicious and combative of the body refinement beasts. A ferocious bird at the ninth stage could nearly rival a warrior at the first stage of spirit gathering. Were it not for the presence of the clan leader and elders, many might have already fled in terror. The ferocious bird surged onto the arena with astonishing speed, akin to a meteor streaking from the heavens, lunging toward Chu Tian. Chu Tian gathered his strength and swung his spirit hammer. With a resounding boom, the arena reverberated as the ferocious bird soared once more, shattering the spirit hammer in a single blow and leaving a gaping crater where Chu Tian stood. Unable to restrain himself, Chu Tian marveled. This creature possesses immense strength. Beneath the arena, Chu Yunlong was poised to ascend the stage when the elder, Chu Kadi, immediately intervened. "Chu Yunlong, do you intend to disrupt the match?" Chu Yunlong, filled with indignation, retorted, "Chu Ying is cheating." Chu Kadi countered, "Chu Ying is a certified beast tamer of the empire. It is only natural for a beast tamer to summon their innate beast to assist in battle. How can this be deemed cheating?" Rendered speechless, Chu Yunlong recognized that a beast tamer could indeed summon their innate beast in the arena, a rule universally acknowledged throughout the empire. If he were to rush onto the stage, it would only serve to jeopardize his son, Chu Tian, in this contest. Anxiety gripped him as he gazed at his son, his heart heavy with concern. The raptor-type beasts were notoriously challenging adversaries, and the violent bird possessed strength nearing the spirit-gathering realm. Could Chu Tian possibly contend with that? Chu Ying, in a fit of madness, shouted, "Since learning of my father's death at the hands of the beast tide, I have resolved to become a beast tamer, so that your entire family may experience the agony and despair my father endured in his final moments." Chu Tian replied, "All investigations conducted at the time indicated that your father's death had nothing to do with mine. Why do you remain so obstinate? Have you never considered that a different puppet master might be at play?" With a furious roar, Chu Ying declared, "Chu Yunlong is the true culprit." Anger surged within Chu Tian's voice. "You are being unreasonable." Chu Ying, undeterred, blew his whistle once more, commanding the violent bird to dive from the heavens again. In his frenzy, he exclaimed, "Chu Tian, your demise is imminent." "Ha ha." Chu Tian, dismissive, scoffed, "A beast tamer? You are woefully inadequate." He bellowed, "Mountain-shaking ape, strip this bird of its feathers." Roar. A thunderous roar erupted from beneath the arena as the crowd witnessed a small, snow-white macaque leap onto the stage. In an instant, as it ascended, its form expanded dramatically, transforming from a diminutive creature into a colossal being 3 times the size of a raging bird. Chu Ying's complexion turned pale, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "The mountain-shaking ape." As a beast tamer, Chu Ying was acutely aware of the terror that the mountain-shaking ape could instill. Unlike the ferocious bird that dominated the body refinement realm, the mountain-shaking ape boasted an ancient bloodline, with the potential to ascend to the spirit-gathering realm, a formidable beast indeed. With a powerful leap, the mountain-shaking ape soared high, extending its robust claws to seize the raging bird by the throat. Subsequently, it brought the raging bird crashing down beneath its foot. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, shattering the arena. As half of the raging bird's body was pressed into the ground, blood gushed from its beak as it flapped its wings in a futile attempt to escape. However, the mountain-shaking ape weighed an immense 100,000 pounds, rendering any hope of liberation impossible. Recalling Chu Tian's command, the mountain-shaking ape grasped a handful of the raging bird's feathers and yanked with ferocious strength. The sound of tearing flesh echoed ominously as feathers and skin were ripped away, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and gore. The anguished cries of the raging bird reverberated through the heavens, sending chills down the spines of all who heard. Chu Ying stood frozen, helplessly witnessing his once mighty beast transform into a mere feathered carcass before his eyes. His most treasured trump card was rendered utterly insignificant before Chu Tian. "Uncle Chu Lu, you may announce the results," Chu Tian prompted, bringing Chu Lu back to his senses. The scene of the mountain-shaking ape tearing apart the raging bird had been so astonishing that he momentarily lost his focus. Chu Lu declared, The victor is Chu Tian. Chu Tian approached Chu Ying, declaring, "You have lost. Was it your own hand that caused your defeat, or did I personally render you powerless? As the vanquished, you must forfeit your cultivation." Chu Ying's pupils constricted. Even at this moment, he found it difficult to accept that he had been bested by Chu Tian. Instinctively, he recoiled, fearfully exclaiming, "Grandfather, save me." Chikiti attempted to rush onto the arena to intervene but was obstructed by Chu Yinlong. "Elder, do you not understand the principle of accepting defeat?" Chu Tian's gaze turned icy as he acted without hesitation. He unleashed the heavenly demon fist, striking Chu Ying's abdomen with tremendous force. The violent inner energy surged into Chu Ying, shattering his dantian. In despair, Chu Ying collapsed, and beneath the arena, Chikiti's furious roar echoed, "Chu Tian, I will kill you." Chapter 107, Father and Son Heroes. The genius returns. Chikiti, the elder of the Chu family, had bloodshot eyes. He could scarcely believe that his most cherished grandson, Chu Ying, had been defeated by Chu Tian, who had been deemed a waste just 6 months prior and had been incapable of cultivation. He was even more astonished that Chu Tian had dared to render Chu Ying powerless. "Chu Tian, I will kill you." Chikiti unleashed a terrifying aura, revealing the might of a practitioner at the second level of spirit gathering. Many of the lower-ranked Chu family members trembled under the weight of the elder's spirit, with some unable to bear it, fainting on the spot. "Chikiti, if you wish to harm my son, have you sought my permission?" Chu Yinlong stood protectively before Chu Tian. Enraged, Chikiti retorted, "Chu Yinlong, I spared your life back then. Since you choose to shield your son, then both of you shall perish together." With that, he struck fiercely towards Chu Yinlong. Chikiti, without a doubt, stands as the foremost figure beneath the ancestral patriarch of the Chu family. He has already attained the pinnacle of the second stage of body refinement, merely a step away from the third stage. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Chu family could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Chu Yunlong. It was well known that Chu Yunlong had been incapacitated for 14 years, only recently resuming his cultivation. After such a prolonged period of stagnation, he might no longer be a match for the Grand Elder. However, in the face of Chikiti's furious onslaught, Chu Yunlong remained utterly unfazed. With the aid of the techniques and spirit stones provided by Chu Tian, he and Chikiti were no longer of the same caliber. A violent aura erupted from his body, and Chu Yunlong's spiritual might effortlessly disperse that of Chikiti. This punch is in retribution for the grievances of 14 years ago. Chu Yunlong retaliated fiercely, unleashing a punch that howled through the air like a tempest. The astonishment on Chikiti's face was palpable as he recognized that Chu Yunlong now displayed the prowess of the third stage of spirit gathering. "When did you break through?" With a resounding crash, Chikiti was sent flying, tumbling across the ground several times before coming to a halt, supporting himself with his hands. He spat out a mouthful of blood. "Grandfather!" Chu Miao rushed over, retrieving a healing elixir from her spatial ring and administering it to Chikiti, which finally calmed his chaotic breath. Chikiti clutched his body, attempting to channel his spiritual energy, only to be seized by a sudden pain, resulting in another spurt of blood. To his shock, he discovered that the meridians within him had all been shattered. Even consuming the elixir would require years of recuperation for recovery. Chu Yunlong had indeed avenged the grievances of that fateful arrow from years past. The assembled members of the Chu family watched Chu Tian and Chu Yunlong on the dueling platform with fervent admiration. A father and son, both paragons of talent. The destiny of the Chu family, their very future, rested upon their leadership. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. "Chu Yunlong, what do you think you're doing?" Chu Yunlong turned to face Chu Yu, who was glaring at him with palpable anger. "Chu Yunlong, you and Chu Kadi are both elders of the Chu family. Why must you be so ruthless?" Chu Yunlong scoffed. "Chu Yu, how dare you lecture me? The ruthless deeds you committed to ascend to the position of clan leader are beyond my emulation." Chu Yu's expression underwent a drastic change. "Chu Yunlong, what nonsense are you spouting?" Chu Yunlong's gaze hardened. The thought that Chu Yu was the mastermind behind his 14 years of crippling disability filled him with an overwhelming desire to settle the score then and there. "You know full well what you did." A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from Chu Yu. "Chu Yunlong, slandering the clan leader is a grave offense. It seems you have grown weary of life." The tension between the two powerhouses at the third level of the gathering spirit realm plummeted to sub-zero, and another battle seemed imminent. Chu Tian shook his head with resignation. His father's character was too forthright. According to his plans, now was not the opportune moment to openly confront Chu Yu, given the surrounding threats. However, since the situation had already escalated, He wouldn't hesitate to expose Chu Yu's past deeds before the clan members. Chu Tian began. Chu Yu, I ask you, 14 years ago, when my father was poisoned and his cultivation was completely destroyed, was it you who colluded with Wang Dong, the Wang family head? A fierce glint flashed in Chu Yu's eyes. Chu Tian is slandering the clan leader, spreading falsehoods, and inciting the masses. He deserves to be executed. As soon as he finished speaking, he ruthlessly struck out, aiming to kill Chu Tian. The mountain shock ape immediately stepped in front of Chu Tian, shielding him. However, before Chu Yu could reach him, he was intercepted by Chu Yunlong. Chu Yu, if you were not harboring a guilty conscience, why would you not allow my son to finish his words? Chu Tian disregarded Chu Yu's murderous intent towards him. With Chu Yunlong's protection, Chu Yu could not harm him. He cast a glance at the now crippled Chu Ying on the platform. If I am not mistaken, the beast tide that my father encountered with Chu Ying's father in the Baichuan Mountains was no mere coincidence, but rather your doing, wasn't it? Chu Yu shouted furiously. Do not spread your malicious lies here. Chu Tian retorted. My malicious lies? Back in the day, when my father and Chu Ying's father were both remarkable, you, seeing no hope of ascending to the chieftaincy, conspired with outsiders to strike against our kinsmen. When the previous chieftain was in power, our Chu family was sworn enemies with the Zhang and Wang families. Why, upon your ascension, did relations suddenly improve? Yet to this day, you have not fulfilled your promises. Could it be that what Chu Tian says is indeed true? In that moment, the gazes of the clansmen towards Chu Yu shifted. Chu Tian coldly mocked. Originally, all that you did would have gone unnoticed, but you should never have targeted our family after my father was crippled. Had it not been for your instigation of the sixth elder and his son to attack me, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that you are such a treacherous scoundrel. Silence. Chu Yu, consumed by rage, sought to slay Chu Tian. But both he and Chu Yunlong were at the third level of spirit gathering, resulting in a stalemate. Applause suddenly erupted. Wang Dong, the patriarch of the Wang family, stood up, his expression towards Chu Tian filled with admiration. Remarkable. Chu Tian, your conjecture is indeed accurate. The poison within your father's meridians was unmistakably instigated by Chu Yu, who entrusted me with this task. He lamented with profound regret. What a pity it is that you are not a scion of the Wang family. Otherwise, my family would have no cause for concern. Chu Yu was taken aback, his countenance drained of color. Wang Dong, you. A single utterance from Wang Dong solidified the charges of treachery against Chu Yu's kin. Zhang Yu also rose to his feet, asserting, the beast tide of yesteryear was orchestrated by Chu Yu, who implored me to act. My Zhang family possesses a secret treasure that can incite madness in all aquatic beasts. Chu Yu's visage turned pale. You dishonor the pact. Wang Dong erupted in maniacal laughter today. We shall eradicate your Chu family without a second thought to any promises made. Chapter 108. The Ancestors Passing, the Annihilation War. Wang Dong's declaration sent tremors of dread through every member of the Chu clan present. Eradicate the Chu family. Chu Yu bellowed, incredulous. Wang Dong, what are you insinuating? Before Wang Dong could respond, Zhang Yu interjected with derision. Chu Yu, have you lost your hearing? Today, the Zhang and Wang families unite to obliterate your Chu clan. Wang Dong cackled with unrestrained glee. What a splendid performance we are witnessing. No need for us to intervene. Your internal strife has already claimed a spirit-gathering master, Chu Yunlong. You have indeed facilitated our endeavor. Chu Yunlong's expression darkened ominously. Chu Tian had previously warned him of the Zhang and Wang families' nefarious intentions against the Chu clan. Yet he had not anticipated their eagerness to act. Zhang Yu, Wang Dong, do you truly believe you can annihilate my Chu family? Chu Yu seethed with fury. Such delusions are utterly absurd. An enraged member of the Chu family roared, with our ancestors watching over us, today shall mark the downfall of the Zhang and Wang families. Upon uttering these words, the members of the Chu family were no longer gripped by fear, for their ancestors still lived. How could he permit the Zhang and Wang families to provoke the Chus? Ha ha. Chairman Wang laughed even more maniacally. Ancestor, have you not noticed that your ancestor has long ceased to speak? The faces of the Chu family members turned pale, and Chu Yunlong inwardly lamented the gravity of the situation. It struck him as odd that the ancestor had not intervened when he had incapacitated Chu Kadi. Everyone turned their gaze towards Chu Batian, who was seated between Chairman Wang and Zhang Yu, leaning at an odd angle, his lips a shade of purple, and his abdomen devoid of movement. Chairman Wang directed his attention to Chu Tian. I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for your remarkable display that drew Chu Batian's attention, I would not have been able to poison him so discreetly. Chu Tian felt a jolt of alarm. He was aware of Chairman Wang's proficiency with poison. Initially, he believed it was akin to Chu Miaowen's abilities, possessing a martial soul with venomous properties, but it turned out that Chairman Wang was indeed a poison master, much like an alchemist. A poison master is a profession skilled in dealing with spiritual medicines, yet while an alchemist excels in healing, a poison master is its antithesis, proficient in taking lives. Chu Yunlong nodded solemnly. No matter how deep his enmity with Chu Yu ran, it was an internal family matter. But Zhang Yu and Chairman Wang sought to annihilate the entire Chu clan. Seeing Chu Yunlong's agreement, Chu Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief. With Chu Yunlong also at the third level of spirit gathering, the two of them together would ensure that the Chu family did not suffer in terms of top-tier combat strength. Zhang Yu, Chairman Wang, if you wish to eradicate the Chu family, come and test your mettle. Today's outcome remains uncertain. Chairman Wang narrowed his eyes. Chu Yu, do you naively believe that we have only made preliminary preparations? Suddenly, the expression on Chu Yu's face changed drastically. His previously furious countenance turned ashen. He clutched his body in agony, his visage contorted with pain. From the jade vial, a billowing azure smoke escaped, dissipating into thin air upon breaching the bottle's confines, leaving no trace behind. This was an odorless and tasteless poison, which explained why Chu Yu was utterly oblivious to its presence. Writhing in torment on the ground, dark, poisonous blood oozed from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Chu Tian hastily rushed to Chu Yu's side, retrieving an antidote pill from his spiritual ring, eager to place it in Chu Yu's mouth. At that moment, Chu Yu was a formidable asset to the Chu family. His life could not be forfeited. However, before Chu Tian could pry open Chu Yu's jaws, he had already succumbed to death. The virulent poison, concealed for 14 years, proved insurmountable. Even a master alchemist could not have saved him. Following Chu Yu's demise, the toxic blood began to erode his body, emitting a hissing sound. His flesh rapidly decayed, and dense black smoke billowed forth from him, engulfing the entirety of the mine. Chu Tian inhaled deeply, instantly feeling dizzy and weak. The poison was pervasive. Members of the Chu family began to collapse in droves. Within moments, apart from the elders who had attained the spirit-gathering realm, only Chu Tian remained standing. Zhang Yu laughed heartily, declaring that had it not been for the Chu family's grand event, it would have been challenging to eliminate them all at once. Chu Tian's expression turned icy. It was no wonder that Zhang Yu and Director Wang dared to come and annihilate the Chu family with such a small entourage. They had concealed such a lethal scheme. Chu Yunlong, the highest-ranking martial artist in the Chu family at that moment, also found himself struggling to maintain composure. The potency of Director Wang's toxin was indeed formidable. Director Wang cackled ominously. Chu Yunlong, I concede that you are a rare genius of Baichuan City, yet after being poisoned, how many moves can you withstand from me? Chu Yunlong ground his teeth in anguish. You two despicable wretches, even if I perish today, I shall drag you down with me. Just as he prepared to fight to the bitter end, he heard Chu Tian's call. Father, catch this. A gust of wind surged forth as Chu Yunlong reached out to grasp the object hurled by Chu Tian. Upon closer inspection, it was a spiritual elixir resting in his palm. Without hesitation, he swallowed the elixir and instantly felt his strength rejuvenate. The toxins within him vanished without a trace. The other elders of the Chu family, as well as Chu Tian's mother, Chu Ningxuang, also received the spiritual elixirs thrown by Chu Tian, each regaining their power in turn. Mr. Wang's pupils constricted in disbelief as he looked at Chu Tian. The poison he concocted was a third-tier yellow-grade toxin, requiring at least a third-tier yellow-grade elixir to counteract it. The alchemist the Chu family had previously summoned was only of the second-tier yellow grade. Where did you procure this antidote elixir? Chu Tian's expression remained serene. Did you think that I would remain oblivious to your sinister ambitions? Mr. Wang quickly composed himself, responding coldly. Even if you manage to dispel the poison, what then? Our two families have brought 16 formidable practitioners of the gathering spirit realm. How can you possibly contend against us with just a handful of individuals? At this moment, the Chu family had only 6 practitioners present. Moreover, both Zhang Yu and Mr. Wang were powerful beings at the third level of the gathering spirit realm. A sense of despair began to well up within the hearts of the Chu family elders. Perhaps today truly marked the end for the Chu family. Yet, a resounding voice echoed throughout the mine. Zhang Yu and Mr. Wang, have you forgotten about me? Chapter 109. The overwhelming slaughter by Chu Tian. Zhang Yu and Director Wang's expressions changed drastically. They undoubtedly recognized the owner of that voice. Chu Yunlong was overjoyed, exclaiming, Brother Lin, your arrival is indeed timely. The newcomer was none other than Lin Hong, the patriarch of the Lin family. Moreover, Lin Hong was not alone. He had brought along 3 formidable practitioners from the gathering spirit realm. Given Lin Hong's camaraderie with Chu Yunlong, his appearance at this moment was naturally to assist the Chu family. Director Wang glared fiercely at Lin Hong. Incredulity etched on his face as he questioned, Lin Hong, weren't you poisoned by me? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze menacingly towards Chu Tian. It was you. Indeed. Upon realizing that the Zhang and Wang families had arrived, while the Lin family remained unresponsive, Chu Tian had deduced that Lin Hong had likely fallen victim to Wang's poison. He had dispatched Chu Jiang with an antidote, intending to rescue Lin Hong. Lin Hong chuckled, Yunlong, you have truly raised a remarkable son. He surpasses you by far. Filled with pride, Chu Yunlong responded, a tiger begets no dog. My son, Chu Tian, is naturally exceptional. Zhang Yu bellowed. Do you not grasp the gravity of the situation? You are merely 10 gathering spirit warriors. You will still meet your demise. 10 against 18. The Chu and Lin families remained at a distinct disadvantage. Chu Yunlong inquired, Brother Lin, since you are aware of the Zhang and Wang family's aggression, why did you bring only this few people? Lin Hong's face was alight with mirth. This was your son's idea. When Chu Yunlong appeared perplexed, Lin Hong elaborated. Chu Tian remarked, the Zhang and Wang families are certainly poised to strike with formidable might. The experts within their clans will emerge in full force, and when that time comes, their factions will be leaderless. All I need to do is to adequately restrain their combat capabilities, while the remaining forces advance directly against the Zhang and Wang families. Before Lin Hong could finish his statement, the expressions of the powerful figures from the Zhang and Wang families shifted dramatically. At this moment, their clans possessed few strong warriors. And should the Lin family exert their full strength in an assault? Zhang Yu's eyes turned crimson. Lin Hong, how dare you? Lin Hong responded with a light laugh. Having extinguished the Chu family, your next target will undoubtedly be my Lin family. Since this is a battle for survival, what do I have to fear? Observing Zhang Yu's growing agitation, Wang Dong hastily interjected, do not panic. Our families have amassed power in Baichuan City for hundreds of years. Surely we possess some protective clan secrets? Zhang Yu solemnly replied, you are correct. We have the advantage in numbers here. Let us strike them down first. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yu took the initiative, charging directly at Chu Yunlong. Wang Dong, too, did not hesitate, unleashing his spiritual might as he advanced toward Lin Hong. The other powerful figures from the Zhang and Wang families also joined the fray, and in an instant, chaos ensued. The 4 experts at the 3rd level of the gathering spirit realm were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a victor. And others could not interfere in their fierce combat. Chu Tian leaped onto the shoulder of the earth-shaking ape, commanding, Earth-shaking ape, attack. Following the command, the earth-shaking ape clenched its fists and struck its chest, producing a thunderous sound akin to a war drum. With each strike, the surging spiritual energy within it emanated forth, merging with the resonant beats of the drum, flowing toward the warriors of the Zhang and Wang families. This was the earth-shaking ape's bloodline divine ability, earth-shaking. Upon hearing the sound of the drum, the warriors of the Zhang and Wang clans felt a tumultuous surge of energy within them, their spirits becoming increasingly agitated, and even the flow of spiritual energy through their meridians became hindered. Seizing this opportunity, the warriors from the Chu and Lin clans united their strength to launch a fierce attack on one individual, who was immediately overwhelmed and slain. After executing its formidable technique, the mountain-shaking ape leaped into the air, its massive form soaring high before plummeting downwards. It resembled a towering mountain, descending upon a warrior from the Wang clan. As the warrior perceived the darkening sky, fear gripped him, causing his heart to tremble. In a frantic attempt to defend himself, he unleashed his martial skills, striking upwards with both fists. The power of a gathering spirit realm warrior was truly extraordinary, allowing him to withstand the oppressive force of the mountain-shaking ape's assault. However, before he could exhale in relief, he felt a gust of wind rush past him. Turning his head, he was startled to see Chu Tian, having inexplicably leaped from the shoulder of the mountain-shaking ape, utilizing exquisite agility to position himself beside the warrior. In his hand, he wielded an octagonal spiritual hammer infused with dark energy, which he brought crashing down towards the warrior's dantian. The warrior, still grappling with the mountain-shaking ape, found himself unable to evade, watching helplessly as the hammer approached. The mountain-shaking ape, responding to Chu Tian's call, leaped once more, aiming to trample the injured warrior. Stricken with terror, the warrior dared not withstand the onslaught, hastily retreating to evade the ape's devastating blow. Yet, before he could regain his footing, Chu Tian reappeared at his side. "You!" the Wang clan warrior exclaimed, swiftly attempting to distance himself from Chu Tian with his own agile maneuvers, only to discover, to his astonishment, that Chu Tian's technique was of an even higher caliber. Night Demon Dance. Chu Tian, like a spectral apparition, relentlessly pursued the martial artist of the Wang family, wielding his spiritual hammer with unyielding vigor, each strike following the last in an unceasing rhythm. The Wang family warrior, consumed by fury, summoned his spiritual energy to retaliate. Yet, each time he prepared to launch an attack, the Thunder Mountain beast intervened with impeccable timing. To land a blow on Chu Tian, he would have to endure the beast's terrifying assault. Conversely, evading the beast's strike meant succumbing to Chu Tian's hammer. This duo, a flawless partnership of man and beast, exhibited no vulnerabilities. In mere moments, the Wang family warrior was battered into a bloody pulp by Chu Tian's relentless blows. In his panic, he failed to evade a crushing palm from the Thunder Mountain beast, leaving him defenseless against Chu Tian's onslaught, which culminated in a devastating strike to his dantian. His injuries erupted forth, and he met his demise. Chu Tian exhaled a breath of foul air, standing triumphantly over the lifeless form of the Wang family warrior. A practitioner of the gathering spirit realm, he had slain his opponent of a higher tier. Chapter 110. The ineffectual spirit talisman. Witnessing the demise of their clan elder at the hands of Chu Tian, the remaining elders of the Wang family were engulfed in rage. They understood that it was Chu Tian who had disrupted their plans, thrusting the Wang family into a dire predicament. The thought of their kin, currently being slaughtered by the gathering spirit experts of the Lin family, stirred an insatiable desire for vengeance within them. A martial artist from the Wang family, at the second level of gathering spirit, declared vehemently, "I shall slay that wretch." His words were met with fervent agreement from a practitioner at the first level of gathering spirit from the Zhang family. "I will assist you in eliminating that beast." The two quickly forged an alliance and charged toward Chu Tian. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from his two adversaries, Chu Tian's eyelids twitched violently. He realized he could not contend with two experts of the gathering spirit realm. Just as he prepared to retreat momentarily to avoid confrontation, a familiar figure appeared before him, shielding him from the assault of the two adversaries. "Mother!" Chu Tian was utterly astonished. The one protecting him was none other than his mother, Chu Ningxue. At this moment, Chu Ningxue demonstrated a prowess that had evidently reached the second realm of spirit gathering. It was no wonder Chu Tian was taken aback. He had never witnessed his mother in action and had no inkling that she was a formidable spirit gathering expert. Facing two opponents, she exhibited no signs of strain. The martial techniques she employed were unfamiliar to Chu Tian, far surpassing the techniques of the Chu family. Could they be the martial arts of her maternal lineage? Recalling the fear that Chu Kadi had shown towards the Chu family, Chu Tian felt an overwhelming curiosity. His mother had never spoken to him about her family background. Once this crisis subsided, he would ask her to elaborate. Once again, Chu Tian leaped onto the shoulders of the Earthquake Mountain Ape. "Earthquake Mountain Ape, let us assist my mother."